Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Ambush, Fierce Fight. Seeing that Song Qingming was anxious to leave, Lingyuan also agreed. Fellow Daoists, this secret method and spiritual objects have been handed over to you. If there is no problem, let's leave here early. I just took a look. It will take at least 200 years for the flame spirit water here to produce another bottle. We will not get anything if we stay here. Well, since fellow Taoist Song is so anxious, let's listen to fellow Taoist and leave here first. I just asked out of curiosity. I hope fellow Taoist Li doesn't mind. Liang Daosheng smiled and nodded slightly, and bowed his hands to agree with Lingyuan's opinion. Qingming, who was standing aside, was still staring at the bamboo slips in his hand. The old man rarely spoke along the way. Seeing that Song Qingming and the other two had agreed to leave here first, he immediately smiled and agreed. After the four of them finished speaking, they quickly left the stone cave and came to the outside of the waterfall. Just as everyone was covering their bodies again and preparing to fly away from here, Song Qingming, who was in the middle of the team, suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy in the air ahead, and hurriedly shouted to Liang Daosheng, who had already flown more than 10 feet away. Fellow Daoists, wait a minute, fellow Taoist Song. Is there anything else? Seeing Song Qingming, who was just in a hurry to leave, suddenly stopped in the same place after coming out of the waterfall. Lingyuan, Qingming and Liang Daosheng, who were already walking in front of him, all showed a trace of puzzlement on their faces. Song Qingming, who was already solemn at this time, did not immediately answer their questions, but after glancing at the empty air not far away, cast a spell with one hand to gather a huge fireball 1 foot high, and threw it quickly in front of everyone. After the fireball flew to place several dozen feet in front of Liang Daosheng, it seemed to hit several sharp blades and was quickly cut into several flame fragments. Seeing this scene, Lingyuan, Qingming and the other two beside him also understood that someone had already set up a large formation in front of them. Their faces changed immediately, and they took out their magic weapons and looked forward with a serious face. Which Taoist friend is it? Why did you set a trap here to stop us? As Lingyuan's voice fell, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the air in front of everyone, and then 4 figures in different clothes suddenly appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Haha. I didn't expect that there would be a high-level formation master among you. This really made me miscalculate. Although the 4 people who appeared were also giant and cultivators, their cultivation was much higher than that of Song Qingming and his team. The lowest one was also giant in level 5, and the leader was a giant in level 9 cultivator who had reached the peak of giantin. It's you. Duan Longshan, fellow Taoists from the Xiangui sect, we are only here to hunt monsters and treasures, and we have never offended you. Why do you want to set a trap to harm us? Your Xiangui sect is a famous and upright sect in Qingzhou. Could it be that you also want to follow the path of abandoned cultivation today and kill people and rob treasures in broad daylight? As soon as he saw the figures of the 4 people, Qingming, one of the people on Song Qingming's side, immediately recognized the identity of one of them and questioned the other person in front of everyone. Hearing that the other party was a cultivator from the Xiangui sect, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a trace of doubt, and he couldn't help but glance at Lingyuan who was around. He and his group came here to refine the golden elixir corpse puppet on their bodies, but they happened to run into a cultivator from the Xiangui sect who was studying this here. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Demon Ceiling Valley is a dangerous forbidden place, and it is tens of thousands of miles away from the territory of Xiangui sect. The other party just appeared here to ambush them at this time. It is obvious that they have been prepared to target them. However, when Song Qingming looked at Lingyuan, the other party also sent a suspicious look to him, and kept a distance from Song Qingming with some vigilance. As soon as Qingming finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a short beard among the 4 people from the Xiangui sect on the opposite side looked at Song Qingming and the other 4 in front of him with a smirk on his face, and laughed mockingly. Master Qi, you are really going backwards as you grow older. There are so many self-proclaimed famous and upright sects in the world of immortal cultivation. Things like killing people and seizing treasures have never been decided by the strong. Listen carefully, if you cooperate obediently and hand over the flame spirit water and the formula in your hands, our sect can consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. How did you know that we have flame spirit water? Seeing that Duan Longshan came straight to the point and directly pointed out the purpose of Song Qingming and others' trip, it was tantamount to confirming that there was a traitor among them who tipped off the other party. Song Qingming and Li Zhuan couldn't help but glance at the few people again. But who could this traitor be? Combining with what Duan Longshan just said, Song Qingming's mind quickly searched the various anomalies along the way, and gradually locked his eyes on Liang Daosheng, who was standing in front of them. Fellow Taoist Liang, I was wondering why you have been intentionally asking fellow Taoist Li about the matter of Yanling water along the way. It turns out that you have already colluded with the Xiangui sect. You are harming us today. Aren't you afraid that the people from the Xiangui sect will kill you to silence you? Since Duan Longshan and his men came here for the flame spirit water and the secret recipe for refining corpse puppet, first of all, Li Zhuan should not be a traitor. Otherwise, he would have the secret method in his hands and knew the specific location of the flame spirit water. He could have just handed it over to the Tianjiyui sect. There was no reason to trick Song Qingming and others here to perform this drama. Qi Ping pointed out the identities of Duan Longshan and his men as cultivators of the Tianjiyui sect at the first time. It was obvious that he was definitely unaware of this, otherwise he would not have reacted like this. Among the few people, only Liang Daosheng pretended to be curious and asked about the flame spirit water in a roundabout way, which seemed a little weird. And just now when the few people came out of the waterfall, Liang Daosheng, who always liked to walk at the end of the team, suddenly took the initiative to run in front of everyone, as if he wanted to lead Song Qingming and others into the trap that Duan Longshan and his men had already set up. Liang Daosheng, we all signed a soul contract before we set out. What exactly do you want to do by betraying us and colluding with the Tianjiyui sect? Seeing Song Qingming speak directly and direct his spearhead at Liang Daosheng, who had been silent in front, Li Zhuan and Qi Ping also reacted quickly. They noticed something wrong with the other party along the way. While looking at him with suspicion, they also kept a certain distance from the other party. Liang Daosheng, who was standing in front of several people, saw that his identity had been exposed, and he didn't want to continue hiding it. He nodded and generously admitted that he was in collusion with Duan Longshan and others. Haha. Since I have made a soul contract with you, I will naturally not take action against you. You can rest assured about this, fellow Taoists. But if you say it is collusion, then it can't be counted. The reason why I told Brother Duan and others about this is just for the sake of my own sect. My own sect? What do you mean? Have you secretly defected to the Xianqi sect a long time ago? Hearing Liang Daosheng's answer, Song Qingming and others present all showed a look of confusion. Master Qi, you may not have thought that junior brother Liang had already joined our sect 20 years ago and became a guest elder of our Xiangui sect. However, our sect has always kept this matter secret from the outside world, and you outsiders don't know about it. Junior brother Liang came back to participate in the auction this time, which was also specially arranged by the head of our sect. I just didn't expect that junior brother Liang would meet this Taoist friendly on this trip and invite him to come to Fengmo Valley to find spiritual water to refine corpse puppets. This is also a matter of chance. You Taoist friends can't blame others, you can only blame your own luck for not being good enough, and you actually took the initiative to deliver it to the door. Then these flame spirit waters and the secret methods of refining corpse puppets, our Xiangui sect can only accept them with a smile. Ah. Ho ha ho ha. As soon as Duan Longshan finished speaking, several Xiangui sect cultivators standing around him immediately laughed at Song Qingming and his companions, not taking them seriously at all. After hearing Duan Longshan's explanation, Song Qingming and his companions finally understood the whole story. Liang Daosheng had always been a casual cultivator in front of others. Even Qi Ping, a veteran casual cultivator who had been hanging around Qingzhou for many years, could not have imagined that he had already secretly joined the Xiangui sect, not to mention Li Zhuan and Song Qingming, who had not been here for long. The reason why Li Zhuan invited Liang Daosheng was because he saw him, as a casual cultivator, obtain a golden elixir corpse puppet at the Xiangui sect auction not long ago. However, he never expected that Liang Daosheng's arrogance at the auction was actually secretly arranged in advance by the Xiangui sect, which was the result of an accidental invitation to the other party, which put everyone in danger now. The other party has a Duan Xianlong, a powerful giant and peak cultivator. And the other three were giant and mid-stage cultivators who had reached the 5th or 6th level of giant. Even though Liang Daosheng could not attack Song Qingming and the other two because of the soul contract, there was still a big gap in the strength between the two sides. Fortunately, Song Qingming was more alert and discovered the formation set by the other party in advance, so that everyone did not fall into the trap as soon as they came out. Otherwise, Song Qingming and the other two would have been the fish on the other side's chopping board. The reason why he was able to discover the trap set by the other party in advance was that Song Qingming often needed to absorb the 5 elements of heaven and earth spiritual energy outside in order to practice the second level of Tongshan Wanlingju in recent years, and his own sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much more sensitive than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. In addition, he happened to be a third-level formation master. Before, Song Qingming only slightly sensed that there was something wrong with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in front, and he immediately judged that someone had set up a formation there. Everyone, what do you think? Do you plan to hand over this Yanling water and secret recipe yourself, or do you want us to take it ourselves? There's only one chance, don't make the wrong calculation. Seeing that Song Qingming and the other two had fallen silent, Duan Longshan tempted them again. My two fellow Taoists, don't listen to their instigation. Since so many of them have come today, they have no intention of letting us leave. Kneeling down and begging for surrender will certainly lead to death. It is better to fight with them and perhaps you can win a chance of survival. Hearing the other party's tempting words, Li Zhuan's face sank and he decisively chose to refuse. He waved his hand and summoned his golden elixir corpse puppet and his life magic weapon, as if he had determined to fight the other party to the end. However, Li Zhuan had just made a choice, and the old Taoist Qi Ping beside him faced this situation with an ugly face. On paper, the 4 opponents were all strong. For Song Qingming and the other two, the hope of defeating their opponents was indeed not high if they chose to fight hard. After some thought, Qi Ping chose to throw the 2 spiritual objects he had just obtained directly to Duan Longshan, not far away. Fellow Taoist Duan, I can give you the secret recipe and spiritual water. I promise that after I leave here, I will never mention today's events to anyone else. I hope that fellow Taoist can keep his promise and let me go. Seeing that Qi Ping had already surrendered and handed over the spiritual objects, Duan Longshan glanced at the 2 things he had obtained, and his face, which had just been a little ugly, was instantly happy. Okay. Taoist Qi, rest assured. You just wait here for a while. We have resolved the issues of these 2 Taoists, and then we will sign a soul contract with you. Then we will naturally let you go. Well, then let's do as Taoist Duan said. I will wait for you on the side. Taoist, rest assured, I will never get involved in your affairs. I just hope you can leave safely. After Qi Ping finished speaking, he really did what Duan Longshan said. He left the position where Song Qingming and the others were with a calm face and became a spectator on the side. And Liang Daosheng, who betrayed Song Qingming and others, also came to Qi Ping not far away at the instruction of Duan Longshan, and stared at him. Haha. Taoist Qi is still aware of the situation. Seeing this, Duan Longshan nodded with satisfaction, and turned his gaze to Song Qingming on the side, and asked softly, then Taoist Song, have you thought about it, huh? Since fellow Taoist has no intention of letting us go, there is no need to pretend. I have been cultivating for so many years. If I could be fooled by a few words like this, I would probably not be alive today. Although Song's cultivation is low, I am not a coward. If you want to take things from me, just talking is not enough, the words have been said so bluntly. Song Qingming is naturally very clear in his mind that no matter whether he chooses to hand over the spiritual water and formula in his hand like Qi Ping or not, the other party will definitely not let them go easily. After all, a Yuanying sect like the Xiangui sect still needs a little face. Since they have chosen to do such a thing of killing people and stealing treasures, they will certainly not want to leave any hidden dangers for themselves. Moreover, in this location of the Sealed Demon Valley, new flame spirit water will be born every 100 years. As long as they get the formula in Li Zhuan's hand, it will be an important place for the Xiangui sect to continuously refine and improve the corpse puppets. In this regard alone, the Xiangui sect is naturally nor can it tolerate other outsiders knowing about this place. Although the other side has 4 powerful Jinden cultivators, and Duan Longshan, a 9th-level Jinden master, it is definitely impossible for Song Qingming and Li Zhuan to defeat the other side. But now he still has several powerful life-saving methods. As long as the other side does not have a Yuanying cultivator present, Song Qingming only needs to escape and there will always be a chance. Seeing that Song Qingming also decisively rejected the other party's temptation, Lizhuan, who had been watching him nervously, was finally a little relieved. If Song Qingming also chose to do the same as Qi Ping, and chose to give up the spiritual object and directly compromise with Duan Longshan and others, he would be left alone to face the Xiangui sect alone. 4 people, there is absolutely no chance of winning. No matter how strong Song Qingming is, he can only help share some of the pressure. For Lizhuan, his hope of escaping next time will always increase a little. Seeing that Song Qingming was unwilling to compromise, Duan Longshan's face changed instantly, and he quickly condensed several very sharp ice spikes in his hand, and then threw them out. However, what surprised Song Qingming and Lizhuan was that these ice spikes were not pointed at the 2 of them, but flew towards the old Taoist Qiping who was standing not far away to watch the battle. Duan Longshan's move not only puzzled Song Qingming and Lizhuan, but also made several Xiangui sect companions standing beside him and those who were staring at him not far away. Liang Daosheng, who was urging the Taoist priest, was also stunned. Qi Ping, who had been standing aside, faced the sudden attack of the ice spikes, but he did not dodge and stood aside with a calm face. It was not until the 3 ice spikes penetrated his body that Qi Ping's body suddenly exploded with a bang. And after emitting a burst of black smoke in the air, it turned into a damaged green talisman. At the same time, a figure jumped out of thin air in the air 100 feet away from the green talisman, and then quickly took out a flying boat magic weapon, turned into a beam of light and fled far away. Seeing this scene, Liang Daosheng, who was staring at Qi Liudao, also changed his face. High-level substitute talisman. Seeing the figure of Qi Liudao running away not far away, Duan Longshan snorted with sharp eyes, HMPH. The old thing is ungrateful. I will leave this person to you, my 2 junior brothers. After dealing with him, you can come back here to meet me. Junior brother Liang, you can go with me. Junior brother Chen and I are here. Liang Daosheng, who was in charge of instructing Qi Ping, had been paying attention to Song Qingming and the others, and did not notice that Qi Ping had used a high-level substitute talisman to replace his original body while he was negligent. If it were not for Duan Longshan's high level of cultivation, who saw the opponent's flaw in time, they might have been deceived by Qi Liudao's substitute talisman and escaped from here today. Hearing Duan Longshan's reproachful tone, Liang Daosheng nodded immediately, and used the flying boat and 2 Xiangui sect giant and cultivators to chase in the direction where Qi Liudao left with an angry look on his face. Although he and Song Qingming and the other 2 had already after signing the soul contract, they could not attack them directly. However, in this pursuit, Liang Daosheng could help control the flying boat and save the mana of the other 2 companions, which could still help a little. The 3 people from the Xiangui sect had just left. Song Qingming and Lizhuan, who were standing in the same place, exchanged glances with each other. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity for them to escape, they immediately turned into 2 escape lights and changed directions to escape far away. However, the remaining Duan Longshan and another giant and cultivator Chen Zifan, faced the escape of Song Qingming and his 2 companions, and their eyes showed contempt. 2 Taoist friends. It's not so easy to escape from us today. As soon as the voice fell, a black armored man appeared in front of Song Qingming, and punched him directly in the face, stopping him in midair. Golden Dan Lake Corpse Puppet. Seeing this black armored man, Song Qingming frowned, and his face became a little ugly. But before he could make any move, Chen Zifan appeared beside him again, controlling a huge gold brick magic weapon to smash towards Song Qingming. Golden Wind, help me stop him. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly cast a spell to release the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body, which emitted a 5-color spiritual light, resisting Chen Zifan's gold brick magic weapon, and summoned Golden Wind holding a flying knife magic weapon to help stop the black armored man who had already attacked. Song Qingming and Chen Zifan had just started fighting, and Lizhuan on the other side also didn't run far before he was blocked by Duan Longshan, who followed closely. Duan Longshan's cultivation was far superior to Lizhuan, and the battle between them naturally soon showed a one-sided suppression. However, although Duan Longshan easily gained the upper hand, he always left room for maneuver in the battle with Lizhuan, and did not want to kill him, which gave the other party many opportunities to resist. The reason for this is that Lizhuan still has something he wants, and Duan Longshan doesn't dare to push him too hard to prevent him from fighting to the death. In fact, the outcome of their battle has long been determined, and the initiative is firmly in the hands of Duan Longshan. As long as he is willing to use all his strength, Lingyuan will not be able to hold on for long. A loud bang sounded not far away. Song Qingming had just gotten rid of Chen Zifeng on the side and was about to change direction to escape, but was blocked by the black armor corpse puppet in the late Jinden stage, and was beaten back with a punch. Haha. Dao, although you have some skills, don't think about running away when you meet me today. Stay and have a good fight with me. Hearing Chen Zifeng's mockery, Song Qingming, who had just stabilized his body, was a little unhappy in his heart, but he still resisted ignoring the other party and observed the situation around him very calmly. Although Chen Zifeng's cultivation was slightly higher than Song Qingming's, Song Qingming did not suffer much loss after fighting with him for dozens of rounds. The key was that the corpse puppet used by the opponent had reached the late Jinden stage of cultivation. It was really difficult to deal with. Not only was its body very strong, but its escape speed was also amazing. Song Qingming tried to get rid of it several times and escaped, but was stopped by it. Chapter 652, Escape with Difficulty, Black Demon Crow. Although Chen Zifeng's cultivation is still at the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core, he is also one of the most powerful Jinden cultivators in the Xiangui sect. Especially with the black armor corpse puppet of the late Jinden stage that he has cultivated for many years, his strength is no weaker than that of ordinary late Jinden cultivators. It is precisely because he has this very powerful black armor corpse puppet in his hand as his greatest strength that Chen Zifeng is so confident in the battle with Song Qingming, and he does not think that the other party has the ability to escape from his hands. On the other hand, Song Qingming can barely fight Chen Zifeng with his own fighting ability, but Jin Feng, whose cultivation is only at the peak of the 1st level of the Golden Core, is still not strong enough to face the opponent's black armor corpse puppet of the late Jinden stage. The two sides fought for only a few dozen rounds, and Jin Feng was beaten back many times by the opponent, and a big hole was drilled in one of his legs by the opponent's magic weapon, which was really a bit horrible. Fortunately, the corpse puppet's body was damaged, which would not affect its combat effectiveness too much. Although Golden Wind was a little embarrassed now, it could still help Song Qingming to contain the black armored corpse puppet and prevent it from being besieged by the other party. However, Lingyuan was already showing signs of defeat, and he might not be able to hold on for too long. The escaped Qi Liudao didn't know what was going on. The other two Jinden monks who went to chase him might come back to support him at any time. There was really not much chance and time left for Song Qingming. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Song Qingming had no other choice at the moment. He could only go all out and try to see if he could repel the other party first and make a way out for himself. After making up his mind, Song Qingming put away the Mobe sword in his hand, and took out a pair of palm-sized golden ring magic weapons, and cast a spell to put them on the black armored corpse puppet that was fighting with Golden Wind not far away. This controlled the black armor corpse puppet and reduced the pressure on Golden Wind. He was beaten back by the opponent and gradually stabilized his body. A 3rd level high-grade magic weapon. You actually have this level of spiritual objects, haha, I really underestimated you. Seeing the golden ring magic weapon used by Song Qingming, Chen Zifeng's face showed a slight surprise, and then immediately changed into greedy joy. As a Jinden elder of the unyielding sect such as Xiangui sect, Chen Zifeng did not have a 3rd level high-grade magic weapon, and he did not expect that an outsider like Song Qingming would have such a thing. However, although this golden ring can control this black armor corpse puppet in the late Jinden period, it can't last for too long. It can only temporarily help Song Qingming trap the other party for a period of time. During this period, although Chen Zifeng needs to face Song Qingming alone, the other party's cultivation is 1 level lower than his, and his strength in direct combat is not stronger than his own. Song Qingming is also very clear about this. After obtaining the relics left by Zhao Jibei in the East China Sea, Song Qingming soon used the 2 3rd-level top-grade magic weapons on him. The magic weapon Golden Shining Treasure Halo that he just used to deal with Chen Zifeng's black armor corpse puppet was one of them. This 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon not only has a very strong attack ability, but can also change its form to restrain the enemy. This is somewhat similar to the magical power of Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror. Using the Golden Shining Treasure Halo in his hand, he temporarily trapped the opponent's black armor corpse puppet and solved his own worries. Song Qingming raised his hand and summoned his life magic weapon 5-color Divine Light Mirror again, and released several 5-color Divine Lights at Chen Zifeng not far away, and began to turn defense into offense, and took the initiative to rush to where Chen Zifan was. Knowing that Song Qingming wanted to escape from here quickly, Chen Zifan was not in a hurry. He took out a silver round bead magic weapon of the 3rd grade with a smile on his face, and turned it into 2 light shields to easily block Song Qingming's attack. This silver round bead is the most powerful defensive magic weapon on him. Since he got this magic weapon, it has helped Chen Zifan to turn danger into safety many times in these years. Even if he encounters a general master in the late Jinden stage, he can hold his own. Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 elements Divine Light Mirror has a general offensive ability. Even if he has used all his strength to attack, he still can't do much with this silver round bead magic weapon. Seeing that the frontal attack still didn't work, Song Qingming quickly retracted the golden Yaobao aura that controlled the black armor corpse puppet, and wanted to change direction to get away, but Chen Zifan, who was well prepared, immediately entangled him again, ready to stop Song Qingming. HMPH. Taoist friend, where do you want to go? Chen Zifan, who had just escaped a few hundred feet away and had already caught up to the side, held a flying sword in his hand and quickly sent out several sword lights to slash in front of Song Qingming. The black armor corpse puppet that had just escaped from the trap behind him also punched away the golden wind on the side and chased after Song Qingming. Seeing that the opponent was attacking him from the front and back, Song Qingming, who seemed to be in trouble and had no way out, did not panic, and his expression on his face still looked very calm. After dodging the fierce attack of the opponent in front of him, Song Qingming used the 9 Palace Meteor escape again to increase his escape speed and wanted to escape in another direction. Seeing that Song Qingming was still unwilling to give up and wanted to rely on his escape speed to get rid of his entanglement, Chen Zifan smiled slightly and immediately commanded the black armor corpse puppet on the side to turn into a black escape light and chase in front of Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who relied on the 9 Palace Meteor escape, could get rid of Chen Zifan, who had an average escape speed, in a short time. But the black armor corpse puppet in his hand also practiced a powerful escape speed magic. However, it only chased 5 or 6 miles away before it flashed to Song Qingming's side. However, just as it was about to hit Song Qingming who was escaping, Song Qingming stopped on his own initiative and released the golden treasure halo again to trap the opponent. Then, Song Qingming had another red talisman in his hand, and began to frantically inject his own mana into it. This is a 3rd level top grade talisman. Not good, get out of the way. Chen Zifan, who was still rushing to the back, saw the red talisman in Song Qingming's hand. His face changed instantly, and he immediately accelerated his escape speed and rushed up, trying to stop Song Qingming from using this talisman. The 3rd grade red talisman in Song Qingming's hand was given to him by Feng He for self-defense when he and Feng He came to the Eastern Phoenix country to cultivate immortals. Later, when Feng He successfully broke through the nascent soul and Song Qingming parted ways with him, he wanted to return the talisman to him, but Feng He, who was already a nascent soul cultivator, directly rejected Song Qingming's idea of returning the talisman, so it remained on him. Song Qingming, who was casting a spell, naturally saw Chen Zifan rushing towards him at full speed, and immediately commanded the golden wind beside him to stop him. However, it would be difficult for the injured golden wind to stop Chen Zifan, who was at the 6th level of the golden core. At the same time, thousands of colorful golden armored butterflies suddenly flew out from Song Qingming's side and rushed straight to Chen Zifan, which helped the golden wind to entangle him. Chen Zifan, who was blocked by the golden fantasy butterfly and golden wind summoned by Song Qingming, could not rush over for a while. Seeing this, he immediately controlled a black armor corpse puppet in the distance and dodged Song Qingming's spiritual attack. Although the golden Yaobao aura bound his hands and feet and could not attack the opponent for a while, the black armor corpse puppet could still move freely and still had a chance to rely on its own powerful escape speed to avoid Song Qingming's next attack. However, just as he made a move, a very dazzling light flashed in front of him, and a large group of colorful flying saucers appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. Faced with the overwhelming entanglement of the golden fantasy butterflies in front of him, the black armor corpse puppet could not distinguish the direction for a while, and could only dodge the attacks of these ferocious spirit insects in place. These golden fantasy butterflies were all released by Song Qingming in advance and prepared to deal with him. Although the black armor corpse puppet has powerful physical powers, it has no independent consciousness and its spiritual consciousness is relatively weak, so it is very difficult to deal with this kind of illusion attack. As Song Qingming, who has also owned a giant corpse puppet for many years, naturally knows this weakness of these corpse puppets. Without Chen Zifeng's help, it is absolutely impossible for it to get rid of these golden illusion butterflies in a short time. After a fight with it, the reason why Song Qingming suddenly chose to escape with all his strength was not only to let Chen Zifeng relax his vigilance against him, but also to try to separate him from this black armor corpse puppet. However, in a moment, the scarlet third-level upper-grade talisman in Song Qingming's hand was ready and turned into a ferocious white tiger. Go! Song Qingming stared at the front with cold eyes, and after spitting out a word firmly, the white tiger that had been ready to go on the side immediately turned into a white light and rushed towards the black armor corpse puppet not far away. With a fierce tiger roar, the white tiger that had come to the top of the black armor corpse puppet opened its huge mouth and swallowed it and a group of golden illusion butterflies beside it. Then a flash of white light passed, and the black armor corpse puppet with only half of its body left fell from midair. Seeing that the attack was successful, Song Qingming's face immediately showed joy. He decisively put away all the magic weapons and spirit insects, waved his hand quickly to use the illusion bolt, took the golden wind that had returned to his side and directly left Chen Zifeng and fled into the distance. You, a man, dared to destroy my corpse puppet. You really deserve to die? Song Qingming had just left and had already caught up with Chen Zifeng on the side. After putting away the remaining half of the black armor corpse puppet, he looked at Song Qingming, who had turned into a white escape light in the distance, with a fierce look on his face. He immediately took out a flying bolt magic weapon and followed the direction of Song Qingming's escape with all his strength. Seeing Chen Zifeng chasing closely behind him, Song Qingming did not show any surprise on his face. He had just destroyed the black armor corpse puppet that the other party had carefully cultivated for many years. No one would choose to let him go easily. However, Chen Zifeng's escape speed was average, and it was difficult for him to catch up with him in a short time like the black armor corpse puppet. Song Qingming was not worried about this. Just now, Song Qingming chose to use the third-level upper-grade spiritual talisman on his body on the other party's black armor corpse puppet. In addition to the fact that the other party was clumsy and easier to succeed, there was also this reason. Now that there is no black armor corpse puppet entanglement, Song Qingming only needs to rely on the escape speed to get rid of the other party, find a place to hide for a few days, and he should be able to leave the sealed demon valley safely. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly escaped a distance of thousands of miles. Chen Zifeng, who had consumed too much mana, finally found it difficult to keep going at full speed. The escape speed slowly dropped, and Song Qingming also took this opportunity to slowly distance himself from the other party. Seeing Song Qingming, who was controlling the phantom boat with all his strength, still running at an unreduced speed, Chen Zifeng's face slowly showed a trace of doubt. Logically speaking, Song Qingming's cultivation was obviously lower than his own, and he had just consumed a lot of mana using a third-grade upper-grade talisman, so his mana should have been exhausted earlier than his. But in front of Chen Zifeng, Song Qingming's speed of escape was not reduced at all, and he could occasionally use the 9-Palace Meteor escape to distance himself from him. It was obvious that his mana was still very comfortable. After running for more than an hour, seeing that Chen Zifeng's figure had not appeared for a long time, Song Qingming knew that he had gotten rid of him, put away a small porcelain bottle in his hand, turned around and flew to a high mountain below. After landing in a forest below the top of the mountain, Song Qingming quickly took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones and began to meditate to quickly recover his mana. Previously, using a third-grade upper-grade talisman, Song Qingming almost consumed most of his mana in an instant. The reason why he was able to escape from the pursuit of his opponent was not because Song Qingming's mana was really much higher than his opponent's, but mainly because he had a rare spiritual object, the Millennium Spirit Milk, which could help him quickly replenish his consumed mana. Although Chen Zifeng had much more mana left in his body than Song Qingming when he was chasing him, he did not have too many spiritual pills to restore mana, so he naturally could not beat Song Qingming in this regard. After meditating for half an hour, the 2 spiritual stones in Song Qingming's hands had turned into a pile of powder. He stood up after recovering most of his mana. It's not easy to go out with someone, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. This time I'm really unlucky. In order to escape from the opponent's hands in the previous battle, Song Qingming not only used the third-level upper-grade spiritual talisman that Feng He gave him to save his life, but also because the power of the spiritual talisman was too great, He lost dozens of spiritual insects that had been surrounding the black armor corpse puppet in vain. Fortunately, after activating the talisman, Song Qingming took back the golden treasure halo in time. Otherwise, if this precious third-grade magic weapon was damaged, Song Qingming would be distressed for a long time. But it was also a helpless move. Chen Zifeng's strength was not weak, and with a powerful black armor corpse puppet on him, his real strength was equivalent to that of a late giant and cultivator. If he hadn't decisively used the third-grade talisman to destroy the difficult late giant and black armor corpse puppet in Chen Zifeng's hand, it would have been difficult for Song Qingming to escape from the opponent so quickly with his strength alone. Fortunately, the opponent underestimated the enemy at the beginning and underestimated Song Qingming's strength. He didn't expect that he, an outsider cultivator, would have so many powerful magic weapons and talismans on him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Song Qingming to succeed in one strike and quickly escape from danger. After standing there and sighing, Song Qingming observed the surrounding environment and felt that this small hill was very inconspicuous among the mountains, and there was no spiritual energy on the mountain, so it was a good place to hide. After finding a slow position halfway up the mountain, Song Qingming stretched out his hand and threw out 4 formation flags and inserted them around. He set up a high-level concealment formation here and hid in it. Now that such a long time has passed, Lijuan and Qi Liudao are facing the pursuit of several people from the Heavenly Puppet sect. Most of them are in danger. The other party should now start searching for him, the fish that escaped the net. If Song Qingming shows up and escapes rashly at this moment, there is a high possibility that he will run into them. For now, he can only rely on this formation in front of him, which can help him avoid the other party's search next. Moreover, this sealed demon valley is a dangerous place after all. Those people from the Heavenly Puppet sect will definitely not dare to stay here for too long. As long as he hides here patiently for a while, Song Qingming will definitely have a chance to escape safely. Just as Song Qingming was sitting in the formation and meditating patiently, a beam of light suddenly flew from the horizon in the distance, heading straight for the hill where he was. This immediately made Song Qingming frown. Shit, has the other party discovered me? Just as Song Qingming stared at the light in the distance with a serious face, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared not far behind the light, following closely behind it, as if desperately chasing the other party. When the light got closer, Song Qingming saw clearly that it was not the Xiangui sect people he thought it was, but Lijuan who had just parted with Song Qingming. However, at this moment, he was already quite embarrassed, and the light on his body was flickering constantly, as if his mana was about to run out. And the huge black cloud not far behind him was not what Song Qingming thought, but a group of thousands of countless black birds, gathered together to form the effect. Seeing Lijuan being chased by the group of black birds in such a mess, Song Qingming knew that these things were definitely not so easy to deal with, and he did not want to take the initiative to go out and meddle in other people's business. However, what made Song Qingming a little helpless was that Lijuan did not pass by here from the beginning, but came straight to where he was. It was obvious that he knew that Song Qingming was hiding here. In this case, it was difficult for Song Qingming to ignore the other party and stay out of it. Sure enough, when Lijuan approached the hillside where Song Qingming was, a voice transmission had already reached Song Qingming's ears. Fellow Dao Song, I am in trouble today. I hope you can help me. I will definitely reward you for saving my life in the future. As soon as Lijuan finished speaking, a figure in green flashed from the bottom of the hillside to his side, grabbed him and sped up his escape back to the hillside. After bringing Lijuan back to the magic circle he had set up, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell to quickly activate the formation. After hiding the figures of the two, he turned around and looked at the black cloud that was not far away. Although the concealment array he arranged was very mysterious, and 100 feet away was enough to avoid the search of the late giant and cultivators, Song Qingming encountered these black birds for the first time, and he was not 100% sure whether he could avoid them. Fellow Dao Song, these black crows are just relatively low-level monsters, and the highest cultivation level is only the late foundation building stage. They should not be able to see through this array, so don't worry, no wonder these monsters have such heavy demonic energy. I didn't expect that there are such a large number of monsters in this sealed demon valley. After hearing Lijuan's explanation, Song Qingming looked at the black crows with a trace of fear in his eyes. The so-called demon beasts are a special kind of monster beasts that are formed after ordinary monsters are contaminated by demonic energy. Unlike those ordinary monsters, These mutated monsters are extremely bloodthirsty and crazy. Whether it is a human cultivator or a monster, they will be attacked crazily until they die. It can be regarded as there were at least tens of thousands of black magic crows in front of them. Not to mention Song Qingming and Li Zhuan, even a unyielding cultivator would probably have a headache if they encountered them head-on. If the black magic crows really discovered their hiding place, it would be much more dangerous for them than facing the people from the Xiangui sect. Just when Song Qingming was nervous, the group of black magic crows had already flown over the two of them and came to this inconspicuous hill. After arriving here, they suddenly lost their target and began to run around the hill like headless flies. Although it was confirmed that the formation had completely covered the aura of the two, Song Qingming was still a little nervous, worried that these black magic crows would accidentally discover the formation hidden in the woods. After all, there were too many black magic crows in front of them. If they all fell into the woods, there was still a chance that they would find their hiding place. Fortunately, the two had good luck. Most of these black crows were only searching in the sky, and not many of them fell into the woods. After searching for a while, they gathered together and turned into a black cloud and moved away from here. We are finally safe this time. Fellow Taoist Li, how did you find my hiding place? Song Qingming, who was still staring at the black cloud in the distance, asked a question. Seeing that Li Zhuan behind him had not responded to him, he turned around and found that he had already fainted on the ground. Chapter 653 True Face, Li Zhuan. When Song Qingming just rescued Li Zhuan, he found that the other party was pale and had been seriously injured. In addition, he had been chased by the black magic crow all the way and his mana had been exhausted. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold on. Seeing this, Song Qingming sighed helplessly, took out a few healing pills from his body, and went forward to take them for him. But just as Song Qingming helped him up, a purple round bead suddenly fell from Li Zhuan's forehead, and then his face began to change, revealing another slightly similar face. Huh? Seeing this scene, Song Qingming couldn't help but exclaimed. Then he sighed and helped him up, transferred some mana into his body, and began to help him quickly refine these healing pills in his body. Half a day later, Li Zhuan, who slowly woke up from a coma, finally opened his eyes. After glancing around, Li Zhuan immediately stood up and began to use his spiritual sense to investigate the condition inside his body. After a long while, he put away the magic power in his hand and looked at Song Qingming, who had been watching him not far away. Fellow Taoist Li, your injuries are quite serious. Your dantian and meridians are damaged. It's not suitable to use your magic power casually now. After hearing Song Qingming's reminder, Li Zhuan nodded slightly, bowed to Song Qingming and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Song. If it weren't for your help, I would have died in the belly of the black demon crow. I will definitely remember your life-saving grace. After I leave this place safely, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand when he heard it. You and I are now trapped in this dangerous place. It's hard to say whether we can get out safely. Fairy, don't say these polite words now. Hearing Song Qingming suddenly change the way he addresses her, Li Zhuan immediately reacted. It seemed that something was missing from her body. After searching around, she found a purple round bead lying not far to her right, and hurriedly put it away. Fellow Taoist Song, I concealed my appearance for the convenience of going out. I hope you won't blame me for this. Song Qingming had already noticed that Li Zhuan might have intentionally concealed his face after dealing with him several times before, but this was not a rare thing in the world of immortal cultivation, so Song Qingming had never paid attention to it before. It was not until not long ago that Song Qingming accidentally knocked off the purple round bead magic weapon that concealed his original face in order to treat Li Zhuan's injuries, and saw his original appearance. What he didn't expect was that the true face of Li Zhuan, who had dealt with him many times in person and at close range, was actually a very pretty young woman. The purple round bead magic weapon used by Li Zhuan was indeed of superb quality. Even with Song Qingming's consciousness that could match that of a late giant and cultivator, he was unable to see through any flaws. In addition, she had always been wearing a loose black robe that tightly concealed her figure, so it was indeed difficult to distinguish her in terms of appearance or face. Hearing Li Zhuan's voice, which had completely returned to that of a female, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile and nodded slightly in response. Haha. Don't worry too much, fellow Taoist Li. These are just human nature. There is nothing to blame for Song. However, Song still has a few questions that I would like to ask fellow Taoist. I wonder if Fairy Li can help me solve one or two doubts." Upon hearing this, Lingyuan immediately bowed and smiled. "Fellow Taoist has saved my life. Please feel free to tell me what you have to say. As long as I know it, I will never hide it from you again. May I ask, Fairy, how did you escape from the hands of those people from the Xiangui sect before? Why were you chased here by those black magic crows? And how did fellow Taoist find my hiding place?" Hearing Song Qingming ask 3 questions in a row, Lingyuan blinked, and a bitter smile slowly emerged on his face. He immediately replied, "Fellow Taoist Song, to be honest, I left a mark in the secret recipe for refining that I gave you. I was able to find you here because of this reason. Please rest assured, I have no ill intentions in doing this. I just left a precaution in advance to prevent someone from doing harm to me after we separate. As for how I escaped the pursuit of the Xiangui sect, it's a long story." As Lingyuan explained it slowly and softly, Song Qingming finally knew everything that happened on the battlefield after he left. It turned out that after Song Qingming and Chen Zifan left the battlefield one after another, Lingyuan and Duan Longshan fought for another 100 rounds. However, Duan Longshan's strength is indeed very strong. Even though Lingyuan has been trying his best, he is still increasingly unable to defeat the opponent. Just when Lingyuan was about to lose and was helpless, I don't know if it was attracted by the fierce fight here. A large group of black magic crows suddenly appeared in the distance of the battlefield near the inner valley of the Sealed Demon Valley and rushed quickly to their location. Duan Longshan, who thought he was about to succeed, saw a large group of thousands of fierce black crows attacking from a distance, and his face changed drastically. He could not care about anything else and immediately used all his strength to intensify his attack on Lingyuan. He wanted to capture and kill Lingyuan before the black crows arrived, snatch the secret magic item on him, and then escape from here. However, Lingyuan knew at this moment that this was his only chance to escape. He did not hesitate to use a powerful talisman on his body to block Duan Longshan's several powerful attacks, so that he failed to succeed. Seeing that the black crows had already killed him in front of him, Duan Longshan had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to fight, leaving Lingyuan behind and turning around and running away. Seeing this, Lingyuan did not hesitate and hurriedly drove the flying boat to escape to a distance, trying to get rid of the fierce black crows. However, because Lingyuan had consumed a lot of mana in the previous battle with Duan Longshan, and was already seriously injured, he could not rely on his own ability to get rid of the many black crows behind him when he fled. In desperation, she tried to use the mark she left before to find Song Qingming's location, which led to the things Song Qingming knew later. That's how it is. I was saved by fellow Taoist Song today, which is also a blessing from heaven. I am not destined to die. Otherwise, I would never have escaped here alive. After saying this, Lingyuan couldn't help but sigh again. Haha. I didn't expect that Fairy Li could have such luck. I really envy her. After hearing the other party's explanation, Song Qingming was slightly surprised, and secretly envied Lingyuan's good luck. In that desperate situation where she had no chance of winning, she happened to encounter these attacking black crows, which indirectly helped her force Duan Longshan back and win a glimmer of life. Otherwise, with her personal strength alone, it would be impossible to escape from the other party. Duan Longshan's cultivation strength is already considered a very powerful master among the Jinden cultivators. Although his fighting ability is not as good as Feng He before he broke through the nascent soul, it is definitely not inferior to Yao Qianshu, Bai Yuxin and other Jinden peak cultivators that Song Qingming knows. To be honest, even if Song Qingming himself faced Duan Longshan, he was not sure that he could escape smoothly. Lingyuan was able to escape from him. As she said, it was indeed the blessing of heaven that gave her such luck. After explaining her own affairs, Lingyuan's eyes shifted to Song Qingming again, and she asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Song, how did you get rid of the pursuit before? Could it be that you have killed the Xiangui sect cultivator who was chasing you?" Haha. Fellow Taoist Li misunderstood. That person's cultivation is not weaker than mine. How could he be killed so easily by me? He just escaped by luck with a high-level spiritual talisman. Otherwise, he would not hide here and dare not leave rashly. Song Qingming responded with a wry smile. Although Song Qingming had some confidence that he could defeat Chen Zifan, who had lost his biggest support after destroying the other party's black armor corpse puppet, and the difference in their cultivation levels was not big, he was not sure that he could kill the other party in a short time. Moreover, in that situation, the other party would have other helpers to come to the rescue at any time, and Song Qingming did not want to get entangled with them too much, otherwise, once he was surrounded by other heavenly puppet sect monks, it would not be so easy for Song Qingming to leave. Seeing that Song Qingming directly denied his guess, Lizhuan's face was slightly disappointed, and then he asked, "Fellow Taoist Song, now we are trapped here, do you have any plan in mind? How should we get out next?" "Well, to be honest, my cultivation strength is just average, not as powerful as you think, and the fairy's injuries are so serious that it is difficult for her to fight with others easily now. If we go out now, not to mention that we will run into those people from the Xiangui sect, even if we are targeted by those black magic crows just now, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape. I think we should hide here for a few days first, and don't take risks rashly. Of course, this is just my personal idea. If Fairy Li feels that there is something wrong, she can leave on her own. Song will definitely not stop you." After hearing this, Song Qingming replied to Lizhuan calmly, and took out the secret recipe she had given him from his body. After carefully examining it, he wiped off the mark she had left on it in front of her. This time, Song Qingming rescued Lizhuan, but it was not his original intention. In the final analysis, it was because he was set up by the other party in advance, so she easily found his hiding place. Although Song Qingming knew that Lizhuan was a person who is quite trustworthy and had not deceived anyone on the way, he had no malicious intentions. However, facing this dangerous situation, it was hard for Song Qingming to escape safely, and he naturally did not want to take Lizhuan, who was already seriously injured, with him. Hearing that Song Qingming's attitude was a little cold, as if he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, Lizhuan was slightly startled, and a somewhat pitiful expression immediately appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Song, to be honest, in my current state, I am afraid that I will not be able to leave the Demon Ceiling Valley alive if I go out alone. If I want to save my life, I can only follow you. Please rest assured, as long as you can agree to help take me out for the sake of our sharing of hardships, I am willing to offer you another treasure that can help you cultivate corpse puppets to thank you for saving my life. Fellow Taoist Song, do you think this is feasible?" "Oh, I don't know what treasure it is, Fairy Li, can you tell me first?" Song Qingming, who was sitting in the original place, heard that Lizhuan was willing to take out the treasure that helped cultivate Golden Wind, and his face moved slightly, showing some interest. Seeing this, Lizhuan gently raised her jade hand and placed it on a storage magic tool on her waist. Soon, a small dark golden jade box appeared in her hand. "Fellow Taoist Song, this item is called the Wind Spirit Orb, and it is a high-level spiritual item that is unique to our Nansao. After the corpse puppet in the early stage of the Golden Core takes it, it can at least help it break through one level of cultivation. I originally planned to keep the spiritual item for him to use to break through the middle stage of the Golden Core after refining the corpse puppet on my body. Today, I would like to exchange this item with you for a chance to take me away from here. Would you agree to it, fellow Taoist Song?" After Lizhuan finished speaking, without much hesitation, he directly threw the jade box in his hand to Song Qingming, who was not far away, and then looked at him expectantly. "Fairy Li, you took out such a valuable thing before I agreed. Aren't you afraid that I will also learn from the Xiangui sect to kill people and steal treasures?" Song Qingming, who received the jade box, did not rush to open it, but asked the other party again. Facing Song Qingming's question, Lizhuan relaxed at this moment, spread his hands and replied calmly, "If fellow Taoist Song is as greedy as those shameless people of Xiangui sect, you should have taken away the things you should have taken when I fled here seriously injured and unconscious. Since my life today depends on you, I don't have any better choice but to trust you. If you have any other requests, just say it, as long as you promise to take me away with you." Song Qingming smiled and said, "Haha. You have a good idea. Even if I am willing to agree to it, I have to have the ability to do it. Fairy Li, I think it's better to do this. I can agree to take you along and try my best to get you out. But if you encounter a life or death situation and you can't save yourself, please find a way out yourself and don't blame me. If you agree, then this thing will be your reward to me. If you don't want to, you can take it back now and make your own plans." This fellow Taoist is really cautious and careful, not letting anyone take advantage of you at all. "Well, then I'll do as you say. If it really comes to the life or death moment you said, I can only accept my fate." Lizhuan sighed slightly and smiled again. Seeing that the other party agreed with his opinion, Song Qingming stretched out his hand to open the jade box in his hand. After seeing a bright white jade bead inside, he put it away with a satisfied look. The quality of this white jade bead has reached the 3rd level middle grade, which is quite consistent with what Lingyuan said that it can help Golden Wind break through a level of cultivation. Although he was a little reluctant to take Lingyuan with him, the spiritual object that the other party was willing to take out was indeed difficult for Song Qingming to refuse. Anyway, he had already made it clear to the other party, and he was just trying his best to take her out. If he really ran into someone from the Xiangui sect when he left, he could only leave it to fate and live in peace. Fellow Taoist Song, to be honest, my real name is Li Zuanai. I am a cultivator from a cultivation family in Nanshao. I came here to travel. The name Lingyuan is just for convenience. Taoist friends, just call me Zuanai in the future. There is no need to be polite to me. I am Song Qingming. I am also here to travel like Fairy Zuanai, but I am not a cultivator from the East Phoenix country. I came from the floating cloud mountains. Seeing that Li Zuanai was very frank and directly confessed her real name to him, Song Qingming also reciprocated and told her his real name. To be honest, Daoyao's previous name was too ordinary, and it was obviously fake. Daoyao Song should think of a better name next time, so that others can believe it more easily. Li Zuanai, who was standing by, smiled at Song Qingming and nodded slightly when she heard him say his real name. Song Shan was not the first time Song Qingming had used it, but as Li Zuanai said, it was too ordinary. If it was a low-level cultivator in the Qi refining stage, it would be fine to use this name, but Song Qingming, as a giant and cultivator with a successful cultivation, seemed a bit out of place with it. It seems that next time, it's time to change the name. Song Qingming and Li Zuanai hid on this hill for nearly half a month. During this period, although they saw many demon-eyed black crows and monsters passing by, they did not see the few people from the Xiangui sect. Seeing that Li Zuanai's injuries had recovered a lot and gradually stabilized, Song Qingming finally decided to put away the magic circle and leave the demon ceiling valley. In order to avoid the possible Xiangui sect monks, Song Qingming did not return along the original route, but chose another exit that was farther away. However, not long after they took action, Duan Longshan, who was meditating with his eyes closed in a forest near the hill where Song Qingming was, immediately opened his eyes and quickly took out a blue talisman from his body. After casting a spell, Duan Longshan looked at the spiritual light coming out from above the talisman, and excitement immediately appeared on his face. Haha. I thought you had been killed by the black demon crow, but I didn't expect you were still alive. Chen Zifan, who was sitting next to him, came over with joy when he saw this and asked, Senior Brother Duan, we found that guy. Where's he now? It is estimated that he is less than 1,000 miles away from here. He is seriously injured and cannot run fast. Junior Brother Chen, come with me to capture him. Don't give him a chance this time. Kill him and get the secret method first, so as to avoid any trouble. After nodding slightly, Chen Zifan remembered something and said, Junior Brother Lin and the others should be back soon. Senior Brother Duan, should we wait for them and then act together? Don't worry about them. This person has escaped now. If we don't chase him, he will have the opportunity to escape from the demon ceiling valley. It will be difficult to deal with him if he is seen by others. Since Junior Brother Lin and the others are not here by chance, we can't blame us for taking all the credit, don't you think so? Duan Longshan asked with some meaning. Seeing this, Chen Zifan also understood what the other party meant, and nodded hurriedly, saying, well, Senior Brother Duan is right, it is still important to get the secret recipe, otherwise we have wasted so many days here. After the two of them discussed it, Duan Longshan immediately took out a flying boat under his feet, took Chen Zifan and the other two and turned into a white light, chasing them in the distance. After leaving the hill, Song Qingming controlled the phantom boat and took Li Zuanai with him, rushing all the way north. Because this time he was trying to escape, Song Qingming did not hide his body like he did when he came here, and directly controlled the flying boat to rush out of the demon ceiling valley at the fastest speed. After flying north for most of the day, they finally got away from those more dangerous places and came to the border of the demon ceiling valley. After flying forward for a few hours, they would be able to escape from this dangerous place. The two of them came all the way, except for encountering a few low-level bird monsters. They did not run into those troublesome black demon crows, and they couldn't help but feel lucky in their hearts. Just when Song Qingming and Li Zuanai had just relaxed, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the distant sky behind them, and chased them quickly in the direction of the two. It's really haunting, Seeing the light chasing from behind, Song Qingming didn't need to look, and immediately guessed that it must be someone from the Heavenly Puppet sect. He had chosen to deviate from the original direction, but he didn't expect that the other party would catch up so quickly. It seems that the people of the Heavenly Puppet sect also have some special secret method to track the location of the two so accurately. Brother Duan. Not only that guy, but the guy surnamed Song who destroyed my corpse puppet is also with him. Haha. This time we can kill two birds with one stone and solve two troubles at the same time. Seeing two figures standing on the phantom boat in front of him, Chen Zifeng immediately recognized Song Qingming and immediately showed a fierce look on his face. In the previous battle, he was destroyed by the third-level upper-grade talisman in Song Qingming's hand. The black armored corpse puppet that he had cultivated for many years, and the other party escaped. When he came back, he was reprimanded by Duan Longshan for a while, so he hated Song Qingming to the bone. Now the opportunity to avenge his great hatred is right in front of him. How can he not be very excited? Brother Chen, I will lend you the Tenglong boat first. You will stop the guy surnamed Song later. I will come to help you after I quickly deal with Li Zhuan. Duan Longshan took a look at Song Qingming in front of him. Jumped off the flying boat on his own initiative, cast a spell to stick a talisman on the character, and rushed to Song Qingming and the others first. Seeing Duan Longshan and Chen Zifeng catching up from behind, Song Qingming was helpless. Just when he was about to say goodbye to Li Zhuan suddenly asked him with a determined look, "Fellow Taoist Song, can you promise me one more thing? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 654, Killed with One Strike, Familiar. Hearing Li Zhuan's request, Song Qingming was also slightly stunned. He thought that the other party knew that he was on the verge of despair and wanted to entrust him with something. After thinking for a while, he nodded to her calmly. "Dao Ali. Today you and I may not have a chance to escape from here. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. I will do my best to do what I promised you, then I'd like to ask Dao to keep this for me first. Remember to return it to me later." Seeing that Song Qingming agreed to it, Li Zhuan's face showed a little relief, and then handed a square jade pendant that had been prepared in his hand to Song Qingming. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Song Qingming still had some doubts on his face, but before he could ask, Li Zhuan had already jumped down from the phantom boat and rushed directly to Duan Longshan, who was chasing behind. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming was also shocked. He didn't understand why she didn't choose to escape, but took the initiative to attack and fight the enemy. Although Li Zhuan's injuries have stabilized, it is still not easy to fight with others. At this moment, the strength she can exert is estimated to be only 50% at most. Li Zhuan in her prime is still far from being Duan Longshan's opponent, not to mention that she is now seriously injured and her strength has been greatly reduced. In Song Qingming's eyes, Li Zhuan's move is more like wanting to take the initiative to die to delay time for herself. How can Song Qingming not be shocked? In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivators who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others are all for the sect or family members. Li Zhuan and Song Qingming have only just shared hardships, and there is no motive for her to make this choice. If it were Song Qingming himself, even if he was in such a desperate situation, he would never make such a choice until the last moment. Not only did Song Qingming not expect it, but even Duan Longshan, who is already running from a distance, was also surprised. Although Li Zhuan had escaped his pursuit with the help of the Black Demon Crow, she was already seriously injured, and there was still a lot of Zuan Qi left by Duan Longshan in her body. This time, they were able to catch up with Song Qingming and the others so quickly and accurately, and it was precisely because of this reason. Just as Song Qingming thought, in Duan Longshan's eyes, Li Zhuan's choice was no different from sending herself to death. If Li Zhuan was determined to escape, Duan Longshan would probably need to use some skills and means to get rid of her. Now that she took the initiative to come to him to face him head-on, it saved him a lot of effort. You have courage. Since you are so anxious to die, I have no choice but to fulfill your wish." Looking at Li Zhuan who was getting closer and closer to him, Duan Longshan laughed very happily, and immediately cast a spell in his hand and swung out two spiritual lights. Then, A silver armor corpse puppet with a cultivation level of the late Jinden appeared beside him. Its strength was not inferior to the black armor corpse puppet of Chen Zifan that Song Qingming had dealt with before, and it seemed to be even better. As soon as this silver armor corpse puppet of the late Jinden appeared, it turned into a silver light under the command of Duan Longshan, and rushed towards Li Zuanai, who was coming towards him with great momentum. While commanding the silver armor corpse puppet to attack, Duan Longshan had another jade gourd magic weapon of the third grade upper grade in his hand. This powerful third grade upper grade magic weapon, also under Duan Longshan's control, instantly became dozens of times larger, and sprayed out a series of transparent ice arrows from it, rushing straight to the location where Li Zuanai was. In order to avoid accidents and make a quick decision, Duan Longshan did not plan to keep a backup this time. He used his most powerful corpse puppet and magic weapon right away, not wanting to give Li Zuanai another chance to escape. Seeing Duan Longshan use such a powerful method at the first move, Song Qingming and Chen Zifan, who were not far away, showed a hint of understanding on their faces. In their eyes, Li Zuanai's fate seemed to have been determined. However, facing Duan Longshan's sharp attack, Li Zuanai's face did not change much, but instead shot a cold look at Duan Longshan, who was about to kill him. Just when the silver armor corpse puppet was less than 100 feet away from her, Li Zuanai finally stopped moving forward. Standing in the air, she gently raised her jade hand and pointed at Duan Longshan in the distance. After a moment, a powerful white spiritual light suddenly appeared on Li Zuanai's finger, and then the white spiritual light turned into a sharp arrow and went straight to Duan Longshan in front of Li Zuanai. This sudden scene also made Duan Longshan somewhat unexpected. While he was still thinking, the silver armor corpse puppet in the late Jinden stage that rushed to the front had been hit by the white sword light used by Li Zuanai. Instantly, it was penetrated by it, revealing a bowl-sized hole, and was knocked out and fell from midair, while the white sword light was still going strong, shattering several transparent ice arrows that followed, and went straight to Duan Longshan. Seeing that the white sword light was so powerful that it could instantly break the defense of the silver armor corpse puppet he controlled, Duan Longshan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned a defensive magic weapon, protected himself in front of him, and formed two more shields. However, what he didn't expect was that these two defenses, which he thought were very good, were like paper in the face of the white sword light, and were instantly penetrated by it and flew straight into the sky. How is it possible? Duan Longshan, standing in place, opened his eyes wide and looked at the big hole in his chest with some disbelief. After spitting out a few words with a trembling mouth, he completely lost his voice and fell from midair. Song Qingming, who was still not far away and was trying to escape, and Chen Zifan, who had just arrived near the battlefield, both stood there when they saw this shocking scene. Some of them could not believe what had just happened. Under normal circumstances, even if they were both Jinden cultivators and had the ability to kill each other, it was not something that could be done with just one move. No one could imagine that Duan Longshan, a powerful Jinden 9th level master, was easily killed by the strange attack suddenly used by Li Zuanai, who was already seriously injured, just by a face-to-face encounter. If Song Qingming had not seen Duan Longshan's body with his own eyes, which had no breath and was motionless falling from the air not far away, he would definitely think that he was dreaming or was in a hallucination. How could this be possible? Could she be a unyielding cultivator who has hidden her cultivation? Chen Zifan, who was closer to Li Zuanai, reacted as if he had seen a ghost. After looking at Li Zuanai, who was still standing in the air with great fear, he immediately turned around and ran away desperately, as if he could no longer care about anything. In his eyes, Li Zuanai, with the cold face, had obviously become a terrifying existence like a unyielding cultivator. It was just a little strange that when Li Zuanai saw Chen Zifan running away from him, he just stood there without any action, and had no intention of chasing him. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had come to Li Zuanai not far away, hurriedly reminded him, "Dai Ali, should we still chase him?" The flying boat under Chen Zifan's feet was originally Duan Longshan's. Its quality and speed were not inferior to Song Qingming's phantom boat. Song Qingming alone was not sure that he could catch up with the other party, and he could only see if Li Zuanai had any other way. However, just as Song Qingming was waiting for the other party's reply with expectation, Li Zuanai, who was standing in the air, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person fell from the air and fell straight to the ground. Dai Ali, what's wrong with you? This sudden situation was beyond the expectation of Song Qingming, who was looking happy, and he quickly turned the flying boat and went forward to catch her. After seeing Li Zuanyi up close, Song Qingming realized that the other party was unconscious again, and the whole person fell into coma, and this time the state seemed to be worse, and the whole person's breath was now very weak. No way. This is troublesome. Song Qingming sighed helplessly, and immediately stepped forward to cast a spell to carefully check Li Zuanyi's condition, and felt that the spiritual energy in her body was very messy. It seemed that because of the amazing attack that had just been launched to kill Duan Longshan, too much mana in the body was consumed, and it suddenly backfired on her own vitality, so she suddenly fell into coma. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming hurriedly flew forward and grabbed the storage bag on Duan Longshan in the air, and the jade gourd magic weapon that fell to the side, and then quickly turned into a beam of light and fled from here. After flying forward at full speed for half a day, seeing that the flying boat under his feet finally passed through the territory of the Demon Ceiling Valley, Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying boat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chen Zifeng had been frightened and did not dare to continue chasing him. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to get rid of the other party's pursuit with a seriously injured and unconscious person. Looking at Li Zuanyi, who was still pale and unconscious lying on the flying boat behind him, Song Qingming gritted his teeth and took out a green porcelain bottle from his body, from which he poured out a blue pill full of spiritual energy. This third-level inferior Qingming pill used for healing was obtained by Song Qingming when he participated in a trading conference when he was still traveling in the East China Season world decades ago. He has kept it in his body for a long time. Seeing that Li Zuanyi's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Song Qingming did not care about these external things at this moment, and immediately cast a spell to decisively send the Qingming pill into Li Zuanyi's mouth. After the pill entered the body, as the medicinal power of the Qingming pill was slowly refined, Li Zuanyi's breath finally began to stabilize a little, and was no longer as weak as before. Seeing that the elixir had taken effect, Song Qingming slowly put his mind at ease, revealing a bit of relief. After all, it cost him more than 7,000 spiritual stones to get it, and the spiritual stones were not wasted. After controlling the flying boat away from the Demon Ceiling Valley, Song Qingming did not dare to stop. He took Li Zuanyi, who was still unconscious, and continued to move northward, wanting to stay away from the Demon Ceiling Valley as much as possible to prevent the people of the Xiangui sect from tracking them by some secret method. Half a month later, in a large market in the north of Qingzhou, Song Qingming, who was sitting on the second floor of a store selling elixirs, took a sip of the spiritual tea on the table, took out a red spiritual fruit from his body, and threw it to the ice and fire dragon who was moving non-stop on his shoulder. The ice and fire dragon, who had followed Song Qingming for many years, had broken through to the foundation building realm for nearly 20 years. Although its cultivation speed slowed down significantly after advancing to the second level, and it is not as abnormal as before, but after the careful cultivation of Song Qingming in the past 20 years, its cultivation has improved very quickly, and it is now not far from the peak of the initial stage of foundation building. Just as Song Qingming was sipping tea and teasing the ice and fire dragon on his shoulder, he suddenly felt footsteps coming from outside the door, and hurriedly waved his hand to put the ice and fire dragon directly into the spirit beast bag on his waist. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. After Song Qingming opened his mouth to answer, a shorter middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in with a smile on his face. "Senior, I am Zhang Yuan, the manager of Yufang Hall, and I am a third-level lower-grade alchemist. I just heard from the shopkeeper that you have some high-level elixirs to sell. I came here to help you check the quality of the elixirs. Well, these elixirs were looted from abandoned 2 years ago. Take a look first. If the price is right, I will give them to you, so I don't have to go to the second store." After Song Qingming finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and 4 small jade bottles of different colors appeared immediately. He casually placed them on the table beside him. "Haha. Please rest assured, the price of elixirs purchased by our store has always been the most fair in the market, and we will never dare to deliberately deceive you." After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he immediately smiled and stepped forward to pick up the jade bottles on the table, opened them one by one and took a closer look. After a long while, Zhang Yuan took out one of the jade bottles, put it aside, and said to Song Qingming respectfully, "Senior, this bottle of elixir seems to be used to cultivate corpses and corpse puppets. It is not easy to sell on the market. Our store has a rule that we cannot accept it. I hope Senior can forgive me. I have looked at the other 3 bottles of elixir and there is no big problem. Here I estimate the price for you to be 15,000 spirit stones. Are you satisfied with it, Senior? Song Qingming was silent for a moment after hearing this, and smiled softly. Okay, then let's do as you say, but I don't want those scattered low-grade spirit stones. They must be replaced with medium-grade spirit stones for me. You should be able to do this. I'm afraid we don't have so many medium-grade spirit stones in the store now. Can Senior, if it's not convenient today, it doesn't matter. I'll come again another day. Seeing that the other party showed a trace of difficulty and was a little difficult to decide, Song Qingming's face turned cold. He put away the porcelain bottle on the table and stood up to leave. Senior, please give me a little more time. I will discuss with the shopkeeper and give you an answer right away. Seeing that Song Qingming was about to leave, Zhang Yuan hurried forward to stop him and said anxiously. Seeing this, Song Qingming looked at him calmly and nodded slightly, saying, okay. I'll wait for you for another cup of tea. After an incense stick of time, Song Qingming finally walked out of Yufangtang with a satisfied look. These pills have been sold successfully, and it's time to leave here. After walking around the street again, Song Qingming came to an inn on the east side of the market and strode in. Sir, you are back. As soon as he entered the door, the innkeeper saw Song Qingming and immediately came forward to greet him. Song Qingming nodded slightly and asked again, I just left. No one came upstairs to look for me, right? No, don't worry, I've been in the store all day today, and no one has been to your place. Well, I'm going to check out and leave later. Please count the spirit stones here first, and I'll be down in a while. After that, Song Qingming went straight to the second floor. After arriving at the innermost guest room of the inn, Song Qingming first carefully checked the restrictions he had set up at the door, and then pushed the door and walked in after seeing nothing unusual. After taking a look at Li Zuanai who was still unconscious on the bed, Song Qingming turned around and packed up the things in the room before coming to her side. It's been more than 10 days, why can't he wake up? Song Qingming, who was standing by the bed, muttered to himself, and took out the square jade pendant that Li Zuanai had given him before, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After escaping from the Demon Ceiling Valley with Li Zuanai that day, Song Qingming went all the way north until he entered the territory of another sect that did not get along well with the Xiangui sect, and then he stopped and hid in this market. These days, Song Qingming has also gone out many times and bought a lot of high-level healing pills in the market to treat Li Zuanai's injuries. Although he has stabilized her weak breath and helped her recover a lot of her internal vitality, for some reason, Li Zuanai still has no signs of waking up, which makes Song Qingming, who has taken care of her for more than 10 days, feel a little helpless. In any case, he had promised the other party before that he would return this thing to her in person. But now that Li Zuanai has not woken up, Song Qingming has no choice but to patiently treat her and wait for her to wake up. After waving his hand and taking out a jade bottle from his body, Song Qingming poured out 2 golden pills from it and directly put them into Li Zuanai's mouth, and began to transport mana into her body to help her refine the pills in her body. Fortunately, because Li Zuanai had previously displayed his divine power and killed Duan Longshan, Song Qingming, who had obtained the storage magic tool on him, unexpectedly made a fortune and had enough spiritual stones to help Li Zuanai buy these healing pills. The pills he had just sold in the Yufang Hall were actually all found by Song Qingming from Duan Longshan's storage magic tool. These pills were not used by giant and cultivators for normal cultivation, and Song Qingming had no use for them at all. So he took them all to the market to exchange for spiritual stones, and just happened to exchange some healing pills. Duan Longshan was an elder of a large Yuanying sect like the Xiangui sect, so of course his storage magic tool was not just these things. When Song Qingming opened the storage magic tool on Duan Longshan's body 2 days ago, he was immediately surprised by the piles of spiritual stones and various high-level spiritual objects in front of him. Duan Longshan had more than 60,000 spiritual stones, various high-level elixirs, and countless spiritual talismans, magic weapons, and manuals. Song Qingming was shocked for a while. After a rough estimate, Song Qingming felt that there were at least 200,000 spiritual stones in total, which was much more than the relics he found on Zhao Jibei and Xianyuan Sea. It was definitely in line with the wealth of a giant and peak cultivator from a large sect. In addition, Song Qingming also found a very familiar Yanling water and the secret method that Li Zuanai had given them from Duan Longshan, as well as a white floating dust magic weapon. These were all things that Song Qingming had seen before, belonging to the old Taoist Qiping. Seeing these things appear on Duan Longshan, Song Qingming could easily guess that after Qi Liudao separated from them, he was ultimately unable to escape and fell into the hands of the Xiangui sect cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have died long ago. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is common for cultivators who go out to adventure and search for treasures to encounter such things as being killed and robbed of treasures. Song Qingming himself has encountered this more than once in his many years of cultivation. In the end, who will benefit and survive depends on personal luck and ability. This time, if Li Zuanai had not directly killed Duan Longshan at the last moment, whether Song Qingming could escape the pursuit of the Xiangui sect cultivators would also be unknown. Seeing the relics left by Qi Liudao, Song Qingming sighed that the other party was really unlucky, but there was not much in his heart. Even though Song Qingming and his men have temporarily escaped danger, they have killed a 9th-level giant and elder of the Xiangui sect, and it is impossible for the other party not to take action. Song Qingming needs to leave Qingzhou before the other party finds this place. After a cup of tea, Song Qingming finally helped Li Zuanai refine the 2 healing pills in her body and raise his hand to take back his magic power. Just after he rested for a while, he was about to help Li Zuanai up and take her away from here. Unexpectedly, Li Zuanai, who had not moved for more than half a month, suddenly had a burst of emerald light on her body, which covered her body to form a shield. Hey! Is this the Zhuanggun armor? Seeing this familiar emerald light, Song Qingming immediately felt a sense of déjà vu. However, just as he stood there with his eyebrows frowned and his face full of doubts, Li Zuanai, who was lying on the bed, suddenly made a whimpering sound, and then slowly opened her closed eyes. Seeing that Li Zuanai finally woke up, Song Qingming was immediately very happy. He didn't care about other things and quickly raised his hand to release a few formation flags to be inserted around the room. After quickly casting a low-level secret formation to isolate the sound inside in the room, Song Qingming walked happily to the bedside. Seeing that Li Zuanai had opened her eyes and was looking at him with a smile, Song Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fairy Zuanai, that's great, you finally woke up. Chapter 655, Sharing Spiritual Objects and Going to Nanshao. Now the two of them have not completely escaped from danger, Li Zuanai has been unconscious, which really makes Song Qingming very worried. Now that he sees that he has finally woken up, the pressure in Song Qingming's heart is relieved a lot. Li Zuanai opened his big eyes, looked around first, and then asked Song Qingming weakly, "Fellow Taoist Song, how long have I been unconscious, including today? It should be the 17th. Don't worry, we have escaped from the Demon Ceiling Valley now. This place is the territory of the Yunshu sect in the north of Qingzhou. The people of the Xiangui sect should not be able to find this place in a short time." Song Qingming just answered the other party, and saw Li Zuanai holding the bed with his hands and trying to get up, so he quickly reached out to help, but Li Zuanai waved his hand at him with a smile, and insisted on sitting up. Then Li Zuanai began to try to operate the mana in his body, but as soon as he used the mana in his body, his whole face turned pale and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and almost fell down again. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurried forward to support her, and gently persuaded her, "Fairy Li, your internal injuries have not yet recovered, so don't rush to use your magic power. I haven't thanked you for your care for many days." Zuanai is a little rude. After wiping a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, Li Zuanai smiled bitterly and bowed slightly to Song Qingming. "You and I have been friends in adversity, Taoist, don't be so polite. To be honest, if it weren't for the fairy's means of killing Duan Longshan with one blow, Song would probably have found it difficult to escape from the hands of the Xiangui sect that day. I should also remember this favor. Besides, I have already promised Taoist that I would return this thing to you personally. If I don't wait for you to wake up, wouldn't I be breaking my promise?" After Song Qingming finished speaking, a flash of light flashed in his hand, and he took out the jade pendant that Li Zuanai had given him personally before, and handed it to her. Seeing this square jade pendant, Li Zuanai's face immediately showed a trace of joy, and then carefully put it away. "Fairy Li, I would like to ask you a question. What kind of magical power did you use to kill Duan Longshan before? It was so powerful that it could kill a peak giant and cultivator with one blow. I really don't know why Fairy Li has such a powerful magical power but has never used it before. Can you help me understand this?" Seeing Song Qingming looking at her curiously, Li Zuanai smiled and waved her hand slightly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Song has misunderstood me. How could I have such a great ability to kill a peak giant and cultivator? The method I used before was just a secret technique left to me by my master. After activating this secret technique, it can send out a full-strength attack of a unyielding cultivator, even a peak giant and cultivator. A cultivator who is hit head-on will inevitably die." Duan Longshan knew that I was seriously injured and looked down on me for a while, so he was completely unprepared and was killed by me using a secret technique. The reason why I couldn't use it before was that once this secret technique was used, it would consume a lot of mana. If I couldn't kill the opponent with one strike, I would be in danger. When Duan Longshan fought with me before, he was always on guard. In that situation, I was not very sure. So I didn't make a move. Can Li Xianzi's master also be a unyielding senior who can launch a full-strength attack of a unyielding cultivator? After hearing Li Xianzi's explanation, Song Qingming looked at her with a trace of awe. Being able to set up a method to easily kill a giant and late-stage cultivator on someone else, Song Qingming could guess without thinking too much that Li Xianzi's master must be at least a unyielding cultivator with great magical powers. Hearing Song Qingming's question, Li Xianzi did not answer directly, but nodded with a smile on her face, which was regarded as admitting Song Qingming's guess. What Li Xianzi said was actually similar to Song Qingming's guess these days. After seeing her kill Duan Longshan with one blow, she immediately fell into coma because of the loss of a large amount of mana in a short period of time. Song Qingming also knew that the reason why she was like this must be that she must have forcibly used a secret technique, which caused her to be backfired by the vitality in her body. It was just that he had never known what powerful secret technique she used, which made him curious. In the world of immortal cultivation, some high-level cultivators, in order to take care of those younger disciples with low cultivation, left their own powerful secret techniques on the other party to prevent them from encountering any danger outside. It was actually not uncommon. However, using this method was also a rather troublesome thing. Song Qingming had been forming a pill for so many years, and he only left a relatively low-level means of self-defense for Song Yuanhao. After asking about this matter, Song Qingming took out another storage bag from his body and placed it in front of Li Xianzi. "Fairy Li, what is placed here are the spiritual objects I found from Duan Longshan. Some of them have been exchanged for spiritual stones to buy elixirs for you to heal your injuries. The rest are all here. Although I picked up this storage bag, you killed Duan Longshan after all. How about we just split the things in it in half?" Seeing the storage bag in Song Qingming's hand, Li Xianzi's face was also slightly surprised, and she couldn't help but look at Song Qingming with a bit of appreciation. After killing Duan Longshan, Li Xianzi soon fainted and had no idea what happened afterwards. If Song Qingming didn't take the initiative to tell her, she couldn't be sure that the storage magic weapon on Duan Longshan had fallen into his hands. In that critical situation, it was reasonable for Song Qingming to make up a random excuse or directly say that he was eager to escape and forgot about it. The reason why Song Qingming was so open-minded and willing to share the spiritual objects on Duan Longshan with Li Xianzi was that he really wanted to recognize the other party as a friend. After so many years of cultivation, although Song Qingming was not a gentleman, he was also willing to be loyal to every friend who was willing to treat him sincerely. Li Xianzi risked his life to kill Duan Longshan that day, which meant that he had entrusted his entire life and property to Song Qingming, and Song Qingming could not shirk this no matter what. Facing Li Xianzi, who had unconditionally trusted him, Song Qingming naturally did not want to take advantage of the other party in secret. After all, Duan Longshan died in her hands. Although Duan Longshan had many spiritual objects on him, they were not what Song Qingming lacked. A pile of spiritual stones and a friend who treated him sincerely, Song Qingming still felt that the latter was more important to him. Seeing that Song Qingming was ready to pour out the spiritual objects in the storage bag and share them with him, Li Xianzi hesitated for a moment and stopped him. "Fellow Taoist Song, I don't think it's necessary to divide the things in here. I have another favor to ask of you. If you are willing to agree to it, these things will be considered as your reward." "Fairy Li, there is no need to be so polite. Please tell me what is the matter first. I will do my best as long as it is possible." Seeing this, Song Qingming stopped casting the spell in his hand and responded with a smile. Li Xianzi showed a trace of bitter smile on her face and said, "Fellow Taoist Song knows that my current injury is so serious that I am afraid I need 1 or 2 years of recuperation to fully recover. Now the day when I go out for training and return home is approaching. I would like to ask fellow Taoist to help send me back to Nansao. I wonder if fellow Taoist Song is willing to do me this favor. Send you to Nansao. Well, then. I promise to send you back, but just to send you back, I will get these spiritual objects for nothing, which is a bit too much of your advantage. How about this? The spiritual stones inside belong to you, and I will accept the other spiritual objects. This way, it will be fairer to both of us. Fairy Li, what do you think? Hearing that the other party wanted to send her home, Song Qingming thought for a moment and nodded to agree to the other party. Well, then listen to fellow Taoist Song, I will not refuse your kindness. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed to send her back, Li Zuanai's face suddenly showed a more relaxed smile. Now that her injuries were so serious, it was difficult for her to take care of herself if she stayed here alone, not to mention wanting to cross most of the eastern Phoenix country cultivation world to return to Nansao. If she accidentally encountered danger on the road, or was tracked by the Xiangui sect, she would probably not be able to deal with even the more powerful foundation-building cultivators, and could only be slaughtered. Now that she was seriously injured and had no one to rely on, it was indeed difficult for her to trust others. That was why Li Zuanai placed her hopes on Song Qingming. After all, through the contact she had had for more than 10 days after her fall, she had absolutely trusted Song Qingming's character. Otherwise, she would not have made up her mind to entrust her safety to Song Qingming in the subsequent pursuit, and risked using the secret technique to kill Duan Longshan. And Song Qingming agreed to the other party so decisively. In addition to being a little worried about Li Zuanai going back alone, there was another reason, because one of the remaining 3 places he was going to was in Nansao. Anyway, if he took Li Zuanai with him, at most he would be slower and take up a few months, which would not have much impact on Song Qingming's plan to find the 2 places. Seeing that Li Zuanai agreed to his proposal, Song Qingming immediately smiled knowingly, took out more than 50,000 spiritual stones from the storage bag in his hand, and then changed the storage bag to put them in and handed it to her. Seeing that Song Qingming had plundered so many spiritual stones from Duan Longshan at once, Li Zuanai was also a little surprised. On her still pale face, she couldn't help but show a trace of joy, and her whole state immediately recovered a lot. Just when Li Zuanai was happily counting the spiritual stones in the storage bag, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the 2 people who were talking. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly turned around and came to the door. He carefully opened the door and saw that it was the waiter from the restaurant who had just met downstairs. Sir, our shopkeeper has already calculated your room fee. Do you want to check out now? Oh. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do. I have to stay here for 2 more days. Please help me tell the shopkeeper. Seeing that the waiter was urging him to check out, Song Qingming shook his head at him a little embarrassedly, saying that he would stay for a few more days and sent the waiter away. According to Song Qingming's plan, he was supposed to leave here today, but now Li Zuanai had just woken up and was still a little weak. Song Qingming thought about it and decided to leave here in 2 days. Fellow Taoist Song, although I can't use my magic power now, it's no big deal. If you are in a hurry, it's okay for us to leave now. Li Zuanai, who was sitting on the bed, saw Song Qingming close the door and walked back, and immediately asked him a question, obviously having heard the conversation between him and the waiter just now. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Fairy Li. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the territory of the Xiangui sect. They will definitely not be able to find this place in a short time. It doesn't matter if we stay for a few more days. Well, then Zuanai will listen to Brother Song. After the 2 sat there and chatted for a few more words, Song Qingming suddenly remembered something that happened to Li Zuanai before, so he pretended to be curious and asked, Fairy Zuanai, just before you woke up, a green aura suddenly appeared on your body to form an armor that was quite mysterious. I would like to ask, is this the technique you are practicing? Hearing Song Qingming mention that the green aura armor appeared on her body, Li Zuanai was stunned at first, and then she reacted and answered with a smile, Fellow Taoist Song guessed correctly. This technique is a secret technique passed down to me by my master. However, I am not very good at learning and have not yet mastered it. Therefore, I have never used it in front of you before. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Song, who has such a high level of cultivation, would be interested in this technique. After Li Zuanai finished speaking, the spiritual light in her hand moved slightly, and a group of green spiritual light that had appeared on her body before gathered in front of her, and then turned it into a small green flying sword. Seeing this green spiritual light appear again, Song Qingming's eyes were instantly attracted by it, but his expression did not change much, and he tried to keep a calm look. After a while, Li Zuanyi dispersed the green flying sword in front of her, and turned it into spiritual power and took it back into her body. Then she slowly spoke, "I'm really sorry. I have sworn in front of my master that I will not teach this technique to anyone without his permission. If fellow Taoist Song is really interested, you can come with me to meet him after returning to Nanzhao. Maybe he will agree to teach you the technique." Song Qingming, who was still deep in thought, heard what Li Zuanyi said and quickly shook his head and said, "Fairy Li, you are worrying too much? I have only seen similar techniques before, so I am a little curious for a moment. I am not coveting this secret technique on fellow Taoist. I hope the fairy will not misunderstand me." The reason why Song Qingming was a little curious about Li Zuanyi's secret technique was because he saw the armor formed by the green spiritual light that automatically appeared on her body before she woke up. It was very similar to the Zhuangguan armor and the Jade Mysterious Sutra he had practiced. This made him mistakenly think that the other party had also practiced the Jade Mysterious Sutra. However, after seeing Li Zuanyi use the green spiritual light in his body again, Song Qingming observed it carefully and found many differences in it, and then he confirmed that he must have made a mistake. Unlike Song Qingming's practice of the Yuxuan Sutra, although the secret technique practiced by Li Zuanyi looks 70% similar in appearance, after using it, Song Qingming can clearly feel that there are other attributes of the spiritual light mixed in. Even the color of the spiritual light will change with a change of form, sometimes deeper and sometimes lighter. This is also very different from the Yuxuan Sutra that Song Qingming has practiced for many years. Although Song Qingming has regarded Li Zuanyi as a friend, the secret of the Yuxuan Sutra in him has always been regarded by him as important as his own life. Except for Wang Xian and Song Qingyu, who have supported him for nearly 200 years, Song Qingming has never revealed anything about his Yuxuan Sutra to anyone in all these years. Therefore, Song Qingming thought about it and did not take the initiative to show Li Zuanyi his Zhuangguan armor, but just used the excuse that he had seen similar skills. In response, Li Zuanyi nodded slightly and said, "The world of immortal cultivation is so large that there are countless similar skills. It is not surprising that Brother Song has seen similar skills. Fairy Li, these are some healing pills I bought for you in the past 2 days. They are all made of the spiritual stones on Duan Longshan. You can keep them for now. If you see what other pills you need, tell me. While you are still here, I will go out and buy some more for you, so that you don't have to look for them on the road when you leave here." After explaining this to Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming immediately changed the subject and took out a few bottles of healing pills from the storage bag and handed them to her. Now that Li Zuanyi has woken up, she no longer needs Song Qingming to help her cast spells all the time. She can refine the pills by herself, so that she can heal her injuries faster. "Well, then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Song." After Li Zuanyi took the pills and took a look at them, she nodded and smiled, expressing her gratitude to Song Qingming. Then she took out a piece of white paper, wrote down several healing pills on it, and handed it to Song Qingming. After Song Qingming left with a note she wrote, Li Zuanyi, who was sitting in the room, recalled the time when Song Qingming asked her about the martial arts on his body, and a hint of doubt appeared on her face. How could he have seen a similar martial arts? 3 days later, a white light flew over a hill in the north of Qingzhou. Song Qingming, who was standing on the phantom boat and fully controlling the flying boat, had now transformed into a strange middle-aged man, and Li Zuanyi, who was sitting behind him, had returned to her original female dress, and her clothes had also been changed into a black plain dress. After staying in the market for another 2 days, seeing that Li Zuanyi's injuries had gradually improved, Song Qingming did not delay any longer and took her out of the market, preparing to send her back to Nanzhao first. Nanzhao is located at the southernmost end of the eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm. It ranks second in area among the 13 states of the eastern Phoenix country, and is larger than Ningzhou, where Song Qingming had been. Because it is close to the falling star sea and is occasionally harassed by sea monsters, Nanzhao is more chaotic than other places in the middle of the eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm, and is not as peaceful as Ningzhou in the inland. Originally, Song Qingming also planned to go to Nanzhao last, but because of the coincidence of taking on the task of escorting Li Zuanyi, he had to temporarily change his plan. After leaving the market, Song Qingming did not go directly to the south, but first went around a long distance from the east before turning the flying boat and heading straight south. Li Zuanai, who was used to Song Qingming's cautious behavior, naturally did not raise any opinions. The two had just made a life-and-death feud with the people of the Xiangui sect not long ago, so they had to be careful at this moment. Fortunately, the two people who were nervous all the way did not encounter any troubles. They successfully passed through the entire Qingzhou in less than 2 months. This also surprised Song Qingming and the others. The people of the Xiangui sect did not seem to send cultivators out to search for their traces this time. However, Song Qingming and the others did not know that the Xiangui sect not only did not pursue the matter and send people to track them everywhere, but even the news of Du Enlongshan's death was directly blocked by them, and the matter was directly suppressed by force. Although Du Enlongshan and his men were the giant and elders of the Xiangui sect, the other giant and cultivators of the sect, and even the two Yuanying supreme elders, were unaware of what happened in the sealed Demon Valley. Going to track Song Qingming and his men to snatch the Yanling water and the secret recipe in Li Zuanai's hands was completely a decision made by Du Enlongshan and his men who were eager for merit and made it behind the sect's back. After Du Enlongshan died that day, although Chen Zifeng escaped, he could not explain the matter clearly for a while, and he was a little panicked, so he simply said that Li Zuanai was a strange Yuanying cultivator. Knowing that the elders of the sect killed people to seize treasures, they were actually intervened by Yuanying cultivators. Although the people of Xiangui sect wanted to avenge Du Enlongshan, they knew they were in the wrong and did not dare to speak out about it for a while. The two supreme elders of the sect were even more furious, and they also punished Chen Zifeng and Liang Dao Shen and others who participated in the sealed Demon Valley operation to retreat and reflect. The reason why Xiangui sect did so was not that they really thought Du Enlongshan and others were wrong, but that this matter involved Yuanying cultivators after all, and they did not want to have too deep a grudge with a strange Yuanying cultivator because of such a thing that they were in the wrong. Of course, Song Qingming and the others who had already left Xiangui sect were naturally unaware of these things. For them, being able to escape Qingzhou safely was already a blessing in disguise. After getting away from the danger of Xiangui sect, Song Qingming slowly put his mind at ease and slowed down the speed of the flying boat. Although it was still a long way to reach Nanzhou, fortunately they didn't have to worry about potential dangers all the time, nor did they have to hide during the day and go out at night to avoid the market where the cultivators gathered. Chapter 656 Yuanying Family, Nanling Island. 1 year later, outside a medium-sized market not far from the sea in the southwest of Nanzhou. One day, a white light suddenly flew from the horizon and landed steadily outside the market. A moment later, two figures appeared. The two Qi Refining monks standing guard at the gate of the market saw two high-level monks coming and quickly sent a voice transmission inside. After a while, a 30-year-old foundation-building monk walked out of the market. The man in white saw the people walking towards the gate of the market not far away, and quickly put on a smile, walked over with a respectful look, and bowed to the two seniors. I am Li Quanchen, a junior, and I am here to greet you. I wonder what you have to say to said Li Unfang, a shorter middle-aged cultivator in the late giant stage who is walking in front of us glanced at Li Quancheng beside him and said calmly, we are from Huanglong Mountain and are going to visit Liuan Mountain tomorrow. Please help us inform the mountain first. After the short middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he took out a letter and handed it to Li Quancheng in front of him. Senior. Please wait for a moment, I will report to the elders now. After taking the letter from the other party, Li Quancheng hurriedly ran to the market. As soon as Li Quancheng left, another handsome young man standing next to the short middle-aged monk said with an unhappy face, Sixth uncle. I don't understand, the Li family didn't come back at all, why did we make this trip in vain? You are here, why are you still talking so much nonsense? Since we have agreed on a time, how can we break our promise? Do you think I am so willing to accompany you here? It is not because of the order of the ancestor that I have to come. I tell you that you must be honest when you arrive at the Li family tomorrow, and don't lose the face of the family. Hearing the young man's words, the short middle-aged monk quickly reprimanded him and blocked his words. The two stood there waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, and suddenly a beam of light flew out of the market and landed in front of them, turning into a sturdy man in yellow clothes with a fierce face. When the yellow-clothed man saw the two, he hurriedly stepped forward and smiled and saluted. I am Li Zuanfeng, and I am honored to meet the two Taoist friends from Huanglong Mountain. Taoist Li is polite. We too are here to visit you on the orders of our ancestor. Please help us inform him. Hearing this, Li Zuanfeng smiled and nodded, saying, This matter has been dealt with on the mountain. Please follow me to the market to rest for a while. I will send a letter to the mountain to inform him of this matter. In this case, I will trouble you, Taoist friend." After a few words at the door, they walked into the market with smiles on their faces. 5 days later, a beam of light flew from a small hill dozens of miles away from the market and landed on the top of the hill. Li Zuanai, who was standing on the flying boat in black, looked at a tall mountain not far behind the market. A trace of joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he turned to look at Song Qingming on the side. "Fellow Taoist Song, the mountain ahead is my family's sacred mountain. Would you like to come with me to the mountain to sit for a while? I can also show my hospitality as a host and thank you for your kindness in escorting me all the way." Hearing this, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, "Fairy Li, you are too polite. You and I are friends in need. It would be a bit strange to say such words of repaying a favor. Fellow Taoist has just returned home, and he must be eager to reunite with his family. I won't bother you first. I still want to travel in Nanzhao, and I will visit you when I pass by here another day. I hope Fairy Zuanai will not mind my bothering me then." Seeing that Song Qingming seemed reluctant to go back with her, Li Zuanai hesitated for a moment, and did not force it. Nodding slightly, she said, "Well then. Fellow Taoist Song, when you have time, please remember to come to Lingyuan Mountain to see me. I will definitely brew you a pot of the best Juan tea from Lingyuan Mountain, and cook a few delicious dishes for you to taste." The two of them traveled south from Qingzhou for nearly a year. Li Zuanai, who had been with him day and night, also had some understanding of Song Qingming's hobbies and habits. He opened his mouth and told him about his favorite food and spiritual tea. Seeing this, Song Qingming also smiled and nodded and said, "Well, then Song would like to thank Fairy Li for her kindness." After making an appointment with Song Qingming, Li Zuanai took out his flying boat with one hand, jumped on it, turned back and bowed to Song Qingming, and then turned into a green escape light and flew towards the market at the foot of the mountain. After nearly a year of recuperation on this road, although Li Zuanai's injuries have not yet healed, they have healed more than half, and he can use his own magic power at will. Seeing that Li Zuanai had successfully returned to his mountain gate, Song Qingming then controlled the phantom boat to turn around and turn into a white light to fly to the horizon, and left this place. Although the journey was long, the two of them had a relatively smooth journey to escort Li Zuanai back to Nanzhao for a year, and did not encounter any danger or difficulties. Through the contact along the way, Song Qingming gradually learned that Li Zuanai's true identity was a cultivator from a well-known Yuanying family in Nanzhao that had been passed down for thousands of years. In the world of immortal cultivation families are limited to their own bloodlines, and it is difficult for them to accept a large number of cultivators from other families. Therefore, their development speed is far inferior to those of large immortal cultivation sects. Many cultivators from small families like Song Qingming, because their own cultivation is too high, they can no longer get much help from their families if they stay at home. In the end, for the sake of their personal development, they will choose to join large immortal cultivation sects outside. In the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains where Song Qingming is located, because of the scarcity of cultivation resources, ordinary immortal cultivation families can only develop into golden elixir immortals at most, and it is difficult to go further. Like the Li family of Lingyuan Mountain where Li Zuanai is, there are probably no more than 2 palms of people who can develop into a Yuanying cultivation family, even in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world. These top cultivation families that can stand on equal footing with the Yuanying sects are, without exception, basically old-fashioned cultivation families that have been passed down for more than thousands of years. Their strength is far from that of a small Jinden family, like the Song family that has only been passed down for a few hundred years. After traveling in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world for so many years, Song Qingming has always kept a distance from Yuanying forces like the Li family, unless it is necessary. Therefore, when Li Zuanai took the initiative to invite Song Qingming to visit Lingyuan Mountain, Song Qingming decisively refused the other party. After saying goodbye to Li Zuanai, Song Qingming flew south for about 2 days and finally saw the vast sea and came to the edge of the falling star sea. Unlike the Thunder Yuan Sea on the east side of the Eastern Phoenix Xianzhou continent that Song Qingming had seen, the color of the seawater on the falling star sea was obviously darker and more turbid. Song Qingming, who was flying close to the sea surface, still had a hard time seeing the movements under the sea even after performing a bright eyesight technique to strengthen his eyesight. Although there were many monsters and rich spiritual resources in the Falling Star Sea, the side of the Xiuxin realm adjacent to the eastern Phoenix country was sparsely populated and there were few cultivators. It was far less prosperous than the eastern Sea Xiuxin realm that Song Qingming had seen. The reason for this was that when the true demons invaded the Huayang realm 30,000 years ago, they left a lot of true demon energy in the Falling Star Sea, causing many monsters in the nearby sea to become very manic after being infected with demon energy, and often launched beast tides to attack the coastal offshore areas. The human cultivator forces on the side of the Nanzhao Xiuxin realm suffered heavy losses in several battles with the monsters in the sea. In order to better defend their own territory, they basically gave up the coastal islands and retreated directly inland. Although the situation has changed a lot in the past 10,000 years, the monsters in the Falling Star Sea will still take the initiative to attack the coastal areas every once in a while, bringing considerable pressure to the Immortal sects in Nanzhao. Fortunately, the Immortal world of Eastern Phoenix country is relatively united under the leadership of many large sects, such as Xiannian sect. Every time the Falling Star Sea erupts with a beast tide, other states will also send cultivators to Nanzhao for support. For tens of thousands of years, the monsters in the sea have not occupied the territory of human cultivators and invaded the inland of the Eastern Phoenix country Immortal world. Because of the great power of the monsters in the sea, few cultivators in Nanzhao dare to venture deep into the Falling Star Sea to hunt monsters and treasures, so the coastal areas are also very desolate. Song Qingming has flown thousands of miles, but still hasn't seen a town or market. After running for more than half an hour, there was still no human habitation. Just when Song Qingming wanted to give up and go to some places inland to find a market to rest, he suddenly heard several sounds of monks fighting and monsters roaring on a small island not far in front of him. Seeing that he finally saw the monks, Song Qingming's face immediately lit up and he hurriedly accelerated his escape light to fly over. On a beach on the east side of the island, 5 Qi refining cultivators were working together to fight 2 first-level upper-grade monsters. These people cooperated tacitly, and it was obvious that they were old friends who had been training and matching for a long time. Boss Han, we have to separate these 2 guys, otherwise they will keep getting together and it will be difficult for us to start. After fighting with these 2 monsters for a long time, they still couldn't take them down. One of the white-clothed men in the 6th Qi refining level shouted anxiously to the slightly older 8th level Qi refining cultivator beside him. This dark-skinned Qi refining level 8 cultivator was named Han Tifei. He was the one with the highest cultivation level among the cultivators present and the leader of the group of demon hunting teams. Seeing that they had been fighting with the 2 demon beasts for a long time but still couldn't take them down, Han Tifei looked a little ugly. He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Old Third, take out your Skyfire Thunder and let me use it. Blow them up for me and I'll give you the credit. I don't believe that they are so fearless." Boss, if you really want to use it, this thing is not easy to get. It's a bit of a waste to use it on them. Another tall and thin man in the middle stage of Qi refining holding a bin knife heard Han Tifei's command and asked back reluctantly, as if he cherished the Skyfire Thunder on his body very much. "It's already this late, and you're still dithering. If you don't want to give up the spiritual object, we're afraid that our efforts today will be in vain. I'll make up for it with these spiritual stones later." "Oh. Haha, then you're welcome, boss. Everyone, step aside and let me do it." After receiving Han Tifei's verbal promise, the tall and thin man immediately felt relieved. He took out a black ball, cast a spell to inject spiritual power into it, and threw it directly at the 2 monsters in front of him. Seeing this, the other people on the side also immediately withdrew and temporarily stepped aside, staring closely at the movement of the monster. The black ball had just flown in front of the monster, and immediately exploded on the spot, shaking up a cloud of dust. Then several white lights fell from the sky and landed on the 2 monsters, emitting a dazzling spiritual light. After everyone heard a few screams, the 2 monsters not far away suddenly stopped moving. "This third brother, is your Skyfire Thunder so powerful? It can kill these 2 top-grade monsters in an instant. No wonder you are so reluctant to use it. When I heard you say how powerful this thing is, I thought you were just bragging. It turns out that you are really good at it. We really misjudged you. This time, you are the first to win. I will definitely give you more later." After the smoke dissipated, Han Tifui's eyes widened instantly when he saw the two monsters that had already lost their breath in front of him. He patted his tall and thin companion who was also still in shock with a happy face. "Oh, haha, thank you very much, boss." The tall and thin man was also surprised. When he bought this spiritual object, the other party clearly said that the power was equivalent to a more powerful top-grade spiritual talisman. If the Sky Fire Thunder just thrown out can injure these two monsters, it must be possible, but if you want to kill two top-grade monsters with one blow, it may be possible to use a second-level spiritual talisman above the foundation building level. Could it be that the shop that sold him this spiritual item was also blind and mistakenly sold a second-level spiritual item to me at a low price? If I had known this, I should not have used it so easily. Thinking that what he had just used might be a second-level spiritual item, the tall and thin man was very happy, but also a little regretful. "My dear friends, I am passing by here. Can I ask you a few questions first?" Just as Han Tifui and his friends were about to go forward to the two corpses of monsters on the ground, they suddenly heard a burst of laughter in front of them, and then a young man in green clothes with a smile appeared in front of them out of thin air. Seeing the young man who suddenly appeared in front of them, Han Tifui and his friends were also surprised. They instinctively stepped back a few steps before they reacted and hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming with a respectful look. "Junior. Hello, Senior. I wonder what you can do for me. Please tell me what you want to do." Being able to appear in front of them out of thin air meant that Song Qingming's cultivation was at least at the foundation building stage. Facing such a strange senior with a high level of cultivation, Han Tifui and the others became nervous and smiled for fear of offending him. "Well, where is the nearest market from here? Do you know where there is a treasure ship that can go to the open sea?" Song Qingming asked calmly with a smile on his face. "Ah, Senior, are you going to the open sea? I'm afraid you have to go to Nanling Island. It's about 2,000 miles southeast from here. I've been there before, and I heard that people on the island go to the open sea to collect spiritual objects every once in a while." When Han Tifui and the others heard that Song Qingming was going to ask about the open sea, they were slightly surprised, but they still hurriedly answered the other party's question with a serious face. Because of the powerful monsters and the large number of high-level monsters in the Falling Star Sea, even the coastal area where they are now is very dangerous, not to mention going to the more dangerous open sea. Han Tifui and his friends have been hunting monsters in this area for so many years, and have heard more than once that the Golden Core Monster King has appeared in this area. Few cultivators who encounter it can escape with their lives. However, no matter how dangerous it is, as long as they can obtain those precious spiritual objects, they will always attract some brave cultivators who are willing to take risks for spiritual stones. Han Tifui and his friends ventured here to hunt monsters, and they did the same thing, but their current cultivation was too low, so they could only toss around low-level monsters near the coast. Nanling Island. Since you have been there, are you willing to lead the way for me? Song Qingming said, and took out dozens of spiritual stones from his body and placed them in front of Han Tifui and his friends. Seeing the sparkling spiritual stones in front of them, Han Tifui and other casual cultivators who had been poor for many years suddenly had bright eyes. "Yes, of course I am. It is our blessing to lead the way for you, Senior. Please wait for a moment. We will pack these and take you there right away," Han Tifui said, and glanced at the two monster corpses beside Song Qingming, and then quickly shifted his gaze to his face, fearing that what he had just said would make Song Qingming unhappy. "Well, there is no rush for this, you can do whatever you want." Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand. After making way for them, he used his magic power to take back several green spiritual lights from the two monster corpses. Seeing this scene, Han Tifui and his companions realized that it was not the Skyfire Thunder that had just killed the two top-grade monsters, but the hands of the senior monk Song Qingming. After a while, Han Tifui and his companions, who had divided the monster corpses, boarded Song Qingming's flying boat, turned into a beam of light, left the island and headed southeast. The Nanling Island that Han Tifui just mentioned is an island controlled by a small number of human cultivators in the coastal area of Nanshao. Because the nearby sea area of Nanling Island is covered by a special naturally formed thick fog all year round, this thick fog can confuse the senses of monsters and make it difficult for them to distinguish the direction, so usually few high-level monsters can break into the surrounding area. Even when the monsters in the sea launched a beast tide to attack the coastal area, Nanling Island was rarely attacked by monsters on a large scale. Therefore, Nanling Island has also become one of the few islands where human cultivators in Nanzhao can gain a long-term foothold in the falling Star Sea. After flying with Han Tifei and others for about an hour, some fog began to appear around the phantom boat, covering the direction of Song Qingming and others. Following Han Tifei's guidance, Song Qingming traveled forward for about 100 miles before finally passing through the thick fog and arriving at the edge of a larger island. Senior, this is Nanling Island. This island is currently under the joint management of several sects. Most of the cultivators on the island are from independent cultivation. You can rest assured that you won't have any trouble even if it's your first time to enter the island. After seeing Song Qingming actively reduce the speed of the phantom boat, Han Tifei, who had guessed what he was going to ask next, hurriedly took the initiative to explain. As Han Tai said, the management of the cultivators on Nanling Island was very loose. After Song Qingming casually reported a name, he just handed in a few spirit stones at the port and easily led Han Tifei and others into the island. Nanling Island is about the same size as the Lingyuan Island in the East China Sea that Song Qingming had visited that year. Most of the people on the island are low-level cultivators in the foundation building and Qi refining stages, and it is rare to see people with a cultivation level above the golden core stage. After entering the island, with the help of Han Tifei, Song Qingming soon arrived outside a hall in the middle of the island. Senior Song, this is where the high-level monster hunting cultivators on the island form a team. If you want to go to the outer sea to hunt monsters, you can go inside to ask first. We are not qualified to go in because of our low cultivation level, so we will wait for you outside. Well, you guys go about your own business, and you don't have to wait for me here. You can keep these spirit stones. You've worked hard to come with me today. After hearing Han Tifei's detailed introduction along the way, Song Qingming had a general understanding of Nanling Island. Now he didn't need them to follow him all the time, so he took out the spirit stones he had promised them before and sent them away. Seeing the spirit stones handed over by Song Qingming, Han Tifei and his companions immediately smiled and thanked him respectfully for a while before they left excitedly. As casual cultivators, even if they risked their lives to hunt monsters in the sea, each person could only get a dozen spirit stones at most if they were lucky in a month. Now they only spent half a day to help lead the way, and got so many spirit stones for free. How could they be happy? In addition to the 2 top-grade monsters they had hunted before, this time they were really lucky to hunt monsters at sea, and they made a lot of spirit stones. After Han Tifei and his companions, Song Qingming glanced at the black hall in front of him, and after casting a spell to slightly change his appearance, he walked in. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw a giant cultivator coming. An old man in yellow clothes in the late stage of foundation building, who was standing in the hall and talking to someone, hurried forward to greet him and took the initiative to bow to Song Qingming. Senior, I am Zhu Jinling, the manager of Nanling Pavilion. May I ask if you came here to go out to sea? Song Qingming glanced at him and nodded calmly. Yes, do you have any treasure ships heading to the open sea in the near future? Senior, if you want to go to the open sea, then you have come to the right place. Please let me go to the 2nd floor. If you need anything, just tell me directly. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinling immediately stretched out his hand to Song Qingming and made a gesture of invitation. Chapter 657 Mysterious Valley, Yanhu Village. After following the steward to the 2nd floor, Song Qingming was quickly invited to a separate private room. As soon as the 2 of them walked in and sat down, someone immediately brought 2 cups of fragrant spiritual tea. Zhu Jinling smiled and exchanged a few polite words with Song Qingming before putting down the tea bowl in his hand and asking, "Excuse me, Senior, are you going to the outer sea this time to find someone to team up with to hunt monsters, or to search for spiritual objects? I want to go to Yuxuan Island to find something. Can your treasure ship take me there?" Song Qingming calmly stated his purpose. Yuxuan Island? That's not a good place. Why did you take the risk to go there to look for spiritual objects? Could it be that you are also looking for the relics of ancient monks? Hearing that Song Qingming was going to Yuxuan Island, Zhu Jinling, who had always been very stable, suddenly showed a bit of surprise on his face and couldn't help but ask again. Well, I want to go there to look for a spiritual object I need. I wonder if your treasure ship can take me there. If possible, just name a price. If not, then I can only think of other ways somewhere else. Seeing Zhu Jinling's big reaction, Song Qingming's face did not change much. It was obvious that he had expected it and responded to the other party calmly. Zhu Jinling thought for a moment, nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, Senior, we use a third-level medium-quality treasure ship on Nanling Island. Even those powerful demon kings can't do anything to our treasure ship. There is definitely no problem going to the vicinity of Yuxun Island. However, Senior should also know that the vicinity is really not safe. Our treasure ship can only approach 100 miles outside Yuxun Island at most. If you think this is okay, you can leave an address first, and I will arrange to notify you in advance when the treasure ship goes out to sea next month." "Well, that's fine, then it's settled. These spirit stones will be my deposit for you." Seeing that the other party agreed to send him to the vicinity of the destination, Song Qingming nodded slightly, and immediately took out a small bag of spirit stones and put it in front of Zhu Jinling. Seeing Song Qingming so generous, Zhu Jinling immediately accepted the spirit stones with a happy face, and patted Song Qingming's chest and promised that when the treasure ship goes out to sea, he must reserve the best guest room for him on it. Song Qingming's face was not moved by this. After asking the other party a few more questions about the situation near Yuxun Island, he immediately stood up and said goodbye and left. Yuxun Island, where Song Qingming was going next, was also one of the 7 addresses he bought from Xianji Pavilion, which was related to Yuxun Mountain. However, as Zhu Jinling said, Yuxun Island was much more dangerous than the other places Song Qingming had been to. Li Mengchen had already reminded him of this when Song Qingming bought the information, and specially marked it for him on the bamboo slips. Although Yuxun Island was not far from the mainland of Donghuang Xianzhou, it could be reached in about half a month by taking a large treasure ship. However, compared with the cultivators on the coast near Nanzhou, this place has always been a relatively mysterious place. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancient shrewd demons descended to the lower world to cause chaos, a very fierce battle between immortals and demons occurred near Yuxun Island, and many powerful high-level cultivators fell there at that time. Therefore, until now, there are still many monks who have heard these ancient rumors and go to the vicinity of Yuxun Island to try their luck and search for 1 or 2 heritage relics left by ancient monks. Zhu Jinling had heard that Song Qing was going there before, and it was his first time to come to Nanling Island, so he naturally regarded him as a monk who also wanted to go treasure hunting. However, in the past few thousand years, some changes have begun to appear near Yuxun Island. Often, high-level monks were trapped there for several months after arriving nearby, and many people disappeared. There were even monks who saw that the island was suddenly filled with demonic energy after arriving nearby, and the entire sea area within a radius of dozens of miles was entangled by a demonic energy, as if a very powerful demon had descended on the island. This has also made the monks in the coastal areas of Nanzhou change color when talking about Yuxun Island in recent years, and few brave monks dare to go there to hunt for treasures. After all, compared to the dangers of the monsters in the outer sea, the strange place of Yuxun Island that may be involved with those high-level demon cultivators is even more frightening to many cultivators. Song Qingming originally did not plan to go to Yuxun Island so early, but because he was escorting Li Zuanai back to Nanzhou, he had already arrived near Yuxun Island, so he had to go and take a look. Although the Yuxun Island was said to be very dangerous by the low-level cultivators nearby, Song Qingming did not care too much in his heart. In the world of immortal cultivation, the rumors spread by cultivators are most likely inconsistent with the real situation. If there is such a powerful demon on the island, I am afraid that no cultivator who has been there will be able to come back alive. Moreover, Yuxun Island is not too far from the coast of Nanzhou. If there is a demon above the nascent soul hiding in such a close distance, the major immortal cultivation sects near Nanzhou for so many years would not have ignored this matter and allowed such a powerful demon to hide under their noses and cause chaos. Song Qingming's current cultivation has almost reached the peak of the 5th level of the Golden Core. Golden Wind has also successfully broken through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core not long ago. His fighting ability is not weak among the Golden Core cultivators. In addition, he has several powerful magic weapons on him. As long as he does not encounter those powerful magic cultivators above the 9th level of the Golden Core, ordinary opponents will definitely find it difficult to stop him. There is no need to worry too much about this. However, there are many high-level monsters in the Falling Star Sea. Song Qingming has to be careful when going to the Yuxun Island. Therefore, although the location of the Yuxun Island has been roughly marked in the bamboo slips given to him by Li Mengchen, Song Qingming chose to spend some spirit stones to build a treasure ship to the Nanling Island to go there for the sake of insurance. This can not only prevent himself from not being able to find an island to rest on the way, but also avoid being harassed by high-level monsters, which would be difficult to deal with alone. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is inconvenient for cultivators to go out to sea in places that rely on the sea for a living, so many large and small treasure ships were invented and built. Although these treasure ships are not as fast as the flying boats controlled by giant and cultivators like Song Qingming, they are very safe and can sail for a long time and long distance. Before coming here, Song Qingming had seen many similar treasure ships in the East China Sea's Yuxian world, so he had already had some understanding of them. Treasure ships above level 3 are basically made of the skeletons and furs of some high-level monsters in the sea. After the formation master arranges the corresponding formation, the defense ability is very outstanding. As long as sufficient spiritual stones are prepared, they can sail for a long time in the dangerous open sea. After making an agreement with the other party, Song Qingming stayed on the island for more than half a month, and finally received the news sent by Zhu Jinling, and set foot on the treasure ship to the Yuxian Island in the open sea. The treasure ship of Nanling Island carries many cultivators above the foundation building stage every time it goes out to hunt monsters in the open sea. Some of them, as Song Qingming said before, go to the open sea to find some precious high-level spiritual objects. The treasure ship went all the way to the southeast and soon went deep into the open sea. As Song Qingming guessed, since there was a third-level middle-grade treasure ship guarding it, the monks of Nanling Pavilion who controlled the treasure ship were also very careful after entering the open sea, and took a relatively safe route with fewer monsters. Even so, the treasure ship was still harassed by many monsters along the way, and there was even a dangerous situation where several monster kings besieged the treasure ship at the same time. However, the Nanling Island monks on the ship arranged the formation, which was also very powerful. Song Qingming and other giant and monks did not need to take action. The many Nanling Island monks who controlled the treasure ship relied on the formation on the treasure ship to repel the attacks of these monster kings. Although there were dangers along the way, Song Qingming did not worry about it, and he arrived at the waters near Yuxian Island smoothly. Fellow Taoist Song, the treasure ship will return in a month. We will still be waiting for you here. However, we can only wait for you for half a day at most. If you can't catch up, you can only find a way to go back by yourself. I hope you know this and don't miss the time. In addition, I would like to remind you that this island is indeed a bit dangerous and strange. It is best for you not to get close to it, so as not to encounter any trouble. After taking the remaining spirit stones paid by Song Qingming, the giant and cultivator of Nanling Island who is responsible for leading the team to go out to sea kindly reminded Song Qingming before he left. After hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly to thank the other party, and then stepped directly onto the phantom boat and left the treasure ship, flying straight to the direction of Yuxian Island. It was less than 100 miles away, and it only took about an instant's stick of time. Song Qingming's eyes lit up and saw a huge island appear in front of him. This Yuxian Island is much larger than Song Qingming imagined. It is at least thousands of miles long and wide. It looks about the same size as the Xiantan city that Song Qingming had visited before. After arriving not far from Yuxian Island, Song Qingming did not rush to the island immediately, but stayed on a large reef on the north side of the island. After setting up a concealment array to hide his body, Song Qingming, hiding on this reef, carefully began to observe this island that was rumored to be somewhat mysterious. The topography of Yuxian Island is similar to the records in the bamboo slips given to him by Li Mengchen. It is indeed a battlefield left behind during the ancient war between immortals and demons. Even after tens of thousands of years, some traces left after the war can still be seen on the island. Today, the spiritual energy on this island is still very rich. Even if Song Qingming is more than 10 miles away, he can feel a trace of spiritual energy. It is estimated that the spiritual veins on the island are at least close to the third level upper grade. If it weren't for the fact that it was located in the open sea and it was difficult for cultivators to gain a foothold, the high-level spiritual veins on Yuxian Island would have been occupied by those sects or high-level independent cultivators. After hiding on the big reef for more than 10 days, the entire Yuxian Island was very peaceful, without any abnormal situation. Even the monsters in the sea around the island were very rare. After hiding for more than 10 days, Song Qingming finally couldn't stay any longer. After putting away the magic circle, he turned into a beam of light and showed his figure. After circling around Yurksun Island, he chose a place that looked relatively flat and landed. After landing on the island, Song Qingming was a little surprised that the island was full of birdsong and flowers and spiritual energy. On the surface, it seemed to be no different from the fairy mountains and spiritual lands outside. He didn't feel the terrifying demonic energy rumored by those independent cultivators outside. However, these were not enough to make Song Qingming let down his guard. To be safe, he still used a round bead magic weapon to cover his body, and then began to explore the island little by little. After a day on the island, although Song Qingming only explored less than 1/10 of the place, he was a little surprised that, except for some ordinary wild beasts, there was not even a single demon beast in front of him. Logically speaking, such a place with few people and abundant spiritual energy should be a place where many demon beasts gather. Even if there are no foreign demon beasts, these beasts on the island may mutate into new demon beasts after absorbing spiritual energy for a long time. But on the Yuksun Island in front of him, let alone the demon beasts of the Jinden and Foundation building levels, even the low-level demon beasts of the Qi Refining period, Song Qingming did not see a single one. It must be said that this is indeed a bit abnormal in the world of cultivating immortals. Seeing this, Song Qingming became more and more nervous, and took out some golden fantasy butterflies from the spirit beast bag and arranged them around him to prevent any danger from approaching him. In this way, Song Qingming searched on the island for another 5 days and finally came to the foot of a high mountain in the middle of the island. Just after crossing a ridge, Song Qingming sensed that there was a sudden aura fluctuation in the valley ahead that was different from the surroundings, and hurriedly stopped his body and fell from midair. This, it seems to be a hidden magic array. After commanding several golden illusion butterflies around to go forward and explore, Song Qingming immediately judged that the valley ahead seemed to be covered by a large magic array. After so many days on the island, he had not found anything abnormal. Seeing a magic array suddenly appear in front of him, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of excitement. After testing with a golden illusion butterfly, seeing that this large array did not actively counterattack, Song Qingming was relieved and flew down the ridge directly to the valley entrance. Outside the large array, after careful observation, seeing that the power of this large array seemed a little too ordinary, Song Qingming raised a ball of green spiritual light with his hand, and then directly turned it into a green flying sword and gently slashed it downward in midair. A flash of light passed by, and a white mist suddenly rose in front of him. After rolling in front of Song Qingming, the white mist was divided into two sides, revealing the true face of the valley in front of Song Qingming. This is too perfunctory. Seeing that the formation in front of him was so easy to break, Song Qingming shook his head and muttered to himself, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he strode into the formation. The valley covered by the formation seemed to be similar to the outside. In order to be safer, Song Qingming, who entered the valley, still tried his best to cast a spell to hide his figure, and then slowly walked into the depths of the valley. After walking about 5 or 6 miles forward, Song Qingming suddenly heard a burst of children playing in front of him. After turning a mountain bay, Song Qingming saw a boy and a girl chasing a child in front of him. The two children, the older one should be only 7 or 8 years old, and the younger one was only about 3 years old, running stumblingly and not very stable. The two children were so happy that they chased and played around. They didn't notice Song Qingming standing not far away, staring at them. Fengqi, Fengzhi, why did you come so far? Your father has been looking for you two at the entrance of the village and can't find you. He is almost angry. Why don't you go back quickly? You will be in trouble when he finds you later. Just as the two children were playing happily in a rice field, a scolding voice suddenly came from not far away. Then a woman in yellow clothes, about 20 or 30 years old, ran towards the two of them with a 2-foot-long bamboo whip. Upon hearing the voice of the woman in yellow clothes, the older boy was so scared that he stood still and dared not run. Seeing the bamboo whip in the woman's hand, he showed some fear and lowered his head. The younger girl, facing this aggressive woman, did not show any fear on her face. She kept pulling her brother to want him to continue playing with her. However, the woman in yellow was obviously a little angry. After coaxing the little girl for a few times, she saw that she was still unwilling to leave, so she picked her up and, regardless of the grievance on her face, took the boy back to the valley along the original path. This is Immortal. Song Qingming, who was hiding in the distance, saw the scene that just appeared in front of him. His face was more than surprised, and there was a bit of disbelief. On the Yuxuan island deep in the sea, on an extremely dangerous island, even ordinary cultivators find it difficult to survive for a long time nearby. How could there be mortals living on this island? Just as the woman in yellow and the two children had just walked out not far, Song Qingming thought about it and removed his disguise. He flashed to a place not far in front of her and blocked their way. Who are you? Why are you here? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear in front of her, the woman in yellow was also startled in her heart, and hurriedly reached out and hugged the two children beside her. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and bowed to her and explained, I was just traveling on the island and didn't want to get into this valley by mistake. May I ask you, where's this place? Oh. You are the Immortal Master from outside. We rarely have outsiders coming in here. I hope you don't mind my rudeness just now. Upon hearing that Song Qingming had accidentally broken into the valley from outside, the woman in yellow reacted instantly and realized that the other party was a cultivator, and hurriedly bowed her head and saluted him. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not stop the other party, and asked again, have you always lived in this valley, or moved here from outside? Are there other immortal masters here? Reporting to the Immortal Master. We live in Yanhu village in front. We grew up here since we were young. In addition to our Yanhu village, there are several villages in the valley. Everyone has lived here for generations. But we are all ordinary mortals. If you want to find an immortal master, there happens to be one in our village. Do you need to take you there? Seeing the Immortal Master Song Qingming, the yellow-clothed woman's face was very respectful, but she didn't have too much fear. She answered the other party's questions slowly. Okay. Trouble you? Hearing that the yellow-clothed woman wanted to take him to see the Immortal Master in the village, Song Qingming nodded and agreed. Several people walked forward along the path in the valley for about 2 or 3 miles, and suddenly the front suddenly opened up and showed dozens of acres of fertile fields, and there were many mortals working in the fields. Seeing this idyllic scene, Song Qingming instantly remembered the time when he first came down the mountain and was stationed at Lingyuan Mountain for his family. At that time, Yuhu village on Lingyuan Mountain was no different from the small village in the valley in front of him. Mortals farmed and women wove, and children played and fought. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but time has passed slowly, and nearly 200 years have passed. Now Song Qingming has achieved the golden elixir Dao, and is no longer the little Qi refining cultivator who dared to hide in the magic circle when facing monsters. Ayu, have you found Fanger and the others? Just as Song Qingming was still reminiscing about the past, a strong man in the distance suddenly ran towards the few people. The man who ran over was relieved when he saw the two children beside the woman in yellow. Just as he was about to step forward to help hold the little girl in front of the woman, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Song Qingming standing behind the woman in yellow, and his face suddenly changed and he froze in place. Seeing the surprise on her husband's face, the woman in yellow quickly pointed at Song Qingming and explained, Wang Qin, this is the Immortal Master from outside. I just met him at the front of the valley when I was looking for Fanger and the others. He wants to see the Immortal Master Zheng in the village. You can take him there directly. The sun is about to set. I have to go back to cook, otherwise your mother will start to nag again later. An Immortal Master from outside. Oh. You go back first. I will go home immediately after sending the Immortal Master there. After hearing his wife's instructions, the man quickly nodded and agreed, fearing that he would upset the woman. Seeing that the family had such a good relationship, Song Qingming did not speak to disturb them. After nodding slightly, he followed a man to the village not far away. Along the way, the mortal villagers around saw Wang Qin bringing a stranger into the village, and they all cast curious eyes. After hearing Wang Qin's explanation that it was an immortal master from outside, they also hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming. Master Zhang lives in the house in front. Follow me and we'll be there soon. After following Wang Qin to the outside of an ordinary courtyard in the village, Song Qingming heard the sound of an axe chopping wood from inside, which immediately made him curious. Wang Qin, just let him come in by himself, you go back first. Chapter 658, Meet Again and Work. This sudden voice was like a breeze passing by the ears of Song Qingming and the others. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin immediately said respectfully to Song Qingming, who was standing beside him, Master Immortal, please come in, Master Zhang, I will go back first. Well, sorry to bother you, these pills are useful to you mortals, please keep them. Song Qingming nodded slightly and responded, and a small green bottle appeared in his hand, and he threw it to Wang Qin. Ah! Haha, thank you, Master Immortal, but this is a fairy item, we dare not use it, you should take it back. Wang Qin looked at the small green bottle in his hand with a look of surprise, bowed and saluted Song Qingming, and then hurriedly handed it back to him. These are some spiritual medicines that can strengthen your body, not fairy items, it's okay for you to take them. Seeing that the other party was a little afraid to accept it, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand again, and said something to persuade him. Since it's for you, just accept it. It's also an opportunity for you. Just when Wang Qin was a little hesitant, a voice suddenly came from the courtyard, helping Wang Qin make a decision. After seeing Wang Qin happily thank him and leave, Song Qingming turned around and pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard, and walked into the courtyard with a calm face. The courtyard was very ordinary, very similar to Song Qingming's childhood home, but even more simple. In the courtyard, apart from the pile of firewood that had been piled up into a small mountain, the only things that could be seen at a glance were a stone table and several stone benches placed on the edge of the courtyard. In front of the pile of firewood in the middle of the courtyard, stood a shirtless young man, holding a sharp knife used by mortals to chop wood, and smiling at Song Qingming who walked in from outside the courtyard. Haha. You are a very cautious guy. It's been half a month since you found this place. After the young man finished speaking, he put down the hatchet in his hand, walked to the stone table and sat down. After wiping a few drops of sweat from his forehead, he picked up a large tea bowl on the table and poured a cup of tea and drank it all. Seeing this young man who was no different from other mortals in the village, Song Qingming's expression changed for a while, from the surprise on his face when he first entered the door, to being very shocked and then slowly regaining his calm. This shirtless young man was none other than the young man who sold Taixu's sword to Song Qingming in Gianfang. Although nearly 200 years have passed, the other party's appearance has not changed much, especially the pair of eyes that looked down on him. It left a big impression on Song Qingming's heart, so that he recognized the other party as soon as he walked in. However, what Song Qingming did not expect was that the shop assistant who seemed to be inferior to him in cultivation back then, when he stood in front of him again 200 years later, had become a top-notch nascent soul cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation. Junior Song Qingming, hello to the senior. After a moment of shock and excitement, Song Qingming hurriedly raised his hands and bowed respectfully to the shirtless man in front of him. There are only you and me here, no need to be polite. After the young man put down the tea bowl in his hand, he immediately waved to Song Qingming. And then he stared at Song Qingming carefully for a few more times before continuing to speak. If I remember correctly, you should only have the aptitude of 4 spiritual roots. You can cultivate to the 5th level of the golden core in less than 200 years. It seems that the master is right. You are really a person with some luck. No wonder he is willing to pass the Taixu sword to you. Hearing the words from the young man, Song Qingming nodded and replied, the senior is right. The junior's aptitude is indeed just that of a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. However, the junior's ability to cultivate to the current level is mainly due to the inheritance of the skills left to me by the 2 seniors. Otherwise, with my aptitude, it would be impossible to successfully form a golden core. I am afraid that it would be too late now. You have stopped at the foundation building stage? Well, after 200 years, your temperament has indeed matured a lot. However, you can cultivate to the golden core stage and find this place. You are indeed quite capable. Don't be modest about this. Since you chose to come here, you must be looking for the subsequent exercises. But now the master is still in seclusion and it is not convenient to see you. It will probably take at least a few months before he can take you to the mountain to see him. Oh. Thank you very much, senior. Hearing that the other party was willing to take him to see his master, Song Qingming was delighted and immediately bowed to the middle-aged man. After coming to the Eastern Phoenix country for more than 10 years, Song Qingming has run half of the Eastern Phoenix country in order to seek the clues left in the Yuxuan Sutra. Now he has finally found the 2 people who left him the exercises, and can inherit the subsequent exercises. How can Song Qingming not be excited? If I were to say this, I would have to thank Li Zuanai. If he hadn't agreed to send her back to Nanzhao, Song Qingming would probably have taken at least a few years to come here. As Song Qingming said before, if he hadn't been appreciated by the young man's master and taught the Yuxuan Sutra technique, it would be hard to say whether Song Qingming could successfully form a golden elixir, not to mention supporting Song Qingyu and Wang Xian to break through the golden elixir realm. In Song Qingming's mind, The help that the Yuxin Sutra technique gave him had long surpassed all the other techniques he had practiced over the years, otherwise he would not have risked danger to come to the Donghuang country's Yuxin world to look for follow-up clues to the technique. Seeing Song Qingming's happy face, the middle-aged man waved his hand again and said, "My name is Zhang Xingyuan, and I am the master's last disciple. Since you have received the master's inheritance, you are also half of his disciple. In the future, just call me senior brother, and don't call me senior anymore, so as not to break the rules of the mountain. Yes. Hello, senior brother Xingyuan." Song Qingming heard this and immediately changed his words and saluted the other party again. Seeing this, Zhang Xingyuan smiled with satisfaction and nodded and said, "Some places on this island are not safe. You just came and don't know the situation, so don't go out and walk around. During this time, I think you might as well stay here, and you can accompany me to help them do some work." Hearing the words of Zhang Xingyuan, who had just recognized him as his senior brother, Song Qingming couldn't help but look at the pile of firewood not far away, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Song Qingming would never have thought that this young man who lived in this ordinary mortal village and chopped wood would be a unyielding cultivator with a high status in the world of immortal cultivation. Since he walked into this courtyard, Song Qingming's heart has been full of doubts. He didn't understand why Zhang Xingyuan, as a high-level cultivator, would personally chop wood and do something that only mortals would do. Seeing that Song Qingming had a puzzled look on his face, Zhang Xingyuan smiled and waved to him, asking him to come over and sit down. Then he took out another tea bowl from the table beside him, poured a bowl of tea and placed it in front of Song Qingming across the stone table. "Master has told us that in addition to daily practice, we disciples have to go down the mountain every once in a while to experience the life of mortals. Not only you, but everyone else who comes here also has to experience this. Since junior brother Song is going to see him, he will inevitably have to abide by the rules here in the future. I just want you to get used to it first. Remember, when dealing with mortals here, you cannot use your magic power casually, and don't interfere too much in their lives. You must put aside your identity as a cultivator and naturally integrate with them, integrate into mortals. So that's it, senior brother Zhang, I understand what you mean." After hearing Zhang Xingyuan's explanation, Song Qingming finally understood his behavior just now. He couldn't help but smile and took the tea bowl on the table and drank the ordinary tea in the bowl without any spiritual power. After this bowl of tea entered his stomach, Song Qingming, who was sitting on the stone bench, immediately felt the feeling of drinking water in big gulps that he had not experienced for many years. He couldn't help but close his eyes again, and recalled some scenes from his childhood in his mind, as if he had returned to the ordinary courtyard in Mujiao town. Haha. Junior brother Song understood it immediately. He is indeed a person with some talent for cultivation. Seeing that Song Qingming took the initiative to integrate into the identity of a mortal so quickly, Zhang Xingyuan's face also showed some surprise, and nodded with a smile. In this way, under the guidance of Zhang Xingyuan, Song Qingming stayed in this small mortal village called Yanhu Village, and began to work with him every day, integrating into the village and becoming an ordinary mortal. Although he was born as an ordinary mortal, Song Qingming has some understanding of the lives of these mortals. But those were all things in his childhood after all. After many years, since his mother passed away, Song Qingming has not been among mortals for more than 100 years. At first, when he walked out of this small courtyard to help those mortals in the village with their work, he was still a little uncomfortable, and often couldn't help but instinctively want to use his magic power to solve some problems. However, after several intentional reminders from senior brother Zhang Xingyuan, Song Qingming gradually got used to it, and began to take the initiative to humbly ask the mortals around him for some work skills. Before long, Song Qingming followed Zhang Xingyuan's example, discarded his original clothes, and dressed himself up as an ordinary mortal, so as to better integrate with him. In addition to not forgetting his daily practice when he returned to his residence at night, he stayed with those ordinary mortals almost all day during the day, helping them do what they could and sharing the trivialities and joys of their lives. Treating himself as a mortal, away from the disturbances of the world of immortal cultivation, he really gave him a different understanding of his cultivation. Gradually, as time went by, Song Qingming also had some understanding of the things in the valley and Zhang Xingyuan. Zhang Xingyuan and the old man who had passed on his skills to Song Qingming that year, both belonged to a relatively mysterious sect in the world of immortal cultivation, the Taixu sect. Although there were unyielding masters like Zhang Xingyuan in the Taixu sect, there were not many disciples in the sect, only a few dozen in total, and few cultivators in the outside world had heard of this sect. The Yuxun island that Song Qingming came to was the mountain gate of their Taixu sect. However, due to some reasons, in Nanzhao and even the entire Donghuang country cultivation world, only a very small number of large sects with a long history knew about this matter. Just like Song Qingming had seen those casual cultivators on Nanling Island, although they were very close to this place, no one knew that there was such a mysterious cultivation sect hidden on this Yuxun island. The reason for this was that in addition to the fact that the cultivators in the Taixu sect were relatively low-key, another point was that they had done a very good job of protecting this place. Whether it was the cultivators from the outside world or the monsters, as long as they approached this valley, they would be driven away from this place by the power of the formation. Over time, many dangerous rumors spread among those who had come to this Yuxun island, some of which were even deliberately spread by Zhang Xingyuan and others when they went out. This is why this Yuxun island has always been covered with a mysterious veil for so many years. Few people in the outside world know that there are cultivators and mortals on the island. The reason why Song Qingming was able to find the valley so easily was not because the island's defense force suddenly weakened, but because Zhang Xingyuan had already discovered him when he came to the vicinity of Yuxun Island. In order for Song Qingming to find this place smoothly, he deliberately reduced the power of the mountain protection formation outside the valley and opened a convenient door for Song Qingming alone. These mortals in Yanhu village, as Wang Qin's wife said, have also lived and multiplied here for generations, and they are all descendants of the cultivators in the Taixu sect. Song Qingming had never heard of the Taixu sect in his previous inquiries. It was only after he arrived here that he learned some of it through Zhang Xingyuan. The Taixu sect does not recruit disciples publicly, but every once in a while, there will be cultivators on the island who travel to the outside world. When they meet someone who is suitable and has a chance, they will leave a part of the skills to pass on to the other party. Then, after the other party has cultivated to a certain level, they will take the initiative to find here according to the clues left in the skills. Song Qingming was able to obtain the Yuxun Sutra because Zhang Xingyuan followed his master to the floating cloud mountains to travel in the immortal world. He happened to stay in the Gianfang of Weiguo for a period of time. By chance, he got a legacy. At that time, Zhang Xingyuan was just a giant cultivator. It was only after returning from the floating cloud mountains that he successfully condensed the nascent soul and broke through to the nascent soul stage. However, the way Taixu sect recruits disciples basically only looks at opportunities and does not force fate, although it has left a lot of inheritance outside. But there are not many people who can cultivate to the giant realm like Song Qingming and find here. This is also a major reason why there are so few disciples in the Taixu sect. However, except for some cultivators whose spiritual roots were found in the valley, the disciples who could be worshipped in the Taixu sect basically had cultivation above the giant stage. Like Zhang Xingyuan, there were more than one disciple on the mountain who was fortunate enough to break through to the Yuanying stage. If we only talk about the combat power of the high-level cultivators of the sect, the Taixu sect can definitely be ranked among the immortals in the Donghuang country. In this way, Song Qingming stayed in Yanhu village for more than half a year. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the valley was very abundant, and Song Qingming's daily practice was not affected. Now he has steadily cultivated to the peak of the 5th level of Jiandan, and is only one step away from the 6th level of Jiandan. This time, immersing himself in the mortal world also made Song Qingming calm and completely put down many of his worries. Some problems that were difficult to integrate in cultivation before were easily solved by him, who let go of his body and mind. After Song Qingming came to Yanhu village, the mortals in the village did not reject him as a fairy master from outside the village, and soon got used to Song Qingming's existence. Although they still addressed Song Qingming as the immortal master in a respectful tone on the surface, they quickly regarded him as a neighbor and friend in their hearts, and would not be polite to him if they needed help. They did not directly regard these practitioners with great supernatural powers as unattainable immortals like the mortals in the outside world. In particular, Wang Qin's family, who introduced Song Qingming to the village at the beginning, had a particularly good relationship with Song Qingming. Whenever there was something delicious at home, they would invite Song Qingming to their home as a guest, and did not regard him as an outsider at all. During this period, Song Qingming also strictly abided by the rules that Zhang Xingyuan told him. In addition to helping them with some farm work, He did not use any of his abilities as an immortal cultivator to interfere with the lives of these mortals. On this day, the valley was sunny and windy. Although the afternoon sun was so hot that the ground was a little hot, there were still many people in the rice fields next to Yanhu village. Everyone was busy harvesting the fruits of a year's hard work. A young man wearing ordinary coarse cloth and a straw hat was waving his sickle seriously, harvesting the golden rice in the field with the people around him. While the young man was busy, a little boy of 8 or 9 years old beside the rice field came up behind him with a porcelain bowl filled with half a bowl of water. "Master Immortal, Daddy said that we won't do the rest today and will come back tomorrow. Let you take a break first, and we will pack up and go home." Hearing the still childish voice behind him, Song Qingming, who was holding a sickle in his hand, looked at the sun that was already setting in the sky, turned around and nodded, took the porcelain bowl from the little boy, drank it all in one breath, and returned it to him. "Well, I understand. Fengqi, go and tell your father first. I will go to help him as soon as I finish cutting this piece." Song Qingming waved his hand and sent the little boy away. Then he raised the sickle in his hand seriously and began to harvest the rice in front of him, blending in with the ordinary mortals who were working around him. If the Song family members on Funiu Mountain saw this scene at this moment, I am afraid they would drop their jaws on the spot. No one would have thought that the ancestor of the Song family, who was high above and elusive and practiced in seclusion on the top of the mountain for many years, would work in the fields with a group of mortals with a serious face. After harvesting all the rice in front of him, Song Qingming sat in the same place and rested for a while, then stood up and gathered all the rice in one place and moved it to the middle of the rice field. Wang Qin, who was using a huge stone to beat the rice stalks, saw Song Qingming coming over and hurried forward to help with a smile on his face. "Haha. Master Song, I asked you where to go home and make dumplings first. How about we make an appointment with Uncle Zhang to have a couple of drinks together in the evening?" "Oh. Okay, I'll be there on time." Song Qingming had helped with the work in the past 2 days and had indeed saved Wang Qin's family a lot of effort. Seeing that he was kind enough to invite him over for dinner, Song Qingming did not refuse and agreed directly with a smile on his face. After that, he took the initiative to help Wang Qin, slapping the grains off the rice stalks, and then put them into the sacks that had been prepared. Although the physical body of a giant and cultivator is far from that of an ordinary person, Song Qingming will not be easily injured or tired. However, after completely closing his own magic power, facing the scorching sun on his head, Song Qingming's face will still be the same as that of an ordinary person, with his face red and sweating. Just as the two of them packed the grain they had harvested today and the farm tools in the field and were preparing to return to the village, Wang Fengzi, who had gone home earlier with a kettle, suddenly ran back in a hurry. Wang Fengzi cried while running and shouted to Wang Qin and Song Qingming in the field, "Dad, it's bad. The second grandfather fell from the haystack and vomited blood. Grandma asked me to call you." "What? Where is he? Take me there quickly." The injured second grandfather that Wang Fengzi called was Zhang Erei, who was mentioned by Wang Qin before. He was an old man in his 60s next door to Wang Qin. Although the Wang and Zhang families are not relatives in the village, they have always had a very good relationship. Every time Song Qingming went to Wang Qin's house for dinner, he would invite the elder Zhang Erei to his home for a few drinks. Wang Qin's father died early, and the mother and son had always been living in poverty. Zhang Erei helped the Wang family a lot in the fields at that time, and Wang Qin had already regarded him as his own relative. When he heard that Zhang Erei was injured, Wang Qin's face was anxious and he quickly dropped the farm tools in his hand and ran to where Wang Fengzi was. Song Qingming, who was behind him, immediately put down the food on his shoulders and quickened his pace to follow. Led by Wang Fengzi, the two soon came to flat ground with 7 or 8 haystacks on the west side of the village. At this moment, many people in the village were already gathered here. After pushing away the crowd, Wang Qin soon saw Zhang Erei, who was lying on the ground, dying. "What's going on? Carry him back." Wang Qin saw blood still oozing from the corners of Zhang Erei's mouth, and he quickly reached out to carry him on his back. "Don't move, he's almost dying, you'll make him die faster." Seeing Wang Qin's move, an old man who had just arrived with a few silver needles in his hand quickly reached out to stop him. Chapter 659, The 6th Level of Golden Core, takes effect. The old man was the only doctor in the village. Upon hearing his words, Wang Qin quickly stopped his hands and focused his eyes on the other person. "Uncle Lu, please help take a look." Uncle Zhang just fell from the haystack and didn't hit his head. How could he die so quickly? Hearing this, the old doctor sighed and shook his head and said, I have just checked. His heart meridians have been damaged. He is really dying. Alice. I am afraid that it will be difficult for Lao Zhang to survive tonight. Let's not move him first. Wait for Jiahua and the others to come and see him, and then carry him back. Wang Qin, I know you are uncomfortable, but there is no other way at the moment. You can only leave it to fate. I will go back to get some medicine. You quickly take a few people to find a wooden board. Remember to put 2 quilts under it. Prepare to carry him back later. Lao Lang, don't gather here. If Jiahua doesn't come back, I am afraid you won't be able to see him for the last time. Hurry up and find him. After the old doctor gave a few instructions, the people at the scene immediately moved and hurriedly went about their own business. Although Yanhu village is a small village with mixed surnames, the villagers are still relatively united. Seeing that something happened here, many people left their work in the fields and rushed here to help. Although he had been standing aside without saying a word, Song Qingming had already seen that Master Zhang, who was lying on the ground, could not hold on for too long with his spiritual sense. Song Qingming also had several pills that could heal mortals. Although there was no way to help the other party come back to life and recover immediately, it was still possible to help the other party heal his injuries and delay his life for a period of time. However, he had promised Zhang Xingyan before that he could not use the abilities of immortal cultivators to interfere with the lives of these mortals. This time also made Song Qingming feel a little uneasy. The mortals beside him included Wang Qin, who had a good relationship with Song Qingming. Faced with this situation, they did not seem to have the idea of asking for help from the immortal master. Even when they saw Song Qingming standing aside, no one of the people coming and going took the initiative to ask him to come forward to help see the situation. It seemed that they did not want Song Qingming to intervene in this matter. Just as Song Qingming was standing there thinking about this, a teenager of about 17 or 18 years old ran over and threw himself beside Master Zhang lying on the ground, calling his father's name with a sad face. Seeing this, Song Qingming shook his head with a hint of helplessness, and then turned around and left without intervening in the matter. The next day, as soon as the sun rose in the east, Song Qingming opened the door and walked out of his house in a wisp of mist. Master Zhang, who fell from a haystack more than 10 feet high, saw his family before his death, but he didn't survive last night and died. Someone in the village passed away, and the entire Yanhu village fell into grief, and everyone was busy preparing for the deceased old man. After hearing about Master Zhang's affairs, some of the villages that had a good relationship with him also took the trouble to come to Yanhu village to help. After a farewell ceremony that lasted for several days, Mr. Zhang was finally sent to the mountain by everyone and buried on a small ridge next to Yanhu village. During the whole process of bidding farewell to Mr. Zhang, although Song Qingming did not help much, he still participated in the whole process. Along the way, he always looked at what was happening in front of him with a calm face, observing everyone's emotional changes like a bystander, and experiencing the sadness and regret in their hearts. After bidding farewell to the old man, Song Qingming did not choose to follow the crowd back to the village, but found a secluded place near the hill, took out the magic weapon and opened up a simple cave. A magic array was arranged outside the cave, and Song Qingming walked directly in, then activated the magic array outside, and began to practice in seclusion. Time passed slowly, and more than half a year passed in a flash. On this day, a burst of colorful rays of light suddenly appeared on the ridge behind Yanhu village, and soon disappeared again. Wang Fengzi, who was looking for fish and shrimps by the river with a few friends, happened to look up and saw this scene. He hurriedly ran to his mother who was washing clothes upstream and shouted, "Mom! Look at the mountain, is that the immortal master coming back?" Wang Qin's wife heard this, turned around and looked at the glow on the back mountain. She was surprised at first, and then quickly regained her composure, nodded and smiled. "Well, maybe, don't play in the water here, help me take this back quickly, your grandma is in a hurry to use it." After that, Wang Qin's wife picked up a bamboo basket beside her, handed it to her son, and sent him back to worry about the immortal. Seeing that Wang Fengzi was still looking at the glow on the mountain not far away, and left with some reluctance, Wang Qin's wife gently shook her head and sighed. It's not easy for an immortal to live a lifetime, what's there to envy? In a bamboo forest on the back mountain of Yanhu village, after the sunset ended, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and Song Qingming, who was wearing coarse cloth and had a bit of joy on his face, appeared out of thin air in the bamboo forest. After 6 months of retreat, Song Qingming's aura has also changed completely, successfully breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of Jiandan and advancing to the 6th level of Jiandan. Before this retreat, Song Qingming's cultivation had already successfully cultivated to the peak of the 5th level of Jiandan, and was not far from breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation. After experiencing the death of Mr. Zhang and attending his funeral, Song Qingming, who was about to return to Yanhu village, did not want to suddenly have some enlightenment on the way, which touched his own bottleneck of cultivation. Seeing this, in order not to disturb the lives of mortals in Yanhu village, Song Qingming left the crowd alone, went to the mountain to find a place with a slightly denser spiritual energy to open a cave, and began to retreat to try to break through his own cultivation. In the valley where Yanhu village is located, the spiritual energy has reached about the 3rd level middle grade, and Song Qingming has enough spiritual energy to break through the realm here. Unexpectedly, this retreat was also very smooth. Song Qingming did not take any elixirs to help break through the bottleneck, and successfully broke through the obstacles and raised his cultivation to the 6th level of the golden core, which really made him very happy at the moment. It's been more than half a year. Congratulations, junior brother Song, your cultivation has improved again. Just when Song Qingming was still full of joy, Zhang Xingai's voice had reached his ears from the side. Song Qingming turned around and found that the senior brother who had not seen for more than half a year had appeared not far from him. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to him. I have benefited a lot from experiencing the mortal life here for such a long time, and gained many new insights. I have to thank Brother Zhang for his guidance. Before Song Qingming went into seclusion, Zhang Xingaian had gone back to the mountain for something, and was not in Yanhu village at the time. In fact, he only found out about Song Qingming's breakthrough here after he returned to the village. Zhang Xingaian, with a calm expression, nodded slightly at Song Qingming and said, Junior brother Song, it is indeed a rare thing to be able to get so many insights from the lives of mortals so quickly, and to use this to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. The birth, aging, illness and death of mortals are the will of heaven and cannot be easily violated. Even if we cultivators have the ability to move mountains and fill the sea in this world, we cannot make changes to their fate that go against the will of heaven. From birth to death, they will also experience many things that are difficult for us as cultivators to touch. When you truly experience these, your perception of everything in this world will be different from before. Among the people who came to the island in recent years, there are many who are more talented than you, but in terms of perception in this area, there are indeed few people who can do better than you, so you don't have to be too modest with me on this point. Qingming, thank you for your teachings, senior brother. After hearing Zhang Xingai's explanation, Song Qingming immediately understood why he had been reminding himself not to use his cultivation ability to interfere with the lives of the mortals around him. When Song Qingming's cultivation was still low, he also experienced the death of his parents and relatives down the mountain. However, he had been away from mortal life for a long time at that time. Although he was very sad in his heart, he did not realize much from it. The reason why he gained something this time was that he had been living as a mortal for more than half a year, which allowed him to put himself into the ordinary mortals and deeply experience the sadness, reluctance and regret in their hearts. This suddenly made him have this breakthrough in cultivation. Since he was a child, Song Qingming had heard that many high-level cultivators in the cultivation world would often disguise themselves as low-level cultivators or mortals when traveling outside to experience a different life. At that time, he did not understand the deep meaning of this. It was not until he personally experienced so much this time and gained the realization of cultivation that Song Qingming finally understood why those predecessors did these abnormal things of escaping into the mortal world. Although Song Qingming's aptitude was not outstanding, Zhang Xingaian still liked his character very much. He smiled and waved his hand, and then said, "You must be very surprised that you have been here for so long. We are all high-level cultivators with successful cultivation. Why does the master want us to come here often to experience the life of ordinary mortals? These are actually mainly related to the exercises we practice, but now the master is anxious to see you, so I won't explain too much to you here. If you have anything to say, just ask him directly in person." "Brother Zhang, you said that the senior has come out of retreat and wants to see me now." Hearing Zhang Xingai's words, Song Qingming's heart was instantly happy, and he opened his mouth to confirm again with a nervous face, and he was relieved until the other party nodded in reply. After coming to the valley for a year, he finally got to see the senior who taught him the Yuxin Sutra exercise. After hearing this news from Zhang Xingyan, Song Qingming was also very excited, and didn't know what to say for a while. Master actually came out of retreat a few months ago, but unfortunately you happened to be in retreat to break through your cultivation. I didn't tell you in advance for fear of disturbing you. He's on the mountain now, I will take you there now, Zhang Xingyan said, waved his hand and summoned a green flying boat, and walked up first. Seeing this, Song Qingming also jumped onto the flying boat immediately. After a while, green light lit up around the flying boat, and Song Qingming and Zhang Xingyan turned into spiritual light and disappeared on the spot. After leaving Yanhu village, the flying boat controlled by Zhang Xingyan directly passed a mountain protection formation around the valley and flew directly to the sky above the empty island. Just when Song Qingming was a little puzzled, the flying boat passed through a white cloud in the air, and suddenly a huge mountain suspended in the sky appeared in front of the two people. There are several pavilions and towers on the mountain, and there are bursts of white clouds floating from time to time, a scene that makes people yearn for the holy land of immortals. After arriving here, Song Qingming also felt that the spiritual energy above was obviously much denser than that on the island below. There should be at least a level 4 spiritual vein on the mountain in front of him. I didn't expect that the mountain gate of Taixu sect was suspended above the entire island by a magic array. No wonder Song Qingming didn't find anything like a mountain protection array on the high mountains around the island before he came to the island. Seeing this unbelievable scene in front of him, Song Qingming's face immediately showed shock. Junior brother Song, there is a special array guarding the mountain. If ordinary people don't have the guidance of our sect's cultivators, even unyielding cultivators will find it difficult to find here. After meeting the master, let him teach you a set of spells to enter and exit the array, and you can go to the mountain freely in the future. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Zhang. Hearing Zhang Xingyan's instructions, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed his hands in thanks. After the two of them stood on the flying boat and talked for a few words, they had already arrived at a flat land on the west side of the mountain. Zhang Xingyan had just put away the flying boat beside him when a beam of light suddenly flew over from a stone pavilion not far away. A man in white with a cultivation level of only the 3rd level of the golden collar quickly appeared in front of the two of them and bowed slightly to them. 4th senior brother, master asked me to pick him up. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Xingyan responded slightly to the other party, then turned to Song Qingming and said, this is junior brother Liu Yang. You go with him to see the master. I still have some work to do at the bottom of the mountain, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Zhang Xingyan didn't wait for Song Qingming to respond, and he took the flying boat again and turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, and immediately turned around and bowed to the white-robed cultivator beside him. Then I'll trouble senior brother Liu, although the other party's cultivation level was lower than his, and he didn't seem to be older than him. The seniority between fellow disciples in the world of immortal cultivation was arranged according to the order of entry. Since Song Qingming was here, he could only call him senior brother. Liu Yang, who had a handsome face, glanced at Song Qingming and smiled and said, junior brother Song, you are too polite. Come with me. Liu Yang led Song Qingming to the stone pavilion. The two walked along the stone steps on the mountain road for about half a mile and soon came to a mountain wall. After arriving here, Liu Yang waved his hand and released a purple sound transmission talisman, which sank directly into the mountain wall. After a while, the mountain wall in front of the two changed and revealed the gate of a cave. Junior brother Song, the master is waiting for you inside. Go in by yourself. I have something else to do first. After Liu Yang finished speaking, he didn't care about Song Qingming in front of him, and turned around and left here along the original road. Song Qingming, who was standing in the same place, slightly adjusted his old coarse cloth coat. After seeing that there was nothing wrong, he walked into the cave lightly. After arriving at the Taixu gate, although both Zhang Xingyan and Liu Yang, whom he had just met, seemed to Song Qingming to be very casual, without the common rules of other large sects. However, Song Qingming was still very careful along the way, trying to make himself appear more stable and not to leave a bad impression on the other party. As soon as he entered the cave, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance appeared in front of Song Qingming, sitting on a cushion in the middle of the cave, looking at him with a smile. This middle-aged man, like Song Qingming, was also wearing coarse old clothes, holding a roll of bamboo slips that had just been put away in his hand. He was the shopkeeper of the Gianfeng shop that Song Qingming had dealt with that year. Song Qingming's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the golden collar. When he saw an ordinary unyielding cultivator like Zhang Xingyan, he could still quickly see the other party's cultivation. However, when Song Qingming's consciousness detected the vicinity of the middle-aged man in front of him, it was like a mud cow entering the sea and instantly lost its trace, and he could not see a trace of the other party's true cultivation at all. This situation is enough to prove that the person in front of him is not a great cultivator of the late nascent soul stage with profound cultivation, but should be the legendary cultivator of the god of transformation in the world of immortal cultivation. Junior Song Qingming, meet the senior. Seeing Song Qingming bowing to him with a respectful face, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, stood up and walked to the stone table beside him, and waved to him again. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Come and sit down. Hearing the other party's order, Song Qingming was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly walked over and sat on the stone bench beside the table according to the other party's order. When he saw the birds singing in the fairy mountain just now, Song Qingming thought that the cave where the senior lived must be a magnificent place. After sitting down and taking a look around the cave, Song Qingming was a little surprised that this cave was actually as simple as the small courtyard in the mortal village where they lived at the foot of the mountain. Apart from the pile of scrolls, there was nothing in the cave that looked expensive. Even the teacup on the table was an ordinary utensil made in the mortal world. Knowing that Song Qingming was coming, the middle-aged man had already boiled a pot of water at the table. After boiling the pot of hot water, the middle-aged man suddenly asked Song Qingming, "You should have some spiritual tea with you, produced in the floating cloud mountains. Take it out." Yes. Hearing the other party's question, Song Qingming was stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly took out 2 bags of spiritual tea from the storage magic tool. Then Song Qingming took the teapot from the middle-aged man's hand, helped him brew a pot of spiritual tea, and carefully brought it to him. "Well, your craftsmanship is still good. The taste of this spiritual tea is almost the same as the one I drank 200 years ago." The middle-aged man picked up the teacup on the table, smelled it, and then took 2 sips of it. "Senior, if you like our spiritual tea, I have brought some here." Seeing the other party's focused look while tasting tea, as if he was also a person who liked to eat and drink like himself, Song Qingming immediately understood what he meant and took out the remaining spiritual tea he brought from home and piled it on the table. "Haha. Since you are so generous, I won't be polite with you. I will accept these things first, and when I think of what you need in the future, I will return the gift to you." Seeing the pile of spiritual tea on the table, the middle-aged man nodded with a look of surprise, and did not say anything polite to Song Qingming, and waved his hand to collect them all. After collecting the spiritual tea on the table, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, and he put away his previous casual look, and his eyes looking at Song Qingming began to become a little serious. "We are so far apart, I thought you couldn't find this place. It seems that this destined person is guided by the heaven in the dark. Even if I didn't leave you a clue at the beginning, I'm afraid we will still meet one day." "Well, senior, you are right. I can find this place. It is indeed a bit of heaven's favor. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to see you again." Hearing what the other party said, although Song Qingming agreed verbally, he felt a little helpless in his heart. The clues left by the other party were too vague, so he had no way to check for a while. If it weren't for the reminder of Moleogwe to come to the Donghuang country's Yuxin realm to investigate, I'm afraid Song Qingming really didn't know how long it would take to find this place. If this guy could have left an accurate location, even if he had told him that these 2 places were in the Nanzhao of the Eastern Phoenix country, Song Qingming wouldn't have been confused for so long. "The Taixu sword that I passed on to you should still be with you." "Yes, it is, but I accidentally broke it when I was refining it." Hearing the other party asking about the Taixu sword, Song Qingming looked somewhat helpless as he rummaged through his storage bag and found a broken top-grade flying sword that the middle-aged man had given him. When he bought this flying sword, he had no idea about the inheritance of the skills they left in it. He didn't expect that he broke the sword when he was refining it, and then he accidentally got the inheritance of the Yuxin Sutra in it. Looking at the short sword on the table, the middle-aged man shook his head slightly and said, "It's okay. This sword was originally used to carry the inheritance, and it won't affect anything if it's broken." After waving his hand to put away the broken sword on the table, the middle-aged man introduced, "Before you went up the mountain, Xingyan had already introduced our Taixu sect to you. I'm sure you should know some things. My Taoist name is Linksa Taoist, and I'm the current head of Taixu sect. The Yuxin Sutra you practiced is the inheritance of the skills left by an ancestor of our sect. Chapter 660, Divine Transformation Monk, Blue Stone Tablet. Before, at the foot of the mountain, although Song Qingming knew some things about the Taixu sect through Zhang Xingyan, the other party had never mentioned to him the inheritance of the Yuxin Sutra that Song Qingming practiced. Although Zhang Xingyan was also a disciple of the Taixu sect, he had never practiced this set of exercises. Not only him, but most of the core disciples of the Taixu sect had never practiced this set of exercises. Therefore, when Song Qingming asked about this, Zhang Xingyan could only ask him to wait patiently. After Master Link's Taoist came out of retreat, he would naturally explain this to Song Qingming. Now that he heard Link's Taoist talking about the Yuxin Sutra exercises that he wanted to know most on this trip, Song Qingming's eyes were also fixed on the other party. However, the next sentence of Link's Taoist made Song Qingming freeze in place. However, since the creation of the Jade Mysterious Sutra by that senior ancestor, the practice has only been passed down to the Golden Core realm, and no subsequent practice has been left in the sect. Senior, are you saying that the Jade Mysterious Sutra has no subsequent practice? Hearing what the other party said, Song Qingming's heart sank, and his whole mood felt like he had suddenly fallen from a high altitude to a low point, revealing a depressed look on his face. He spent so much time, risked his life and traveled hundreds of thousands of miles, finally found this place, and stayed to do farm work for more than half a year, but in the end he got such an answer. How could he not be unacceptable in his heart? Seeing Song Qingming's face suddenly change, Taoist Linksa seemed to have already calculated it. He nodded at him and said, "Indeed, this technique has been passed down in the sect for so many years, but few people have practiced it. However, in the past few hundred years, with the help of a magic treasure, I have deduced a new way of practice from the Yuxin Sutra, which also allows this technique to have a new way of inheritance. It's just that up to now, I haven't fully deduced the subsequent techniques, so I left some of the inheritance of the Yuxin Sutra outside to lead you here, and I hope that you can all help complete the subsequent techniques of the Yuxin Sutra." Deducing the subsequent techniques, this junior's current cultivation level is only at the Jinden stage. How can I have such ability? Hearing that Taoist Linksa actually invited him to help deduce the subsequent techniques of the Yuxin Sutra, Song Qingming was stunned and couldn't help but suspect that he had misheard what the other party meant. You should know that in the world of immortal cultivation, the cultivators who can deduce new techniques on their own are all powerful cultivators with high cultivation levels above the nascent soul stage, who can comprehend new ways of cultivation from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years, but he has never heard of any Jinden cultivator around him who can deduce a new technique. Haha. Don't worry, the reason why I asked you to help deduce the subsequent techniques of the Jade Mysterious Sutra is because this technique is quite special, and the Jinden stage cultivators can naturally help. Since you took the initiative to come here, it also shows that you really want to get the subsequent techniques. You can go to Taixu Palace with me to try it out. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, you will definitely gain something by then." After Taoist Linksu finished drinking the spiritual tea in his hand, smiled and waved to Song Qingming, and then took the lead to walk out of the cave. Seeing this, Song Qingming also gritted his teeth and got up and followed him. After the two walked out of the cave, Taoist Linksu waved his hand and a cloud of auspicious clouds gathered under their feet. Then Song Qingming floated up with Taoist Linksu and flew to the other side of the mountain. Feeling that a high-level cultivator could easily control the energy of heaven and earth to gather into clouds, Song Qingming was quite curious and couldn't help but speculate more about the cultivation level of Taoist Linksu in front of him. The other party could do this so easily, it seems that it is very likely that he is the legendary god-transforming cultivator. After traveling abroad for so many years, Song Qingming has also heard some rumors about the god-transforming cultivators and knows that they have the means to control the energy of heaven and earth at will. In the entire Donghuangxianzhao continent, there are only two human god-transforming cultivators known to everyone. These two people are Jinyuan Liaozu, the great elder of the Zionun sect, who has broken through the god-transforming stage in 1,500 years and has blessed the Donghuang Kingdom immortal world for nearly 2,000 years. The other one only advanced to the god transformation stage 600 years ago. His cultivation has already surpassed others. Now he has cultivated to the 4th level of god transformation. He is recognized as the best master of the human race in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world and the Grand Elder of the Xianyu sect Chen Qingxuan. The Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world is directly bordered by the Northern Frontier Monster Clan in the north, and there is also the threat of the Falling Star Sea Monster in the south. There are also many high-level demon cultivators in the territory. It is precisely because of these two human ancestors who have achieved God transformation that the cultivators of the Eastern Phoenix Country have resisted the harassment of the monsters and demons for thousands of years. The entire Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world has been able to develop so steadily so far. The reason why the cultivation world of the floating Cloud Mountain range has been defeated by the monsters for tens of thousands of years and lost its territory is also because there are not enough high-level cultivators, and the overall strength cannot match the monsters. If a God transformation cultivator can appear on the human side, he can integrate the power of all the sects in the floating Cloud Mountain range. That human cultivator can not only defend the current territory easily, but also gather strength to counterattack the demon race in the future and completely recover the mountains and rivers of the entire floating Cloud Mountains. Compared with those powerful unyielding masters in the world of immortal cultivation, the gods who stand above them are the powerful figures in this world who can decide the fate of the creatures. After knowing that the Taoist Lingsu standing next to him might be a godsend cultivator, Song Qingming looked at him with a trace of admiration. In the entire world of immortal cultivation, there are hundreds of millions of cultivators like Song Qingming. The purpose of everyone's cultivation is to break through the godsend realm one day, and then ascend to the upper realm to achieve immortality. For cultivators like Taoist Lingsu who have cultivated to the godsend realm, they are only one step away from the road to ascension, and naturally have become the goal of Song Qingming's hard work. Taoist Lingsu took Song Qingming on the auspicious clouds under his feet, and after a burst of flying against the wind, they soon arrived outside a palace on the top of the mountain. Looking at the three golden characters Takesu Palace hanging high at the entrance of the hall in front of him, Song Qingming also felt an inexplicable familiar feeling on his face. The Yuxuan Sutra you practiced was originally stored here. I brought you here to let you enter the cave of that senior and study the stone tablet he left behind. It is said that the senior also comprehended and deduced the Yuxuan Sutra by comprehending the stone tablet. Taoist Lingsu stood at the door and introduced Song Qingming. He waved his hand to open the restriction at the entrance of the hall and walked in first. Just when Song Qingming wanted to move and follow Taoist Lingsu into the hall, he suddenly felt a burst of black smoke around him, and then Song Qingming suddenly fell into darkness, as if he was fixed by someone, and it was difficult to move his feet. This sudden change really made Song Qingming a little overwhelmed. He was about to shout to Taoist Lingsu, who was walking in front of him, and ask for his help. As a result, he found that his mouth was open, but he could not make any sound. He could only stand there motionless in the darkness, letting the endless darkness erode his body. Humph! You are getting more and more restless. Just when Song Qingming was already a little desperate and at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in front of him and came into his ears, which immediately woke him up from his sleepiness. Taoism follows nature. Break. With a roar, the darkness in front of Song Qingming instantly dissipated, and soon he was back outside the Takesu Palace where he had just stood. Looking at Lingsu Taoist who was looking at him calmly not far away, Song Qingming seemed to have just had a big dream. It was obviously something that happened in an instant, but it made him feel like he had experienced it for a long time, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Are you okay? Hearing the question from Lingsu Taoist, Song Qingming, whose face was still a little pale, hurriedly squeezed out a smile and nodded. Senior, what evil thing was this black air just now? Why is it so powerful? Taoist Lingsu frowned slightly and said, on this island, there is a real demon soul from the upper realm sealed. Just now, this demon used the illusion to disturb your mind, which almost made you fall into his trap. You just came here and didn't know the situation, so you were unprepared and he took advantage of the opportunity to break your mind. I will teach you a spell to calm your mind. If you encounter such a situation again, you only need to recite this mental method silently, and you can drive this demon god out of your body. Don't be too afraid of him. After Taoist Lingsu finished speaking, he waved his hand and released a spiritual light into Song Qingming's body. Then, a very profound meditation spell flew out of Song Qingming's mind. This island actually sealed the real demon from the upper realm. No wonder when I came here, I heard someone say that there was a dense demon gas around the island, as if a demon had descended to the world. So this is what happened. After silently reciting the meditation spell in his body, Song Qingming still seemed a little frightened at this moment. The real demons from the upper realm, even if their cultivation was suppressed by the power of the interface after descending to the lower realm, their strength was at least that of a great demon above the level of the god transformation realm. They could easily kill a small giant and cultivator like him with just a flick of their fingers. Tens of thousands of years ago, a very powerful real demon from the upper realm invaded Huayang realm to refine a magic weapon, which triggered a great war between immortals and demons, which severely damaged the vitality of this realm, and even killed many god transformation cultivators. When Song Qingming heard Taoist Linksa say that there was also a real demon soul from the upper realm sealed here, he immediately thought of this matter, and felt that the two things might be related. Taoist Linksu nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "The one suppressed on the island is a very powerful demon from the upper realm. My Taoist sect has been hiding here for many years just to guard the seal on the island to prevent this demon from coming out and wreaking havoc on the world. However, after so many years, the strength of this demon has recovered a lot, and the seal formation has also begun to loosen. I don't know how long this demon can be trapped. Alice. If this demon is allowed to escape, the world of immortal cultivation will probably usher in a bloody storm again, and I don't know how many lives will be destroyed. Senior, since this demon has been sealed, demon, then why don't you try to kill him directly and eliminate the trouble forever? Don't even a divine transformation cultivator like you have no way to deal with him? Haha. How can the physical body of the real demon in the upper realm be killed so easily? It's not that there is no way to kill this demon, but it does require a lot of skills, and it is not something that can be done overnight. We old guys will find a way to deal with this matter. Don't worry about it for now. Come in with me first." Taoist Linksa shook his head and sighed, and then urged Song Qingming to change the topic at hand. Seeing this, Song Qingming didn't think about it anymore and hurriedly followed him. The two soon walked into the Taoist palace and came to a cave that seemed to be a retreat for a cultivator. This cave looked much better than the place where Taoist Linksu was retreating. There were many bookshelves, tables and chairs made of high-level spiritual wood, and some white night pearls were placed on them. Several portraits and calligraphy inscriptions hanging around were also covered with a layer of fake golden light, which were obviously not ordinary mortals. After bringing Song Qingming to the middle of the cave, Taoist Linksu raised his hand and waved gently at the open space in front of them. A wave of waves rolled up in front of their eyes, and then a dazzling white light suddenly appeared. After a while, the white light slowly dissipated, and in front of the two of them, there was an ancient bluestone stele more than 10 feet high, engraved with many ancient runes. At the first glance of the stele, Song Qingming was already firmly attracted by it. The whole person seemed to have seen a very exquisite technique, and the spiritual energy in his body could not help but flow rapidly. This stone tablet was passed down by the cultivators from the upper realm when this world was created. The symbols on it are somewhat mysterious, and it is easy for people to be obsessed with it. When I first saw this inscription, I stayed in it for a full month before I walked out. You have already practiced the Yuxin Sutra, so it is normal for the spiritual energy in your body to be sensitive to the inscription. Don't be too nervous, just concentrate on comprehending the inscription. Taoist Linksa suddenly spoke, awakening Song Qingming who had just been immersed in it. He quickly turned his head and looked away from the stone tablet. Senior, can you show me the skills you have comprehended before? Hearing Song Qingming's request, Taoist Linksa shook his head and said, Haha. I'm afraid that what I have comprehended can't help you. Although all those who come here to comprehend this stone tablet have practiced the Jade Mysterious Sutra, the subsequent skills that each person finally comprehended are different. What I have comprehended can't help you. Because I practiced sword cultivation skills in my early years, what I comprehended is a set of Taoist sword skills, but this skill has only been deduced to the late nascent soul stage. After that, I tried for nearly 200 years, but still couldn't find the way. I still couldn't deduce the Taoist sword skill to the god transformation stage. I don't know whether I took the wrong path or didn't reach the fire stage. The other people who came here besides you also comprehended different methods. Some people can directly deduce the subsequent methods to the nascent soul stage, and there are more people who can only stay in the golden core stage after comprehending for a long time. Almost everyone's results are different. As for what kind of results you can comprehend, this old man doesn't know. It can only depend on your personal opportunities and luck in the future. So that's it. Thank you for your guidance. After hearing the explanation of Linksa Taoist, Song Qingming finally understood why he had to come here to try to deduce the subsequent methods of Yuxuan Sutra. If everyone deduced different methods after comprehending the stone tablet, then there is no way to judge who is right. As a spiritual cultivator, Lingsu Taoist has also deduced the methods to the nascent soul stage, but he still has no confidence in deducing the methods after the nascent soul stage, so he can only pin his hopes on Song Qingming and other predestined people. There is abundant spiritual energy here, which will not interfere with your daily practice. You can just concentrate on comprehending the skills here. No one will come in to disturb you during this period. If you haven't come out for a long time, I will come in to pick you up. You can rest assured about this. After Taoist Lingsu reminded Song Qingming, he turned around and walked out of the cave, leaving this place alone to Song Qingming. After Taoist Lingsu left, Song Qingming did not rush to comprehend the stone tablet in front of him immediately, but raised his eyes to scan the surroundings of the cave, then found a clean chair to sit down, and calmly thought about what Taoist Lingsu had just said to him. In terms of spiritual root talent, Song Qingming can only be regarded as an ordinary inferior qualification, but in these years of practice, Song Qingming's own understanding of the skills is still no worse than that of ordinary people. Whether it is the Yuxuan Sutra practiced before the Dan formation, or the 5 elements Zhuanggangju that he later switched to practice, and the Tongshan Wanlingju obtained from the Tongshan Tower, Song Qingming's speed in practicing these techniques was not particularly bad, and he also had some unique insights. It was just that his qualifications were relatively ordinary that he did not seem so outstanding. After sorting out some ideas in his mind, Song Qingming stood up and came to the green stone tablet. After approaching the green stone tablet, before Song Qingming could use his mana, the spiritual energy on his body suddenly began to stir, and a layer of faint green spiritual light appeared on Song Qingming's body. These were the spiritual energy of the Yuxuan Sutra techniques that Song Qingming had practiced for many years. At this moment, after approaching the stone tablet, it was somewhat out of control and came out directly. Seeing this, Song Qingming patiently controlled the strong desire in his body and took back his mana. Then he sat cross-legged on the spot and took out a second-level top-grade Qingxin talisman and stuck it on himself. Then Song Qingming took the initiative to close his eyes and began to silently recite the meditation method that Lingsu Taoist had just passed on to him. After an instant of time, Song Qingming calmed down the agitated spiritual energy in his body, and his eyes became clearer. After concentrating his mind, Song Qingming stood up calmly and cast a spell to cover his own magic power on the science stone tablet. However, this time, Song Qingming did not use the green spiritual light in his body that echoed with the science stone tablet, but used the 5 elements Zhuanggangju that he had practiced after changing his cultivation method to try to comprehend the science stone tablet. After a ray of white light covered the science stone tablet, the ancient runes in front of Song Qingming immediately emitted a spiritual light, and then began to dance slowly on the science stone tablet. At this moment, Song Qingming's face tightened, and he immediately began to concentrate, staring at the runes on it, trying to comprehend the mystery. Time flies, and more than 4 years have passed since Song Qingming entered Taixu Palace to comprehend the green stone tablet. On this day, outside the Yuxuan Mountain suspended in the air, a green escape light suddenly flew over, passed through the mountain protection formation, and landed on the flat ground in front of the stone pavilion. A moment later, a girl in black jumped off the flying boat. After looking around, she found a figure sitting in the stone pavilion, and walked over happily. The black-clothed woman just walked into the stone pavilion, and the white-clothed man who was meditating immediately opened his eyes, then smiled and stood up and bowed to her. Haha. Senior Sister Li, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come back, Junior Brother Liu. Your cultivation has also improved a lot. It seems that with your talent and the guidance of the master, you will catch up with me in no time. After seeing Liu Yang, the black-clothed woman also smiled and returned the greeting. Sister, please don't make fun of me. Everyone knows that besides the brothers on the mountain, Master likes you the most. If you hadn't gone out to travel, I wouldn't have had the chance to stay with Master. Seeing the black-clothed woman praising him, Liu Yang quickly responded to her humbly. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. You've become much sweeter. It seems that Senior Sister's love for you is not in vain. Take this. These are all good things I brought back from outside. The black-clothed woman nodded happily, then took out a storage bag from her body and threw it to her. Thank you, Senior Sister Li. Liu Yang, who had been on the mountain for a long time, was delighted when he saw the storage bag in his hand, and quickly opened it with a happy face to take a look. "Hey. I just heard from fourth senior brother at the foot of the mountain that a new junior brother has come to the mountain recently. Have you met him? What's his talent like? Has he comprehended the skills in the stone tablet?" Hearing the question from the woman in black, Liu Yang hurriedly put away the storage bag in his hand and replied, "Senior sister Li is talking about junior brother Song, right? He is still in Taiksa Palace, comprehending the stone tablet, and has not come out for more than 4 years. I guess master will go in to pick him up in a while. Junior brother Song, is your surname also Song?" Hearing Liu Yang's answer, the woman in black couldn't help but be slightly stunned, revealing a bit of surprise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Deducing the Technique, Senior Sister Li. Seeing that Senior Sister Li looked a little strange, Liu Yang nodded and continued, "Well, Junior Brother Song and I have only met once, but I heard Senior Brother 4 mention him a few times. It seems that he came from the floating cloud mountains in the east of the continent. Speaking of this Junior Brother Song, he is indeed a genius. He is only a 4 spiritual root, but he has cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the 6th level of the golden core in just 200 years. I think his talent is not worse than those of us." "What? He is also from the floating cloud mountains. What is the name of this Junior Brother Song?" When the black-clothed woman heard Liu Yang talking about the new Junior Brother Song, who is also from the floating cloud mountains cultivation world, a familiar figure emerged in her mind, making her slightly excited when she spoke. It can't be such a coincidence. This black-clothed woman is none other than Li Zuanai, the good friend that Song Qingming escorted all the way back to Nanzhao from Kingzhou in the north of eastern Phoenix country. In addition to being a cultivator of the Nanzhao Yuanying family, the Li family of Liuan Mountain, Li Zuanai is actually a disciple of Linksa Taoist of Taiksu sect, but few people outside know her identity. She had been injured quite seriously while traveling. After returning to Nanzhao with Song Qingming, she had stayed in the family to recuperate. Not long ago, her injuries had healed, and she returned to the Taiksu Gate to visit her master and fellow disciples. Seeing Li Zuanai looking at him seriously, Liu Yang thought for a while before answering, "It seems to be Song Qingming. It should be this name. I also heard it from my 4th senior brother, Song Qingming." Hearing Liu Yang say the name she was expecting, Li Zuanai was excited, but also showed a hint of displeasure. Song Qingming had promised to find her, and now 5 years have passed, but he has never come to the appointment. I didn't expect that he was actually in the Taiksu Gate not far from me. No wonder this guy was a little curious when he saw the green ore on his body. It turned out that he was also the inheritor chosen by the master outside. But this guy really didn't trust me at all. He had already seen the Yuxuan Sutra technique on me. On the way back to Nanzhao from Kingzhou, he didn't tell me about this for more than a year. At the beginning, Song Qingming also said that one of his friends had practiced a similar technique. Now I think he must have lied to her. Thinking of this, Li Zuanai was a little annoyed and wanted to find Song Qingming to question him on the spot. But then he thought that the other party was still in the Taiksa Palace to comprehend the technique. If he went there now, he would definitely not be able to see him. After suppressing his emotions, Li Zuanai turned around and left the stone pavilion to find his master Linksa Taoist. Seeing that his senior sister Li's face suddenly changed after hearing the name Song Qingming, Liu Yang also guessed that the two of them might have some stories. But seeing that Li Zuanai didn't say anything and turned around and left the stone pavilion directly, he didn't ask, and turned back to his original position with a smile, sat down and started his daily meditation practice. After passing through the stone pavilion and arriving outside the Linksa Taoist cave, Li Zuanai's face changed and then returned to calm. And then he cast a spell to send a sound transmission node into the cave. After a while, a somewhat kind voice came from the cave. "You girl, you ran away and haven't seen anyone for more than 10 years. You finally remembered to come back to see your master. Come in." Seeing this, Li Zuanai hurriedly walked into the Linksa Taoist cave, first stepped forward and bowed to him, and then said with a somewhat aggrieved look, "Master, you blamed me wrongly. I went out to travel this time and was accidentally attacked by someone and almost couldn't come back. I came to see you just after I recovered from my injury." Hearing what Li Zuanai said, Lingsu Taoist, who was sitting at the stone table and making tea, suddenly changed his eyes and quickly scanned Li Zuanai with his spiritual sense. "You even used up the sword energy I left for you to protect yourself. It seems that you will encounter a lot of trouble this time. I have reminded you to be careful when traveling abroad and not to take the initiative to cause trouble. Now you know how serious it is. You can come back alive, which is also a blessing from heaven. You must be more careful when you go out in the future, and don't lose your life because of this." After saying this, Taoist Lingsu sighed slightly. Hearing the teachings of his master, Li Zuanai curled his lips slightly, and didn't say anything more. He took the initiative to pick up the kettle on the table and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Taoist Lingsu. "Master, I have found a lot of spiritual teas with excellent taste for you when I went out this time. I will make you a pot to try first." "Hey, wait." Seeing Li Zuanai pick up the teapot and want to pour out the remaining tea in it, Taoist Lingsu quickly reached out to stop her. "I just brewed this pot of tea. If you want to make tea for me, why don't you just get another pot? It's such a waste to pour it out like this." "Where did you get this spiritual tea, master? Why do you like it so much?" Seeing that Taoist Lingsu was cherishing this spiritual tea, Li Zuanai was also a little surprised and asked hurriedly. Taoist Lingsu shook his head and said, "This is a spiritual tea that someone brought from the floating cloud mountains. Although it is not a top-grade spiritual tea, it is not easy to get. You should still cherish it. It was brought from the floating cloud mountains. Could it be that it was given by the new junior brother Song? I didn't expect that he knows how to respect you so much. No wonder you, master, are partial to him so quickly." "Hey, why does your tone sound a little wrong today? You don't know the kid, do you?" Taoist Lingsu also knows his apprentice very well. When he heard that there was something wrong in Li Zuanai's tone, he immediately noticed a clue. Seeing this, Li Zuanai did not hide anything and told him everything about how he met Song Qingming at the auction of Xiangui sect and how they were hunted by Douyin Longshan and others while they were looking for treasure. Hearing that Li Zuanai and Song Qingming had such an adventurous experience of meeting each other, Taoist Lingsu could not help but sigh at the fate of the two. "I didn't expect this kid to be so cautious. He didn't even ask you a question. No wonder he was able to find here. Not to mention his experience of traveling outside, he is indeed much better than you. How come even the Yuanying sect in Qingzhou is so unruly now? Why don't the old monster Jin and others take care of it? It seems that I have to remind them when I have a chance not to let these people below ruin the reputation of Donghuang country." Taoist Lingsu chuckled and said, then picked up a cup of spiritual tea that Li Zuanai had just brewed on the table and took a sip, and then showed a satisfied look. "Well, it's really good tea. You are still thinking about your master. You haven't forgotten me even after you left." Hearing the praise from Taoist Lingsu, Li Zuanai smiled proudly and said, "Master is so good to me. If I don't think about you, who else would think about you? I hope you won't be bribed by some broken tea leaves in the future." "Haha. That won't happen. Even if that kid comprehends the skills, he probably won't, eh? You don't have to be jealous of him." "Who would be jealous of him?" "Master, what you said is really unpleasant." 3 days later, in the cave of Taiksa Palace, Song Qingming sat cross-legged, and bursts of light green spiritual light kept coming out of his body. After these spiritual lights came out of his body, they circled around his body for several circles, and then slowly returned to Song Qingming's body. 5 elements divine light mirror. As Song Qingming whispered to himself, 5 colorful mirrors appeared beside Song Qingming, and then several golden spiritual lights shot out from the mirrors, forming a golden cage beside Song Qingming. Then, Song Qingming waved his hand, and a black-robed man who was about the same height as him immediately appeared beside him, holding a black and white flying sword of the 3rd level medium grade in his hand. "Golden Wind, try to see how powerful my newly created magic array is." After hearing Song Qingming's order, the expressionless Golden Wind moved and flew into the air. The magic weapon Mobe sword in his hand swung vigorously, and a powerful sword light was drawn, rushing straight into the golden light array that the 5 elements divine light mirror had just formed. After Song Qingming's hard training over the years, plus the cleansing of Yanling water, Golden Wind's cultivation has almost touched the peak of the 2nd level of the Golden Core, and is not far from the 3rd level of the Golden Core. At this time, he was holding the 3rd level middle grade Mobe sword and used his full strength to attack, which was no less than that of a 3rd level giant and cultivator. If it were in the past, Song Qingming would have to dodge a few attacks of this level first, and would not dare to take it head-on. However, at this moment, Song Qingming was full of confidence and calm in the face of the sword light released by Golden Wind, and he did not seem to care too much about the power of this attack. The white sword light had just flown in front of the golden magic circle, and a burst of green spiritual light suddenly appeared above the 5 elements divine light mirror, and it took the initiative to fly out and turned into a giant hand to directly grab the white spiritual light that had just attacked. After a while, the white spiritual light was in the green giant hand, and it turned into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and dissipated in the air. Then, the green giant hand in front of the 5 elements divine light mirror turned into several golden lights, which flew from all directions and immediately surrounded the golden wind in a circle, making it stand still and unable to move. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face lit up. He nodded with satisfaction, stood up and put away the 5 elements divine light mirror around him. After 4 years of continuous comprehension, Song Qingming has already comprehended and deduced a set of subsequent exercises of the Yuxin Sutra from the stone tablet of the Taiksa Palace. The set of exercises deduced by Song Qingming was not deduced on the basis of the original Yuxin Sutra, but a new set of exercises he deduced based on his experience of using green spiritual light for so many years. This new set of exercises is more flexible and changeable in the use of green spiritual light, and can directly refine its own mana into the magic weapon at any time, instead of just covering it on the surface of the magic weapon as before. In this way, the power of the magic weapon enhanced from the inside is not a little bit higher than before, and it can almost increase the original 3rd level middle grade magic weapon to the power of the 3rd level upper grade magic weapon. Moreover, after integrating his own magic power, Song Qingming's ability to control magic weapons has been greatly enhanced. In addition, his spiritual consciousness is stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. This also allows him to control multiple magic weapons at the same time without reducing their power too much when fighting against the enemy in the future. However, Song Qingming has only deduced this set of skills to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. He has not deduced the skills to the nascent soul stage like Link's Taoist and others. Recently, Song Qingming has tried to integrate the green spiritual light that he has cultivated for many years in his body into his own life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror based on his newly deduced skills. After such a long period of running in, he finally succeeded today. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. Now the 5 elements divine light mirror is used with a set of spells deduced by Song Qingming from the new skills. Its defensive power is no less than that of a powerful 3rd level upper grade defensive magic weapon. Otherwise, the 5 elements divine light mirror just now would not have been able to deal with the golden wind so easily. Although the technique he deduced has only reached the middle stage of the golden core, the power of this technique is still much higher than the 5 elements Zhuan Gangju that Song Qingming is practicing now. In recent years, because he has been concentrating on deducing the technique with a blue stone tablet, Song Qingming has long forgotten the time when he entered the Taiksa Palace. At this moment, after successfully improving the power of his life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror, Song Qingming took his attention back from deducing the technique. At this moment, he didn't know how much time had passed. After thinking about it, he gave up continuing to deduce the technique and chose to take the initiative to walk out of the Taiksa Palace. Deducing a new set of techniques is not something that can be completed overnight. Even if Song Qingming chooses to continue to stay in the cave, he is not sure that he can continue to deduce the technique to the nascent soul stage. Besides, it has been so long since he left the floating cloud mountains. Song Qingming is also worried about his relatives and friends in Uyghur. If he really delays his return, it will be a loss for him. After opening the forbidden magic circle inside and walking out of the Taiksa Palace, Song Qingming stood outside and felt the long-lost sunshine outside. Just as Song Qingming was about to get up and leave, a beam of light suddenly flew in front of him. It was Liu Yang who took him to see Link's Taoist. Congratulations, junior brother Song, for coming out of retreat today. Seeing that junior brother looks so good, it seems that this retreat has also yielded a lot. Seeing Liu Yang's figure, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped forward and saluted and replied, "Haha. Senior brother Liu, don't flatter me. I have been in retreat for so long, and finally deduced the skills. Now I don't know how much time has passed outside. I am really ashamed. Junior brother Song has been in retreat for exactly 4 years, which is not too long. Among the many brothers and sisters who went in to comprehend the Taixu steel like you are not the last to come out. Otherwise, it would not be me who came to pick you up, but the master himself. It has been 4 years. This retreat time is really not short. Thank you, senior brother Liu, for your guidance. Song Qingming was slightly relieved when he learned from Liu Yang that he had been in retreat for 4 years. Although it has been nearly 20 years since he came to the East Phoenix Country cultivation world, there is still some time before the beast tide that occurs once 100 years in the floating cloud mountains begins. Song Qingming does not need to be too anxious to return to Weiguo now. Junior brother Song, since you have come out of retreat, come with me to see the master. He is already waiting for you in the cave. After talking to Song Qingming for a few words, Liu Yang waved his hand and took out a flying boat, then jumped on it with Song Qingming, and then turned into a beam of light and left. Senior brother Liu, didn't you say there are other senior brothers in the sect? Why haven't I seen other senior brothers except you and senior brother Zheng? After standing on the flying boat, looking at the quiet Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming asked again with some curiosity. Hearing this, Liu Yang nodded slightly and said, Junior brother Song, you don't know that most of our brothers and sisters in Taixu sect actually came here from outside like you. Although they are also disciples of the Taixu sect, they all have their own identities outside, and they rarely come to the mountain except when the master summons them. Now, besides us, there are only a few close disciples of the master who remain on the mountain. Some of the senior brothers are still practicing in seclusion, and some have gone out to gain experience. Therefore, it is a bit unfortunate that you can't see them. Oh. So that's the case. Thank you, senior brother Liu told me. It's a pity that it's not easy for me to come here, and I don't know if I will have the chance to see them in the future. Hearing Song Qingming sigh, Liu Yang smiled and nodded and said, you have now comprehended the Taixu stone tablet. It will be easy to recognize fellow disciples when you meet them outside in the future. Junior brother Song, don't be discouraged because of this. We will meet if we are destined to meet. Senior brother Liu is right. I will learn from you. While the two were talking, the flying boat controlled by Liu Yang had already arrived at the flat ground not far from the door of Lingyuan's cave. After putting Song Qingming down, Liu Yang walked to the stone pavilion and stopped immediately. He took out a white sound transmission talisman from his body and handed it to Song Qingming. Junior brother Song, you already know the way, so I won't send you over. When you get outside, just use this sound transmission talisman and the master will know it immediately. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately bowed slightly to Liu Yang, and then turned around and walked towards the location of Lingyuan's cave. After arriving outside the cave, Song Qingming moved his magic power, and a white sound transmission talisman automatically flew into the mountain wall in front. After a while, the restriction in front fluctuated, and a figure that surprised him walked out of the cave. Junior brother Song, you still remember me after not seeing me for many years? Daoi Ali, why is it you? Why are you here? Seeing Li Zuanai, who was dressed in black and smiling at him, Song Qingming couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. You asked me why I was here, so why don't you guess? Junior brother Song, seeing Song Qingming's face of shock and surprise, Li Zuanai calmly asked him a question. It turns out that I was not wrong at the beginning. Daoi Ali is also a disciple of Taixu sect Alice. It's all my fault that I was too cautious at the beginning, which caused a misunderstanding. I hope Daoi Ali won't blame me. After recalling it in his mind, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh, and then shook his head with a self-deprecating look. When Song Qingming first saw the Zhuangguang armor that automatically appeared on Li Zuanai and King Zhao, he suspected that she might have practiced a Yuan Sutra. However, when Li Zuanai later showed him the green spiritual light she had practiced, Song Qingming found something wrong and thought he had made a mistake, so he did not continue to ask about it. At that time, Song Qingming had not been to the Taixu sect, and he did not know the truth about the subsequent exercises of the Yuan Sutra. Now that I think about it, the reason why the green spiritual light on Li Zuanai's body is somewhat different from the Yuan Sutra that Song Qingming originally practiced. It should be because after she comprehended the Taixu stone tablet and deduced the subsequent exercises, the spiritual energy in her body underwent some different changes, which made Song Qingming admit her mistake at that time. Humph. I'm not as stingy as you think, but since you have understood it, Junior brother Song, why don't you change your address quickly? I entered the sect much earlier than you and have been on the mountain for so long. You don't know this little bit of etiquette, Seeing Song Qingming took the initiative to admit his mistake and apologize to her, although Li Zuanyi said that she didn't care about the misunderstanding of the year, she still reminded Song Qingming meaningfully. Oh, this. Senior sister Li is polite, seeing Li Zuanyi deliberately reminding him. Song Qingming, who understood what she meant, showed a bit of helplessness on his face, and immediately changed his words and called her with some seriousness. Although he knew that Li Zuanyi was several decades younger than him, she did enter the sect earlier than him. In the world of cultivating immortals, the relationship between master and apprentice has always been based on the order of entry, not the cultivation level or age. Even though Song Qingming was somewhat reluctant to accept it, he still had to address Li Zuanyi as senior sister. After hearing Song Qingming's respectful change of words, Li Zuanyi was also very happy in her heart. She smiled at Song Qingming with satisfaction and said, "Junior brother Song, senior sister, I came here in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any good gifts. This talisman will be your gift for joining the sect. Don't worry, I will take care of you in the sect. I will definitely not let you suffer any loss here in the future. The master is still waiting for you inside. Come in with me." After saying that, Li Zuanyi turned around happily and walked into the cave. Song Qingming, who was standing at the door, looked at a second-level low-grade talisman in his hand, smiled and shook his head, but still carefully put it away, and then followed him into the cave. Linksu Taoist, who was leaning on a chair in the cave, sipping tea and reading a book, saw Song Qingming follow Li Zuanyi in, slowly put away the bamboo slips in his hand and stood up. It seems that the spiritual energy in your body has undergone significant changes. You must have gained something. Tell me what technique you have deduced. Chapter 662, Jade Treasure Refining Technique, Incarnation. As soon as he saw Song Qingming, Taoist Linksu showed an expectant look. It was obvious that he, a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, was also extremely interested in the subsequent techniques of the Yuxin Sutra. Not only him, but Li Zuanyi, who was standing beside him, also focused her attention on Song Qingming. As someone who had also entered the Taixu Palace and deduced the subsequent techniques, she was also very curious about the results of Song Qingming's 4 years of retreat. Seeing that the two people in the cave were looking at him expectantly, Song Qingming did not hesitate anymore. With a move of his magic power, a ball of light green spiritual light emerged, and then it was gathered into a ball and displayed in front of the two people. Hey! Your set of techniques seems to be a little bit wrong. It should not be deduced from the original techniques. After seeing this ball of spiritual light appear, Taoist Linksu's originally calm face slowly showed a hint of surprise, and then looked at Song Qingming with a slightly serious look. What you said is right, senior. This set of exercises was indeed deduced by me alone. However, I still deduced it along the main path of the original Yuxin Sutra, but I made some slight changes in the process. I am dull in talent, and I have been comprehending in the Taixu cave for a long time, but still have not made any progress. I had no choice but to think of deducing the exercises from the beginning, and then I deduced this set of exercises. However, although it took such a long time, after I deduced this set of exercises to the middle stage of the Golden Core, it was difficult to make any progress. I have disappointed you, senior, and I am really ashamed. During the 4 years of retreat to deduce exercises, after Song Qingming comprehended the Taixu steel, he actually tried many methods at the beginning, but the power of the subsequent exercises he deduced was relatively mediocre, and was completely inferior to the original exercises, which always made him a little dissatisfied. Thinking of this technique, even a spiritual cultivator like Linksu Taoist couldn't deduce it. If he tried it with normal thinking, he would definitely not be able to beat them. After thinking hard for a long time in the cave, Song Qingming suddenly had an idea that made him a little excited. Since he couldn't deduce a subsequent technique that could match the Yuxin Sutra based on the original technique, he might as well find another way and deduce a new technique to try. As a result, after this attempt, Song Qingming really followed a general path of the Yuxin Sutra technique and confidently deduced a new technique. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Linksu Taoist turned his eyes slightly, lowered his head and fell into a period of contemplation. Seeing this, Song Qingming didn't dare to disturb him again, and could only stand aside and wait patiently. Li Zuanyi, who had been standing beside Song Qingming, was also a little surprised when he heard Song Qingming say that the green light in his hand was a new technique deduced. He took the initiative to look at it curiously. Back then, Li Zuanyi entered the Taixu Palace cave to comprehend the Taixu stone tablet. She was the only one among the people who came here to practice the Yuxuan Sutra who could deduce a set of nascent soul early-stage exercises. It was precisely because of this extraordinary talent that Li Zuanai was deeply loved by Taoist Lingsu, who made an exception and kept her on the mountain for many years to personally guide her practice. After Li Zuanai carefully observed the light green ball of light in his hand for a while, she nodded with a little appreciation and asked him, "Junior brother Song, although your technique has only been deduced to the middle stage of the golden core, it is indeed somewhat amazing. It feels more powerful than the techniques we deduced before. It seems that your method of finding a new way has really backfired. You have deduced a set of techniques that are more adept at fighting, which is indeed very useful. Senior sister just gave you a gift, you should also express your gratitude. I think you should just copy a copy of your new technique for me as a return gift." Hearing that Li Zuanai had set his sights on his new technique, Song Qingming smiled helplessly and nodded, saying, "I will ask Senior Lingsu later. As long as he agrees, I can copy a copy for Senior Sister Li." "Well, don't worry, Master will definitely agree." Seeing that Song Qingming was willing to copy the technique for her, Li Zuanai was very satisfied and immediately smiled. She had been in the Taoist sect for so many years and was deeply loved by Taoist Lingsu. Naturally, she was confident that she could get her master's consent to this matter. Just as Song Qingming and Li Zuanai were talking, Taoist Lingsu beside them also came back from his contemplation and came to Song Qingming with a smile on his face. "The set of exercises you have comprehended is quite interesting. Please stay here and copy out a copy of this exercise so that I can study it carefully. Is that okay? Just listen to the instructions of the senior, and I will cooperate with you to the fullest." Seeing that Song Qingming agreed at once, Taoist Lingsu nodded slightly, turned to Li Zuanai beside him and ordered, "Zuanai, take him to Xian'an Pavilion to settle down first, and bring him back to me immediately after the exercises are copied." "Master, don't worry, I know." After hearing Taoist Lingsu's instructions, Li Zuanai nodded hurriedly, and then took Song Qingming out, and then the two came to a more secluded attic on the top of the mountain. This attic, located on the top of a mountain, can enjoy several beautiful views on Yuxuan Mountain at a glance. It is a place used by the sect to entertain guests. After Li Zuanai brought Song Qingming here, he helped him find a relatively quiet room and provided him with the spiritual objects he needed. Then Song Qingming began to write down the set of exercises he had deduced in the past few years, and recorded them all on bamboo slips, and handed them to Li Zuanai. After Li Zuanai sent the bamboo slips to Lingsu Taoist, no one came to see Song Qingming for more than half a month. Fortunately, the scenery on Xian'an Pavilion is good, and the spiritual energy on Yuxuan Mountain is also very abundant. Song Qingming is in a good mood living here. In addition to practicing all day, he continues to deduce the new exercises he just passed down. Before, when he was recording the exercises for Lingsu Taoist, Song Qingming also gave this new exercise a name, Qingming Baoju. Although this new exercise still follows the path of Yuxuan Sutra, the power of the exercise is now mainly focused on enhancing magic weapons. And it has indeed taken a different path of its own. Although Song Qingming no longer uses the Taoist steel to deduce the technique, this green jade refining treasure technique was, after all, his own creation. Even without the help of the steel, Song Qingming can deduce the technique at any time when he's outside. However, the effect is definitely much weaker than in the Taoist palace, which is also beyond doubt. Song Qingming originally thought that he could live in the Xian'an Pavilion and wait for the summons of Lingsu Taoist. Unexpectedly, he had only lived here for less than a month when Li Zuanai and Liu Yang took the initiative to come to the door and invite him to experience the life of mortals in the village at the foot of the mountain. Disciples of the Taoist sect must practice in the world every once in a while. This is also the old rule of the sect, and all disciples in the sect basically have to follow this. Originally, Song Qingming had experienced it at the foot of the mountain for more than half a year some time ago, so he didn't have to go down the mountain. However, unable to resist the enthusiastic invitation of Li Zuanai and Liu Yang, Song Qingming still had some helplessness to follow them down the mountain. After the three of them went down the mountain this time, they went to 3 different mortal villages respectively. After experiencing the mountain for more than half a year, Song Qingming was called back to the mountain by Lingsu Taoist. It had been more than half a year since the last time he saw Lingsu Taoist. When Song Qingming saw him this time, He was somewhat surprised to find that his whole dress had suddenly changed a lot. The first 2 times he saw Link's a Taoist, he was only wearing coarse cloth and plain clothes, dressed like an ordinary country Taoist in a very casual way. Now the Link's a Taoist standing in front of Song Qingming was wearing a very delicate black Taoist robe with a faint golden light, and the hairpin on his head was also shining, which looked like an immortal. If he hadn't seen that Link's a Taoist's face was no different from the original, Song Qingming, who had just walked into the cave, would have almost mistaken him for someone else. Seeing a trace of doubt on Song Qingming's face, the Taoist Link's in black robes quickly said, "Haha. Don't get me wrong, I am his incarnation, not the original owner. He happened to be out for something today, so he asked me to come out to receive you, incarnation, so that's how it is. I greet you, senior." When Song Qingming came in just now, he clearly felt a momentum of Taoist Linksu. It has changed a lot compared to the past, and it seems that it is not as mysterious and profound as before. After hearing the explanation of Taoist Linksu's incarnation, he suddenly realized it and hurriedly nodded and bowed. During this period of time, Song Qingming had become familiar with Li Zuanai and the others at the foot of the mountain. Only then did he learn some things about the mountain from them, and also heard that Taoist Linksu had an incarnation. This incarnation of Taoist Linksu was something he refined in his early years, and his cultivation had long been promoted to the level of transformation. However, his external incarnation has been sitting on the mountain for many years to guard the ancient formation that sealed the real demons of the upper world. He rarely comes out to see people. Even Li Zuanai, the beloved disciple of Link's Taoist, has only seen him once. The external incarnation is different from the corpse puppet. It is controlled by the cultivator using his own natal infant and the second infant differentiated. It is possible to refine it if the cultivation level is at least above the infant stage. Because there is an independent infant in the body, the external incarnation also has an independent self-awareness and can act alone. Even if the original body is in seclusion or away from this place, the external incarnation can accept its orders to help the original body complete some tasks. Moreover, because the external incarnation has an independent infant in the body, his cultivation speed is not much different from that of ordinary cultivators, which is much faster than the spiritual creatures without self-awareness such as corpse puppet and refined corpse. There are no other restrictions except that the cultivation level cannot exceed that of the original body. However, the high-level materials needed to cultivate the external incarnation are also very precious and rare. Ordinary unyielding cultivators simply cannot get them. Song Qingming has been practicing Taoism for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a real external incarnation. When Song Qingming was so polite, the external incarnation of Link's Taoist nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and a golden book appeared in his hand, and continued to speak to Song Qingming with a serious face. "Since you have already obtained the inheritance of my Taixu sect, and successfully deduced a practice similar to the Yuxin Sutra through the Taixu stone tablet, you are now considered to be a disciple of my Taixu sect. If you are willing, you can leave a drop of blood in the sect so that I can contact you if there is anything in the future. Senior, I am not sure about some things. Can I ask clearly before making a decision?" "No problem, just ask directly if you have anything to say. This master has already explained that as long as it does not involve some secrets of the sect, I can answer you," Linksu Taoist answered calmly. Seeing this, Song Qingming bowed slightly and spoke slowly. "The reason why I can have my current level of cultivation is because I was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance from my predecessors. Otherwise, I would never have been able to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to find here. I am honored that my predecessors and many fellow disciples do not despise me. I should also become your disciple and stay here to serve the sect. However, my family is weak now and I cannot get away. In my early years, because I did not know about this matter, I have already joined other sects as guest elders. I am afraid I cannot stay in the mountain forever. I hope that my predecessors can understand this matter. Well, I have already known about this matter. Don't worry. You have just entered the sect and are only an outer disciple. You can stay in the mountain to practice if you want, but the sect will not require you to stay. Not only you, but other outer disciples of the sect are in a similar situation. They seldom come to Qingming Mountain on weekdays. If necessary, I will ask someone to give them in advance. You are the messenger. The sect does not have too many requirements for outer disciples. It does not matter if you have already joined other sects. You only need to return to the island every 30 years or so to complete the worldly practice. Since you are far away, there will be no too many mandatory requirements in this regard. You can arrange your own time to come back for practice in the future. However, our Taeksa sect has a sect rule: whether you are an outer disciple or an inner disciple, you must strictly abide by it. That is, after you go outside, no matter what happens, you must not take the initiative to reveal the identity of the sect to outsiders, otherwise the sect will directly erase your identity as a Taeksa sect disciple. As long as you can do this, there should be nothing else. Linksu Taoist introduced the relevant matters about the outer disciples, and his tone was very relaxed and casual. Only when he talked about the last point of the sect rule that needed attention, his face became a little serious. Well, thank you for your guidance, Master, I understand. After hearing the reply from Linksu Taoist, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, and quickly cast a spell to force out a trace of blood in his body and fell on the golden book in his hand. Ever since he came to the island and learned about the Taeksu sect, Song Qingming had long thought about the day when he would join the sect. In the past 6 months or so, Song Qingming had already asked Li Zuanyi about many things in this regard, and had long known some things that they needed to pay attention to as outer disciples of the sect. The reason why he asked one more question here was to be safe, in case he was not clear about something and violated the sect rules without knowing it. This was also a cautious habit he had developed over the years. After all, although the Taeksa sect was low-key, it was also a sect with a spiritual cultivator. If he accidentally violated the sect rules, it would not be a consequence that Song Qingming could bear. Fortunately, Linksu Taoist had already considered Song Qingming's actual situation and did not make too many requirements on him. The only more important thing was that they should not reveal their identities outside. Song Qingming had already known this in his heart. After all, the Taeksa sect could stay away from the world for so many years without being known to outsiders, which was definitely not something that could be done by just talking. It was just that he had to go back to the sect every few decades to practice cultivation. Although the distance was too far, it was not difficult for Song Qingming to do so. After all, his cultivation was close to the late stage of the Golden Core, and it would not be too difficult for him to come to the Eastern Phoenix country to cultivate immortals alone in the future. Seeing that Song Qingming had taken the initiative to change his name, Linksu Taoist responded to him with satisfaction, added his name to the golden album, and then put it away. Next, Linksu Taoist took the initiative to pass on the formula for entering and exiting the Funiu Mountain protection array to Song Qingming, and also gave him a third-level upper-grade spiritual talisman for body protection and life-saving, which made Song Qingming happy and hurriedly bowed to thank him again. After completing Song Qingming's initiation ceremony, Linksu Taoist said to him, I studied the exercises you recorded for a long time and found that there are indeed some feasible points that can help me deduce the subsequent exercises. What's not so good is that your set of Qi Refining treasures has only been deduced to the middle stage of Jinden, which is of limited help to me. I would like to ask you to go to Taeksu Palace again and try to continue to deduce the exercises to see if you can deduce this set of Qi Refining treasures directly to the unyielding stage. Deduce to the unyielding stage? With my talent, it may be difficult to deduce this exercise to the unyielding stage in a short time. Hearing that Linksu Taoist wanted to deduce the Qi Refining treasures to the unyielding stage by himself, Song Qingming thought about it and shook his head slightly. The reason why Song Qingming gave up continuing to deduce the exercises and chose to come out of Taeksu Palace was because he encountered a huge bottleneck. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't get over it, so he left Taeksu Palace helplessly. It is easier for a cultivator to deduce a technique within his own cultivation level. Once it exceeds his own cultivation level, the difficulty will increase accordingly. For example, Li Zuanyi, whose cultivation level is still at the 4th level of Jinden, can use the Taeksu stone tablet to deduce a set of subsequent unyielding techniques. He can indeed be called a genius in this area. Although Song Qingming's talent in deducing techniques is not too bad, there is still a big gap compared to Li Zuanyi. Song Qingming is somewhat self-aware of this. Even if Linksu Taoist is willing to let Song Qingming go in and deduce it again, it is estimated that at most he can only deduce the Qi Refining treasure art to the late Jinden stage. It is unlikely that he will have such good luck to deduce it directly to the unyielding stage. Seeing that Song Qingming did not have much confidence in being able to deduce the green jade treasure refining technique to the nascent soul stage, Linksu Taoist did not show any surprise on his face. He smiled and continued to say to Song Qingming, I am not letting you go in alone this time. I will also bring a magic treasure to help you. You should be able to have a 50% to 60% chance of deducing the technique to the nascent soul stage. I still have 2 sets of follow-up exercises that we have deduced to the nascent soul stage. You can take them back and study them. It should be helpful for you to deduce the follow-up exercises. 3 days later, I will take you to Takesu Palace again. Whether you can successfully deduce the exercises to the nascent soul stage this time, I will not blame you for it. You don't need to worry about this. Just prepare well. Don't worry, senior, I will do my best in this matter. Seeing that Taoist Lingsu wanted to go in and help, Song Qingming's pressure was immediately relieved by more than half, and he quickly nodded and agreed to the matter. Deducing the subsequent exercises of green jade refining treasures was also a very important matter for him. Taoist Lingsu was willing to help, and Song Qingming naturally wanted it very much. Regardless of whether the final result could successfully deduce the exercises to the nascent soul stage, as long as there was some progress and deduce to the late golden core stage, it would be of great benefit to Song Qingming's future practice. After getting the 2 exercises given to him by Taoist Lingsu, Song Qingming immediately returned to Xianyang Pavilion and took the time to study the 2 sets of exercises in his hands. These 2 sets of nascent soul exercises are all common to other disciples in the sect. Song Qingming was impressed by the understanding of the original techniques of the Yuxuan Sutra in the Takesu stele. He couldn't help but admire the person who deduced the techniques. For 3 consecutive days, Song Qingming couldn't help but immerse himself in these 2 techniques. Sometimes he pondered the unique insights in the techniques he saw, and sometimes he closed his eyes and tried to continue to deduce the Qi refining treasure that he created. It was not until the 4th brother Zhang Xingyan came to the door that Song Qingming put away the techniques in his hand and followed him to the outside of the Takesu Palace. When the 2 arrived here, Lingsu Taoist had already been waiting here. When I am away, you go and take over for me for a while. I should be back in 1 or 2 months at most. After seeing Song Qingming and the others, the Lingsu Taoist first gave Zhang Xingyan an instruction with a calm face, and then asked Song Qingming to follow him into the Takesu Palace. After a familiar spell, the Takesu stele reappeared in front of Song Qingming, and then the Lingsu Taoist waved his hand, and a somewhat simple black token suddenly appeared in his hand. Chapter 663, Golden Sun Order, Monster Changes. After the black token appeared, Lingsu Taoist quickly cast a set of spells with both hands. The token then became several times larger and slowly flew above Song Qingming's head, emitting a golden aura that covered him. I have used the Golden Sun Order to bless you with a body-protecting golden light. This method can purify your magic power to strengthen your physical perception and help you stay on the Takesu stele for a longer time. Next, you can safely touch the stele and deduce the subsequent exercises. After Lingsu Taoist finished speaking, he changed to controlling the Golden Sun Order in the air with one hand and sat down patiently. Song Qingming, who was enveloped by the golden aura, felt that his whole body suddenly became very heavy, and the spiritual energy flowing around him became a little slow. When he looked at the Takesu stele not far away with his eyes that were already enveloped by the golden light, he found that the patterns and runes on it were much clearer than before, and he could even see the spiritual energy flowing on the stele clearly. The protective golden light emitted by the Golden Sun Order can also strengthen the 5 senses of the cultivators to such an extent. The power of the spiritual treasure is really unbelievable. After feeling the changes in himself after being blessed by the protective golden light above his head, Song Qingming couldn't help but admire it in his heart, and then began to concentrate his consciousness and release the mana in his body to contact the Takesu stele, floating cloud mountains, Qing County in the north of Uyghur. On this day, a red sound transmission note suddenly flew from outside the Funiu Mountain, went straight to the top of the mountain, and soon landed on a piece of bluestone in the Song family law enforcement hall. Seeing this red light coming, the 2 Song family Qi refining cultivators who were meditating beside the bluestone opened their eyes immediately. It's a red sound transmission note. I'm afraid there's another emergency there. Zuanlong, you stay here. I'll take the message to Elder Yuan Hao first. After confirming that the letter was an emergency message used by the family outside, the older cultivator in the late stage of Qi refining immediately told another person beside him, and then took the message and left here quickly. After a while, the Song family cultivator came to an open space west of the law enforcement hall with a letter in his hand. At this moment, A handsome young man was fighting with a giant bird more than 2 meters high above the open space. From time to time, there were several fierce thunders around. Report to the elder. The hall just received an emergency letter for help. Seeing the lightning and thunder in front of him, the visitor did not dare to move forward, so he had to stand in the distance and shout to Song Yuan Hao, who was training with the Skyfire Peng. Letter for help, bring it over to me. Is there anyone who needs our help again? After hearing the shouts from below, Song Yuan Hao in midair immediately put away his magic power, fell from midair, and came to the person who sent the letter with an excited look. Since coming to Funiu Mountain when he was young, Song Yuan Hao and Golden Fire Peng, who stayed in the back mountain of the family, have become good friends. After Song Yuan Hao successfully built his foundation, because both of them mainly practiced thunder attribute skills, they often practiced fighting skills together. After so many years of hard practice, Song Yuan Hao's cultivation level has successfully broken through to the 6th level of foundation building not long ago. Now, when fighting with Skyfire Peng, whose cultivation level is almost close to the peak of the middle stage of foundation building, he can already have a slight advantage in cultivation. After taking the letter in his hand and opening it to take a look, Song Yuan Hao's face suddenly changed. The excitement on his face slowly disappeared, and instantly turned into a solemn look. Old buddy, I have something to do and I have to leave first. That's all for today. You go back first. Song Yuan Hao turned around and shouted to Skyfire Peng, who was still waiting for him not far away. Then he quickly left the law enforcement hall with the visitor and ran straight to the direction of the family meeting room. About half an hour later, in the Song family meeting room, several family elders headed by Song Yuanfang were discussing the letter of help that the law enforcement elder Song Yuan Hao had just brought. In addition to the elders stationed outside, all the foundation building cultivators of the Song family on the mountain have gathered in the meeting room at this moment. Including Song Yuanfang, who is in charge of the family's secular things. Most of the many family elders present in the Song family have a solemn look on their faces at this moment, as if they have encountered something difficult to decide. Since the departure of the clan leader Song Qingming, there has been no major event in the Song family for nearly 20 years, and this situation rarely occurs in the family meeting room. Just as everyone was discussing fiercely in the hall, a green sword light suddenly appeared outside the conference room, and then Song Qingming, who had just come out of seclusion in the cave, walked in quickly with a calm face. 20 years have passed, and Song Qingming's current cultivation has successfully cultivated to the 3rd level of the golden core, and his aura and pressure are much stronger than before. Greetings, ancestor. Seeing Song Qingming's figure appear, the many elders of the Song family immediately quieted down and stood up to pay him a salute. After Song Qingming glanced at everyone, he nodded with a smile, and then walked to an empty seat at the top of the conference room and sat down. Yuan Fang, is Qi Mountain sending a letter for help again? What's the situation there now? As soon as he sat down, Song Qingming's eyes shifted to Song Yuanfang, who was sitting at the bottom and closest to him. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang, who had been prepared in his heart, hurriedly stood up and said, reporting to the ancestor, this time it was Lin Yudang who sent a letter for help. According to what he said in the letter, the situation seems to be more serious than the last time. In addition to the young Demon King, there is another new Demon King near Qi Mountain. Now the 2 Demon Kings have taken turns to attack the mountain protection formation of Qi Mountain. If we don't send people to support them immediately, they may not be able to hold on for too long. Among the 2 Demon Kings, in addition to the young Demon King, what is the cultivation level of the other Demon King? Did they specify it clearly in the letter? After hearing Song Yuanfang's explanation, Song Qingming's brows also became a little more solemn. Zhang Rong did not go out to fight. According to Lin Yudang's estimation, the strength of this Demon King is weaker than that of the young Demon King. It should be a Demon King with a cultivation level of the early Jinden stage, Song Yuanfang answered truthfully. Ancestor. Now there are 2 Demon Kings coming to Qi Mountain, and Ancestor Xian is still in seclusion refining pills, and it is not convenient for him to take action. It may be dangerous for you to go alone. We might as well inform Xiaoyao sect first, and wait for the sect to send reinforcements before going to support Qi Mountain together. This will be safer. In any case, the sect also occupies a large share of Qi Mountain market, and they can't just ignore this matter. Song Yuanfang had just finished speaking when Song Yuanxu, who was a little worried, immediately spoke out his thoughts. Yes, ancestor, There were demon kings invading near Jinshanfang last year. Now the north is very unstable. If you go to Qi Mountain alone to support at this time, you may be ambushed by demon beasts. It is better to wait for the sect to send people to support. Song Yuangsu had just finished speaking his thoughts when another family foundation building elder, Song Zuanting, also spoke up. Song Qingyu did not express his opinion after hearing this, and asked Song Yuanfang beside him, "Has this matter been reported to the sect?" When Lin Yuding and the others sent us a message, they had already sent a letter asking for help to the sect. After I received their news, I also sent a letter to the sect's law enforcement hall to explain the matter. I guess they should have received the news soon. After hearing Song Yuanfang's answer, Song Qingyu nodded with relief, and said to everyone, "The clan leader promised to protect Qi Mountain back then. Now that the agreement with them is still there, it is always a bit unreasonable for us to sit back and do nothing. Besides, the family now receives a dividend of thousands of spirit stones from the Qi Mountain market every year, which is also a considerable income for the family. You can't just look at the present and ignore the future development of the family." This time, 2 demon kings came to Qi Mountain at once. I'm afraid Zhang Rong alone can't hold on for too long, and it will be difficult for him to wait for the sect to come in time. The Song family will also suffer great losses if there is any problem with Qi Mountain. I will go to Qi Mountain to check the situation first. Yuan Hao and Yuan Li will go with me, and the others will stay at the mountain gate first. Send a message to Jinshanfang as well, asking them to be on high alert during my absence, and not to let the monsters in the north take advantage of the opportunity. If this trip cannot help Qi Mountain, I will send a message back. Yuan Fang, you will immediately take my sect token and go to Guiyang Mountain in person to ask senior sister Su and senior brother Chu for help, and ask the sect to send someone to support you. Ancestor Xian is still at the critical moment of breaking through to the 3rd level alchemist. No one can disturb her at will unless it is absolutely necessary. You must remember this. I will follow the orders of the ancestor. After hearing Song Qingyu's instructions, everyone in the meeting room did not say anything more, and all stood up and responded in unison. Before Song Qingming left, he had handed over the power of the family to Song Qingyu. In addition, another ancestor of the family, Wang Xian, was busy with cultivation and alchemy in recent years and rarely participated in the affairs of the family. In the past 20 years, Song Qingyu has basically made decisions on major family matters. After handing over the token of the guest elder of the sect to Song Yuanfang, Song Qingyu took out his natal flying sword and took Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao, leaving Funiu Mountain and heading directly to the northeast. Standing on the flying sword, Song Qingyu thought of some recent events in the family, and his face showed a bit of worry. In recent years, for some reason, the monsters in the Funiu Mountains in the north of Uyghur have suddenly changed a lot, and many strange monster kings have suddenly appeared. It is clear that there is still some time before the beast tide that occurs once every 100 years, but Qi Mountain has already begun to be attacked by high-level monsters repeatedly. Even the figure of a strange golden elixir monster king appeared near Jinshanfang last year, which shocked the major families in Pingyang County. In recent years, because of the sudden increase in pressure from the monsters in the floating cloud mountains, many independent cultivators in Qi Mountain, Guiyangfang, Jinshanfang and other places have begun to migrate to the interior of Uyghur in advance. For a time, rumors about the early appearance of the beast tide were spread everywhere, causing some people in the Song family to panic. Facing the changes in the monsters in the floating cloud mountains in the north, Song Qingyu, who has been guarding the family for these years, now has some bad premonitions in his heart, and can't help but think of Song Qingming, who has been separated for many years. If the 7th brother is here at this time, I don't have to worry about these things all day long. I hope he can come back in time. Song Qingming has been in the eastern Phoenix country for 20 years. According to what he said before leaving the family, it should be about time to come back. At present, the north of Uyghur has begun to be turbulent. Song Qingming, the backbone of the family, is not on the family. Song Qingyu, who is in charge of the family, is also under pressure. However, in front of the family members below, she has always maintained a very calm look. An hour after setting out from Funiu Mountain, Song Qingyu and the other 2 had traveled thousands of miles to the vicinity of Qi Mountain. From afar, they saw that many monsters had surrounded the mountain and were constantly attacking the mountain protection formation. Standing in midair, Song Qingyu could not help but frown slightly. Since Zhang Rong successfully formed the fake pill, Because Song Qingming took the initiative to leave Qi Mountain, the Song family has hardly intervened in the affairs of Qi Mountain in the past few decades. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the Song family's forces leaving Qi Mountain, the Golden Cloud Pavilion under the leadership of Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong brothers quickly expanded its power, eliminated the influence of the Song family in Xiaoyao sect, and controlled the entire Qi Mountain except for the market. Now, in addition to some Xiaoyao sect monks who stayed in the market, the Golden Cloud Pavilion has also recruited more than 30 foundation-building cultivators and thousands of Qi refining cultivators on Qi Mountain to help guard the Lingyuan mountain. With the existing power in the Golden Cloud Pavilion and the 3-level mountain protection formation that Song Qingming had helped to bless when he was still there, it stands to reason that they are also capable of defending the mountain protection formation when they encounter attacks from individual demon kings in the early stage of the Golden Core, and they do not need to seek help from outside. However, 3 years ago, the young demon king, who was scared by Song Qingming and had disappeared for a long time, successfully broke through to the middle stage of the Golden Core. The young demon king, whose strength has greatly increased, brought many demon beasts under his command to attack Qi Mountain in a menacing manner. Facing the young demon king in the middle stage of the Golden Core, Zhang Rong, as a fake Dan cultivator, did not dare to go out to fight him. He could only rely on the mountain protection formation to hold on while sending a letter to the Song family for help. After receiving the request for help from Qi Mountain, Song Qingyu did not hesitate too much and immediately led people to support. Song Qingyu's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core, and with the practice of the sword cultivation way that is good at fighting, his strength can already compete with ordinary 4th level Golden Core cultivators, and is not weaker than the young demon king who has just broken through the middle stage of the Golden Core. Fighting on the main field of Camel Cloud Mountain with a mountain protection formation, Song Qingyu already had some advantages. With the help of Zhang Rong, the fake Dan monk, they fought against the Yun Monster King and repelled the monster's attack without any danger. Compared with 3 years ago, Yun Monster King brought a lot more monsters this time. There were no less than 50 or 60 2nd-level monsters in the foundation building period, and countless low-level monsters in the Qi refining period. Yun Monster King and another green crocodile monster king that Song Qingyu and others had never seen before, each led thousands of monsters and were taking turns to attack the mountain protection formation on Camel Cloud Mountain. Lin Yuding and the others are not wrong. The cultivation of this green crocodile monster king is only at the early stage of the Golden Core. As long as we cooperate properly, we still have a chance to repel the monster's attack. There are fewer monsters in the east. Yuanli and Yuanhao, you two will fight your way in from there. After entering Qi Mountain, tell Zhang Rong to bring people to the south to cooperate with me to see if there is a chance to defeat the green crocodile monster king first. When you are ready, use this sound transmission talisman directly. I will cooperate from the back. As long as we can successfully injure a monster king, we should be able to repel the monster's attack in one fell swoop. After observing the monster army that was struggling to attack the Qi mountain protection formation in front of him, Song Qingyu quickly had an idea to defeat the enemy and gave an order to Song Yuanli and the others behind him. Don't worry, Auntie, we will not fail in our mission. The monsters that were besieging the formation in the east of Qi Mountain were led by only a few level 2 monsters, and their strength was not strong. Song Yuanli's cultivation has reached the 8th level of foundation building, and Song Yuanhao, who practices thunder-attributed skills, has a fighting ability close to that of a 7th level cultivator. The 2 people who followed Song Qingyu both had the combat power of the late stage of foundation building. It was not difficult for Song Yuanli and his team to break through the blockade of the monsters and enter Qi Mountain. After receiving the order, Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao immediately took out their flying swords, turned into 2 sword lights and went around the east of Qi Mountain. The hundreds of monsters that were struggling to attack the mountain protection formation over there, the highest cultivation level was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and it was not until Song Yuanli and his team flew over their heads that they noticed the 2. Seeing that Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao wanted to enter Qi Mountain from them, the leading several 2nd-level monsters hurriedly raised their heads and released several spells to stop them. Some low-level bird monsters in the sky also quickly surrounded the 2. Facing the attack of many monsters, Song Yuanli quickly released a black copper bell, which turned into a shield to block the attacks from below. Song Yuanhao had already gathered 2 huge blue balls with flashing lightning in his hands, He calmly threw the 2 lightning balls in his hands to the top of his head. After the 2 lightning balls collided with each other, there was a loud bang, and the lightning quickly spread to the surroundings, killing the 7 or 8 bird monsters, blocking the 2 in the air in the blink of an eye. As the 2 strongest fighting people in the family besides the 3 giant ancestors, Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao, have fought for the family many times in recent years to protect the safety of the family territory. The cooperation between the 2 on the battlefield has long been very skilled. Relying on the advantage of cultivation, they easily repelled the first round of attacks from the surrounding monsters and broke through the blockade of these monsters. After breaking through the obstruction of the monster in front, Song Yuanli and the other 2 did not entangle with it anymore. They immediately accelerated their escape light and quickly approached the Camel Cloud Mountain protection formation before the second-level monsters behind them caught up. The 2 had just fought with the monsters, and the monks who were guarding the formation in the Camel Cloud Mountain protection formation had already discovered them. Seeing that Song Yuanli and the other 2 had broken through the obstruction of the monsters, 2 foundation-building monks in the formation immediately rushed out and helped them get rid of the monsters that were chasing them, and quickly withdrew back to the formation together. After Song Yuanli and the other 2 broke into Camel Cloud Mountain, they immediately found Lin Yudang and his fellow apprentice who were directing the monks to resist the monsters outside attacking the formation, and told them about Song Qingyu's idea of attacking the enemy by surprise. Seeing that Song Qingyu had already arrived outside the Toy Mountain, the elderly Lin Yudang was also excited. He quickly followed Song Qingyu's plan and asked Zhang Rong to gather most of the monks on the mountain and rush to the Green Crocodile Monster King, who is attacking the formation in the west. The Green Crocodile Monster King, who is unaware of the plan of the human cultivators, was still trying hard to command his monsters to attack the Toy Mountain protection formation in front of him. After a whole day of continuous attack with the Cloud Crane Demon King, the Camel Cloud Mountain protection formation still showed no flaws, and the Green Crocodile Demon King was a little angry at the moment. While desperately urging the monsters below to intensify the attack, he also released powerful spells to attack the formation from time to time, hoping to find a flaw in the Camel Cloud Mountain protection formation. The Green Crocodile Demon King had just arrived near the north of Uyiguo not long ago. He was eager to find a high-level spiritual vein to practice, and had already set his eyes on the Camel Cloud Mountain spiritual vein with good spiritual energy. Just as the Green Crocodile Demon King cast a spell again to gather several powerful water arrows to attack the Camel Cloud Mountain protection formation, a flash of light suddenly flashed in the formation, and a middle-aged man in yellow flew out. Zhang Rong, holding a silver flag magic weapon, quickly cast a spell to wave the flag in his hand, and transformed a silver giant python from it. After seeing the water arrows flying from afar, the silver python opened its mouth under Zhang Rong's control and spit out more breath of cold spiritual light, freezing all the water arrows flying in front of it in midair. Zhang Rong had just blocked the attack of the Green Crocodile Demon King, and the mountain protection formation behind him also took the initiative to open a gap. After a burst of shouts and killing, nearly 1,000 human monks from Camel Cloud Mountain also rushed out of the mountain protection formation behind Zhang Rong. Seeing Zhang Rong suddenly appear and block his attack, the Green Crocodile Demon King was not too angry, but seemed a little happy. After a whole day of continuous attacks, the group of human monks hiding in the mountain protection formation finally couldn't sit still and took the initiative to come out to fight. Seeing this, the Green Crocodile Demon King also roared, commanding the army of monsters below to quickly kill the human monks rushing out of the mountain protection formation, and he stepped on the white clouds under his feet and rushed to Zhang Rong's position. Facing the aggressive Green Crocodile Demon King, Zhang Rong did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he actively controlled the silver giant python in front of him to spit out a burst of cold air to attack the Green Crocodile Demon King. The two sides immediately fought together. However, Zhang Rong was only a fake Dan cultivator after all. His fighting strength was far from being a match for the Green Crocodile Demon King at the second level of the Golden Dan. After only a few dozen rounds, Zhang Rong soon fell behind. Chapter 664, A Powerful Sword Kills the Green Crocodile. Just when the Green Crocodile Demon King who had the upper hand was feeling somewhat proud, a giant sword light suddenly flew quickly towards the place where the two were fighting in the air not far away. Don't be so arrogant, watch out for the sword. Before Song Qingyu arrived, His natal flying sword Qingming Golden Light Sword had already rushed directly towards the green crocodile demon king with a powerful momentum. The momentum that erupted from the Qingming Golden Light Sword had already rolled up a powerful sword energy around the sword body. Many low-level monsters within a range of more than 10 feet were cut into several sections by the sword energy and fell from the air. Seeing the fierce momentum of the Qingming Golden Light Sword, the green crocodile demon king was shocked and quickly gave up attacking Zhang Rong, who had been suppressed by him. He turned around and quickly crossed his claws in front of himself. Then, 3 blue shields appeared out of thin air in front of the green crocodile demon king, protecting his figure firmly behind the shields. As soon as the green crocodile demon king responded, the Qingming Golden Light Sword had already arrived in front of him. In the face of the green crocodile demon king's shock, the first outermost defense shield was pierced by the Qingming Golden Light Sword, like a piece of paper. Then the second and third defense shields did not give the green crocodile demon king much time, and they were pierced by the Qingming Golden Light Sword and directly shattered in midair. After a scream, a huge claw blocking the green crocodile demon king was cut off by the Qingming Golden Light Sword and flew into the air. A bloody rain also fell from the air to the ground, scaring away the low-level monsters that were fighting with the monks. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, the green crocodile demon king used one of his claws to grab the Qingming Golden Light Sword and deviate from its direction, so that the flying sword did not pass through his chest. Otherwise, Song Qingyu's extremely sharp sword just now might have directly killed the green crocodile demon king, who was a little careless in dealing with her. The green crocodile demon king is also a demon king with thick skin and flesh, and is good at physical defense. The secret method he just used is the most powerful defensive magic he has practiced for many years. However, because the green crocodile demon king was focused on fighting Zhang Rong, he did not guard against Song Qingyu's sneak attack in the dark, and the power of this secret method was slightly weakened when he used it on the spot. Unexpectedly, in front of Song Qingyu's sword, these 3 shields were useless and failed to block the opponent's attack at all, so that it lost one of its claws and suffered severe damage to its body. Seeing that the Qingming Golden Light Sword in front of him was so powerful, the green crocodile demon king, who had retreated to the side while covering his short limbs, did not dare to stay and fight with Song Qingyu, and quickly turned into a beam of light and fled directly to the distant Cloud Crane Demon King. "Where are you going?" Seeing that the green crocodile demon king, who was severely injured by Song Qingyu, wanted to escape, Zhang Rong, who had just been suppressed for a long time, immediately cheered up and quickly waved the magic weapon in his hand, controlling the silver giant python to fly forward and try to entangle the green crocodile demon king. Seeing that Zhang Rong wanted to stop him, the green crocodile demon king also became ruthless, spitting out his own life inner pill, releasing a blue light to fix the silver giant python in mid-air, and then leaving behind many low-level monsters below and desperately escaping to the north. At this time, Song Qingyu, who had already arrived at the battlefield, immediately quickly retracted his own life-flying sword Qingming Jingyuan sword, and then also turned into a ray of escape light, chasing in the direction of the green crocodile demon king's escape. This time, Zhang Rong and others cooperated inside and outside to contain the green crocodile demon king, so that Song Qingyu, who was hiding in the dark, accumulated strength and found the right time to attack, and made a strong blow to severely injure the green crocodile demon king's body. After finally injuring his opponent, Song Qingyu naturally didn't want to let him go so easily. He chased after him and wanted to seize this rare opportunity to eliminate this potential opponent in the future under Funiu Mountain. When the green crocodile demon king saw that Song Qingyu had caught up with him just after he got rid of Zhang Rong's entanglement, he was suddenly a little flustered. He once again controlled the life inner elixir in front of him and released a blue light to Song Qingyu behind him, trying to stop the opponent's pursuit. However, after seeing the power of the green crocodile demon king's life inner elixir, Song Qingyu was well prepared and had taken out a golden Ruyi magic weapon in his hand. He cast a spell and released a purple light to block the opponent's attack. Then Song Qingyu controlled the Qingming Golden Light Sword to split into 3. The 3 sword lights quickly flew forward and went straight to the front of the green crocodile demon king, stopping him in mid-air again. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked, the green crocodile demon king first sent out a secret voice transmission to notify the Cloud Crane Demon King, who was attacking the formation in the north of Funiu Mountain, to come to support, and then he roared and spit out his life inner elixir again, trying to defeat the flying sword in front of him that was blocking his way. But what the Green Crocodile Demon King didn't expect was that the Qingming Golden Light Sword was not only very powerful in attack, but also very tough. Facing its fierce attack, it still danced a sword net to block him in midair. Just when the Green Crocodile Demon King failed to break the sword-like blockade with continuous attacks, Song Qingming had already killed it behind it, and recombined the Qingming Golden Light Sword into one, forming a huge flying sword about 10 feet long, and began to fiercely attack the Green Crocodile Demon King in front of him. The Green Crocodile Demon King himself was not as strong as Song Qingming in Cultivation. This time, his physical body was severely injured when he started fighting, and he instantly lost 3 points of his strength, and he was no match for Song Qingming. The Green Crocodile Demon King, who had been firmly suppressed by Song Qingming, saw that Zhang Rong, who was not far away, had caught up again and used the silver giant python to join the attack on him. He immediately showed a bit of despair and roared again, trying to summon many low-level monsters not far away to help. However, at this moment, most of the monsters below had already fought with the human cultivators who rushed out of Camel Cloud Mountain, and few monsters could rush to help in time. The few second-level monsters that rushed over did not bring much help to the Green Crocodile Demon King after joining the battlefield, and died in vain in the battle between the three giant and cultivators. Just when the Green Crocodile Demon King had been wounded in many places and was gradually losing to Song Qingming and the others, a long whistle sounded in the sky, and a white escape light quickly flew towards the battlefield where the three were. "It's the Cloud Crane Demon King. We must quickly resolve the battle first and can't let them join together, otherwise all our efforts will be wasted." Seeing the figure of the Cloud Crane Demon King in the distance, Song Qingming hurriedly reminded Zhang Rong on the side. The two stepped up their attack on the Green Crocodile Demon King again, hoping to kill the Green Crocodile Demon King, who had little resistance before the Cloud Crane Demon King arrived. Zhang Rong also understood the importance of this battle to Funiu Mountain. He did not dare to hide his secrets and immediately used his best means. He took out a red talisman and added it to his magic weapon. Then the silver flag in his hand suddenly glowed. Not far away, the silver giant python that was fighting with the Green Crocodile Demon King also had a burst of spiritual light on its body and suddenly became several times bigger. Then it stepped forward and rolled its tail, tightly entangled the Green Crocodile Demon King in it, making it difficult for it to move. The Green Crocodile Demon King also knew that the Cloud Crane Demon King was already nearby. Even though he was seriously injured and had little mana left in his body, he still relied on his own inner elixir to prop up a blue shield in front of him to resist the oppression of the silver giant python, controlled by Zhang Rong. Seeing this, Song Qingming also knew that this was a rare opportunity. With a determined look in her eyes, she decisively poured her mana into the Qingming Golden Light Sword, wielded this huge flying sword and quickly flew forward, cutting the silver giant python and the Green Crocodile Demon King controlled by Zhang Rong into two pieces with one sword. After successfully killing the Green Crocodile Demon King, Song Qingming immediately stepped forward and cast a spell to take the blue inner elixir in front of the Demon King into her hands and put it away directly. The silver flag magic weapon in Zhang Rong's hand also suddenly appeared a crack on the flag because the silver giant python he controlled was cut off by Song Qingming's sword. Obviously, it was also damaged. Although his own magic weapon was damaged in order to help Song Qingming kill the Green Crocodile Demon King, Zhang Rong did not feel distressed at the moment, but showed a bit of relief. Now facing the siege of the monsters, the situation on Funiu Mountain has long been critical and people are panicking. This battle can directly kill the invading Green Crocodile Demon King, which is also a very exciting thing for them. Just a moment after the Green Crocodile Demon King was solved, the Cloud Crane Demon King, who came at full speed, has also arrived in front of Song Qingming and the others, and released several sharp wind blades at them. Just now, in a battle with the Green Crocodile Demon King, although Song Qingming and Zhang Rong have consumed a lot of mana in their bodies, and Zhang Rong's magic weapon in his hand has also been lost, but at this moment, facing the attack of the Cloud Crane Demon King, the two of them did not show any tension on their faces. Song Qingming raised his hand and waved, and another Ruyi magic weapon in his hand that had been prepared long ago flew into the air and turned into a purple shield to block the two of them. The third-level lower-grade magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand has very good defensive capabilities. It was exchanged from the Xiaoyao Sect's Good Merit Pavilion 10 years ago by Song Qingming using an ordinary flying sword magic weapon on her body, and some good deeds of the sect defensive magic weapons are relatively rare in the world of cultivating immortals, and the price is generally slightly more expensive than ordinary magic weapons. Song Qingyu's life magic weapon Qingming Jingyuan sword has very strong attack capabilities. She has no shortage of attack-type magic weapons on her body for the time being, and the extra flying sword magic weapon is not of much use to her. Therefore, she took it to the Good Merit Pavilion of the Xiaoyao sect and exchanged it for this more suitable defensive magic weapon, which improved her ability to fight against others. The Cloud Crane Demon King, who originally wanted to rescue the Green Crocodile Demon King, was very angry when he saw that the other party was already dead when he arrived. He cast a spell with all his strength to gather a powerful tornado and took the initiative to attack Song Qingyu and the others. Although the Cloud Crane Demon King is a mid-stage giant and demon king, except for its outstanding escape speed, its fighting ability is not particularly strong among mid-stage giant and cultivators. After fighting with Song Qingyu and Zhang Rong, who consumed a lot of mana, for hundreds of moves, it did not gain any advantage. In addition, both sides are old rivals. Song Qingyu and Zhang Rong are also very clear about the magical powers of the Cloud Crane Demon King and know how to deal with it. They are not afraid of the other party at all, but become more and more courageous. Seeing that they have no way to deal with the two opponents for a while, it is bound to be disadvantageous to fight for a long time outside the Camel Cloud Mountain Protection Formation. After the Cloud Crane Demon King was angry and attacked for a while, he finally let out a long cry helplessly, and then led many monsters below and retreated to the north of the floating cloud mountains. Seeing that the monsters in the distance had begun to retreat, the many cultivators guarding Camel Cloud Mountain also immediately cheered and chased the monsters away. However, after the group had chased for dozens of miles, Song Qingyu, for the sake of safety and to avoid being ambushed and counterattacked by the monsters after chasing too far, asked Zhang Rong and his group to call off the troops in advance and withdraw all the monks who were chasing them. Now the situation in the north of Camel Cloud Mountain is a bit complicated. Many unfamiliar monster kings have appeared. Few monks dare to go deep into the floating cloud mountains to hunt monsters and treasures at this time. If so many monks rush over, they will suffer heavy losses if they encounter other monster kings. In this battle, Song Qingyu unexpectedly killed the Green Crocodile Monster King. Hundreds of low-level monster corpses were left at the foot of Camel Cloud Mountain. From Camel Cloud Mountain to the north for several miles, there were all kinds of monster corpses everywhere. After the war, the monks of Camel Cloud Mountain who collected the monster corpses on the battlefield all had happy smiles on their faces, sweeping away the tension and depression when they were besieged by the monster army. Even Zhang Rong, who had just fought a battle with the Demon King and even had his magic weapon broken, showed a long-lost smile on his face. This battle killed the Green Crocodile Demon King and killed so many low-level demon beasts. The Cloud Crane Demon King would not dare to go south easily in a short time. This was a rare happy event for the monks who guarded Camel Cloud Mountain all year round. After the monks of Camel Cloud Mountain counted all the corpses of demon beasts, they found that in addition to the biggest victory of the Green Crocodile Demon King, they also killed 13 second-level demon beasts and more than 500 first-level demon beasts. The Cloud Crane Demon King only brought more than 2,000 low-level demon beasts this time, and lost a quarter of them at once. The demon beast army under its command also suffered unprecedented heavy losses in recent years. On the side of the Camel Cloud Mountain monks, only dozens of low-level Qi Refining monks were killed in the battle just now, and only 3 foundation-building monks were injured, and no one was killed. Compared to the battle a few years ago to repel the Cloud Crane Demon King, in which only dozens of demon beasts were killed, the monks of Funiu Mountain this time can be said to have achieved an unprecedented victory. Lin Yudang, who had been staying on the mountain to dispatch and command the monks, saw Song Qingyu and Zhang Rong and others return victorious, and immediately led many monks on the mountain to the gate of the formation to welcome them. Thank you for coming to support. On behalf of tens of thousands of lives on Funiu Mountain, I would like to thank you for your great kindness. When he saw Song Qingyu's figure appear, Lin Yudang, who was already old and full of white hair, was excited and led many direct monks in the Golden Jade Pavilion to lean over and bow to Song Qingyu, who arrived in time. Lin Yudang's lifespan is close to the limit of 250 years for foundation-building monks, but because he took several longevity pills in his early years, his lifespan is probably about 10 years. At this time, although Lin Yudang was old and his blood was declining, and he could not use his magic power at will, his body was still healthy and not to the extent of being bedridden. This time, facing the 2 demon kings' aggressive attack, Qi Mountain could not resist the opponent's attack with its own strength. Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong and others were extremely worried in the past 2 days, fearing that the Song family and Xiaoyao sect would not be able to come to support in time. Although the Qi Mountain market has been able to distribute a lot of spiritual stones to Xiaoyao sect and the Song family every year in recent years, both parties will definitely not ignore this matter. However, in the face of such a critical moment when a large number of monsters are invading, even if it is delayed for 1 or 2 days to come to support, the entire Qi Mountain may suffer great losses. Song Qingyu arrived in time and helped Qi Mountain to repel the army of monsters in one battle. With only a few dozen low-level monks lost, they helped them to resolve the crisis of being trapped by monsters, making the entire Qi Mountain out of danger. It must be said that this result was absolutely beyond Lin Yudang's expectations. Facing the Jinayan Pavilion monks led by Lin Yudang kneeling and bowing, Song Qingyu nodded slightly, and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile to signal everyone to stand up. You and my 2 families are allies, and we should help each other. There is no need to be so polite. Get up quickly. After Lin Yudang stood up, he invited Song Qingyu to the Jinayu Pavilion and personally presented thousands of spirit stones and a pile of spirit fruits to thank the other party for his great kindness. Senior Song, although we have an alliance, this time the ancestor came to our aid in time and saved Qi Mountain from the suffering of the monsters. I really can't forget the great kindness of the ancestor. These spiritual objects were raised by many cultivators in Qi Mountain to thank the ancestor. I hope the ancestor will not despise our kindness. Song Qingyu, who was sitting at the head of the hall, saw the spiritual stones in front of him, smiled and shook his head and refused, saying, "This time we were able to rescue the siege, not just my own work, but also the result of the concerted efforts of many cultivators on the mountain. How can I take this great credit alone? So many people died in this battle. Monk, these spiritual objects are useless to me, so use them to provide relief to the families of the deceased and reward the monks who participated in the war." Seeing that Song Qingyu refused to accept the gift, Lin Yudang below was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly continued, "The ancestor is so considerate of us, and it is also a blessing for us monks in Qi Mountain. We have obtained many monster materials in this battle, which are enough for relief and reward. The ancestor showed his divine power today and killed the monster king with one sword. He is the first meritorious person in this battle. If you don't choose the reward first, how dare the rest of us accept the reward? Please don't be polite to us. Well, in this case, other spiritual objects are useless to me, so why not give me the monster materials on the green crocodile monster king? What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Seeing this, Song Qingyu didn't be polite to Lin Yudang anymore, and directly asked for the remaining materials on the green crocodile monster king. Although the green crocodile demon king died at the hands of Song Qingyu in the end, Zhang Rong also played a big role in this battle. Even the magic weapon on his body was damaged in the battle. If you really want to count, he can also share a lot of credit. Before this, Song Qingyu had taken away the most valuable Demon King inner pill from the Demon King. Logically, the remaining materials should definitely be shared with Zhang Rong. However, this time she took the initiative to come to help and helped to repel the siege of the demon beast in one battle. Qi Mountain was considered to have received a favor from Song Qingyu, and it would be unreasonable not to express it. Hearing Song Qingyu asking for his opinion, Zhang Rong, who was sitting beside him, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded in response. This time, I and the Qi Mountain cultivators are extremely grateful to fellow Taoist Song for coming to our aid in time. The green crocodile monster king was killed by fellow Taoist, and the materials on the monster king should belong to you. I hope fellow Taoist Song will not be polite to us. Although the third-level monster materials on the Monster King are very precious to Giant and Cultivator, they are far from being comparable to low-level spiritual objects of the same value. But in this battle, Song Qingyu was the main force in killing the Green Crocodile Monster King. Without her powerful strength, Zhang Rong alone would never have the opportunity to kill a powerful third-level Monster King. Faced with Song Qingyu asking for the materials on the Monster King, Zhang Rong was a little reluctant, but he immediately agreed to it and generously gave all the Monster King materials to the other party. After all, Song Qingyu's timely support saved the entire Camel Cloud Mountain from danger, which was the most important thing for Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong. For this, Zhang Rong was willing to damage even the magic weapon in his hand, not to mention a third-level Monster King material. Moreover, in addition to the Green Crocodile Monster King, Camel Cloud Mountain defeated the monster beast in this battle. In addition to the green crocodile monster king, it also captured hundreds of first and second level monster beasts. In addition to rewarding merits, the Golden Cloud Pavilion conservatively estimated that it could also harvest an additional 20,000 to 30,000 spirit stones of monster beast materials. In general, Zhang Rong and his team still earned a lot of spirit stones. Since fellow Taoist Zhang agrees, I will not refuse it. Seeing that Zhang Rong had no objection, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, picked up the spiritual tea on the table and took a sip, and began to change the topic and talk to Zhang Rong next to him about some of the gains they had in the battle with the Green Crocodile Monster King. Lin Yuding took the initiative to retreat and began to command the Camel Cloud Mountain monks at the foot of the mountain to collect the monster beast materials at the foot of the mountain. Half a day later, just as Song Qingming got the materials of the Green Crocodile Demon King collected by Lin Yuding and others and was about to leave Tuayan Mountain, another giant flying boat flew from the east Yanfang. Standing in front of the flying boat was Zhao Menglian, the giant elder of Xiaoyao sect, who had received the order from the sect and rushed to Tuayan Mountain for support. Hey! It seems that we are a little late, and the army of monsters seems to have retreated. Seeing that there was not even a monster under the Tuayan Mountain in front of him, it seemed that the battle had ended long ago. Zhao Menglian, who had just reminded the monks on the flying boat to prepare for the battle, also showed a bit of surprise on his face. Chapter 665, Zhao Menglian's Reminder, Jinai Mountain Incident. This time, Camel Cloud Mountain was besieged by a large army of monsters led by two monster kings. Xiaoyao sect also attached great importance to the letter of help sent by Lin Yuding and others. Bai Yuxin, who had taken over as the head of the sect, discussed with several elders in the sect and soon agreed to send reinforcements to rescue Camel Cloud Mountain. After all, Xiaoyao sect occupies a large share in the Camel Cloud Mountain market, and can get a fixed income of thousands of spirit stones from it every year, which is also an important source of income for the sect in case Lin Yuding and others really can't defend it and lose the Camel Cloud Mountain market. It will also be a big loss for the sect. Therefore, after Xiaoyao sect received the news this time, it immediately sent Zhao Menglian, a veteran Jiandan monk of the 6th level of Jiandan, to bring people to support. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Menglian rushed to Yanfang to organize the manpower to come, Camel Cloud Mountain had already repelled the siege of the monster army with the support of Song Qingming. Zhao Menglian, who had not figured out the situation yet, immediately took several foundation-building monks around her, left the army of monks on the flying boat, and turned into a beam of light, arriving at Tuayan Mountain first. Seeing Zhao Menglian and the reinforcements from Xiaoyao sect coming, Lin Yuding, who had already commanded the monks to clean up the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, hurriedly explained to Zhao Menglian that Song Qingming had come to help and the battle that had taken place at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Menglian was also a little surprised when she learned that Song Qingming and Zhang Rong had cooperated to kill the Green Crocodile Demon King, and immediately followed Lin Yuding to the Golden Cloud Pavilion. Senior Sister Zhao, fellow Taoist Zhao are polite. Song Qingming, who was chatting with Zhang Rong, saw Zhao Menglian coming, and the two hurriedly stood up and greeted her. After the sect received the news that Tuayan Mountain was besieged by monsters, Senior Sister Bai immediately ordered me to lead people to support. I didn't expect that you had already repelled the siege of the monsters when I just arrived here. I hurried all the way, but in the end I still couldn't catch up. If I had known that you were so powerful, I wouldn't have come here for nothing. Seeing that Song Qingming and the others were there, Zhao Menglian hurriedly smiled and bowed in return. Haha. Senior Sister Zhao, don't praise me so much. Fellow Taoist Zhang and I were just lucky for a while. We took advantage of the carelessness of the monsters and designed to kill a leading monster king first. Only then did we repel the monster army. Otherwise, we would have to wait for Senior Sister Zhao to come to rescue us. Zhang Rong, who was standing aside, heard what Song Qingming said, and nodded and said, fellow Taoist Song is right. This time we repelled the siege of the monster army so quickly. It was indeed a bit of luck that we won. If it weren't for a fellow Taoist Song's extraordinary magical powers and killing the Green Crocodile Monster King with one sword, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to win at this moment. We were not able to escape from the predicament, and it was thanks to the timely assistance of the two Taoist friends that our Tuayan Mountain was able to defend the spiritual vein. On behalf of Tuayan Mountain, Zhang would like to thank you again, Alice. Taoist Zhang, please don't be like this. Since your master, Old ancestor Chen occupied this place for hundreds of years. Your Qi Mountain and the sect have always helped each other in the face of the threat of monsters in the north. Now that you are besieged by a large army of monsters, we are here to help, so there is no need to be so polite." Seeing Zhang Rong's grateful face, Zhao Menglian walked up to sit down beside the two of them and waved to him. After Zhang Rong had someone come in and give Zhao Menglian a cup of spiritual tea, he asked Zhao Menglian with a worried look, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, the monster turmoil in the northern border is about to come, and the monsters in the floating cloud mountains are ready to move. I have always been a little worried about this matter. I wonder if the sect has any arrangements for this monster turmoil. In recent years, monsters in the north have frequently begun to harass the south. Zhang Rong and Lin Yudang have some premonition that the monster turmoil that occurs once a century may come soon. Although Qi Mountain successfully repelled the siege of the monster army with the help of Song Qingming this time, the monsters in the floating cloud mountains will definitely attack again after the monster turmoil begins. At that time, the entire northern part of Uyghur will face a powerful threat from monsters, and Xiaoyao sect and the Song family will also be under great pressure. For Xiaoyao sect, the most important place must be to guard Yianfang first, and the Song family must also deal with the monster army heading south to Jinshanfang to protect their own territory. It would be hard to say whether there would be enough power to take care of them and send people to support Camel Cloud Mountain at any time. Therefore, Zhang Rong wanted to ask Zhao Menglian whether Xiaoyao sect had prepared a plan to support them in advance. When the Ma family of Tixianbao rebelled, the entire Camel Cloud Mountain was bloodbathed by the Ma family, causing heavy losses to the scattered cultivators on the mountain. Only Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong were left in Chen Jinlian's lineage. Nowadays, although Zhang Rong, a fake Dan cultivator, is still in charge of Camel Cloud Mountain, the overall strength is obviously weaker than when Feng Yang was there 100 years ago. The last time the monsters were in turmoil, Feng Yang was able to deal with the Cloud Crane Monster King for more than half a year and guard the Camel Cloud Mountain spiritual vein. In addition to some of the foundation left by Chen Jinlian after his death, Xiaoyao sect also sent a lot of cultivators to support Camel Cloud Mountain in advance to help Feng Yang and others guard the mountain protection formation. Facing the powerful Yun Demon King who has broken through to the middle stage of the Jindan, if there is no external help, it will definitely be difficult for Tuianshan to defend this spiritual vein for a long time with its current strength. The three Jindan cultivators present naturally knew this. When Zhang Rong asked whether Xiaoyao sect had arranged a plan to support Tuianshan, Zhao Menglian was already prepared in her heart, and hurriedly smiled and comforted the other party. Now the monsters in the northern border have not started to move south on a large scale, and there is still some time before the monsters cause unrest. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhang. The sect will definitely arrange this matter. I have been in seclusion in recent years, and I came out early today when I suddenly received a message from senior sister Bai. There are indeed many things happening in the sect recently that I am not clear about yet, and I really can't answer you directly. If you are anxious, why don't you send a letter to senior sister Bai another day to ask her directly? I think she should have a rough idea by now. Oh, there is no need for that. I certainly believe in Master Bai. I just asked casually, so please don't mind. Fellow Taoist Zhao has been in seclusion for so long this time, I believe he should be preparing to break through the late Jindan stage. I didn't expect that this time in order to support our Qi Mountain, I would delay your seclusion and practice. I am really ashamed. Seeing that Zhao Menglian was not very clear about the sect's next arrangements, Zhang Rong immediately smiled and nodded. He didn't ask any more questions and took the initiative to change the subject to another direction. Haha. Fellow Taoist Zhang is joking. It's not that easy for Jindan cultivators like us to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Senior brother Li was trapped in the 6th level of Jindan for nearly 80 years before he was able to break through to the late Jindan stage. My talent is not as good as his. Now I have just cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of Jindan. I don't know when I will break through to the late Jindan stage. Senior sister Zhao is also a cultivator with different spiritual roots. Her talent is not much worse than senior brother Li. This is a bit too modest. Although it is not easy for Jindan cultivators like us to practice, as long as the opportunity comes, it will be a natural thing to break through the cultivation. Fellow Taoist Song is right. After the three of them chatted for a while in the Golden Cloud Pavilion, Song Qingming saw that it was getting late, so she took the initiative to say goodbye to the two, and took Song Yuanli and the two who had received their respective rewards, and prepared to leave Qi Mountain together. However, she had just left Qi Mountain not far away, and Zhao Menglian, who had also said goodbye and left, suddenly caught up again and called Song Qingyu. "Junior sister Song, I forgot to ask you something just now. Is it convenient for us to talk alone?" Song Qingyu nodded slightly when he heard it, and asked Song Yuanli and the other two to wait aside first, and he took the initiative to come to the flying boat under Zhao Menglian's feet. "Senior sister Zhao, do you want to ask about the news of the seventh brother?" As soon as he stepped on the flying boat, Song Qingyu took the initiative to speak out the doubts in his heart. Zhao Menglian was slightly stunned when she heard it, and then waved her hands between the two of them, and released another soundproof barrier, and then turned to Song Qingyu and chuckled and replied, "Junior sister Song is really a person with a clear mind and a straightforward personality. I was still thinking about how to talk to you, but I didn't expect you to help me say it yourself. It has been 20 years since junior brother Song left. Calculating the time, he should be back soon. I wonder if he has any news recently. Since the seventh brother went to Donghuang country, he only sent a letter back 10 years ago, and there has been no news since then. We often look through the family tree to know that he is safe and sound outside," Song Qingyu answered seriously. After hearing Song Qingyu's answer, Zhao Menglian paused and continued to ask, "So, we don't know when junior brother Song will come back. Do you have any way to contact him? The last time seventh brother sent a message back, he just reported that he was safe. He didn't say where he was exactly, and it has been almost 10 years since then. I'm afraid he is no longer there. Senior sister Zhao is anxious to find seventh brother, but is there something wrong, or is it the intention of the head sister?" Song Qingyu shook his head and asked Zhao Menglian again. Zhao Menglian nodded and said, "It was indeed senior sister Bai who asked me to ask. Now that the monster riot is imminent, the pressure on the sect is getting greater and greater. It would be great if junior brother Song could come back in time. Senior sister Zhao, recently the monsters in the north have frequently moved south. There are suddenly many strange monsters in the floating cloud mountains. Some time ago, a trace of a monster king was also found near Jinshanfang. Now there is still some time before the monster riot. Why are there so many strange monster kings appearing in the border area? Is it possible that this monster riot will start early?" Song Qingyu asked sincerely. "You guessed right. I just learned the news from senior sister Bai not long ago. It seems that some changes have occurred in Funiu Mountain in the north. Many monsters from the northern border have already poured into our side in advance. I am afraid that this monster riot is very different from the past and will be more violent. Now junior brother Song has not returned yet. You should also make some preparations early to prevent the monster army from moving south in advance," Zhao Menglian replied to Song Qingyu with a serious face. It turns out that something went wrong at Funiu Mountain. No wonder the monsters in the floating cloud mountains have been so chaotic in recent years. Senior sister Zhao, I wonder what happened at Funiu Mountain and why it was so serious that so many strange monsters broke into our area all of a sudden. The monsters are the same as humans. High-level monsters also have their own territories. They will also fight each other to compete for the spiritual mountain territory. Funiu Mountain is located in the north of Wei State. It is the spiritual mountain where the demon clan's nascent soul Golden Feather Demon King resides. The territory of this nascent soul Demon King is within a radius of 10,000 miles. Few strange high-level monsters dare to set foot in it at will. More than 1,000 years ago, the Golden Feather Demon King, who came from the northern border, had just arrived in the floating cloud mountains. He relied on his own powerful strength to defeat a former demon king of Funiu Mountain and snatch this territory from it. Afterwards, he directly renamed this fourth-level spiritual vein to Funiu Mountain. Soon after, the monsters in the northern border began to riot. The Golden Feather Demon King, who was in the limelight, took advantage of the momentum of the monsters in the northern border to move southward and personally led as many monsters to attack the Wei Kingdom, hoping to take the opportunity to expand his territory to the human race. At that time, the person in charge of Xiaoao sect was the former unyielding cultivator Daoxun's Henrun. This ancestor was also a gifted cultivator. At that time, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the unyielding realm, and his fighting ability was also quite powerful among the nearby unyielding cultivators. Upon learning that the Golden Feather Demon King led the monster army to attack southward, Daoxun's Henrun immediately organized all the forces of the sect to go north to resist the attack of the monsters. The two sides launched a fierce battle in Jianfang. At this time, the golden-feathered demon king's cultivation was only at the peak of the third level of the unyielding, and had not yet broken through to the middle stage of the unyielding. Even with the help of many monsters under his command, he fought several battles with Daoxuan's Henren, but still lost to the opponent. Later, under the coercion of Taoist master Daoxuan, the seriously injured golden-feathered demon king had to agree to sign a city alliance with Zioao sect, stipulating that the unyielding cultivators of both sides would not intervene in the monster beast riots and attack each other's territory within 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, although the main monster beast forces attacking the Wei Kingdom's territory, every time there was a monster beast riot in the northern border were basically the monster beast armies under the command of the golden feather demon king. However, after the golden feather demon king retreated to the north, he did abide by the agreement and never appeared in person to attack the Zioao sect's territory again. Therefore, both sides also controlled the impact of the monster beast riots to the range below the Jinden stage. In the floating cloud mountains in the north of Wei Kingdom, there are a total of more than 20 monster kings above the Jinden stage, most of which are subordinate to the golden feather demon king. These monster kings rarely go south to cross the border to attack a human territory, except when there is a monster beast riot. A few monster kings like the Cloud Crane Demon King who have no background, even if they like to go south to harass, will not pose a big threat to the human cultivators. Now that something has gone wrong at Funiu Mountain, the monster beasts in the north of Weiguo are out of control, and suddenly there are many strange monster kings. If this continues, it will inevitably put more and more pressure on Zioao sect. After hearing from Zhao Menglian about the incident at Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming immediately had a bad premonition in his heart, and hurriedly asked a question. Zhao Menglian shook her head and said, "The sect hasn't figured out the matter yet, and I don't know the specific situation. Uncle Li and Sister Bai are working hard to investigate and deal with this matter. When there is a result, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible." Junior Sister Song, the reason why I didn't say it just now and wanted to tell you alone is because this matter is of great importance. If you are not careful, it may affect the future fate of our Zioao sect and so many cultivators in Weiguo. You must be careful and don't spread the news outside in advance, otherwise the monster beast chaos has not yet arrived, and we will be in chaos first. At that time, I am afraid that it will add a lot of trouble. Hearing Zhao Menglian's kind advice, Song Qingming nodded and responded, "Don't worry, Senior Sister Zhao, I know the severity of the matter. Thank you for informing me of this matter in advance today. If seventh brother comes back, I will also inform the sect as soon as possible." Zhao Menglian smiled and nodded, "Well, I'm glad you understand. Now junior brother Song hasn't come back yet, Qingming, you should be more careful. If Tuan Mountain is besieged by monsters again next time, we should wait for the people from the sect to arrive before we act together, so that you don't have to come alone to help. If you encounter a plot by the monsters, it will be more trouble than gain. In addition, because of the unstable situation in the north recently, all the attention of the sect has been focused on the floating cloud mountains, and many demon cubs have been found to have sneaked into the territory. Some time ago, in the Donglan County in the south, several immortal cultivation families were successively wiped out by demon cultivators, including one. The powerful foundation building family also suffered from the poisonous hand. After senior brother Li went to investigate, he suspected that a giant demon cultivator had infiltrated our Weiguo. When you go back, you should also pay attention to this matter. Once you find any abnormal situation related to the demon cultivator, remember to send a letter to inform the sect's law enforcement hall immediately, and do not act rashly to avoid being hurt. Junior Sister Song, what I said to you is actually what Senior Sister Bai told you. Now that the monsters are about to riot, the sect is also under great pressure. We, the giant cultivators, must also pay attention to our own safety and serve the sect in the future. This is all I should remind you of. Please also help to tell Junior Sister Wang, I won't make this extra trip." After Zhao Menglian finished speaking, she waved her hand to remove the soundproof barrier beside the two of them. "Qingming understands. I hope Senior Sister Zhao and Senior Sister Zhang can rest assured that I will pay attention to these things." After Song Qingming nodded in response, he slightly arched his hand to Zhao Menglian, and then took out a flying sword and turned into a beam of light to leave the original place. In recent years, the Funiu Mountains in the north have been in turmoil. Song Qingming had a premonition that the situation seemed a little abnormal. Just after learning from Zhao Menglian about the incident in Funiu Mountain, The pressure on Song Qingyu's shoulders increased a lot. After picking up Song Yuanli and the others not far ahead, Song Qingyu returned to Funiu Mountain without delay and began to convene many cultivators in the family to discuss matters and prepare to deal with the monster riots that might come early. In recent years, the Song family has developed smoothly and its strength has increased a lot. In the 20 years when Song Qingming was away, the Song family has added 2 foundation-building cultivators and dozens of Qi refining cultivators. Song Yuanli and others who had already established their foundations have also made more or less progress in their cultivation in the past 20 years. The overall strength of the family has at least doubled compared to when Song Qingming just formed the Dan 100 years ago. In recent years, under the full development of the Song family, Qing County has expanded a lot of territory from Funiu Mountain to the east around the Qi Mountain market, attracting many foreign cultivators to settle down in Qing County. And even some foundation-building cultivators brought their families to create Immortal cultivation families. In addition, with the support of the Song family, the old Immortal cultivation families in Qing County, such as the Wang family and the Gao family, have also developed very smoothly. The total number of cultivators in Qing County has now exceeded 3,000, which is nearly double the number 100 years ago. If the monster beast riots were dealt with in the normal situation in previous years, at most only 1 or 2 monster kings and 2 to 3,000 low-level monster beasts would come to Jinshanfang, which would not pose such a big threat to the Song family. Even if Song Qingming, the clan leader, was not there, with Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, 2 giant monks, guarding Jinshanfang and relying on the Fangxi Mountain protection formation to defend the Jinshanfang defense line, it would definitely not be a problem. But now, according to what Zhao Menglian said, something happened in Funiu Mountain, and many strange monster kings suddenly appeared in the north of Uyghur. It is difficult to predict what the next monster beast riots will be like. The reason why Bai Yuxin asked Zhao Menglian to remind Song Qingyu specifically was that she was afraid that the Song family would not understand the situation and underestimate the enemy, and might suffer losses at that time. After all, the Song family also needs to protect the territory of Xiaoyao sect. Once Song Qingyu and his men fail to defend the Jinshanfang defense line and let the monster army march straight into Jiangling County, it will also cause the sect to suffer huge losses. In order not to leak too much information and affect the morale of the troops below, Song Qingyu did not tell too many people about this matter. He only explained the crisis situation in the north to several core elders such as Song Yuanfang, who was in charge of the family. After receiving instructions from the family ancestor Song Qingyu, Song Yuanli and Song Xuanting immediately recruited dozens of family cultivators to live in the Jinshanfang and asked them to take turns to go to the front line of the market to explore the movements of the monsters and beasts, so as to be ready to respond at any time. Then Song Kings also began to recruit and train reliable casual cultivators in the Qianfang and collect a large number of important strategic materials such as magic tools and talismans needed to deal with the next battle with monsters. Song Yuanfang contacted many immortal cultivation families under the Song family and asked them to secretly transport some of the spiritual rice and other materials needed for the war to the Jinshanfang in advance, so as to be ready to deal with the monsters and beasts at any time. While the Song family was busy preparing to deal with the next monster riot, thousands of miles away in Funiu Mountain, a man in white with a strange appearance looked at the many monster kings kneeling at his feet not far away and smiled with satisfaction. Haha. Congratulations to Brother Malin for successfully taking over Funiu Mountain. I hope you can take care of me more in the future. Just as the man in white was thinking, a man in black with red eyes walked in and congratulated him with a smile on his face. Chapter 666 Gao Yubei is missing, be careful. The black-clothed man with a pair of strange red eyes was the overlord of another demon territory east of Funiu Mountain, the Red Cloud Demon King. After seeing the Red Cloud Demon King come in, the white-clothed man nodded to him calmly, and with a flash of inspiration in his hand, he took out a palm-sized golden sphere. Haha. If it weren't for the help of Brother Qian, it would be difficult for me to get the spiritual vein of Funiu Mountain so easily. Now that I'm here, I will definitely have to cooperate with you in the future. This is what I promised you before, take it first. After the white cloud man finished speaking, he moved his magic power and the golden sphere quickly flew to the hands of the Red Cloud Demon King not far away. When the Red Cloud Demon King saw the golden sphere in his hand, his face suddenly lit up. After quickly putting it in his pocket, he bowed to the white-clothed man. Thank you, Brother Malin. Hey. Brother Qian, you are too polite. Facing the thanks from the Demon King Qian, the man in white smiled and waved his hand, then continued, Brother Qian, I think you haven't forgotten what I told you last time. Now that I have successfully taken over Funiu Mountain, it is a good time for us to show our skills. In a few years, the monsters from the northern border will also come here. Have you considered it now, brother? Seeing the man in white staring at him with a smile, the Demon King Qian paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded and said, Haha. Of course I won't forget what Brother Maling said. I have already thought about this matter. Let's do it according to what you said last time. I have also wanted to deal with those human cultivators in the south for a long time, but Funiu has always refused to cooperate with me. Fortunately, Brother Maling is here now, and I finally have this opportunity. How can I miss it? Don't worry, brother, I will fully support you when you go south this time, and the territory we conquer will be divided according to what we agreed on. Okay. That's great. I like your temper, Brother Qian. It's a deal. Seeing that the Red Dragon Demon King agreed, the man in white was happy and immediately stood up and praised him. Well, it's a deal. If there is nothing else, I will go back to my Qingming Mountain to prepare for the next thing, and I will visit Brother Maling another day when I have time. Seeing this, the Red Dragon Demon King also smiled and nodded, then bowed and said goodbye and left Funiu Mountain. After the Red Dragon Demon King left, the man in white turned around and looked at the Demon Kings who were still kneeling below and trembling with fear, and then he spoke in a cold voice and ordered, send a message to the other Demon Kings around Funiu Mountain who have not yet surrendered, and tell them that from now on, they are not allowed to go south at will without my order, and everything will be subject to the orders of our Funiu Mountain. Follow the order of His Majesty the Demon King. Half a year later, King County, Lotus Mountain, Gao family. Under the leadership of the patriarch Gao Yubei, the Gao family has been developing steadily for nearly 100 years following the Song family, and the family's strength has improved a lot compared to 100 years ago. In addition to Gao Yubei, whose cultivation has already broken through to the peak of foundation building, in the past 100 years. In addition to the increase in the number of family cultivators, they have also cultivated a slightly younger foundation building cultivator. Among the many foundation building families in Qing County, except for the one family of Taiyuan Mountain who can suppress them, no other family can challenge the status of the Gao family as the second largest foundation building family. One day, a middle-aged late-stage Qi refining cultivator with a somewhat panicked look suddenly appeared at the foot of Lotus Mountain, and ran quickly towards the mountain protection formation. The two Gao family cultivators who were guarding the mountain protection formation at the mountain gate saw the newcomer and hurriedly opened the mountain protection formation to let him in. Uncle 13, you're back. After the late-stage Qi refining cultivator of the Gao family entered the mountain protection formation, he ignored the two people who were saluting him and immediately asked them, is the old patriarch still in seclusion in the back mountain? Well, I haven't heard about the patriarch coming out of seclusion these 2 days. He should still be in seclusion in the back mountain. Did something happen to Uncle 13? Why are you so anxious, Alice? I don't have time to explain to you now. I have to go to the ancestor to report this matter in person. You keep an eye on the mountain gate and remember not to let any suspicious people in. The middle-aged man gave the two people a serious warning, and without caring whether they understood or not, he immediately ran up the mountain. A moment later, the middle-aged man of the Gao family, who was in the late stage of Qi training, came to the cave where Gao Yubei was in seclusion in the back mountain, and quickly cast a spell to send a sound transmission talisman into it. After a while, the restrictions at the entrance of the cave suddenly flashed, and then Gao Yubei, who looked like an old man, walked out of the cave. Gao Yubei was about the same age as Song Qingming, and his lifespan had long exceeded 200 years. In the past few decades, he had tried to form a golden elixir several times in succession, but all failed. He had failed to break through the golden elixir and was seriously injured twice in succession, so his lifespan was also affected to some extent, and he would live about 10 years less than a normal foundation building cultivator. Although Gao Yubei had taken some life-extending spiritual objects after building his foundation, he only had 30 to 40 years of life left, and basically had no chance of breaking through the golden elixir. But even so, Gao Yubei, like Wang Shengxian back then, never gave up the last chance of forming a golden elixir. In recent years, he was still desperately looking for spiritual objects to form a golden elixir, trying to break through the golden elixir realm for the last time. It's bad, clan leader. Something big happened to the Liu family. There are dead bodies everywhere in Bloodline Mountain. I'm afraid the Liu family is. How can you panic like this? Think about it first and then talk slowly. What exactly happened to the Liu family? Explain the whole cause and effect clearly. Gao Yubei, who had just walked out of the cave, had an obvious look of displeasure on his face at being disturbed in seclusion. After taking a look at the newcomer, he immediately reprimanded him with a serious expression. After hearing Gao Yubei's scolding, the middle-aged man calmed down a little before continuing to reply. Last month, the clan sent a message to the Liu family, asking them to quickly transport the spiritual rice that should be handed in this year to Lotus Mountain. Unexpectedly, more than half a month has passed, and the Liu family has neither sent the spiritual rice nor sent a message to explain the matter to us. The elder found something wrong, so he asked me to go to Bloodline Mountain to check the situation. Unexpectedly, when I rushed there yesterday, I found that Bloodline Mountain was full of corpses of Liu family cultivators and mortals. It is estimated that at least thousands of people died, and the death was extremely miserable, as if it was done by a demon cultivator. As soon as I saw that the situation was not right, I did not dare to stay for long and immediately ran back to report the matter to you. When the middle-aged man mentioned this, his mind couldn't help but recall the miserable appearance of those corpses he had seen before, which made his face show a bit of fear at this moment. Demon cultivator? How do you think it might be done by a demon cultivator? Tell me in detail. Hearing that it might be done by a demon cultivator, Gao Yubei's already wrinkled face immediately showed a trace of solemnity. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly told Gao Yubei in detail what he had seen when he went to Bloodline Mountain and repeated it to him seriously. The Liu family of Bloodline Mountain is a subordinate Qi Refining family of the Gao family that has been passed down for more than 100 years. Because the family was established not long ago, all the cultivators of the Liu family added up to only a dozen people, and there were less than 10,000 mortals. Among the dozens of subordinate vassal families of the Gao family, their strength was not strong and could only be regarded as one of the weakest. Such a small Qi Refining family is too weak in itself. Once it encounters the calculations of several powerful Qi Refining demon cultivators, it is possible to encounter such a catastrophe. When Song Qingming had just established his foundation, the Wu family, a Qi Refining family under the Song family, was almost plotted against by several Qi Refining demon cultivators headed by Gu Liangshan. This incident also caused a sensation in Qing County at the time. According to what you said, there may really be demon cultivators hiding in our Gao family. I didn't expect that there are still demon cultivators who dare to come to our Qing County. These demon cubs are really courageous. Changlian, you go and notify the family law enforcement team, and go to Bloodline Mountain with me to check the situation. The destructive power of demon cultivators is extremely great. If we don't find them quickly, I'm afraid that other vassal families will suffer. After Gao Yubei gave the middle-aged man an order, he immediately returned to the cave and brought some spiritual objects specifically for dealing with demon cultivators, and took 5 or 6 Qi Refining cultivators from the Gao family to Bloodline Mountain. After flying hundreds of miles southeast from Lotus Mountain, the group came to a high mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. Before going up the mountain, the people standing on the flying boat smelled a very strong smell of blood in the wind. The 2 Gao family Qi Refining monks who had not been on the battlefield were immediately uncomfortable by the smell. Gao Yubei raised his hand and propped up a faint white light in front of him, isolating the bloody smell around him, and then the faces of the people on the flying boat gradually recovered. Be careful that there may be demon cultivators hiding on the mountain. You should be smart and prepare the demon subduing talismans. If you find any survivors, bring them to me immediately. After the flying boat stopped at Bloodline Mountain, Gao Yubei gave an order to the people behind him, and brought Gao Changliang and other 2 late-stage Qi Refining monks to a hall on the top of Liujia Mountain. After several people pushed open the door and walked into the hall, they saw more than a dozen Liu family monks lying in the room, and they immediately showed a solemn look. Clan leader, all 14 cultivators of the Liu family are here. They seem to have been dead for about 10 days. After such a long time, these demon cultivators should have fled Qing County long ago. An older man went up to check the bodies in the hall, then stood up and explained to Gao Yubei. Since the Song family of Funiu was promoted to the Golden Core Immortal clan, no demon cultivator dared to come out and cause trouble in Qing County for many years. Occasionally, they attacked lone cultivators once or twice, but they fled Qing County immediately after they succeeded for fear of exposing their identities. After hearing the old man's analysis, Gao Yubei nodded slightly and said, "The one who killed so many cultivators of the Liu family silently under our noses is probably not an ordinary Qi refining demon cultivator. We still can't be too careless. If he hides nearby, it will be too dangerous for us. We must find a way to find him out." Foundation building demon cultivator? A foundation building demon should target a small Liu family, right? Could it be that something in the Liu family has provoked him? Hearing Gao Yubei say that the one who attacked might be a foundation-building demon cultivator, the old man's face suddenly showed some disbelief. Gao Yubei waved his hand calmly and said, "No matter what his purpose is, as long as we find him out, we will know everything." As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yubei's hand moved, and a yellow talisman with golden light appeared in front of him. Then Gao Yubei quickly cast a few spells with both hands, and the magic power in his hand immediately poured into the yellow talisman, making the golden light on the talisman several times brighter, illuminating the entire hall with golden light. This yellow talisman is a second-level low-grade talisman that can track the demonic energy on the demon cultivators. Under Gao Yubei's control, the talisman slowly flew over the corpses in the hall and absorbed some dark black spiritual energy from these corpses. Seeing that Gao Yubei wanted to find the traces of the demon cultivators through the remaining demonic energy on these corpses, the other two cultivators of the Gao family did not say anything more and immediately stood aside carefully. As the head of the Gao family, Gao Yubei's cultivation has long been cultivated to the peak of foundation building for many years. In Qing County, except for several giant ancestors of the Song family, he, a veteran foundation building cultivator, is already the strongest in fighting among all foundation building cultivators. As long as he does not encounter a powerful demon cultivator above the late stage of foundation building, Gao Yubei's strength is enough to kill the opponent. It is because he has enough confidence in his cultivation that Gao Yubei dares to try to cast a spell to track the traces of the demon cultivators. After a moment, Gao Yubei, who was patiently casting a spell to operate the yellow sea talisman in the air, suddenly opened his eyes and showed a bit of surprise. So close, could this demon really still be hiding in the mountain? Not good. Liangshan, quickly send a signal to the people outside. Let everyone gather here, Gao Yubei muttered to himself, and immediately anxiously ordered Gu Liangshan, who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Gu Liangshan hurried to the outside of the hall, took out a low-level and inferior spiritual talisman, released a huge fireball into the sky, and began to summon other monks who were scattered on Bailin Mountain to look for survivors. Not long after, several Gao family monks who came with him quickly gathered in the hall. Seeing that these people were safe and sound, Gao Yubei was relieved. Just as he wanted to continue casting spells and controlling the spiritual talisman in his hand to find the hiding place of the demon cultivator, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew outside the hall, and then a group of red snow clouds suddenly appeared at the door of the hall, turning into a man in black with a wicked smile. "Everyone, are you looking for me? It's a demon cultivator. Quickly line up to fight the enemy." Seeing the black-clothed man in front of them, the Gao family cultivators in the hall were startled and hurriedly took out their own magic weapons and formed a battle formation. Gao Yubei, who was standing in front of the crowd, glanced at the other party calmly, and a green flying sword and a red talisman appeared in his hand. "You dare to take the initiative to deliver yourself to my door and show yourself in front of me. It seems that you can't leave today." After Gao Yubei finished speaking, he attached the talisman in his hand to the flying sword. The green flying sword immediately burst into red flames, and a powerful mana pressure broke out in an instant. With a sword, he quickly slashed at the other black-clothed man. "You are right, it is indeed a proactive delivery." Facing Gao Yubei's fierce sword, the black-clothed man showed a sarcastic look to the people in front of him, and slowly emitted a cloud of blood mist beside him, and then the whole person disappeared on the spot. A moment later, in Gao Yubei's shock, the man in black suddenly appeared beside him, and then the blood mist beside the man in black turned into a gust of wind and quickly rolled up, engulfing Gao Yubei and others in the blood. 2 days later, on the top of Funiu Mountain in the Song family, in Huxin Tower, Song Qingming sat alone in the attic, sipping the spiritual tea at hand while admiring the beautiful scenery of Funiu Mountain from afar. After a while, a handsome young monk from the Song family came up from downstairs and came behind Song Qingming quietly. "Grandma, 16th uncle is here, and he has something urgent to see you downstairs." "Yes. Go and ask him to come up." Song Qingming nodded slightly, put down the teacup in his hand, turned around and sat down on a chair in the middle of the attic. After a while, The young monk who had just gone down came up with Song Yuanfang, whose face was a little ugly. Seeing the anxious look on Song Yuanfang's face, Song Qingming did not ask him first, but smiled and instructed Song Yuanfang on the side, "Zuanfang, go back and practice well first, and prepare for the next foundation building matters. After Ancestor Xian brings back the foundation building pill from the East China Sea, you should also prepare to retreat and build your foundation immediately. You don't have to stay in Huxin Pavilion during this period. Yuanfang will arrange someone else to take over from you. Thank you, my great aunt and 16th uncle, for your help." Zuanfang will take his leave first. Hearing the news that the family was about to support him in building his foundation, Song Zuanfang, who had already cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Refining, was delighted and hurriedly bowed to the two family elders, Song Qingming and Song Yuanfang. After Song Zuanfang left, Song Qingming turned to Song Yuanfang on the side with a calm face. "Grandma, something happened to the Gao family," Song Yuanfang said solemnly, took out a letter from his body and handed it to Song Qingming, and then continued to explain. This was just delivered by Gao Changjin himself. A few days ago, a demon cultivator appeared in the Gao family and destroyed one of their vassal families. Gao Yubei went to investigate the matter, but he disappeared and has not returned yet. That day, Gao Yubei went to Bailin Mountain to investigate the destruction of the Liu family by the demon cultivator, but it seemed that he disappeared and there was no news, and no one returned. Although the blood and essence left by Gao Yubei and others on the Gao family tree did not disappear, indicating that they must be still alive, no one returned, and the Gao family also realized that something was wrong. The next day, they sent 2 more groups of people to Bailin Mountain to look for Gao Yubei, but the people they sent also disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea, and no one came back. At this moment, the Gao family was sure that Gao Yubei and others might have had an accident. After discovering that the head of the Gao family had gone to investigate the sudden disappearance of the demon cultivator, Lotus Mountain was in chaos. Gao Changjin, another foundation-building cultivator of the Gao family who was stationed in Qinghefang, hurried to Funiu Mountain for help after learning about this. Song Yuanfang, who received him, was also shocked when he learned about this. He was also very clear about Gao Yubei's cultivation strength. The demon cultivator who could trap him must not be an ordinary character. He was also unable to make a decision on this matter, so he could only run to the top of the mountain to inform Song Qingming about this matter. After hearing Song Yuanfang's explanation of the ins and outs of the matter, Song Qingming lowered his head and thought secretly for a while, and then asked softly, "Even Gao Yubei is missing. It seems that the demon cultivator who came this time is not simple. Yuanfang, what do you think about this?" Hearing this, Song Yuanfang nodded solemnly and said, "According to Gao Changjin, the soul lamp that Gao Yubei left in the clan has not been extinguished, so it can be concluded that he should still be alive. However, Gao Yubei is a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and an old fellow with many years of experience in fighting. With his strength, he will definitely not be trapped so easily. The opponent's strength should not be weaker than his. From what we know now, Gao Yubei is very likely to be trapped by multiple foundation establishment demon cultivators working together with a formation, and it is also possible that the one coming is not a foundation establishment demon cultivator. It's not the giant and demon head who is here to trap him and wait for us to send someone to support him. You must not go alone, you should wait for the old ancestor Xian to come back and take more people with you, so that it will be safer." Giant and demon head? This is a bit troublesome. You are right, we can't act rashly, but this matter is related to the demon cultivator, and we can't ignore it after all. Yuanfang, send Gao Changjin back first, tell him that we will arrange to send someone to support him immediately, and tell them to be on high alert after they go back, so as not to be taken advantage of by the demon cultivator. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he did not rush to rescue Gao Yubei immediately, but took out a red sound transmission talisman. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming cast a spell with a determined look and sent it into the air. Soon the talisman turned into a beam of light and flew directly out of Funiu. The red sound transmission talisman had just flown out of Funiu Mountain for about dozens of miles. When passing by a high mountain, it was suddenly swallowed by a giant black bird flying from the other side. After the black giant bird ate the sound transmission talisman that had just flown over, it circled in the nearby sky for several circles before slowly landing on the nearest high mountain. In front of a blue stone on the mountain, a woman in purple had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw the black giant bird coming back, A look of satisfaction immediately appeared on her face. The black giant bird came to the side of the purple-clothed woman, let out a shrill scream, and spit out the red sound transmission talisman that had just swallowed. Then a black light flashed on its body, and it turned into a ball of black mist that wrapped around the purple-clothed woman. The Song family is really too cautious. After picking up the red sound transmission note floating in the air and taking a look, the purple-clothed woman immediately chuckled, then her figure changed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 667 Troubled Times, Battle Against Demon Cultivators. 4 days later, in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming stood on the roof and looked at the scenery in the distance, with a little worry on his face. It was only half a year since the Battle of Qi Mountain repelled the invading monster army from the Funiu Mountains in the north. Unexpectedly, powerful demon cultivators appeared in Qing County to cause trouble again. Thinking of what happened recently, Song Qingming felt a little helpless. The storm is coming, it's really a troubled time. Just as Song Qingming was thinking, Song Yuanfang had already walked quickly to the top of the attic. When he saw his figure appear, Song Qingming immediately put away the worry on his face and replaced it with a very relaxed look. Yuanfang, how is your side? Are you ready? Song Yuanfang stepped forward and answered in a calm voice, reporting to my great aunt, everything is ready. Except for the Gao family, the foundation building cultivators of other affiliated families have also gathered in the family meeting hall. Great aunt, do you want to wait for 2 more days? It is estimated that the old ancestor Xian will be back in the next few days. It will be safer to go with her, it doesn't matter. The current situation is forced. Gao Yubei is still in the hands of the demon cultivators, and his life and death are unknown. We can't sit here and wait all the time, otherwise how will outsiders look at us in the future? Yuanfang, I will take them out first, and everything here will be handed over to you. Song Qingming entrusted Song Yuanfang with a serious face, and then turned and left the Huxin Pavilion. After sending a letter to Xiaoyao sect to explain the Gao family's affairs, he waited for several days in a row, but no one from the sect came. Song Qingming was a little impatient at this time. Judging from the information provided by the Gao family, Gao Yubei is still alive. If they ignore his life and death and eventually let him die in the hands of the demon cultivators, the reputation of the Song family will definitely be affected. After all, it is the duty of all righteous cultivators to eliminate demons and defend the way. If the Song family allows their vassal families to be bullied by demon cultivators and does nothing about it, it will be a bit unreasonable no matter where they are. After some consideration, Song Qingming decided to summon the foundation building cultivators of the vassal families of Qing County alone, and prepare to go to the Bailin Mountain where Gao Yubei disappeared to check the situation. In the meeting hall of the Song family in Funiu, Song Changs, Song Yuanhao, and Song Yuanxu, 3 foundation building elders of the Song family, as well as Wang Meng, Li Chenggao, Wang Huqing, Chen Yunan, Luo Daozhan and other affiliated immortal cultivation families of the Song family, a total of 8 foundation building cultivators have gathered here. Luo Daozhan was a foundation building casual cultivator who migrated from Zheng State a few years ago. He originally occupied a 2nd level spiritual vein near Qi Refinement and founded a family of immortal cultivators. Now there are dozens of cultivators in the family. A few years ago, because the monster riots in the northern border were approaching, Luo Daozhan did not want to move his family to Qi Refinement for refuge, so he asked around and wanted to move his family to a safer place. Later, Luo Daozhan got in touch with the Song family through someone, purchased a 2nd level spiritual vein near Qi Refinement, and moved the entire family to Qing County, becoming the 6th foundation building family in Qing County. Luo Daozhan and Chen Yunan have similar cultivation levels, and are also 6th level foundation building cultivators, but he is younger than Chen Yunan, and there is still some hope that he can break through to the late stage of foundation building in the future. Seeing Song Qingming walking in from the door with a smile on his face, everyone quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, old ancestor. Song Qingming glanced at everyone present with sharp eyes, and said calmly, everyone. You all should know the purpose of this trip. Killing demons and eliminating evil is the heavy responsibility of our righteous cultivators. I hope that you can work together to fight the enemy and don't let me down. Saving people is the most important thing now. I won't say more. Come with me, I will follow the orders of the old ancestor. Everyone responded in unison, and immediately followed Song Qingming and walked out of the meeting room quickly. This time, in addition to Song Qingming, The giant and ancestor, the 8 foundation building cultivators summoned all had cultivation above the middle stage of foundation building, and they were also the strongest group of foundation building cultivators that could be gathered in the entire Qing County. After leaving Funiu Mountain, Song Qingyu led everyone to the Lotus Mountain of the Gao family in the south. After meeting up with Gao Changjin of the Gao family, the group of 10 people came to the Bailin Mountain not far from the Gao family. As soon as they arrived near the Bailin Mountain, everyone saw the demonic energy rising to the sky on one side of the mountain top in the distance, as if a demon cultivator was casting a spell to refine something. A powerful magic weapon. Seeing this, Song Qingyu and the others did not delay any longer. They sped up their speed and turned into streaks of light, rushing towards the location of the magic energy on the top of the mountain. After arriving there, Song Qingyu and the others soon found Gao Yubei, who was tied to a rack and unconscious, in an open space. Beside him were many other Qi refining cultivators of the Gao family who were also motionless. Not far from where the Gao family members were tied, there were 4 foundation building magic cultivators sitting cross-legged, struggling to cast spells to refine a blood-red jade plate that was emitting bursts of powerful magic energy, as if they wanted to use Gao Yubei and the others to sacrifice the magic weapons in their hands. Clan leader, are you okay? Upon seeing the unconscious Gao Yubei and the magic cultivators casting spells not far away, Gao Changjin, who was standing aside, suddenly became a little excited and couldn't help but want to rush forward to rescue as many clansmen. Don't worry, everyone listen to my orders. First deal with these magic cultivators and then go to rescue people. Before Gao Changjin took 2 steps, Song Qingyu immediately stopped him with a light rebuke, and then ordered the many cultivators around him to attack the demon cultivators. Seeing Song Qingyu, a giant and cultivator, leading so many foundation building masters to come here, the foundation building demon cultivators who were tempering magic weapons immediately panicked. After putting away the blood-red jade plate that was still in the air, these demon cultivators immediately turned around and fled towards the hall behind them. Don't run, you evil villain. Seeing that these demon cultivators were trying to escape in front of them, the crowd, eager to prove their abilities in front of Song Qingyu, the Golden Core Patriarch, immediately flew after them. The other side only had 4 demon cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and the one with the highest level of cultivation was only at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, not that powerful. Including Gao Changjin, there were 9 people from Qing County. Except for Gao Changjin, who had only established his foundation at the 3rd level, all of them were cultivators above the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. The combat power of the cultivators from Qing County was more than double that of these demon cultivators, and it would be a great help to take them down. It can be said that it is a sure thing. Including several foundation building cultivators of the Song family, everyone present did not want to miss this great opportunity to kill the demon cultivators and make merit. Only the more cautious Song Yuangsu acted a little slower. Before the demon cultivators could escape into the hall, Li Chengyu, who was the first to catch up with them, cast a spell and threw out a seal in his hand. The seal grew with the wind and quickly turned into a huge copper seal more than 10 feet wide, smashing directly on the heads of the demon cultivators. Seeing that the huge copper seal in Li Chengyu's hand was about to fall, the demon cultivators who had no time to dodge the 4 cultivators stopped their steps, turned around and threw the magic weapon they had just refined in mid-air to the people chasing them. The blood-colored jade plate flew into the air and just hit Li Chengyu's huge golden seal magic weapon lightly, and bounced it back. Then, under the control of several magic cultivators, the blood-colored jade plate suddenly shot out 9 blood-colored lights, and all the 9 people from Qing County who were chasing them were put into a blood-colored cage. Faced with this sudden change, Li Chengyu and his companions did not take it too seriously at first. He immediately waved the magic weapon in his hand and launched a fierce attack on the blood-colored light shield, trying to break the blood-colored cage. However, he never expected that the 4 demon cultivators who were sitting cross-legged on the ground were activating the blood-colored jade plate with all their strength. The blood-colored cage had a very strong recovery ability. It just opened a gap and before everyone could rush out, it was immediately restored. Li Chengyu, Song Yuanhao and others each used a lot of powerful methods at their disposal, but they failed to break the blockade of the blood-colored cage and were trapped in it. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so tough? After discovering that something was wrong with the blood-colored cage, the people trapped in the cage immediately felt something was wrong and became anxious. Song Qingyu, who was standing not far behind, had already discovered that something seemed to be wrong in front of him. Seeing this, Song Kangyu, who originally did not want to intervene in the battle, immediately flew into the air and threw out a powerful and domineering sword energy, heading straight for the 4 demon cultivators who were sitting cross-legged, trying to stop them from continuing to cast spells and rescue the people from Qing County who had just been trapped. However, just as Song Kangyu made his move, a gust of evil wind suddenly rolled up from behind the 4 demon cultivators, and then a ball of red blood mist came to the air in front of the 4 of them, revealing a figure in black. The man in black did not show any panic on his face when facing the sword energy fired by Song Kangyu, which was already within reach. He smiled calmly. The man in black quickly raised his hand, and a magic weapon similar to the blood-colored jade plate that the others had just taken out appeared in front of him. This blood-colored jade plate was obviously much more powerful than the one controlled by the 4 foundation-building monks. It was obviously a 3rd-level magic weapon of high quality. As soon as the sword energy fired by Song Kangyu reached the shield formed by the blood-colored jade plate, a sharp sound of metal collision was heard. However, after a moment, the sword energy that was confronting the man in black disappeared directly in the air. Haha. Bullying these juniors is not a glorious thing. If you want to fight, how about I meet you? After blocking Song Kangyu's attack, the man in black took back the magic weapon in front of him with a smile, and looked at Song Kangyu not far away with a mocking look on his face. Golden Core Demon Cultivator, as expected, I guessed it right. After seeing the aura emanating from the person in front of him, Song Kangyu's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. He looked solemnly at the man in black who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his hands involuntarily gathered a ball of magic power again. The powerful attack that the man in black had just unleashed showed that his cultivation was obviously much higher than Song Kangyu's, and he had almost reached the 6th level of Jinden. Although before coming here, Song Kangyu already had a hunch in his heart that the person who attacked Go Yubei and the others might be a magic cultivator above the Jinden stage, but when he saw the man in black, a magic cultivator at the 6th level of Jinden, Song Kangyu couldn't help showing a bit of surprise on his face. A magic cultivator with such a high level of cultivation is unlikely to target an ordinary foundation-building family like the Gao family, and the man in black in front of him was not surprised at the appearance of Song Kangyu and the others. It was obvious that he had already guessed that they would come to rescue Gao Yubei. The other party has been deliberately staying here waiting for us to come to the rescue. Could it be that the real purpose is to come for me? After a quick calculation in her mind, Song Kangyu suddenly felt something was wrong. Without much hesitation, she swung a sword in her hand again and slashed at the man in black. Then Song Kangyu immediately turned around and wanted to leave the open space. Unexpectedly, Song Kangyu had just moved when a man covered in a black robe quickly flew over not far behind her and threw a fierce punch to block her way. Then a ball of purple mist in the air flew above her head, and then suddenly more than a dozen blood-colored spiritual lights flew out of the purple mist and landed on the ground not far away from Song Kangyu. Dao, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? After a burst of female laughter came from the purple mist, bloodlights suddenly flew out from around the open space where Song Kangyu was, gathering in the sky. After these bloodlights flew to the midair and gathered into a ball, they immediately turned into a huge blood-colored cage with a radius of several hundred feet, covering all the people present, including those demon cultivators, in the blood-colored shield. After the blood-colored shield was formed, the purple mist in front of Song Kangyu changed again, and turned into a somewhat enchanting purple-clothed woman, who looked at her with a smile. This purple-clothed woman with evil spirits had a cultivation level similar to Song Kangyu, and was also a troublesome giant and 3rd-level demon cultivator. And the one who had just forced the black-robed man who pushed Song Kangyu away also had the cultivation level of the 2nd Jinden level, judging from his aura. However, Song Kangyu had just fought with a black-robed man and clearly felt that there was no life in the other party. He should be just a Jinden corpse puppet made by a demon cultivator, and his controller was the black-robed man of the 6th Jinden level not far away. Seeing that the other party had another Jinden level 3 demon cultivator whose cultivation level was not weaker than his own, and also used a Jinden corpse puppet with good strength, Song Kangyu, who was already trapped, frowned instantly. However, Song Kangyu did not seem too panicked at this moment. Instead, his face became calm. He spoke to the 2 people in front of him in a calm tone, You are really brave enough to dare to stay here. Don't you really take my Xiaoao sect seriously? Faced with Song Qingyu's verbal intimidation, the man in black replied with a look of contempt, "Fellow Daoist Song, it has come to this. I think you should stop scaring people here. To tell you the truth, all of these today are what we have carefully prepared for you for a long time. This blood sea demon cloud formation outside is arranged with the blood and essence of tens of thousands of mortals and cultivators. Even a cultivator in the late giant stage will find it difficult to escape. Since you have fallen into the formation now, it is unlikely that you will leave here alive, haha. Brother, don't pay attention to her. She is pretending to be trying to delay time and wait for the people from Xiaoao sect to come to the rescue. But it's a pity that the Xiaoao sect doesn't know what happened here at the moment. It is impossible for reinforcements to come here today. I advise you to give up this idea and accept the reality." The purple-clothed woman laughed and mocked Song Qingyu, then waved her hand and threw out a red sound transmission talisman, which was the emergency sound transmission talisman she sent to Qingming Mountain for help a few days ago. Seeing this talisman appear in the other party's hand, Song Qingyu's face suddenly became a little ugly, as if he had never thought that the sound transmission talisman he sent to the sect had been intercepted by the other party. "So you have been hiding near Funiu Mountain. You are really deliberate. No wonder the sect has not sent anyone for so long. Today I finally know the reason. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Song is really smart, but it's a pity that you are smart a little late." Hearing Song Qingyu's belated words, the purple-clothed woman, who felt that the other party was fooled by her, couldn't help laughing a few more times. "Fellow Taoist Song, I advise you not to expect too much. Before we came to deal with you, we had already found out clearly that the head of your family has gone out to gain experience, and the other giant and elder is no longer in the family. You are the only giant and cultivator left in Qing County. Now that Xiaoao sect will not have anyone to help, you will not have the chance to escape. I think you should know your current situation. If you voluntarily take this elixir and join my demon sect Qingming sect, we will all be fellow disciples in the future, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you. I will give you some kind words of advice, but if you still don't know what's good for you, I have already refined the souls of hundreds of cultivators into this magic weapon, and I am just missing the soul of a powerful giant and cultivator. If you are refined into it, it should increase the power a lot. I don't need to remind you what to choose, brother Song." The man in black grabbed a blood-red elixir in one hand, and cast a black flag with the other hand. The flag just came out with a series of soul-stirring ghost cries and wolf howls. "Brother, I want to kill her and refine her into a corpse puppet. Why are you talking to her so much? Is it because you think this girl is pretty and you can do it?" As soon as the man in black finished speaking, the purple-clothed woman on the side suddenly looked unhappy and asked in confusion, "HMPH. You evil villains, there is no need to pretend here, just use whatever means you have. Even if I can't leave here today, I will definitely not let you have an easy time." Looking at the two people opposite singing the same tune, as if their fate had been decided, Song Qingyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and with a move of her magic power, her life-saving magic weapon Zunming Jingguan sword immediately appeared beside her. "HMPH. You really don't know what's good for you." Seeing that Song Qingyu was unmoved by his words of inducement, the black-clothed man's face turned cold, and he immediately commanded the black-robed corpse puppet on the side to attack directly at Song Qingyu's position. "Brother, let me meet her first." The purple-clothed woman at the side was also unwilling to fall behind, and turned into a purple cloud and flew towards Song Qingyu. The two sides immediately engaged in a fight. Song Qingyu practiced the way of sword cultivation, and his fighting ability was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Although the purple-clothed woman was also a third-level giant and cultivator, with the help of a second-level giant and black-robed human corpse puppet, she still couldn't gain any advantage in front of Song Qingyu. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman couldn't take her down, the black-clothed man was about to join the battle, but he heard the voices of several foundation-building demon cultivators below him asking for help. "Master, these people are about to escape." Song Qingyu's side had already started fighting, but the 9 foundation-building monks from Qing County who had been trapped in the blood-colored cage below were still unaware of what was happening outside. Seeing that Song Qingyu had not come to help, The people from Qing County who were trapped inside had no choice but to take out a set of formation flags they had prepared before and began to form a formation to attack the blood-colored cage that trapped them. This set of third-level inferior formation flags was made by Song Qingming after he broke through the third-level formation master and had been stored in the family's gold storage pavilion. This time, in order to deal with the demon cultivators, in order to prevent any problems, Song Yuanfang took this set of formation flags out of the gold storage pavilion and gave it to Song Yuangsu to carry. This set of third-level inferior formation is called Qiankan Fengyan formation, which is a formation that can combine formations to share the damage of the enemy's high-level monks' attacks, and can also gather the power of some of the monks to counterattack the enemy. When Song Qingming was still a foundation-building cultivator, he participated in the Battle of Funiu Mountain to encircle and suppress the Black Flame Tiger. He had used this formation with others to contain the Demon King in the middle stage of the Golden Core. After the 9 people trapped in the blood-colored cage used the Qiankan Fengyan formation, their strength was equivalent to that of half a Golden Core cultivator. Under the joint attack, the 4 foundation-building demon cultivators who were controlling the cage outside suddenly felt a huge pressure and could only ask for help from the black-clothed man in the air. Seeing this, the black-clothed man hesitated for a moment, waved his hand and released 6 foundation-building corpse puppets to help, and he rushed directly to Song Qingming, wanting to quickly resolve the battle and first solve Song Qingming, the most powerful Golden Core opponent. The black-clothed man had just joined the battle, and facing the pressure of 3 people attacking Song Qingming, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although she was no match for the opponent's attack, she also showed her strong attack power as a sword cultivator. After fighting for more than 100 rounds, although she was gradually suppressed by the opponent, she was still able to counterattack from time to time, making them dare not get too close. Just as everyone was fighting inside the blood-colored light shield, a huge sword light suddenly appeared outside the light shield and slashed on it. With one blow, the entire blood-colored light shield was shaken violently and trembled. What's going on? Who is here? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Fang Baixun. This sudden and fierce attack startled the 2 giant demons who were besieging Song Qingming in the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation, and they turned around to look outside the formation. They saw 2 rays of light coming from far away and landing outside the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation. Behind these 2 rays of light, which could only be controlled by giant cultivators, there were more than 20 foundation-building cultivators riding flying swords. The 2 giant cultivators standing in the front were Li Wutong, the law enforcement elder of Xiaoao sect, who was at the 7th level of Jiandan, and Fang Baixun, a newly promoted Jiandan elder of Xiaoao sect more than 10 years ago. The many foundation-building cultivators following behind them were basically all cultivators of the law enforcement hall of Xiaoao sect. Only one person wearing different clothes was Song Yuanfang, who was arranged by Song Qingming to stay in the clan not long ago. They are from Xiaoao sect. How could they come so quickly? Seeing the many cultivators who had already tightly surrounded the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation, the black-clothed man and the purple-clothed woman couldn't help but reveal a look of disbelief on their faces, and shouted out in surprise. You 2 thought that since I intercepted the sound transmission talisman I sent, I have no other way to contact the sect? It seems that you 2 didn't expect that there would be an Oriole behind you while you were stalking the cicada today. To tell you the truth, I have long noticed your calculating activities. The reason why I took the risk to come here first today was just to lure out the demon cultivators who can only hide in the dark corners. Song Qingming, who had just had a chance to breathe, looked at the puzzled giant and demon cultivator not far away, and couldn't help but laugh and mock the 2 of them. Oh no, senior brother, it seems we have fallen into her trap. What should we do? Seeing that Li Wutong outside was holding a flying sword and began to attack the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation again, the weaker purple-clothed woman asked the black-clothed man in a panic. HMPH. If you want to be the Oriole, you must have this ability. Junior sister, the people outside should not be able to break the formation in a short time. Let's work together to deal with this person first, and then rush out together later. Li Wutong's cultivation has reached the late Jiandan period. He has served as the sect's law enforcement elder for many years. He is not only experienced in fighting, but also often deals with demon cultivators. His strength alone can already beat the 2 giant demon cultivators on the other side. In addition, there are 2 giant cultivators, Song Qingyu and Fang Baixun, to help, as well as many foundation building cultivators surrounding outside. Their strength has already crushed these demon cultivators in front of them. After taking a look at the unfavorable situation around him, the man in black, knowing that it was difficult to break through in this situation, gritted his teeth and turned his eyes to Song Qingyu again, wanting to take advantage of Li Wutuang and others to break through the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation to deal with Song Qingyu, a strong opponent. However, Song Qingyu had already anticipated their thoughts at this moment. After retreating to the side, a golden ruai appeared above her head, and a layer of golden light shield appeared to block her. At the same time, her life magic weapon Qingming sword was also divided into 3 parts, turning into a sword net to protect Song Qingyu. The sword cultivation heritage that Song Qingyu practiced was not only an offensive method, but also had a good defensive magic. The sword net formed by this life-flying sword Qingming sword was a very powerful defensive spell that Song Qingyu learned from the sword cultivation heritage in her body. The power of the sword net was no weaker than that of ordinary defensive magic weapons. Now that the Xiaoyao sect had arrived and had besieged the place tightly, Song Qingyu no longer had to fight with them and use their 2 most powerful defensive methods. Now she was only focused on delaying time for defense, waiting for Li Wutong and the others to break through the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation outside and come in to help. The 2 men in black and the corpse puppet of the 2nd level of the Golden Elixir exerted all kinds of powerful magical powers. Although they took the initiative after dozens of rounds of strong attacks, they still had no way to deal with Song Qingyu in front of them. On the other side, after such a long time, the 9 foundation building cultivators in Qing County holding the Qiankan Fengyan formation flag had also broken through the blood-colored cage controlled by the 4 foundation building cultivators with a blessing of the formation. At this time, Li Chengyu, Song Changs and others were fighting with the 4 foundation building demon cultivators and the 6 foundation building corpse puppets controlled by the men in black. With the help of the Qiankan Fengyan formation, the people in Qing County had already gained the upper hand. Seeing that the battle situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation outside was already beginning to falter under the repeated attacks of Li Wutong, Fang Baixun, and many Xiaoyao sect monks, and could not hold on for too long. The man in black turned his eyes and suddenly stopped besieging Song Qingyu, and secretly sent a secret message to the purple-clothed woman beside him. "Junior sister, you entangle her first, and wait for me to collect blood essence and break her defense." After the man in black finished speaking, he immediately turned around and flew down, and came to the top of the unconscious Gao Yubei and others, and then cast a spell to control the magic weapon blood jade plate in his hand to emit a burst of red light, covering dozens of Gao family monks including Gao Yubei. As the man in black raised his hand, Gao Yubei and others instantly screamed, and then the blood in their bodies involuntarily came out of their 7 orifices and was absorbed into the blood jade plate above. But in a moment, Gao Yubei and others, whose essence and blood were sucked dry by the magic weapon of the man in black, had become skinny and dying without any movement. Seeing this somewhat horrifying scene, Song Qingyu and the people of Qing County who were fighting with the demon cultivators were all shocked, and they immediately added a little more hatred to these vicious demon cultivators in front of them. After sucking the essence and blood of many cultivators, the blood-colored jade plate in the hand of the man in black suddenly became bloody, and its power increased a lot compared to before. Seeing this, the man in black immediately cast a spell to control the blood-colored jade plate, gathered a group of extremely powerful blood light, and fired it towards the position where Song Qingyu was. Facing this fierce and swift attack, Song Qingyu's face also showed a bit of solemnity, and hurriedly waved his hand to take out a green talisman from his body again, and cast a spell to turn it into a green shield to block in front of him. This sign talisman was a 3rd-level lower-grade defensive talisman given to Song Qingyu by Li Mufeng, the sect's supreme elder, as a gift when Song Qingyu joined Xiaoyao sect as a guest elder. Song Qingyu had been in the damp-forming stage for many years, and although she had fought with others many times, this was the first time she had encountered such a crisis today, and she had to use all her last means of self-defense. The Cyan shield formed by the Cyan talisman had just been formed, and the bloodlight that the man in black had exerted with all his strength had already crashed into the shield. Although the cyan shield in front of Song Qingming was also a third-level talisman with very good defensive capabilities, after supporting the powerful attack of the bloodlight for a moment, it was ultimately unable to block the opponent's fierce attack and turned into several spiritual power fragments that disappeared in midair. After the bloodlight passed through the cyan shield in front, it soon came to the second line of defense in front of Song Qingming, the golden sword net formed by the life-saving magic weapon Qingming Jingguang sword. Seeing that the cyan talisman just now failed to block the opponent's attack, Song Qingming immediately made up her mind and covered the golden light above her head on the golden sword net in front of her, combining the last two means of defense into one. Although this approach was somewhat threatening, the cyan talisman just now had consumed most of the power of the blood light. The golden sword net in front of Song Qingming did not disappoint her, and it still consumed all the remaining power in the blood light as expected. However, in order to resist the opponent's fierce attack, Song Qingming also paid a considerable price. Not only did she lose a powerful third-level lower-grade talisman, but her own life-saving magic weapon Qingming Golden Light Sword also suffered some damage when it finally resisted the blood light, causing a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of her mouth at this moment. She is already injured and can't hold out for much longer. Kill her first and then evacuate. Seeing Song Qingming's pale face and his life magic weapon also damaged, the man in black shouted immediately and rushed towards Song Qingming first, not wanting to give him a chance to breathe and recover his magic power. The purple-clothed woman beside him was also happy when she heard this. She quickly cast a spell to transform two black eagles and a giant python from the purple mist entangled around her, and joined the siege of Song Qingming. However, before they could be happy for long, the two sides continued to fight for only a few rounds, and a loud noise came from above their heads, which once again divided their attention. Under the attack of Li Wutong and others outside, the Blood Sea Demon Cloud formation finally couldn't hold on at this moment, and it broke apart and disappeared in midair. Seeing Li Wutong, who was holding a golden lightsaber and attacking quickly, the man in black couldn't care about much at this moment. After controlling the second-level corpse puppet of the golden elixir next to him to entangle Li Wutong, he directly left the others who were still fighting and fled away. "Where are you going?" Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Li Wutong shouted angrily, cast a spell and released the flying sword in his hand, which turned into very sharp sword light and chased after him, forcing the other party to turn around and release the shield to resist. On the other side, the purple-clothed woman also did not dare to fight anymore. She rolled up the purple mist that was wrapped around her and turned into a gust of wind to escape from here. However, the means of escape she used were not very good. Before she ran 100 feet away, she was stopped by Song Qingming, who was riding on the flying sword. "Since you are out today, don't think about leaving it well," Song Qingming sneered, turned from defense to offense, and directly entangled the purple-clothed woman. Not far away, Fang Baixun, who had already arrived, did not go to help Li Wutong chase the black-clothed man. He brought many foundation-building monks around him to Song Qingming's side first to help her deal with the purple-clothed woman. The purple-clothed woman was already somewhat inferior to Song Qingming in the battle. Now facing two giant cultivators and the siege of 20 foundation-building cultivators in formation, she immediately fell into passive position and was firmly suppressed by them and could not escape at all. Although she struggled hard, this average giant and demon cultivator did not hold on for long before Song Qingming killed her with a sword. Song Qingming had just killed the other party for a moment when a purple mist emerged from the purple-clothed woman's body and then flew quickly to the southwest. "Where are you going, you evil demon?" Seeing that the other party's soul appeared and wanted to escape, Fang Baixun's already prepared high-level soul-chasing talisman also flew out quickly, turning into a red cage in midair and putting the purple mist into it. Then, Fang Baixun chanted a spell, and the purple-clothed woman's soul trapped in the red cage screamed, and then turned into white mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. Before the Xiaoyao sect came here, they already knew that they were going to deal with high-level demon cultivators, so they were naturally prepared. Fang Baixun also brought with him the third-level soul-chasing talisman used by the sect to kill the demon cultivators Yuanshan. Demon cultivators above the Jinden stage usually leave some backup substitutes outside to take over their bodies at any time to save their lives. If their Yuanshan is not killed all at once, these demon cultivators will still have the opportunity to cultivate to the Jinden stage again after dozens or hundreds of years. The battle where Song Qingming fought and killed the purple-clothed woman had just ended. The several foundation-building demon cultivators and corpse puppets below were also beaten back by the siege of the Qing County people and surrounded in an open space. The corpse puppets summoned by the black-clothed man were originally average in strength, not as good as the foundation-building cultivators in Qing County. At this moment, most of them have been killed. And only 2 of the more powerful ones are still helping the other demon cultivators resist the siege of the crowd. After Song Qingming and many monks of Xiaoyao sect joined the battle, facing the powerful siege of 2 giant monks and dozens of foundation-building monks, the remaining foundation-building demon cultivators and corpse puppets immediately lost their last resistance. However, in a moment, all these demon cultivators were killed on the spot by everyone, and no one could escape from Funiu Mountain. After killing these demon cultivators and collecting their storage bags, Song Qingming and others hurried to the position of Gao Yubei and others in the middle of the open space. At this time, the Gao family members who were tied up on top had been killed on the spot because the black-clothed man drained a lot of their blood and essence from their bodies. The remaining Gao Yubei and others were lying on the ground, and they were already gasping for breath, as if they were about to die at any time. After arriving at Gao Yubei and his group, Song Qingming and Fang Beixun immediately stepped forward to check and found that Gao Yubei had very little blood and essence left and was powerless to save him. After taking out a red pill from his body and giving it to Gao Yubei to take, Song Qingming waited until Gao Yubei's face turned slightly redder, then he turned around calmly and said to Gao Chengjin standing beside him, "Fellow Taoist Gao can't hold on for much longer. If you have anything to say, just say it now." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Gao Chengjin standing beside him suddenly looked a little excited, and knelt down directly in front of Song Qingming and Fang Beixun. "This ancestor, Senior Fang, please help save my family leader. Life and death are determined by fate, and we can't force it at will. As a foundation-building cultivator, how can you be so confused? Senior Sister Song and I are the ones who watch people die without saving them. If you have time to cry here, why don't you go and hand over the funeral affairs to your family leader quickly? Do you want to waste the life-extending elixir that Senior Sister Song gave him?" Seeing Gao Chengjin's loss of composure, Fang Beixun on the side immediately scolded him, and Gao Chengjin was a little sober at this time, and hurried over to Gao Yubei. The pill that Song Qingming had just given Gao Yubei was a second-level medium-grade healing pill. It could only temporarily protect Gao Yubei's heart and let him hold on for a while longer to explain his affairs. It could not save Gao Yubei's life. Gao Yubei had been in charge of the Gao family for more than 100 years. He and Song Qingming were both foundation-building cultivators of the same generation. When Song Qingming had not yet formed a pill, the 2 of them often dealt with each other and had some friendship. Seeing his friend who had fought side by side in the past end up in such a miserable state, Song Qingming also felt a trace of sadness in his heart. As a cultivator, everyone wants to sit at home and practice peacefully to improve their cultivation step by step. But there are not many places in this world of immortal cultivation that are always peaceful. Fierce monsters and brutal demon cultivators are always threatening every cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the human cultivators themselves are not short of those hypocritical people who kill and rob treasures. If you want to control your own destiny and live well in this world of immortal cultivation, the most important thing is to go against the current and quickly improve your cultivation strength. Just as Gao Yubei was explaining his last wishes, a white light had already flown from the horizon in the distance. It was Li Wutong who was chasing the man in black. After landing, Li Wutong cast a spell in his hand and dropped a golden elixir corpse puppet with one arm cut off on the ground beside him. Then he asked Song Qingming and Fang Beixun who were walking over, "How are you guys doing? No one has slipped through the net, right? Don't worry, Senior Brother Li, all the demon cultivators here have been wiped out, and the soul of the purple-clothed woman has also been killed by me with the soul-chasing talisman." After Fang Beixun finished speaking, he had a few more storage bags in his hand, which were the ones Song Qingming and the others had just seized from the purple-clothed woman and other demon cultivators. Seeing the magic storage bag in Fang Beixun's hand, Li Wutong nodded with satisfaction first, then sighed and continued, "The black-clothed man I faced was still hiding some tricks. I chased him all the way, but in the end he blew up his physical body to protect his soul and escaped. Although the magic weapon, storage bag and this corpse puppet on this demon have been destroyed by me, even if he can take over another body and cultivate again, he should not be able to achieve anything within 100 years. However, Failing to kill his soul still leaves some troubles. I don't know how many innocent people will suffer from it in the future. As the sect's law enforcement elder, Li Wutong has always hated these magic cultivators who kill cultivators and mortals at will. He was also a little unhappy that he failed to completely kill the black-clothed cultivator's soul in this battle. Hearing Li Wutong sigh, and feeling a little regretful about the opponent's soul escaping, Song Qingming on the side hurriedly explained, "This demon's physical body and magic weapons are all destroyed, and he will not be able to do anything. Senior brother Li, don't worry too much. Senior sister Song is right. I have just checked, and the methods of these demon cultivators are the same as those of several immortal cultivation families that were successively wiped out in the northwest of Taiyu Lake half a year ago. It must be them. In this battle, we can kill this group of giant and demon cultivators who have been lurking in the territory of Weiguo for many years, and we have also eliminated a huge future trouble for the sect in advance. We can also focus on dealing with the monsters in the north next." As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Fang Baixun nodded in agreement. Li Wutong, who was still tense, relaxed and smiled slightly. "We have to thank junior sister Song for luring out these demon cultivators for a battle this time and resolving this hidden danger. If you hadn't discovered something was wrong in time, notified us of the matter, and risked your life to lure these demon cubs out, we probably wouldn't know when we would be able to find any trace of these demon cultivators." When Song Qingming learned of Gao Yubei's sudden disappearance that day, she and Song Yuanfang guessed that there might be a powerful giant and demon cultivator in Qing County, so they immediately sent a sound transmission note to the sect for help. However, this sound transmission note was intercepted by the purple-clothed woman halfway after it had just left Funiu. On the second day, Song Qingming, who had not yet received a reply from the sect, felt that something was wrong. In order to be safe, he arranged for Song Chengs to personally go to the Gianfeng in the north and find the sect elder Fang Baixun, who was stationed there. Upon learning that there might be a giant and demon cultivator in Qing County, Fang Baixun also took it very seriously. He hurriedly used the teleportation array to return to Guiyang Mountain in person and invited law enforcement officer Li Wutong and others. Li Wutong had been chasing the black-clothed man and his gang of demon cultivators for more than half a year, but every time before he tracked them down, the cunning black-clothed man and his gang escaped in advance. This time, in order to lure the snake out of the hole and solve the huge hidden danger hidden in the sect in one fell swoop, Li Wutong and Song Qingming communicated through the message before they decided on this plan to use themselves as bait to eliminate the demon cultivators. The purple-clothed woman who had been guarding the south of Funiu Mountain was naturally unaware of these things. She and the black-clothed man had been guarding the only way from Funiu Mountain to Guiyang Mountain these days, and they had not noticed that Song Qingming had already secretly contacted Li Wutong and the others. After the three of them chatted for a few more words, Song Qingming wanted to invite them to Funiu Mountain to express his gratitude to the sect's law enforcement hall for coming to support them, but was still rejected by Li Wutong, who always disliked these courtesies. "Junior sister Song, you made the first contribution in this battle, and you just killed the purple-clothed demon. I'll just leave these things to you, and I won't take them back. The sect is busy with affairs, and we can't stay here for long, so I'll say goodbye to you first. I will inform the Good Merit Pavilion of the following matters, and let them uniformly distribute the sect's good merit rewards to all the cultivators who participated in this battle." After Li Wutong finished speaking, he threw the storage bags seized from the demon cultivators in his hand to Song Qingming. Most of the spiritual objects on the demon cultivators were already contaminated with demonic energy, and were not very useful to the righteous cultivators. Only those spiritual stones that would not be affected by demonic energy, and a small number of magic tools, would have some value after being cleansed of demonic energy. After getting the storage bags of these demon cultivators, Li Wutong did not choose to take them back, but directly gave them all to Song Qingming, who had just made the greatest contribution in this battle. Chapter 669, Gao Yubei's Death. The northern frontier monsters move south. After all, in order to lure out these demon cultivators, Song Qingming not only damaged her own life magic weapon, but also lost a valuable third-level defensive talisman. Li Wutong's move was also to compensate for her losses in this battle. "Thank you, Senior Brother Li." Song Qingming, who understood the other party's intention, did not say too much to Li Wutong. After taking these storage bags, he bowed to the other party and put them directly into his bag. After Li Wutong led his men away, Fang Baixun, who was standing aside, also bowed to Song Qingyu and said goodbye, and returned to Guiyunfang. After taking the elixir given by Song Qingyu, Gao Yubei did not hold on for too long. After talking to Gao Changjin about the aftermath, he breathed his last. As the head of the Gao family, Gao Yubei was also the one with the highest cultivation in the Gao family in the past few hundred years. His sudden departure was also a great blow to the Gao family. After losing Gao Yubei, the patriarch who was at the peak of foundation building, the Gao family only had Gao Changjin, a third-level foundation building cultivator. Gao Changjin was only a third-level spiritual root cultivator, and his cultivation talent was far inferior to Gao Yubei. It would be difficult for him to break through the late stage of foundation building in this life. If there were no other changes, the overall strength of the Gao family would not be able to take on the position of the second largest foundation building family in Qing County, and in the future, it would definitely give up some of its interests to other foundation building families. After taking a look at Gao Changjin, who was still looking sad, Song Qingyu felt a little reluctant. He stepped forward and gave Song Yuanfang a few instructions, asking him to lead others to help and send the bodies of Gao Yubei and other Gao family cultivators back to Lotus Mountain first. In this battle, because all the cultivators who came were above the foundation building level, except for the loss of the patriarch Gao Yubei and dozens of Qi refining cultivators in the Gao family, no other cultivators died in the battle with the demon cultivators. Only Song Yuangsu and others were slightly injured. After telling them to deal with the Gao family's affairs, Song Qingyu left Funiu Mountain and returned to his family. After returning to Funiu, Song Qingyu went directly back to the cave and took out the storage bags of those demon cultivators on the battlefield. It took Song Qingyu a whole day to open these storage bags one by one and pour out the contents. Because they often have to avoid being hunted down by righteous cultivators, it is difficult for demon cultivators to have absolute trust even between master and apprentice. Generally, those foundation-building demon cultivators who follow the golden elixir demon cultivators are basically forced to be planted with restrictions and controlled by others. Therefore, it is naturally difficult for them to hide good things. When the storage bags of those foundation-building demon cultivators were opened, as expected by Song Qingyu, they were filled with useless spiritual objects that had been contaminated with demonic energy. There were 4 storage bags in total, and Song Qingyu only took out 3,000 spiritual stones and several second-level magic tools that needed to expel the evil spirits. The rest were some strange elixirs and secret manuals that were not of high value or that only magic cultivators dared to use. The reason why these magic tools stained with evil spirits were not of high value was that ordinary foundation-building cultivators did not dare to expel the evil spirits on them casually. Generally, only cultivators above the Jinden level could control the scale in the process of expelling the evil spirits and prevent the evil spirits from infecting their bodies. However, it was unlikely for a Jinden cultivator to spend a lot of time and energy on such things of low value. Therefore, after obtaining such magic tools, most cultivators could only destroy them directly and melt them into raw materials. Only a small number of high-quality ones would be willing to spend a lot of money to ask Jinden cultivators to expel the evil spirits. Song Qingyu only picked out a second-level top-grade flying sword and kept it, waiting for his own time in the future to slowly expel the evil spirits on it. The rest were thrown aside by her, intending to hand them over to the family refining pavilion in the future to be melted and exchanged for refining materials. After looking through the things on the bodies of the foundation-building demon cultivators, Song Qingyu turned her attention to the pile of spiritual objects in the storage bag of the purple-clothed woman. Compared with those foundation-building demon cultivators who were controlled by others, the purple-clothed woman, who was a golden elixir demon, seemed to be much richer. After patiently sorting them out, Song Qingyu found nearly 7,000 spiritual stones and a magic weapon stained with demonic energy. The value of these things alone was almost more than 10,000 spiritual stones. In addition, Song Qingyu also found some magic tools and spiritual objects that were not stained by demonic energy. It seemed that the purple-clothed woman had obtained them from the cultivators who were harmed by them not long ago. There were 2 magic tools among them, and Song Qingyu recognized them at a glance. They were the magic tools that Gao Yubei had used in front of her that year. Song Qingyu picked up the 2 magic tools, pondered for a moment, and put them aside, intending to have someone return them to the Gao family in 2 days. Although Gao Yubei died, the Gao family was still alive. These things should have belonged to them, so it would be better to return them to them. After sorting out these scattered low-level spiritual objects, Song Qingming separated the magic spiritual objects that were contaminated with demonic energy and put them aside. There were also 2 spiritual objects left on the table that she could not identify. One of these 2 things was a golden crystal ball, which looked like a high-quality second-level magic tool. But when Song Qingming cast a spell to activate it, he found that the crystal ball had no reaction, which was not very different from ordinary magic tools. This also made Song Qingming a little confused about this thing for a while, so he could only put it away first and wait for time to go to Xiaoyao sect and ask other elders in the sect. There is another spiritual object, which is a talisman with 3 flying swords painted on it. This object looks like a 3rd-level low-grade spiritual talisman, but the power contained in it is slightly worse, and it seems to be a relatively rare talisman treasure. Spiritual objects such as talismans are very rare in the world of cultivation. Song Qingming has only seen one in person in all these years of cultivation, which is the green leaf 3-star ruler that Song Qingming took from the Ma family of Iron Immortal Castle. After this talisman treasure came into the hands of Song Qingming, it was also briefly handed over to Song Qingming. It was not until Song Qingming formed a pill that it was handed over to Wang Xian. Now, after several twists and turns, the green leaf 3-star ruler has fallen into the hands of Song Yuanfang, who is in charge of the family's mundane objects. It is considered to be his most powerful trump card. However, although many people in the Song family have held the green leaf 3-star ruler talisman treasure over the years, no one has really used it. This is also due to the fact that the family has been relatively peaceful in recent years. Although he did not find any valuable spiritual objects, it was still a small gain, making up for his losses in the previous battle. After finding these spiritual objects from the demon cultivator, Song Qingming was quite satisfied. After collecting these 2 spiritual objects and the useful things he had sorted out, Song Qingming cast a spell to burn all the magic skills and a bunch of useless elixirs and spiritual objects, and then he felt relieved. On a high mountain thousands of miles away from Qing County, a black fog suddenly flew quickly from the north. After reaching the top of the mountain, the black fog slowly stopped and then plunged into a very secret cave on the north side of the mountain top. 2 foundation building cultivators who were meditating in the cave were startled when they saw a black fog suddenly appear in front of them. Before they could react, the black fog drilled into the body of a young man in white standing in front of them, and then the man's whole body softened and fell directly to the ground. "Brother Chen, what happened to you?" Seeing the man in white suddenly fainted, a woman in green who didn't know what happened shouted at him. A moment later, just as the woman in green was getting brave enough to approach him to check on him, the man in white suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a strange black aura came out of his body. "Damn Xiaoyao sect monk, you dared to destroy my body, how abominable!" Hearing the voice that was completely different from the previous one coming out of the man in white, the woman in green was also startled, and asked tremblingly, "You are not Brother Chen? You are the master?" The man in white raised his eyes and glanced at the woman in green. He did not answer her question directly, but took out a talisman from his body and began to cast a spell with his eyes closed. However, just a moment after casting the spell, the talisman in the man in white suddenly ignited without wind and turned directly into ashes. "It's useless." Even the soul didn't escape. After the man in white finished speaking, he stood up and adjusted his body. He suddenly turned around and threw a blood-colored jade plate to the green-clothed woman beside him, trapping her in a blood-colored cage. "Master, spare my life. I am so loyal to you, why do you still want to do this to me?" After feeling the blood and essence being slowly drawn out of her body, the woman in green suddenly showed a look of horror, and kept begging for mercy from the man in white in front of her. However, her miserable plea for mercy did not move the man in white in front of him. Soon, the blood-colored jade plate drew out all the blood and essence in her body, and she was directly turned into a lifeless and withered corpse. Haha. My cultivation has dropped significantly after my soul took over another body. It will take decades to recover. I can't rest assured if you stay by my side. Since you are so loyal to me, I will accept your blood essence as your teacher. It can be regarded as your last filial piety to me. Ha ha ha. The man in white laughed wildly in the cave for a few times, and ignored the woman in green who was still opening her big eyes. After taking the storage bag from her, he left the secret cave directly. A few days later, a white flag was hung on the Lotus Mountain in Qing County, and the Gao family began to hold a funeral for the monks who died in the White Forest Mountain. After hearing about this, Song Qingming also went to the Lotus Mountain in person to pay tribute to Gou Yubei, a friend who had fought side by side for many years. After Song Qingming paid tribute to Gou Yubei, he publicly promised in front of many monks in Qing County who came to attend the funeral that he would provide the Gou family with a foundation-building pill within 3 years according to the treatment of the sex pension. This move also made the Gou family members, who were deeply in grief on Lotus Mountain, feel a little better. No matter what, Gou Yubei died in the battle between the cultivators and the demon cultivators in Qing County. It is reasonable for Song Qingming to compensate the Gou family according to the treatment of those who died in the battle with the demon cultivators. A few days after the funeral held by the Gou family, Wang Xian, who went to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm to participate in the Shandong League meeting, finally returned to the family with a lot of spiritual objects. The monster turmoil is imminent. Although the Song family is actively preparing for war, many types of materials needed for the battlefield are now increasingly scarce and difficult to collect in Uyghur and even around the entire floating cloud mountains. Before going to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm this time, Song Qingming discussed with Wang Xian and took out a lot of spiritual stones from the family's gold storage pavilion and gave them to her, asking Wang Xian to help purchase some of the spiritual objects needed from the East China Sea. Seeing that Wang Xian returned safely and brought a lot of spiritual objects needed by the family, the Song family members also relieved a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Wang Xian's alchemy skills have been upgraded to the 3rd level lower grade, and she can refine golden elixirs and spiritual elixirs needed for daily cultivation by foundation-building cultivators. This time, she also bought a lot of 2nd and 3rd level high-level spiritual medicines and planned to try to refine a large number of such elixirs in the family in the future. This is not only conducive to improving the alchemy level of the family cultivators, but also can save a lot of spiritual stones needed to buy elixirs for the entire family. Song Qingming and Song Yuanfeng are also very supportive of this. In addition to Wang Xian, the Song family has 2 people who have successfully advanced to become 2nd-level alchemists in recent years. One of them is the family foundation-building elder Song Yuanqian, who successfully advanced to the 2nd-level lower-grade alchemist 20 years ago. The other is a cultivator of the Zhuan generation of the Song family, who just built his foundation a few years ago, named Song Xuanqing. Song Xuanqing is the 2nd cultivator of the Zhuan generation of the Song family, who has successfully built his foundation, and is also a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots with good talent. Among the many foundation-building cultivators of the Song family, Song Xuanqing's cultivation talent can be ranked in the forefront. He was less than 40 years old when he built his foundation, which was slightly worse than Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao. His cultivation speed was still better than that of other family foundation-building elders. Because Song Xuanqing had a better fire spirit root in his body, he majored in the family's fire attribute exercises and chose to learn alchemy skills. Because he caught up with a good time when the family rebuilt the alchemy pavilion, although Song Xuanqing's talent in alchemy was not very strong, he relied on his own efforts and the cultivation of the family to improve his alchemy skills step by step to the 1st-class upper grade. After the successful foundation building, after the personal teaching of the family ancestor Wang Xian, Song Xuanqing was not surprised. In 2 years, he finally improved his alchemy level to the 2nd-class lower grade, becoming the 3rd alchemist in the Song family whose alchemy skills reached the 2nd level or above. Wang Xian went to the Shandong League in the East China Sea this time and brought back 2 foundation-building pills for the family. These were all made by her after collecting materials in the Shandong League. Although Wang Xian's alchemy skills have just been upgraded to the 3rd level lower grade, the success rate of refining foundation-building pills is close to 30%. Now that she is refining foundation-building pills by herself, she will not lose any spiritual medicine. If she is lucky, Wang Xian can refine 1 or 2 more foundation-building pills to make a small profit of spiritual stones. These 2 foundation-building pills were originally intended to be used by the family cultivators, but Song Qingming had already promised to give 1 to the Gou family, so he directly asked Song Yuanfang to inform Gao Chengjin to come and collect it. After the other foundation-building pill passed the family meeting, Song Qingming handed it to Song Yuanfang, who was ready to build a foundation at any time, and arranged for him to retreat immediately to impact the foundation-building realm. Now that the monster turmoil is imminent, every bit of improvement in the family's strength is very critical to the Song family. Having 1 more foundation-building cultivator will definitely be of great help in the upcoming war. Not only the Song family, But all the cultivators in the entire Wei Kingdom, including the Xiaoyao sect, have already sensed that this war could happen at any time, and have all begun to step up their own strength and collect various strategic materials. In this way, in the tense preparations for war, more than 4 years have passed, and the monsters in the northern border have finally begun to move south on a large scale. On this day, a green sword light suddenly flew out of a cave on the top of Funiu Mountain and landed on the top of a mountain not far away, turning into a green-clothed woman with a bit of heroism. The green-clothed woman standing on the top of the mountain raised her hands, and the 3 green flying swords surrounding her merged into one, turning into a green giant sword about 10 feet high. Then, under the control of the green-clothed woman, the green giant sword was gently swung and released dozens of green sword lights, heading straight to a small hill hundreds of feet away on the opposite side. A moment later, with a loud boom sound, when the smoke and dust dissipated, the small hill in the distance had been cut down a lot by the attack just now. Song Qingming, who had been in seclusion for almost a year, showed a satisfied look on his face after seeing the power of his attack. After refining the mysterious crystal spirit pearl, the power of my life magic weapon has indeed increased a lot. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain. The mysterious crystal spirit pearl that Song Qingming mentioned was the golden sphere that she found in the storage bag of the purple-clothed woman after the battle to wipe out the demon cultivators a few years ago. Song Qingming didn't recognize it at first and thought it was a special magic weapon. It was not until a year later that she went to Xiaoyao sect and asked the knowledgeable Qi Refinement about it that she knew that it was a special crystal stone for smelting magic weapons. Mysterious crystal spirit pearl is a relatively rare high-level refining material. It can be used directly to refine ordinary magic weapons, and it can also be smelted to enhance the power of the life magic weapon in the body of a giant and cultivator. At Qi Refinement's suggestion, Song Qingming thought about it again and again, and finally spent a year to integrate the Zhuanjing Lingzu into her life-defining magic weapon Zhuanming Jinguang sword to improve her fighting skills. After the smelting was successful, after the test just now, Song Qingming found that the power of the Zhuanming Jinguang sword was about 20% higher than before. Seeing this effect that was better than she expected, Song Qingming was also a little more relieved. Just as Song Qingming put away the Zhuanming Jinguang sword and fell from the sky, Wang Xian and Song Yuanfang, who had already noticed the movement here and were waiting on the side, hurriedly smiled and greeted them. Congratulations, great Ant, for coming out of retreat. I didn't expect that your natal flying sword, Qingming, is so powerful now. It seems that your strength has increased a lot during this year of retreat. Sister-in-law, please don't keep praising me like that. Without your help in finding ways to provide me with elixirs over the years, my current cultivation might still be at the second level of the golden core, let alone improving my strength. By the way, you sent me a letter asking about something a few days ago. Is there something urgent? Nothing big happened in the clan during my year of retreat. Wang Xian nodded slightly after hearing the words, and continued to explain, there was nothing big in the clan. We just received a message from the sect a few days ago that the monsters in the northern border have begun to move south. Senior Sister Su asked us to go to the sect to discuss matters together, so she sent a message to ask when you will come out of retreat. What? The monsters from the northern border have already moved south. As expected by the sect, this monster riot has actually come so early. Since the sect has sent a message, let's go there now, so that Senior Sister Su and the others won't have to wait for too long. After hearing the news that the monsters from the northern border are moving south, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of anxiety. Qingming, don't be too anxious. It will take at least 2 months for the monsters from the northern border to move south to reach our Uyghur. I have already sent a message to Senior Sister Su to explain. When you come out of seclusion these few days, we will go there together immediately. Well, Yuan Fang, you first send a message to Yuan Li and ask the cultivators of the Zhuxin family in Pingyan County to meet at Jinshan Fang first, and notify all the foundation building families in Qing County to come to Qianfang to discuss matters in 3 days. Remember, you must block the news of the monsters moving south, and tell them that if anyone leaks this matter in advance, we will not forgive them easily when we find out in Funiu Mountain. After hearing Wang Xian's reminder, Song Qingming's face quickly calmed down, and he quickly issued several orders to Song Yuanfang on the side. After he responded and left, he turned around and said to Wang Xian, Sister-in-law, this monster riot seems to be a little different from the past. We should go to the sect early to investigate the situation, so as to deal with this matter. Zhao Menglian had reminded Song Qingming a long time ago that some changes had occurred in Funiu Mountain in the north. Over the years, Song Qingming had also heard some bad news. He was still a little worried about this monster riot. Well, then I'll listen to you. Let's go to Guiyang Mountain to see the situation first. Seeing that Song Qingming's expression was still a little solemn, Wang Xian didn't say much and nodded in agreement. In the years when Song Qingming was away, Wang Xian, in addition to daily practice, was devoted to improving her alchemy skills. Occasionally, she would go to the Yong'an city in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm to collect some rare alchemy materials in the floating cloud mountains. She was busy with personal affairs and did not interfere too much in family affairs. After agreeing with Wang Xian, Song Qingming took out his natal flying sword, took Wang Xian and turned into a beam of light, leaving Funiu and heading southwest. Not long after Song Qingming and Wang Xian left, another white beam of light flew over from the east side of Funiu Mountain and landed directly on a barren mountain not far away, and then two figures, a man and a woman, appeared. Chapter 670 Guangling's Determination, Song Qingming returns. Guiyang Mountain, Xiaoyao Hall. More than a dozen Xiaoyao sect's Jindan elders have gathered together, all with solemn faces, talking to each other about the news of the monsters heading south not long ago. Even Guangling's Yunren, who has been gray-haired and has not participated in the sect's affairs in recent years, came to Xiaoyao Hall this time to discuss with everyone how to deal with the monsters. After Song Qingming and Wang Xian arrived here, they just greeted everyone, and the great elder Li Mufeng, who had been in seclusion for a long time, appeared outside the hall at the same time. For a cultivator in the unyielding stage, it takes 10 to 20 years to practice in seclusion. Therefore, Li Mufeng, the great elder of the sect, spends most of his time in seclusion in the cave and rarely shows up in front of people. The sect's affairs, big and small, are basically handed over to the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin, and many Jindan elders in the sect to handle together. After so many years of closed-door cultivation, Li Mufeng's cultivation has also improved in recent years. 20 years ago, not long after Song Qingming left the floating cloud mountains, Li Mufeng had successfully broken through and advanced to the 4th level of the nascent soul. The floating cloud mountains cultivation world is a place where cultivation resources are relatively scarce. A cultivator who can cultivate to the middle stage of the nascent soul is considered to have reached the top. In the past 10,000 years, few people have been able to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul. As the only nascent soul cultivator in Xiaoyao sect, Li Mufeng broke through to the 4th level of the nascent soul before he was 900 years old. His cultivation talent is already outstanding among the nascent soul cultivators in the floating cloud mountains cultivation world. Greetings, Grand Elder. After seeing Li Mufeng's figure, everyone in the hall hurriedly stood up and saluted Li Mufeng with a respectful face. After glancing at everyone in the hall, Li Mufeng smiled and nodded slightly, then slowly walked to the top position in the middle of the hall and sat down. Uncle Li, junior brother Song has not returned from his travels yet, junior brother Chen is in seclusion to break through, and all the other elders of the sect have arrived. Li Mufeng had just sat down when Bai Yuxin, who was standing beside him, hurriedly reported to him. Well, you all sit down first. After everyone in the hall sat down, Li Mufeng spoke softly again. Some time ago, the sect received news from the northern frontier that the northern border monsters have moved south on a large scale. Before today, you should have heard some rumors about Funiu Mountain. Now I can officially tell you that the Golden Feather Demon King left the floating cloud mountains a few years ago and disappeared. Funiu Mountain has indeed changed its owner now. So the previous agreement between the sect and the monster clan about the beast tide no longer exists from now on. So far, we haven't heard too much news. We only know that the new monster king is called the Maling Monster King, and his cultivation strength should not be inferior to mine. But you don't have to worry too much about the Maling Monster King. I will do my best to lead him in this battle. Control it, and don't let it have the chance to attack you. You all can just focus on dealing with the demon kings under Funiu Mountain. This time the beast tide is different from the past. Although the sect has made sufficient preparations in all aspects, the other side has also gathered a large army of demon beasts. In addition to the demon beasts near Funiu Mountain, there are also many demon beasts that follow the Maling Demon King from the northern border. I estimate that the power of the demon beasts going south this time should be stronger than last time. I told you all these things, and I also want to remind you that this battle may not be the same for us as before, and you all should be mentally prepared for a hard battle. In recent years, Song Qingming and others have heard about the changes in Funiu Mountain in the north, but they have never been sure whether these are true. Now that Li Mufang has personally confirmed that the owner of Funiu Mountain has changed, and the previous battlefield agreement between the two sides has expired, the faces of the people present also showed a bit of complexity. Over the past 100 years, although Xiao sect has gained 5 more giant elders, Su Ziyan, Hu Xianren, Song Qingming, Wang Xian, and Fang Beixuan, it has also lost a lot of high-level monks. First, Mo Hongshan led the Ma family of Iron Immortal Castle to rebel against the sect and was killed by everyone in Xiao sect. Later, LV Boying died in a battle with the Xianhe League. In addition, the former head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, had been injured many times before and affected his lifespan. Now that his lifespan is approaching, he has been bedridden and can no longer help deal with the monster riots. Guangling's Henren, an old generation giant and monk who is about the same age as him, has always paid more attention to health preservation and is not as hard-working as Yao Qianshu. He looks relatively healthy at present, but his lifespan has reached 570 years old, and he is only 20 to 30 years away from the end of the giant and monk's lifespan. At this age, Guangling's Henren's strength has been greatly reduced compared to his peak state. At most, he can only exert the strength of an early giant and monk. Once injured, it will affect his lifespan and he will die early. In the following monster riots, it is estimated that it will be difficult for Master Guangling to take action. He can only help to allocate monk supplies in the rear to guard the mountain gate. Overall, although Xiao sect has a few more giant and monks than 100 years ago, the overall strength of the sect has not actually increased much. If Song Qingming cannot catch up with this war, Xiao sect's strength and high-level monks may be worse than 100 years ago. Knowing that this monster riot may be more severe than the last time, most people present are really not confident at this moment whether they can successfully repel the attack of the monster army in this battle. You must know that the last time Xiao sect was able to defend several strongholds in the north and repel the massive attack of monsters. In addition to the fact that the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu, forced himself to fight against the enemy despite his injuries, there is another important reason, which is that they finally invited Li Xianayan, a master in the late giant stage, to help. Therefore, Xiao sect accumulated enough strength to directly reverse the unfavorable situation of the entire battlefield through the Battle of Purple Star Square, and finally drove the monster army out of the Uyghur territory. This time, even if Li Mufang could contain the opponent's nascent soul demon king, it would be more difficult for them to successfully repel the more ferocious monster army's massive attack under similar circumstances than 100 years ago. Everyone present knew this. Uncle Li, every time there is a monster riot, countless casualties will occur on our side. Now that junior brother Song has not returned, it may be difficult for us to defend the entire front with our existing strength. Do you think you can consider giving up the area near Qi Mountain first and concentrate on guarding Tixan Fort and Gianfang? This will reduce our pressure. When we get through the most difficult time, other countries around us will be able to draw out their strength to support us, and then we will find a way to recover the lost territory. After hearing what Li Mufang said, Zhao Menglian, who is a little worried about the sex war, spoke first, wanting to suggest that Xiao sect give up Qi Mountain, a relatively prominent stronghold, and concentrate the sect's strength to guard Tixan Fort and Gianfang, the two northern gates of the country. In the north of Uyghur, near the floating cloud mountains, there are 4 relatively large market strongholds from west to east, namely Iron Immortal Fort, Qi Mountain, Gianfang and Jinshanfang. Among them, Iron Immortal Fort and Gianfang are the 2 most important gateways to guard the north of Uyghur, and are also the 2 places that Xiao sect has attached the most importance to since its establishment. Once these 2 places are lost in the turmoil, the northern border monsters will be able to march straight into the largest Gaoan county in the north of Uyghur, threatening the core hinterland of Xiao sect, Guang County. The last monster turmoil 100 years ago was because Xiao sect fell into disadvantage, and some monsters bypassed Gianfang and entered the northern Gaoan county to make a big fuss, causing the sect to lose millions of mortals at once, which almost affected the foundation of Xiao sect. Fortunately, Gianfang was not lost at that time, and Xiaoyao sect was finally able to rely on this important stronghold to launch a counterattack and drive the monsters out of Uyghur. In comparison, the importance of Jinshanfeng and Qi Mountain to the sect is much lower. Jinshanfeng is far away from the northeastern border of Uyghur. There are relatively desolate areas nearby and no large spiritual veins. Although Jinshanfeng will be attacked by monsters every time there is a riot, this place has never been the main attack direction of the monster army. With the two giant cultivators of the Song family and the cultivators from several counties in Jiangling County, there should be no big problem in guarding this place. Qi Mountain is located in the northeast of Tixianbao. It is in a prominent position and has penetrated deep into the floating cloud mountains. Every time there is a riot of monsters, this place is also the first place to bear the brunt. Although there were not too many monsters attacking Qi Mountain every year in the past, they were generally the old rival of Qi Mountain, Yun Monster King, but it was very difficult to defend this place with only Zhang Rong, a fake Dan cultivator of Qi Mountain. He must still need the support of Xiaoyao sect. But now that the power of the monsters has greatly increased, the Xiaoyao sect is under great pressure to defend the few places except for this. It is really difficult to take care of Qi Mountain. Therefore, Zhao Menglian proposed that the sect give up Qi Mountain and concentrate its forces to retreat to Iron Fairy Castle. Hu Xianrun, who had already taken over Iron Fairy Castle, echoed the words, "Sister Zhao is right. Qi Mountain is not the territory of the sect, and we have no obligation to take care of them. It is better to notify them to evacuate first, so as not to waste too much power of the sect to support them." This time, Jinai Mountain just changed to Demon King. Uncle Li, do you think we can negotiate with them as before and re-establish an alliance with Jinai Mountain? Maybe they are unwilling to fight us to the death. Hearing Hu Xianrun's suggestion, Li Mufang shook his head without thinking and said, "You are too naive. The demons are bloodthirsty and brutal by nature, and have been mortal enemies of our human cultivators for tens of millions of years. And this new Black Dragon Demon King is so easy to talk to. If we choose to negotiate with him rashly before the war starts, not only will we fail to achieve our goal, but we will also make the other side think that we are afraid of them and become more unscrupulous in the next battle. It is not easy to make an alliance with the other side with just your mouth. If you don't prove that we have the strength to repel the attacks of the demons, why should others be willing to sit down and listen to you? Every time there is a monster riot once 100 years, the sect has to sacrifice a lot of talented younger cultivators. I also want to avoid these things from happening. But now our human race is weak, and facing this monster riot that happens once 100 years, we don't have much choice. The sect can only fight hard to protect our own territory." Li Mufang had just finished speaking when Guangling's Hunren, who was sitting beside him, stood up again. "Master Li is right. It is not a long-term solution to try to get along with the demons. Even if we are willing to give up some territory, these demons will not be satisfied so easily. I am afraid they will continue to encroach on our territory. The battle has not started yet, and the outcome is unpredictable. Whether it is Gianfang, Tixianbao or Qi Mountain, we cannot easily give them to the demons. Thanks to the careful cultivation of the sect for so many years, although I am old, I still want to serve the sect. This time I am willing to take people to Qi Mountain to help Jinai Pavilion and others defend this sacred mountain and share some of the pressure of the sect. I hope Master Li can fulfill my wish." After Master Guangling finished speaking, many elders present, including the Grand Elder Li Mufang, were surprised. As the giant elder of the sect for so many years, Master Guangling has always been cautious and rarely ventured out to seek opportunities. Almost no one expected that he, who is already old and enjoying his retirement, would step forward at this critical moment when the monsters were heading south, and go to the dangerous Qi Mountain front to share the sect's worries. Seeing Master Guangling bowing and looking expectantly at Li Mufang, who was sitting at the top, Bai Yuxin, who had just taken over as the head of the sect, hurriedly persuaded him, "Brother Guangling, the sect will have its own arrangements on Qi Mountain. You are too old now to rashly fight with others. It is too dangerous to go to Qi Mountain. You'd better stay in the sect and arrange the supplies for us." "Junior Sister Bai, I appreciate your kindness. I have been hiding in the sect doing trivial things all my life, and I have never made any great contributions to the sect in this regard. I am always inferior to other brothers and sisters, and I have always felt quite regretful. Now I am a dying man, and there is nothing to worry about. If I have the opportunity to make contributions to the sect again, even if I die on the battlefield, it will be a great pleasure in life." I hope that Uncle Li can fulfill my last wish." From Master Guangling's words, it can be seen that he has made up his mind. After sitting for a long time, Li Mufang still nodded to him calmly and agreed to his request. "Since you are so determined, Qi Mountain will be entrusted to you. Yuxin, you will dispatch a large flying boat to Guangling tomorrow, and then select a group of monks to go with him. If the situation on Qi Mountain is not favorable, you must inform us in time, and the sect will find a way to send people to support you. Thank you, Master Li, for your help. I will go back and prepare something first, and set off for Qi Mountain tomorrow." After Guangling's Henren bowed deeply to Li Mufang, he turned around and arched his hands to all the giant and elders of the sect present, and then left Xiaoyao Hall with a smile on his face. Looking at the white-haired Guangling's Henren slowly leaving back, Li Mufang's calm face was also mixed with mixed feelings. After this separation, it may be difficult for the two of them to meet again. Seeing this scene just now, many Xiaoyao sect elders present were also secretly excited. Even Master Guangling, who had a reason to stay out of the matter and retire to the backstage to enjoy his old age, still had the heart to serve the sect and was willing to take the risk to go to Qi Mountain to take charge. What else could they say? After Master Guangling left, Li Mufang stood up and said to everyone with a serious face, "The situation of the monster army is not clear enough now. No matter what, we must try our best to hold the position first. Don't worry, this beast tide that happens once every 100 years is not the business of our Xiaoyao sect alone. It is something that all the human cultivators in the Funiu Mountain range need to deal with together. If it really comes to an unfavorable situation, the sect will also find a way to seek help from other places. Please rest assured, Master Li, we will definitely fight to the death to serve the sect." After hearing what Li Mufang said, many cultivators present below hurriedly expressed their loyalty to the sect in unison. Seeing this, Li Mufang also nodded with a little relief and began to make detailed arrangements for everyone. With Guangling's Henren and Qi Mountain, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Jin Shenfang will not be the focus of the monster's attack. With Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, the strength is almost enough. For these two places, Li Mufang just asked the sect to send some Fian crossbows as soon as possible to assist in the defense, and did not make too many adjustments. On the Iron Immortal Fort, Li Mufang first arranged for Zhao Menglian to go there to help take charge. With her, a 6th-level giant and cultivator, and Hu Qingyan, a fake Dan cultivator, helping, they can deal with the attacks of 3 to 4 monster kings with a mountain protection formation. As for Guianfang, which is the focus of the monster army's attack, it is also the most important place that Xiaoyao sect cannot afford to lose. Li Mufang put the main strength of the sect here, including Bai Yuxin, Li Wutuang, Chu Fangping, Jin Xian, and Fang Baixun. All 5 were arranged to go to Guianfang to take charge. Only Chen Zuixin, who is in retreat, and Su Ziyan, who is in charge of the sect's secular things, were left in the sect after receiving the order. Everyone immediately left Xiaoyao Hall and began to prepare for the next brutal battle of monsters. Guianfang and Guiyang Mountain are connected by teleportation arrays. Not long after Li Mufang's order was issued, the teleportation array on Guiyang Mountain also started to operate immediately, and many sect monks began to go to Guianfang through the teleportation array to wait for orders. Several giant flying boats in Xiaoyao sect also began to transport some important materials needed for the battlefield to various frontline battlefields. After obtaining the approval of the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian also immediately went to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion, and took out more than a dozen second-level flying cloud crossbows and some strategic materials such as formations, and then took the sect's large flying boat to return to Funiu. After leaving Guiyang Mountain, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, who were standing on the flying boat, had a heavy look on their faces. According to the news they got from Guiyang Mountain, this time the monster riot is not as bad as before. Even the unyielding cultivators have to go down to participate in the war. They, the giant and cultivators, have become like duckweed and can hardly control their own destiny. The flying boat just arrived near Funiu Mountain. Song Qingyu and Wang Xian told the cultivators on the flying boat to transport the supplies directly to Jinshanfang, and then jumped off the flying boat, intending to return to Funiu first. The two women just arrived near the mountain gate when a white escape light suddenly flew out from the mountain and came to their side in surprise. Xian, Qingyu, have you been okay these years? 7th brother, you are really back, Seeing Song Qingming in green clothes in front of them, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian were stunned for a moment, then they showed surprise and approached him. Wang Xian, who was standing aside, was so excited that she couldn't help but shed a few tears when she saw Song Qingming, who had left the family for more than 20 years. In the years when Song Qingming was away, although Song Qingyu and Wang Xian rarely mentioned Song Qingming, they could feel each other's concern for Song Qingming. Especially in recent years, the turmoil of the northern monsters has been getting closer and closer, but Song Qingming, the backbone of the family, has not returned yet. The pressure on Song Qingyu and others is also getting bigger and bigger. They always fantasize that Song Qingming can come back in time. Now that Song Qingming's figure finally appeared in front of her, Wang Xian also put down all the worries accumulated in her heart at once, and took the initiative to lean on Song Qingming's shoulder. Fearing that this was another dream. "Husband, when did you come back?" "I just came back not long ago. I heard Yuan Fang say that you went to Qingming Mountain to discuss matters. I wanted to go out to find you, but I didn't expect that I saw you back before I had time to go out." Song Qingming smiled and nodded to the two women. "We haven't heard from you for so many years. Qingyu and I have always been worried about you. Now we can finally feel at ease when we see you return safely. Well, you have worked hard all these years, that? Brother Qi, sister-in-law, if we keep standing here, we might be seen later. How about we go back first and slowly continue our love?" Seeing Wang Xian and Song Qingming leaning against each other, Song Qingyu looked around and couldn't help but remind them. "Well, what are you talking about, girl? How about we go back first?" After hearing Song Qingyu's reminder, Song Qingming, who reacted, said something to Song Qingyu awkwardly, and then asked Wang Xian in his arms. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wang Xian hurriedly left Song Qingming's shoulder, nodded shyly, and then the three of them turned into escape light and returned to the Huxin Pavilion in Funiu Mountain together. "Qingyu, I heard from Yuan Fang that the monsters from the northern border have started to move south. How is the sect dealing with this?" After the three of them sat down in the Huxin Pavilion and chatted for a few words, Song Qingming asked Song Qingyu beside him about the results of their visit to the sect for a meeting. Chapter 671, Gaining Something, Growing Old. Half an hour ago, Song Qingming had just returned to Funiu Mountain. He wanted to ask Song Qingyu where they had gone, but he unexpectedly learned from Song Yuanfang that the monsters from the northern border had already moved south in advance. This time, Song Qingming went to the Eastern Phoenix country's cultivation world. It took him almost 26 years to successfully return to the Funiu Mountain Range's cultivation world. Originally, according to his previous estimates, he should have returned a few years earlier, but later he agreed to help Taoist Linksu continue to deduce the exercises, so he returned more than 5 years later. On the way back to Uyghur, according to Song Qingming's estimation, the monsters from the northern border should have about 7 or 8 years to move south. Unexpectedly, he had just returned, and the monster army had already begun to gather and move south in advance. Song Qingming was shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect that he would come so timely, and just caught up with this battle that concerned the fate of his family and the entire northern human cultivators of Uyghur. Facing Song Qingming's inquiry, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian immediately regained their serious expressions and patiently told Song Qingming all the news they had received from the sect. "You said that the Golden Feather Demon King has disappeared, and that the Golden Feather Mountain has changed its owner. Is this news true?" Song Qingming was surprised to learn from Song Qingyu and Wang Xian that the Golden Feather Mountain had changed its owner. He couldn't help but ask for confirmation. When he went to the Babel Tower, Song Qingming had seen the Golden Feather Demon King with his own eyes. This person's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul. According to the calculation of human cultivators, his lifespan was far from the point of decline. Logically speaking, with his strength and the fact that he had been operating near the Golden Feather Mountain for thousands of years, it shouldn't be so easy for other nearby demon kings to take away the Golden Feather Mountain. Song Qingming was a little bit unbelievable when he heard the news. This news was said by Master Li himself at the meeting this time, so it must be true. In addition, in the past 10 years, there have indeed been a lot of strange northern border monsters appearing near Qingming Mountain. They should be brought by the new Black Dragon Monster King. Facing Song Qingming's surprise, Song Qingyu and the others were not surprised either, and hurriedly explained to him patiently. Not only Song Qingming was so surprised, But many elders of the Xiaoyao sect who were present at the time, including Song Qingyu and the others, were also shocked when they heard the news from Li Mufeng. Song Qingming heard this and nodded slightly with a serious expression, saying, "If this is true, then this monster riot is really not that simple. We must make more preparations. Qingyu, you should immediately notify all the foundation building cultivators of the family outside to return to the clan to discuss matters in 2 days. Tomorrow I will go to the sect to visit the head brother, and then go to the Good Merit Pavilion to see if I can find some materials for refining formations to strengthen the mountain protection formation over at Jinshanfang, knowing that such a big change had happened in Funiu Mountain in the north." Song Qingming had some bad premonitions about the monster riot in the northern border that came ahead of time. In the previous monster riots, although Weiguo had suffered a lot of losses, because of the alliance with the Golden Feather Demon King, the nascent soul cultivators of both sides had never participated in the war. The war was always under the control of Xiaoyao sect, and the losses were all ordinary mortals and low-level cultivators. Now that a strange demon king has entered Funiu Mountain, he will certainly not abide by the covenant of the previous generation of demon beasts. If nothing unexpected happens this time, the Black Dragon Demon King will definitely take advantage of the once-in-a-century turmoil in the northern border and lead his demon beasts to attack the human territory with all their strength. After all, the Black Dragon Demon King has just entered Funiu Mountain and is eager to expand his territory and establish prestige among the many demon beasts under his command. This once-in-a-century demon beast turmoil is the best opportunity for the Black Dragon Demon King to perform. Seventh brother, don't worry. I have almost arranged everything for Jinshanfang. My sister-in-law and I were a little worried, but now that you are back, the three of us can definitely protect the family territory. After seeing Song Qingming coming back, Song Qingyu and Wang Xiu now swept away their previous worries and were full of confidence that the family could survive the upcoming demon beast turmoil. Song Qingming smiled and nodded, and then praised with a look of satisfaction, "Well, I also asked Yuan Fang before, you did a good job. Even if I couldn't come back in time, you should be able to defend Jinshanfang." "Husband, did you successfully find the master who taught you the skills when you went to the East Phoenix country to cultivate immortals this time?" Hearing Wang Xian asking about her own affairs, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, "Well, although this trip took a lot of time, it can be said that hard work pays off and I have gained a lot." Next, Song Qingming briefly told the two women about his experience in the East Phoenix country cultivation world, including how he found the Yuxun Island and finally met Link Sataoist to deduce the skills. However, due to the rules of the Taixu sect, Song Qingming did not tell Song Qingyu and the others the detailed information such as the sect's real name and location. Knowing that Song Qingming had obtained a newly derived nascent soul technique, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian also congratulated him with envy. The three chatted about some trivial matters that had happened in the family in recent years in the meeting Immortal Pavilion before returning to their caves. On the second day, Song Qingming walked out of his cave early and turned into a beam of light to leave the Song family. After leaving Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming did not go to Guiyang Mountain first, but flew to the northeast. Not long after, he arrived at the family market Qianfang not far away. It has been more than 40 years since the Song family took the lead in building Qianfang. Now, there are many spiritual veins around Qianfang where cultivators and mortals live. It is no longer the original desolate mountains and wild ridges. After so many years of hard work by the Song family, the prosperity of Qianfang has surpassed the nearby medium-sized markets such as Jinshanfang and Jianglingfang, and has become the largest market in the northeast of Weiguo. After entering the Qianfang, Song Qingming did not appreciate the prosperity of the market too much, and went directly to the Xianfang building to the west of the Qianfang. After standing in the hall at the entrance for a while, Song Qingming went directly to a private room on the second floor of the restaurant and knocked on the door gently. After a while, the door opened automatically, and a somewhat neutral voice came into Song Qingming's ears. "Junior brother Song, why are you so anxious to see me when you just got home?" After hearing this voice, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, and then he walked into the private room. After seeing a familiar black-clothed figure sitting in front of him, Song Qingming bowed to him and sat down with a smile. "Senior Sister Li, I came here to tell you that something happened at home and I can't get away for the time being. I'm afraid I can't send you to the East China Sea's Yuxin world. These are some maps of the East China Sea that I bought when I was traveling there. There are also detailed routes marked from Uyghur to the East China Sea's Yuxin world. With these, you should have no problem going to the East China Sea. Take them first. This black-clothed monk was the senior sister Li Zuanai that Song Qingming recognized when he went to Donghuang country this time. However, at this time, she had changed into the very pretty men's clothes that Song Qingming wore when he first met her. Hearing Song Qingming's words, Li Zuanai, who was sitting at the table enjoying the delicious spiritual food, slowly put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand, picked up a picture album that Song Qingming gave her, opened it and took a look, and then directly put it into the storage magic tool on her waist. Junior brother Song, what happened in your family? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help you, haha. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Li. After returning home yesterday, I heard that the monsters in the north had already started to gather and head south. It is not convenient for me to leave the clan at this time. I hope you can forgive me, Li Zuanai responded with some surprise. Is the monster turmoil here going to come so soon? No wonder I heard several casual cultivators talking about this in the market yesterday. If that's the case, then don't, I'm begging you. I'll go to the East China Sea to see the immortal world first. When I get bored of staying there, I'll come back to find you. Yes. Now the monsters in the northern border are heading south, and the entire immortal world in the floating cloud mountains is about to start wars. Sister Li, you must hurry up and leave this area, otherwise it will be very dangerous if you are involved. Okay, I got it. Don't worry about your things. I will stay here for 3 to 5 days at most and then leave. Seeing Song Qingming's cautious expression, Li Zuanai chuckled and nodded immediately to agree. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not stay for too long. After instructing the other party again, he got up and left the market, heading all the way south to the Qingming Mountain. The reason why Li Zuanai followed Song Qingming to Uyghur was also a coincidence. A year ago, in the Taixu Gate, with the help of the incarnation of Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming finally lived up to expectations after some efforts and successfully deduced a Qinggai Lian Baoju, a technique he created, to the early stage of the nascent soul. After leaving the retreat, Song Qingming, who copied the technique to Lingyuan Taoist, found that several years had passed since he had said he would return to Uyghur. Song Qingming, who was concerned about his family, took the initiative to go to Lingyuan Taoist's cave to say goodbye to him in order to return to Uyghur as soon as possible, and prepared to set off to return to the floating cloud mountain range Xuxin realm in a few days. Lingyuan Taoist did not say much about this, but just casually told him a few words, and then turned to study the new technique that Song Qingming had just deduced. Unexpectedly, Li Zuanai, who was in Lingyuan Taoist's cave at the time, suddenly took the initiative to find Song Qingming the next day after learning about this, and wanted to follow him to travel around the floating cloud mountain range Xuxin realm. When faced with Li Zuanai's request to go with him, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much. He refused Li Zuanai's request on the grounds that the monster riot in the northern border was approaching and the war was too dangerous. After staying in the Taixu sect for so many years, Song Qingming also knew a little about Li Zuanai's character. He knew that his sister was a restless person and often liked to travel around. However, after she and Song Qingming were in danger in Qingzhou last time, she almost lost her life. Li Zuanai's family elders and Lingyuan Taoist were unwilling to let her go out alone in recent years. Song Qingming also knew a little about these things. The monster riot in the floating cloud mountains was about to come. When the war broke out, it would be very dangerous everywhere. Song Qingming really didn't dare to take Li Zuanai to the floating cloud mountains to take risks at this time. After all, Li Zuanai was the proud disciple of his master Lingyuan Taoist, and was deeply loved by Lingyuan Taoist. If she had any trouble in the immortal cultivation world of floating cloud mountains, Song Qingming would not be able to go back and explain the matter to his master Lingyuan Taoist in the future. Seeing that Song Qingming had been unwilling to agree, Li Zuanai was a little unhappy at the time, but he didn't say much and just said goodbye and left. Song Qingming thought that the matter had been settled, but he didn't expect that something unexpected happened the day before he left. It was unknown what Li Zuanai said to Lingyuan Taoist. Lingyuan Taoist, who didn't support her to travel again at first, suddenly changed his mind and agreed to let her follow Song Qingming to travel around the floating cloud mountains. Facing Lingyuan Taoist, the mentor who taught him the skills and influenced his life, Song Qingming naturally didn't dare to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree to it. Before the two of them left, Taoist Lingyuan specially passed down a self-defense method to each of them, and told Song Qingming to help take care of Li Zuanyi along the way. In this way, Song Qingming was cautious along the way and spent more than half a year before he took Li Zuanyi through the sea desert and successfully arrived in Weiguo. Originally, Song Qingming successfully brought her to Weiguo, which was also considered to be the task entrusted by Taoist Ling Su. However, knowing that Li Zuanyi was more adventurous, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless. On the way here, Song Qingming and Li Zuanyi agreed to send her to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm for a tour, and then arrange for her to come back after the monster turmoil in the floating cloud mountains was over. Li Zuanyi's cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Golden Core, and she has the self-defense method given by her master Taoist Ling Su. As long as she does not deliberately go to some dangerous places to take risks, there should be no big problems. Song Qingming is not too worried about this. After leaving the Qi, Song Qingming took out the phantom boat and turned into a beam of light to escape to the south. Song Qingming, standing on the flying boat, looked at the scenery in Qing County below him, which had not changed much and was already very familiar, and felt a little more emotional in his heart. Even with the Song family's promotion to the giant and Immortal clan, Qing County has brought more than 100 years of peaceful and stable development, but the monster riots that occur once 100 years are still difficult for them in the Weiguo cultivation world to avoid. It is unknown how many cultivators and mortals in the entire northern Weiguo will die in this once 100-year catastrophe and the monster riots that are more worrying this time. After speeding through Jiangling County, Song Qingming soon arrived at the foot of Qi Mountain. Not long after entering the mountain gate, a white escape light flew quickly to his location. After a while, the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin, who was wearing a white flying shuttle, appeared in front of Song Qingming. "Senior Sister Bai, long time no see." Seeing Song Qingming bowing in front of him, Bai Yuxin said with a meaningful smile on her face, "Junior brother Song. I haven't heard from you for more than 20 years since you left. I thought you were dazzled by the sight outside and didn't want to come back. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, your cultivation has already reached the peak of the 6th level of Jiangdan. It seems that you must have encountered a lot of opportunities during your trip to Donghuan country, which delayed your return. Haha. Senior Sister Bai, don't make fun of me. I have indeed gained a lot of knowledge from this trip. I have to thank you for your help back then, which allowed me to avoid a lot of trouble." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he bowed to Bai Yuxin again to express his gratitude for her telling and reminding him about some things about the Donghuan country. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin smiled and waved her hand, saying, "You have already thanked me for what happened back then, so you don't have to be so polite. Junior brother Song, Uncle Li wants you to come over. Come with me." Hearing that Li Mufang wanted to see him, Song Qingming didn't show any surprise on his face. He immediately nodded and followed Bai Yuxin to Li Mufang's cave. When the two arrived at the entrance of the cave, Li Mufang came out with a happy face and took the initiative to bring them into his cave. As the Yuanying supreme elder of the sect, Li Mufang has been practicing in seclusion in his cave for many years and rarely entertains guests here. After joining Xiaoyao sect for more than 100 years, this is the first time that Song Qingming has entered this cave with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Qi Mountain. Although Li Mufang's cave is very large, there are not many things placed inside. There are only some furniture that looks very delicate and made of high-level spiritual wood, which is still very different from the magnificent image imagined by Song Qingming. After inviting Song Qingming and the other two to sit down, Li Mufang glanced at Song Qingming, nodded with a slight smile and said, "Not bad. After going out for a walk, your cultivation has also improved a lot. I thought that the monsters in the northern border went south ahead of time, and Qingming, you were too far away in Donghuan country to rush back. I didn't expect to receive the news of your return yesterday. This can be regarded as the spirits of the ancestors of the sect favoring our Xiaoyao sect. In recent years, Funiu Mountain has suddenly changed, and the monsters in the northern border have gone south ahead of time. The pressure faced by Xiaoyao sect is also increasing. At this moment, every additional giant and cultivator in the sect will have a great impact on the battle situation." Seeing that Song Qingming, the guest elder of the sect, not only rushed back to Weiguo in time, but also improved his cultivation strength, Li Mufang felt a little more relieved at this moment. "I forgot the time for a while traveling outside. This time I came back a little late. I hope Uncle Li will not blame me." Hearing Li Mufang's praise, Song Qingming hurriedly responded modestly. After listening, Li Mufang waved his hand and said, Traveling is to gain knowledge and seek personal opportunities. This matter concerns your path. How can I, as an elder, blame you casually?" After the three of them sat down and chatted for a few words, Song Qingming suddenly stood up and took the initiative to ask, "Uncle Li, when I came here, I heard King Yu say that something happened in Funiu Mountain. The Golden Feather Demon King has disappeared. This time, the one who led the monsters to the south is the Black Dragon Demon King who has just occupied Funiu Mountain. This monster turmoil may be more dangerous than before. I don't know how the sect will arrange to deal with it. Please give me some advice, Uncle Li. In fact, I have already arranged to deal with the monsters in Xiaoyao Hall yesterday. The Song family will be responsible for guarding Jinshan Fang first. If there are other changes, the sect will inform you in advance. Now that the monsters in the northern border have just moved south, the situation is still not very clear. Qingming, since you have just returned, don't worry too much about this matter. Have a good rest first. I will send you a letter if necessary, okay? I will follow the orders of Uncle Li." As soon as he arrived at Guiyang Mountain, he heard Li Mufang's summons. Song Qingming thought that Li Mufang wanted to make some arrangements for him now, so he took the initiative to ask him. Unexpectedly, Li Mufang didn't have this idea at the moment and bounced the words back to him. Next, Li Mufang only asked about Song Qingming's experiences outside in the past few years, and did not mention the monster riots that were about to arrive. It was not until half an hour later that Song Qingming said goodbye and left his cave. After leaving Li Mufang, Song Qingming came to Yao Qianshu's cave, which was not too far away, and visited the former head of Xiaoyao sect who was seriously ill. At this time, Yao Qianshu had a short lifespan, his face was gray, and there was not much spiritual energy in his body. He could not get out of bed, and could only lie on the bed and command his disciples to serve tea to entertain Song Qingming, who had just returned. Before Song Qingming left, he specially came to Guiyang Mountain to report to the head of Yao Qianshu. Although he was already old at that time, he was still very energetic. Unexpectedly, in just over 20 years, this giant and peak cultivator who was once famous in Uyghur has become an ordinary mortal who is old and in the twilight of his life. Although he has been suffering from illness for many years, Yao Qianshu is very happy to see Song Qingming suddenly come to visit him at this moment, and kept asking about his experience after going out for these years. Although he had already handed over the position of the head of the sect to Bai Yuxin, and had not walked out of the gate of his cave for several years, Yao Qianshu still knew some of the difficult situations that the sect now had to face through his disciples. It was a pity that he himself had not much time left and no longer had the ability to help the sect through the difficulties. Although he felt regretful, he was powerless and could only lie on the hospital bed and sigh about this matter. Seeing Song Qingming rushing back to the sect in time, Yao Qianshu was also very relieved. After caring about Song Qingming for a while, he opened his mouth and gave him some advice, asking him to be careful in the next battle with the monster. Song Qingming has always respected Yao Qianshu, the head brother who has worked hard for the sect all his life. He was touched by his relationship with Yao Qianshu and his instructions. Chapter 672, Family Changes, Monster Army Attacks. After talking with Song Qingming on the bed for a while, Yao Qianshu called in a young man in his 20s who was waiting outside and asked him to bring a wooden box stored on a stone table on one side of the cave. "Junior brother Song, I have given all the spiritual objects on me to junior sister Bai, and asked her to take them to the Good Deeds Pavilion to distribute them to other elders in the sect. There is also a spiritual talisman in it, which Mu Ling accidentally found when he was looking for something a few days ago. Since you happen to be here today, I will give this talisman to you." After Yao Qianshu finished speaking, he asked the young man who took care of him to hand the wooden box in his hand to Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "Master, I came to visit you today. How can I accept such a great gift from you? This is absolutely not allowed. Please don't embarrass me, haha. Junior brother Song, please don't be surprised. This child is a descendant of my clan. He is quite talented. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can help him. This is my thanks to you in advance." After hearing what Yao Qianshu said, Song Qingming turned his attention to the descendant of Yao Qianshu. After scanning him with his spiritual sense, Song Qingming nodded slightly. This descendant of Yao Qianshu looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His cultivation had reached the second level of foundation building. It was estimated that he should also be a dual spiritual root cultivator with excellent talent. He also had some hope of impacting the golden elixir realm in the future. This time, Yao Qianshu gave him a precious third-level spiritual talisman. He also wanted Song Qingming to help him at the critical moment of his junior's elixir formation in the future. Song Qingming understood Yao Qianshu's intention, nodded and agreed to him without any more politeness. He directly took the wooden box from the young man's hand and put it into his own storage magic tool. "Thank you, senior brother, for the gift of treasure. Qingming will make a note of this." Seeing this, Yao Qianshu nodded with some satisfaction. "Junior brother Song, although you are not outstanding in talent among many fellow disciples, you have come all the way to where you are now, which shows that you are indeed a person with opportunity. Your future path will definitely not be worse than mine. In my life, my early path was smooth, but I lacked some opportunities when I broke through the nascent soul stage. It can be said that I have failed the expectations of Uncle Lee and the sect. If not for this, the sect might not have to suffer from the invasion of northern monsters so often today. I hope that junior sister Bai and you will be able to break through the nascent soul stage in the future and help Uncle Lee solve the problems in the north. The threat of monsters to the sect will promote our Xiaoao sect. Sister Bai's cultivation talent is far superior to ours. She is also a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots. In the future, she will definitely form a nascent soul to help the sect stabilize the unfavorable situation in the north. Don't worry, senior brother, we will definitely follow and assist senior sister Bai and Master Li with all our strength. Well, I hope it will be as you said." After chatting with Yao Qianshu for a while, seeing that he looked a little tired, Song Qingming got up and said goodbye to him and went directly to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion. After Li Mufang issued an order to start transporting supplies to the front line, the sect's Good Merit Pavilion also became busy all of a sudden. A series of escape lights flew back and forth, and hundreds of disciples at the door were constantly moving and counting various spiritual objects, a very lively scene. After Song Qingming arrived at the Good Merit Pavilion, he asked someone and found Su Ziyin on the second floor who was busy counting spiritual objects. "Is the monster turmoil coming?" Most of the Jindan elders of the sect have already started to rush to the front line to prepare for the upcoming monster invasion. Now on Qi Mountain, in addition to the head of the sect Bai Yuxin and Chen Zuixin who is in seclusion, there is only Su Ziyin, the Jindan elder who is in charge of the sect's general affairs and the allocation of frontline supplies. When Song Qingming left, Su Ziyin was only at the second level of Jindan. Now, after more than 20 years, her cultivation has successfully cultivated to the peak realm of the third level of Jindan, and she is only one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of Jindan. Although Su Ziyin's cultivation speed after breaking through Jindan is not particularly fast among the many Jindan elders of Xiaoao sect, it can be regarded as standard. If she practices smoothly, she should have the opportunity to cultivate to the late stage of Jindan like Li Wutuang. Since Song Qingming went to the East Phoenix country to travel in the world of cultivation, the two have not seen each other for many years. Now that they've just met, they can't help but exchange some politeness. Song Qingming slowly opened his mouth and said the purpose of his trip. Hearing that Song Qingming was looking for some materials for setting up formations, Su Ziyin personally took him to the third floor of the Good Deeds Pavilion and took out 2 sets of second-level top-grade formations and handed them to him. Xiaoao sect has been established for thousands of years. Although there are not many formations above level 3 in the sect, there is still no shortage of second-level formations. When encountering such a monster riot that occurs once every 100 years, the Good Deeds Pavilion will naturally not be stingy with these spiritual objects that can help deal with the monsters. Brother Song, King Gaiwu has already had someone set up a third-level mountain protection formation at Jinshanfang. These 2 formations should be enough. I will also leave some supplies here for emergency use. If Jinshanfang is short of anything, Brother Song can just send a message and I will try my best to raise it. After registering the 2 second-level top-grade formations in his hand, Su Ziyin immediately handed them to Song Qingming. After taking the formation, Song Qingming smiled and said, "This time the monster riot is a little different from the past. I'm afraid that junior sister Su will need to take care of it." "I feel relieved with your words." After getting the formation he wanted, Song Qingming did not stay for too long. After bidding farewell to Su Ziyin, he quickly left the sect's Good Merit Pavilion and returned directly to Funiu Mountain. Not long after Song Qingming left the Good Merit Pavilion, A voice transmission flew into Lim Yufeng's cave and fell into the hands of Bai Yuxin, who was sitting next to him. After Bai Yuxin opened the voice transmission and took a look, Lim Yufeng, who was sipping tea on the other side, immediately asked, "But is the Good Merit Pavilion ready?" Well, junior sister Su also said that junior brother Song went to the Good Merit Pavilion to get 2 sets of second-level top-grade formations just now, and has now left the Good Merit Pavilion. Bai Yuxin responded and replied softly. Lim Yufeng smiled and nodded when he heard this, and didn't say anything more. He picked up the teacup in his hand and took a sip. After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, she stood up and bowed slightly to Lim Yufeng, saying, "Uncle Li, it's getting late. I still have to escort the supplies to Guianfang. I'll take my leave now." Seeing this, Lim Yufeng also put down the teacup in his hand, sighed and said, "Yuxin, I originally planned to let you retreat to break through the nascent soul this time. But something unexpected happened in Funiu Mountain, and I am also a little worried that the incident with Qianshu will happen to you again. That's why I want to wait until the sect has survived this disaster before letting you retreat to condense the nascent soul with peace of mind. Don't have too many thoughts and concerns in your heart." A few years ago, Lim Yufeng went to the East Sea cultivation world again and had found a way to exchange for a spiritual object for Bai Yuxin to condense the nascent soul. Originally, she could have been arranged to retreat to condense the nascent soul. But at that time, there was already a turmoil in the vicinity of demon beasts. Even if Bai Yuxin was allowed to retreat to break through the nascent soul realm immediately, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to see results. Moreover, if Bai Yuxin fails to break through the nascent soul, she may be like Yao Qianshu back then, and therefore unable to fully participate in this battle against the monsters. Bai Yuxin is currently the person with the highest cultivation in the sect, except for the Grand Elder Lim Yufeng. If she cannot participate in the battle, it will be equivalent to the loss of a very important late giant in combat force for Xiaoyao sect, which will inevitably affect the entire battlefield situation. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lim Yufeng thought again and decided not to let Bai Yuxin retreat for now, and let her retreat to try to condense the nascent soul after the sect has passed the stage of the monster turmoil. "Uncle Li, don't worry. I understand your intention. At this time of chaos caused by monsters, compared with the safety of the sect, it doesn't matter whether I go into seclusion earlier or later to break through the nascent soul. Back then, the head brother sacrificed his personal path for the sake of the overall situation. As the head of the sect, I should also know the importance of this matter." Hearing Bai Yuxin's understanding, Lim Yufeng said with relief, "Well, it's good that you think so, but your safety is also related to the future of the sect. Don't be careless. After going to the front line, you must pay more attention to safety and don't take risks easily." "Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Li. I'll leave first." Bai Yuxin nodded with a smile, then turned around and left Lim Yufeng's cave directly. 2 days later, in the meeting hall on the top of the Song family mountain, the 3 giant ancestors of the Song family and more than a dozen foundation building elders of the family have gathered together and sat down in the meeting hall. The clan leader Song Qingming, who was sitting at the head of the family, was very pleased after taking a look at the many foundation building cultivators in the family. He did not expect that in the 20 years since he left, the cultivation of these younger generations in the family had changed so much. When Song Qingming left the family, the Song family had only 8 foundation building cultivators in addition to their 3 giant ancestors. In the 20 years since he left the family to travel in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, 3 more younger generations of the Song family have successfully built their foundations. Now the number of foundation building cultivators in the family has increased to 11. It has only been a short 100 years since Song Qingming succeeded in forming the elixir and the Song family was promoted to the giant and Immortal clan. The speed of the Song family's development has exceeded the expectations of everyone around them. The overall strength of the Song family now is no worse than that of the Iron Immortal Castle Ma family, the first cultivation family in Uyghur at that time. Among the 11 foundation building cultivators in the family, Song Yuanli has the highest cultivation level. He has already cultivated to the peak of the 8th level of foundation building and is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th level. He is also the only cultivator in the Song family who has reached the late stage of foundation building. The next 5 are Song Chang's, Song Yuanhao, Song Yuanfang, Song Yuanxu, and Song Zuanting, who have already reached the middle stage of foundation building. Among them, Song Yuanhao and Song Chang's have the highest cultivation levels and have already cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building. Although Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanxu have established their foundation earlier than the previous two, their cultivation talents are a little worse than them, and their cultivation level is only the 5th level of foundation building now. The last cultivator who has cultivated to the middle stage of foundation building is Song Xuanting, the first cultivator in the Zhuan generation of the family who has successfully established his foundation. Song Xuanting just broke through the 4th level of foundation building not long ago. His cultivation speed is relatively fast among the dozen or so foundation building cultivators in the Song family, although not the top. The remaining 5 people, Song Yuanqian, Wang Leking, Song Changlin, Song Xuanqing, and Song Xuanfeng, have not been in the foundation building stage for a long time, and their cultivation is still at the initial stage of foundation building. In addition to these foundation building cultivators, the number of Qi refining cultivators in the Song family has also increased a lot in the past 20 years. Now the family has more than 400 Qi refining cultivators. In addition to the peripheral cultivators recruited by the family in the Qianfang over the years, the total number of cultivators in the Song family has approached more than 500. Although the current Song family is not as good as those large Jiandan families that have been operating for more than hundreds of years in the cultivation world, it is not too weak among the many Jiandan forces around Uyghur. Now Wang Xian's alchemy skills have been upgraded to the 3rd level lower grade. Relying on the relationship with the Xiandan League, they can obtain some alchemy materials stably. The Song family now has a way to refine the foundation building pill by themselves. As long as there is a stable development environment, and the main medicines of the foundation building pills planted in the family's spiritual medicine garden gradually mature, the number of foundation building cultivators in the family will definitely continue to grow steadily in the future. After glancing at the crowd below, Song Qingming spoke calmly, I believe you all know that the monsters in the northern border have begun to move south. According to the information provided by the sect, the monster army will be at the gates of the city in about 2 or 3 months. This once-in-a-century monster turmoil not only concerns the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Uyghur, but also the fate of our entire family. The reason I gathered everyone here today is to discuss with you how the family should deal with this monster turmoil next. 7th uncle, back then, if it were only you, we would have been able to kill the White Lion Demon King and defend Jinshanfang. Now that the family has 3 ancestors in charge, our strength is no longer the same as it was 100 years ago. If the monster army dares to invade this time, we will certainly make sure they never return. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Song Yuanli, who was sitting next to him, immediately spoke up to boost the morale of everyone in the hall. The family has trained us for many years, and it is time for us to show our skills. Please rest assured, the ancestors, we will never let you down. Brother 18 is right. Now not only has our family strength increased greatly, but the vassal families under our sect are also stronger than before. I don't think we need the help of the sect this time. Our own strength is enough to repel the monster army in Jinshanfang. Song Yuanli was one of the few family foundation elders present who participated in the Battle of Jinshanfang. What he said was immediately agreed by everyone. At that time, the family only had Song Qingming, a Jiandan cultivator who had just formed a pill. With the assistance of many immortal cultivation families in Jiangling County, the Song family successfully blocked the thousands of monsters under the command of the White Lion Demon King in Jinshanfang. Although the two sides were anxious for more than half a year in that battle, the overall strength of Jinshanfang was not too disadvantaged, and it was still able to fight back and forth with a monster army led by the White Lion Demon King. Finally, they relied on the special forces sent by the sect to kill the White Master Demon King in one fell swoop. After a great victory, they immediately repelled the army of monsters that besieged the Jinshanfang. On the surface, the family's current strength has changed dramatically compared to the past, and Song Qingming's cultivation has also been raised to the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core. If it was just facing a monster king of average strength like the White Lion Demon King like last time, Song Qingming alone would be enough to lead everyone to repel the invading monster army without the need for the two family ancestors Song Qingyu and Wang Xian to take action. Seeing that many of the younger generations of the family present were full of confidence in this monster turmoil, Song Qingming was still satisfied in his heart and did not speak directly to undermine everyone's confidence. It was not until everyone discussed it that Song Qingyu, who was sitting aside, reminded everyone and told the many family foundation building elders present about the incident near Funiu Mountain. Hearing that the owner of Funiu Mountain had changed, this monster riot was different from the past. Song Yuanli and others who had just looked relaxed suddenly looked a little more solemn. Seeing that the hall suddenly became quiet, Song Qingming hurriedly stood up and said, although this monster riot is different from the past, Jinshanfang is relatively remote after all, and it is definitely not the focus of the monster army's attack. I estimate that the monsters coming to our side this time should not change much compared to the past. However, the pressure faced by other places may be much greater than before. At that time, even if we can repel the monster army in Jinshanfang, we must be prepared to support other places at any time. This battle may not end as easily as before. I hope you all will be more mentally prepared. Don't be careless because of a temporary victory. Song Qingming had just comforted everyone present, and Song Qingyu on the side took over the conversation with a serious face and reminded, what the seventh brother said just now is the important information we just got from the sect. The reason why we informed everyone in advance is to let you have a psychological preparation. Don't spread this matter from here, otherwise it will affect the morale of the army in the next battle with the monsters. We will also deal with it according to the clan rules. Please remember it. Please obey the order of the ancestor. Hearing Song Qingyu's loud reminder, the many foundation building elders of the Song family standing below immediately responded in unison. Next, Song Qingming opened his mouth to arrange some specific matters for everyone, and then ended this family meeting to deal with the monsters. After Song Qingming, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian left the meeting room, they returned to the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain. Just after sitting down, Song Qingyu suddenly asked Song Qingming on the side. Seventh brother. Now Jinshanfang is almost ready. You just came back not long ago. Why don't you stay at home and rest for a while? I will take them there tomorrow. Don't worry. As long as the traces of the monster army are found in the north of the market, I will immediately send a message to inform my family in advance. Facing Song Qingyu's initiative, Song Qingming shook his head slightly, and then smiled and said to him, Qingyu, I think your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. This time in the Donghuan Kingdom's Xuxin world, I just got a pill that can help break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the golden elixir. Go back and prepare first, and take the time to retreat and see if you can successfully break through your cultivation. Now there are still a few months before the monster turmoil, which is almost enough time for you to retreat and break through your cultivation. Don't worry about other trivial matters of the family. I will arrange it myself. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took out a purple jade bottle that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Song Qingyu. Seventh brother. You want me to retreat and break through now? After taking the purple jade bottle, Song Qingyu opened it and took a look, and asked again with some doubts. Well, I'm afraid this monster riot will not end so quickly. If you can improve your strength now, it will definitely be of great help to us in the future. Not only do you want to go into seclusion, but I also brought back a few foundation building pills this time. Tomorrow, after Yuan Fang has selected suitable clan members, the family will arrange for them to go into seclusion and build their foundation first. I don't think the battle over at Jinshanfang will be very serious. With people like us here, there will be no major problems in the short term. You can just go into seclusion without worry. Once you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, you will be able to provide greater help to the battle in the future. Song Qingming has traveled in the immortal world of Donghuan country in recent years and has purchased many elixirs and spiritual objects that are useful to the family. The elixir that he just gave to Song Qingyu was purchased through the relationship of Juxin League when he was still in Xianyuan City. After understanding Song Qingming's meaning, Song Qingyu didn't say anything more. He took the elixir in his hand, said hello to Song Qingming and the others, and then said goodbye and left to prepare for retreat. A few days later, under the arrangement of Song Qingming, in addition to Song Qingyu, Song Chang's and Song Yuanqian, two foundation building cultivators in the family who were about to break through their cultivation, and 3 9th level Qi refining cultivators who were selected by the family to be suitable for impacting the foundation building realm, all went into retreat one after another and began to try to break through their own cultivation realm. Song Qingming, together with Wang Xian, took many cultivators of the family and went to Jinshanfang to take charge. Under the urging of the Song family, many cultivators from Pingyang and Qing counties also began to gradually gather to the northern front Jinshanfang, and the battle was in full swing. The atmosphere also began to cover the entire northern part of Uyghur. In order to prevent any mistakes, after Song Qingming arrived at Jinshanfang, he personally took several second-level formation masters to inspect and patrol the mountain protection formation of the market, and brought 2 second-level top-grade formations from the sect's good deeds pavilion, and arranged them in front of the north of the market to strengthen the frontal defense force. Last time, under the leadership of the Song family, the monks of Jinshanfang were the first to repel the attack of the monster beasts. Facing this monster beast turmoil, most of the monks in the market now also seem full of confidence. Just as the monks of Jinshanfang were stepping up their preparations for war, the monster beast army that had gathered in the north had finally arrived near the front battlefield after several months of long journey. On this day, a red spiritual light flew from the north and soon arrived over Jinshanfang. After arriving here, the red light suddenly turned and passed through the mountain protection formation of the market, and landed directly in a hall in the middle of the market. Chapter 673, First Battle with Monsters, Wang Xian vs 9 Patterned Dragon. Soon, a sword light flew out from the hall, heading straight to a high mountain west of the market, and arrived in front of a cave surrounded by a little fog. After the sword light disappeared, a man in white clothes, about 30 years old, fell from midair, and then a spiritual light moved in his hand, and a green sound transmission note flew into the cave in front of him. Yuan Li, come in first, a voice came from the cave a moment later, and then the white fog surrounding the cave automatically dispersed to both sides, revealing the cave door hidden inside. Seeing this, Song Yuanli hurriedly raised his legs and walked in. After entering the cave, seeing Song Qingming and Wang Xian sitting in front of him, Song Yuanli hurriedly bowed and saluted, and then handed a red sound transmission note in his hand to Song Qingming. 7th Uncle, Yuan Hao just sent a message back from Wu'an Ridge. The vanguard army of monsters heading south has been seen there. It is estimated that they are less than 500 miles away from Jinshanfang. After taking the message and taking a quick glance, Song Qingming immediately stood up. Go and notify all the foundation building cultivators in the market to meet up in the meeting hall in half an hour. Also, let Zuanfang bring a few people to help Yuan Hao and his team evacuate in case something happens there. After hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Song Yuanli hurriedly responded and then turned around and left. Half an hour later, in the meeting hall of Jinshanfang, more than 40 foundation building cultivators in different clothes were already standing in the hall. Among these people, except for the 4 Xiaoao sect cultivators guarding Jinshanfang, most of them were from the foundation building families in Pingyang and Qing counties. In addition to Song Qingming and Wang Xian, the Song family also had 5 foundation building elders, Song Yuanli, Song Yuanhao, Song Changlin, Song Zuanting, and Song Zuanqing, as well as nearly 200 Qi refining cultivators in the family. More than half of the family's strength had already come to the Jinshanfang. 100 years had passed, and many people who had participated in the last monster riot were no longer in the crowd, replaced by many new faces that Song Qingming was not familiar with. In the past 100 years, Pingyang County has also undergone many changes. Since relying directly on the big tree of the Song family, the cultivation environment in Pingyang County has become much more stable than before, and many cultivation families in the territory have achieved considerable development. Today, there is one more foundation building family in Pingyang County than 100 years ago. There are already 8 foundation building Immortal families, but the most powerful one is the Cao family where Cao Rongsu is, with a total of 5 foundation building cultivators. After glancing at all the foundation building cultivators present, Song Qingming, who was sitting at the head of the hall, spoke to everyone. I believe you all know that the army of monsters has already moved south, and the vanguard is not far from here. It is estimated that they will arrive at our Jinshanfang in about 2 hours. The sect has entrusted the defense of Jinshanfang to us, and I hope that everyone here can work together with me to stop the army of monsters, avoid the slaughter of our human souls, and help the sect overcome this difficulty. In this battle, those who fight bravely will be rewarded heavily by me. Anyone who dares to delay and waste the opportunity to fight will be dealt with by the law enforcement team according to battlefield military law. Follow the orders of the ancestor. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, the many foundation building cultivators standing below hurriedly shouted in unison. Compared with 100 years ago, the strength of the human cultivators in Jinshanfang during this monster riot is obviously much stronger. There are nearly 2,000 cultivators from Pingyang and Qing counties who have already arrived in the market. This time, Because the strength of the cultivators guarding the market is relatively sufficient, the Song family did not recruit a large number of independent cultivators to go to Jinshanfang to help guard the market as they did last time. The first batch of cultivators gathered in Jinshanfang are basically elite cultivators sent by various families. Both their combat effectiveness and battlefield quality are much stronger than those independent cultivators who came to participate in the war for spiritual stones. In addition, there are cultivators from Jiangling and Liuan counties nearby on their way, and there are almost 1,000 people in total. The overall number of cultivators guarding Jinshanfang has increased by more than 30% compared with 100 years ago. According to the news from Song Yuanheo's exploration on the front line, the vanguard army of monsters that came to Jinshanfang this time is not very large, with only less than 300 monsters, and no traces of level 3 monsters were found among them. In order to give more training opportunities to those Qi Refining monks who had never participated in such large-scale battles with monsters, Song Qingming did not personally participate in this battle, but only sent a dozen foundation-building monks to lead the command of this first battle. More than 2 hours later, clouds of dust suddenly rose on the north side of Jinshanfang, and then a large army of hundreds of monsters appeared in front of everyone. Although many Qi Refining monks standing on the city wall ready to fight were also people who often went out to hunt monsters, they basically saw such a large-scale beast tide for the first time. Seeing the deafening shouts, many people couldn't help but show some fear in their hearts. They didn't have much time to slowly adapt, and the army of monsters had already rushed to the front of the market and touched the mountain protection formation of Jinshanfang. The monsters have invaded our human territory and destroyed our bloodline. How can we monks let them do what they want? Follow me and drive these monsters out of our territory. After the mountain protection formation defeated the first wave of monsters' attack, Song Yuanli, who was standing in front of the city wall, shouted and rushed to the formation first. With a sword in his hand, he cut the 2 low-level monsters in front into several pieces. The many monks who participated in the battle were encouraged and immediately followed Song Yuanli to rush out of the formation and took the initiative to kill the monster army outside the market. The deafening shouts of killing instantly resounded throughout the battlefield. The vanguard army of monsters that came to attack this time had only 300 monsters, and there were only 6 second-level monsters leading the way. However, the human monks of Jinshanfang sent a total of 14 foundation-building monks and more than 700 Qi Refining monks. The number of monks participating in the battle was more than twice that of the monsters, so the result of the battle would naturally not be too surprising. After more than an hour of fighting, the monsters lost nearly half of their strength, and the remaining monster army finally began to collapse. Led by several level 2 monsters, they turned around and fled to the north. The monsters have retreated, we defeated them, ha ha ha. Seeing that the monster army had retreated, the many human monks who were still watching the battle on the city wall immediately cheered. The Jinshanfang monk army, which had already fought a bloody battle with the monsters on the battlefield below, naturally would not easily miss the opportunity to chase and kill the retreating monsters in front of them. They all cheered up and rushed to chase after them. They chased for dozens of miles before they withdrew their troops and returned to Jinshanfang at the reminder of the law enforcement team, and began to count and harvest the materials from the monsters that had just been killed in the battle. According to the post-war statistics of the law enforcement team, in this battle, the monks of Jinshanfang killed more than 200 low-level monsters and 4 second-level monsters. Only less than 20 Qi Refining monks died in the battle, which can be regarded as a great victory. Song Qingming, who was sitting in the cave, nodded with satisfaction after seeing the battle report handed over by Song Xuanting, who was in charge of the battlefield law enforcement team. He also instructed the Fangxi law enforcement team to quickly count the merits of the monks who made meritorious contributions on the battlefield, so as to issue some rewards to those monks with outstanding merits as soon as possible to encourage other monks. The great victory in the first battle also quickly inspired many Qi Refining monks in Jinshanfang, and helped them quickly overcome the huge pressure in their hearts when facing the army of monsters. Especially when seeing those monks who made meritorious contributions in the battle and were rewarded, the faces of the onlookers showed a bit of envy, and they all expected that they would be the next to come on stage to receive the award. However, just when many human monks in Jinshanfang were ready to show their skills, the monsters that invaded the market for more than 10 days were scattered groups of dozens or less than 100 monsters. The strength of these monsters was generally not strong. Not long after they approached the market, They were immediately defeated by the elite monks sent by Jin Fang and turned to flee to the north. During this period, the large-scale monster army that had been there before never appeared again, which made many Jin Fang monks who were ready to fight a big battle with the monsters feel a little disappointed. It was not until the morning of more than half a month later that the roar of the monster army suddenly sounded outside Jin Fang. The monks who were guarding the market on the top of the city wall saw the smoke and dust that suddenly rose to the north and informed the foundation building monks who were on duty in the meeting hall of the market. Soon, they learned that the main force of the monster army had arrived. Under the command of many foundation building monks, many monks of Jin Fang came to the vicinity of the city wall, ready to resist the attack of the monster army. Song Qingming and Wang Xian, two giant monks, had also left the cave and came to the sky above the Jin Fang mountain protection formation, observing the surging monster army in front of them. Looking at the scale of the monsters, it seems that there are only 2,000 or 3,000 monsters. The number of monsters is not large this time, but I don't know how many monster kings are hidden in it. Wang Xian glanced at the monster army in front of her and said calmly, "Well, it seems that the situation here is better than I thought before. It is estimated that there will be only 1 or 2 monster kings at most. In this battle, we should have no big problems in defending Jin Fang. Now more than 2,000 monks have gathered in Jin Fang, and monks from Jiangling and Liuang will soon arrive here. In terms of the number of monks, Jin Fang is no longer inferior to the monster army in front of them. As long as there are not many demon kings in the demon beast army, Jin Fang is definitely capable of blocking this wave of demon beast army attacks." Just as many cultivators in Jin Fang were nervously waiting, the demon beast army in the north finally rushed to the front of the Qi Mountain protection formation with a rumbling sound. All fire and crossbows are ready. Fire. When the fierce demon beast army in front was less than 100 feet away from the Qi formation, Song Yuanxu, who was in charge of the command on the top of the city wall, suddenly gave an order. More than a dozen sharp arrows wrapped in golden ore flew out instantly, directly piercing through dozens of low-level demon beasts rushing in front, and then bounced more than 10 feet away before falling to the ground, and then were trampled into meat paste by the demon beasts rushing from the back. Except for 4 of the Fian crossbows originally configured by Jin Fang, most of the others were brought out by Song Qingyu from the Sex Good Merit Pavilion a few months ago. These flying cloud crossbows above level 2 are very useful weapons for defending the city. Only 2 Qi Refining monks are needed to operate them, and they can exert half the attack power of the Foundation establishment monks. They are very useful for dealing with low-level Qi Refining monsters. As soon as the flying cloud crossbow launched its attack, the stronger level 2 monsters in the monster army immediately rushed out of the herd, flew into the air and began to attack the mountain protection formation in front of them. A variety of powerful high-level spells were pressed in front of them, and they attacked directly towards the market. Many Qi Refining monks from the Jin Fang with lower cultivation standing near the city wall saw this large-scale attack that covered the sky for the first time, and they couldn't help but retreat half a step in fear. Even the monks who were responsible for operating the flying cloud crossbows, some of the timid ones were shocked and stood still, forgetting to control the flying cloud crossbows in front of them to fight the enemy. Why panic? With a mountain protection formation in place, even if a level 3 demon king attacks, it will not be able to break through the formation for a while. Everyone, stand still and do your job. If anyone dares to retreat, the law enforcement team will take him down immediately. Seeing a commotion in front, Song Zuanting, who was in charge of leading the Fangxi law enforcement team, immediately stepped on his flying sword and came to the air. He shouted at the many monks in front of him and stabilized the situation on the scene. The fact was just as Song Zuanting said. Those high-level spells that attacked from the sky seemed very fierce, but after landing on the mountain protection formation in front of everyone, they were immediately absorbed and divided by the formation, only to cause waves. Seeing that these attacks were blocked by the Qi Mountain protection formation, the many Jin Fang monks on the city wall felt relieved and their faces were no longer tense. The thick earth golden light formation that guarded the Jin Fang was originally just a second-level upper-grade mountain protection formation. Before Song Qingming went to the eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm, in order to improve the safety of the family territory, he deliberately spent some time and materials to make it a third-level lower grade. Now the power of this formation is no longer comparable to 100 years ago. However, although the power of the Qi Mountain protection formation has increased a lot, The spiritual veins of Jinshan Feng are only second level upper grade. Forcibly operating the formation above the third level, the spiritual energy is slightly insufficient, and Jinshan Feng needs to take out a lot of extra spiritual stones to fill it. The mountain protection formation of Jinshan Feng has just been activated not long ago, and the low-level monsters in front have also rushed to the front of the mountain protection formation. In an instant, a series of violent collisions sounded in front of the thick earth golden light formation. Seeing the waves coming from all over the thick earth golden light formation, the many Jinshan Feng monks who were in the formation were also extremely nervous at this moment, fearing that this mountain protection formation could not withstand the attack of thousands of fierce monsters. However, the thick earth golden light formation in front of the crowd was also very powerful. Facing so many monsters attacking at the same time, although it was shaking constantly, the light on the formation was still very bright, and there was no sign of being broken by the monsters. Seeing that this formation was still as stable as a mountain after withstanding the impact of the monster army, the monks in the market were completely relieved and began to try to use spells and talismans to attack the monsters that were attacking the formation from a distance through the formation. Seeing that the monster army in front was blocked and failed to break through the mountain protection formation of the market, the Demon King who had been hiding behind and controlling these low-level monsters was also a little restless. With a fierce long roar, a green dragon with a length of dozens of feet suddenly flew out of the monster army and headed straight for the Jinshan Feng mountain protection formation. Oh no, it's the giant and Demon King. As soon as the green dragon appeared, many Jinshan Feng monks standing in the market immediately recognized that the other party was a giant and Demon King, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "My husband, looking at the appearance of this dragon, it should be the old rival of the sect. The Demon King 9-patterned dragon. How about I go and meet it first?" Seeing the 9-patterned dragon rushing over, Wang Xian's eyes also showed a hint of fighting spirit. She took out a magic weapon on her body and wanted to go forward to fight it. Yes, this demon is good at illusion to confuse the opponent's mind. You have to be careful of this trick later. Seeing that Wang Xian wanted to go up and fight with a 9-patterned dragon first, Song Qingming nodded and did not stop her, but just carefully reminded Wang Xian. "Well, I know how to deal with it." Wang Xian nodded and responded, and the spiritual light on her body moved and turned into a red escape light, flying out of the Fangxi mountain protection formation. The 9-patterned dragon that had already approached the mountain protection formation opened its bloody mouth and just spit out several powerful transparent water blades. A golden tripod immediately appeared in front of it, directly gathering a burst of red light to easily block the attack of the 9-patterned dragon. "If you want to break through the formation, you'd better get past me first." Before the 9-patterned dragon went to look for the owner of the golden cauldron, Wang Xian, dressed in white, had already appeared in front of it. After seeing Wang Xian's figure, the 9-patterned dragon was a little angry and immediately began to attack it with its huge body. Wang Xian also summoned her own life-defining magic weapon Purple Gold Seal to fight against it. The two sides immediately broke out in a fierce battle of golden elixir above the battlefield. The battle of the golden elixir level. The aftermath of the battle alone is enough to kill ordinary low-level monsters in seconds. After several unlucky monsters near the battlefield were killed, the surrounding monsters immediately took the initiative to give them a battlefield. The demon beasts have lost their spirits. It's time for us to take action. Everyone, follow me and help the ancestor to repel the enemy. Wang Xian had just fought with a 9-patterned dragon. Song Yuanli and others who were standing in the mountain protection formation saw that there were already many level 2 demon beasts surrounding Wang Xian nearby. They shouted and rushed out of the mountain protection formation and took the initiative to kill the demon beast army. The demon beasts that were constantly attacking the formations saw the human cultivators inside rushing out, and immediately changed their targets and started a big melee with the Jinshan Feng cultivator army. In the sky, the giant and cultivators were fighting with sparks flying, and the human cultivators and demon beast army in the foundation building and Qi refining stages below were also casting all kinds of magic spells everywhere. The sound of magic tools colliding and screaming was endless. For a while, the outside of Jinshan Feng became a sure battlefield. After only half an hour, the ground was already full of corpses of various demon beasts and human cultivators. The 9-patterned dragon is a demon king who has been enlightened for thousands of years, and has reached the middle stage of the golden core. His strength is much higher than that of Wang Xian, who is at the second level of the golden core. However, Among the many golden core demon kings, this demon has a relatively average attack ability, except for its outstanding illusion. When Song Qingming had just formed his elixir and reached the first level of the golden core, he held it back for a long time in the Battle of Purple Star Square. Wang Xian is much stronger than Song Qingming at that time, both in terms of cultivation and magic weapons. Although she failed to gain the upper hands in the battle with the 9-pattern dragon, she did not let the Demon King take advantage of her too much. The two sides fought back and forth for nearly 200 rounds. Although the scene was very intense, they still could not produce a result. Seeing that he still could not defeat his opponent after fighting for such a long time, the 9-pattern dragon also started to use his own methods. Taking advantage of the gap when Wang Xian was dealing with his magic attack, the 9-pattern dragon suddenly spit out a transparent white mist from his mouth, and soon the white mist moved forward with the wind and came directly to Wang Xian not far away. Seeing the increasingly thick white mist beside him, gradually blocking his vision, Wang Xian immediately realized that the other party was using his own illusion. Seeing this, Wang Xian snorted coldly, and had already prepared to take out a third-level green talisman, which turned into a light shield to protect himself. Then she controlled a golden cauldron beside her and blew a gust of wind in front of her, blowing away the white fog in front of her. A moment later, Wang Xian's eyes lit up, and a man in green suddenly appeared in front of her with a smile. "Husband, why are you here?" Seeing Song Qingming in front of her, Wang Xian's face suddenly changed, revealing a bit of doubt. "Haha. Madam, why don't you retreat first? Let me deal with this monster." After being attracted by Song Qingming's chuckle in the distance, Wang Xian's spiritual consciousness scattered around suddenly felt several murderous intentions coming from the side, and hurriedly turned sideways to avoid the attack. However, just as she made a move, Song Qingming in front of her suddenly flashed in front of her, and with a cold face, he threw a heavy punch, knocking Wang Xian, who was caught off guard, out with one punch. Wang Xian, who was defeated by the attack, realized that the Song Qingming was an illusion created by the opponent, and she couldn't help but show a little more anger on her face. Although Song Qingming had reminded her in advance, Wang Xian still underestimated the opponent's illusion. "Xian, find a way to lure to the east, and we will fight it together." Chapter 674, Defeating the Monster Army, the Greedy Ice and Fire Dragon. Just as Wang Xian's face darkened and she was controlling her magic weapon to counterattack the 9-pattern dragon that was approaching again, a familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. Seeing this, Wang Xian immediately gave up counterattacking the opponent and put the purple gold seal, her life-defining magic weapon used for attack, directly into her body. Then she concentrated on controlling the golden jade tripod in front of her, turning it into a red spiritual light shield to block her in front of her to resist the opponent's attack. The golden jade tripod magic weapon in Wang Xian's hand was obtained from the headquarters of the Heavenly Dan League more than 10 years ago in exchange for merit and some spiritual stones in order to challenge the third-level alchemist. This golden jade tripod can not only be used to refine pills, but also is a third-level lower-grade magic weapon with good defensive capabilities. It is very suitable for high-level alchemists like Wang Xian to use for sacrifice. Seeing that Wang Xian was only concerned with defense after he cast several powerful spells in a row and seemed to have no power to fight back, the 9-pattern dragon was immediately delighted and cast spells to intensify the attack on Wang Xian, and soon gained the upper hand. After fighting with the opponent for dozens of rounds, Wang Xian fought and retreated, and soon approached the northeast corner outside the market. The 9-pattern dragon who was attacking in the group of spellcasters saw that Wang Xian was gradually losing to him, and thought that she wanted to take the opportunity to escape back to the mountain protection formation. He flashed and flew in front of Wang Xian one step ahead, blocking her retreat. Just when the 9-pattern dragon was a little proud of himself for stopping his opponent, 5 dazzling golden lights suddenly appeared not far away from it, and it was a little blinded by the light. Then, 5 mirrors of different colors appeared on the side of the 9-pattern dragon, and before it could fully react, it had already trapped it firmly in the middle. Seeing Song Qingming casting a spell not far away, Wang Xian, who had just been chased by the 9-pattern flood dragon and was in a bit of a mess, immediately smiled. When Wang Xian and the 9-pattern flood dragon were fighting, Song Qingming had not made a move because he wanted to give Wang Xian some opportunities to fight against high-level demon kings, and he was also on guard against the possibility that there might be more than one demon king hidden in the demon beast army, so he did not show up at the beginning. Until recently, Song Qingming, who had been scanning the entire battlefield, had confirmed that there were no other demon kings in the demon beast army, so he locked his eyes on the 9-pattern flood dragon. The demon beast army went south, and the main driving force for them to move forward was the demon kings above level 3. Since there was only the 9-pattern flood dragon demon king here, as long as they found an opportunity to kill this demon, the demon beast army would be leaderless and would inevitably collapse quickly. After making up his mind, Song Qingming took the opportunity to send a message to Wang Xian, asking her to pretend to be defeated and lead the 9-pattern flood dragon to the east of the market. While he hid his body with a phantom boat and ambushed here early, Song Qingming had dealt with the 9-pattern flood dragon demon king in the purple star square before, and knew that this demon was cunning and cautious, not as easy to deal with as the white lion demon king of the year. If Song Qingming showed up directly and attacked Wang Xian, the 9-pattern flood dragon would definitely escape immediately and would not give Song Qingming and others too many opportunities to entangle it. At that time, the 9-pattern flood dragon would hide in the army of monsters and retreat with the cover of so many monsters under its command. Even if Song Qingming and Wang Xian had strong magical powers, it would be difficult to keep it. If you want to find an opportunity to kill this demon king here, you must find a way to separate the 9-pattern flood dragon from the army of monsters under its command before you can cut off its retreat. Suddenly trapped by Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror, the 9-pattern flood dragon who noticed that he was ambushed did not panic, and immediately swung his huge dragon tail, trying to use brute force to break the magic weapon in front of him. However, what surprised the 9-pattern flood dragon was that with its powerful body of a middle-stage giant and demon beast, it did not shake the opponent at all when it hit Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror, and was even a little numbed by the shock of the 5 elements divine light mirror. When Song Qingming first fought with the 9-pattern flood dragon in the purple star square, his cultivation was only the first level of Jinden, and his life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror even had some difficulty in resisting the opponent's attack, let alone being able to trap the 9-pattern flood dragon like it is now. However, the situation was different. After 100 years of cultivation, the cultivation strength of the 9-pattern flood dragon had not improved much, but Song Qingming's cultivation had already been raised from the first level of the golden elixir that had just formed a pill to the peak of the 6th level of the golden elixir, and his strength had surpassed the 9-pattern flood dragon. In addition, Song Qingming had used the newly created technique Green Jade Refining Treasure Juan that takes a sect a few years ago to refine his own life magic weapon, which greatly enhanced its power. Now Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror is as powerful as a very powerful 3rd level upper grade magic weapon. Now it is not too much pressure to use it to trap the 9-pattern flood dragon, who is a middle stage golden elixir demon king with average strength. After trying several times in a row, seeing that he could not get rid of it for a while, the 9-pattern flood dragon trapped in the 5 elements divine light mirror suddenly panicked and let out a violent roar, trying to summon the nearby monster army to help it out. Xian, don't worry about the other monsters outside. Let's fight quickly and kill this guy first. Seeing that more than a dozen level 2 monsters nearby had already taken the lead and rushed over here, Song Qingming released the golden wind to guard on the side, and then took Wang Xian and the other 2 directly into the cage formed by the 5 elements divine light mirror. The 9-pattern dragon, who had just taken out a curved knife magic weapon from his body, was about to continue attacking the cage that trapped him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared not far in front of him, and 2 figures appeared. After discovering that it was Song Qingming and Wang Xian who came, he quickly changed the target of attack and took the initiative to kill them. After meeting, Song Qingming did not want to give the other party a chance to delay time. As soon as the light in his hand moved, the golden shining treasure halo flew directly to the 9-pattern dragon. Seeing this aggressive level 3 top-grade magic weapon coming, the 9-pattern dragon did not dare to be careless, and quickly gathered a thick wall of water in front of him to block the attack of the golden shining treasure halo. Just as the 9-pattern flood dragon blocked Song Qingming's attack, a golden jade seal several feet in size fell on its head, forcing the 9-pattern flood dragon to control the scimitar magic weapon beside it to deal with it. Most of the high-level cultivators of the demon clan are not good at cultivating immortality, so most demon kings rarely possess magic weapons. The scimitar magic weapon on the 9-pattern flood dragon was not made by itself, but was given by the new Black Dragon Demon King. Although the scimitar magic weapon is of low quality and only of the 3rd grade, Its properties are very suitable for the 9-pattern flood dragon. It also exerts a lot of power in its hands, helping it to temporarily withstand Wang Xian's powerful attack. However, the good times did not last long. Before the 9-pattern flood dragon could breathe a sigh of relief, the golden Yaobao aura controlled by Song Qingming was blocked by the water wall and suddenly split into two. While the 9-pattern flood dragon was distracted to deal with Wang Xian's attack, it bypassed the water wall and locked on its neck and tail. At this moment, the 9-pattern flood dragon locked by the golden treasure halo instantly slowed down the flow of mana on its body, and the power of the magic weapon it controlled was weakened. It could only watch the purple gold seal above its head slowly fall down. Seeing this, the 9-pattern flood dragon, who had been forced into a desperate situation by Song Qingming and the others, roared and directly spit out his own life inner elixir, repelling the attack of Wang Xian above. After temporarily getting rid of the danger above his head, the 9-pattern flood dragon immediately controlled his life inner elixir to shoot quickly to the side, trying to directly break through the cage formed by the 5 elements divine light mirror on the side. In addition to its own magic and powerful body, the most powerful means of attack for the Golden Core Demon King is the life inner elixir in its body. Once used, its power is 3 times stronger than the magic weapon of the same level. Seeing that he was trapped, the low-level monsters outside were slow to come close to help, and the 9-pattern flood dragon knew that it was difficult to escape from this, so he could only try the last attack of his life inner elixir. Humph! You still want to run now, but it's not that easy. Seeing that the 9-pattern dragon was still fighting, Song Qingming showed a contemptuous smile. After mocking the other party, Song Qingming's spiritual light moved, and the huge 5 elements divine light mirror located outside suddenly shot out several purple lights, which directly imprisoned the inner elixir that the 9-pattern dragon had just released in midair, making it difficult for it to move another step. Seeing that his own inner elixir was imprisoned by the other party's magical power, the 9-pattern dragon also showed an incredible look on his face, and hurriedly tried to control the inner elixir to get rid of the control of the purple spiritual light. However, Wang Xian on the side obviously didn't want to give it this opportunity. The purple gold seal quickly fell from the sky again, forcing the 9-pattern dragon to be very alert to deal with the opponent's powerful attack. But this time, without the help of his own inner elixir, he could only rely on the magic weapon of the curved sword on his body. The 9-pattern flood dragon, whose magic power was sealed by the golden treasure halo, could not resist at all. He was soon hit by the purple gold seal and screamed in pain. After severely injuring the 9-pattern flood dragon with one blow, Song Qingming and Wang Xian did not give the 9-pattern flood dragon any chance to delay time, and kept offering magic weapons in their hands. After less than half an incense stick of time, the two of them joined forces and soon forced the 9-pattern flood dragon, whose inner elixir was imprisoned, to be overwhelmed. The wounds on his huge body were getting more and more, and the power of the spells he cast was far less than before. The 9-pattern flood dragon, who had been forced into a desperate situation, also knew that he was doomed today. He spit out a large ball of white mist from his mouth, covering his whole body, and then his huge figure disappeared in front of Song Qingming and the others. HMPH. You still want to use this trick? Today is your death. Seeing that the 9-pattern dragon once again spit out the poisonous mist it is good at, it used illusion to hide its body. After Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness was already spread in the 5 elements divine light mirror, he smiled contemptuously, and the golden flying sword in his hand immediately flew straight to the midair not far from the 9-pattern dragon's life inner elixir, forcing the 9-pattern dragon, who wanted to take back his inner elixir. Song Qingming, who has practiced the soul-devouring art to the golden core stage, now has a spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a golden core peak cultivator like Bayuxin, and is no longer comparable to him 100 years ago. At this time, in this space wrapped by the 5 elements divine light mirror, it is obviously impossible for the 9-pattern dragon to rely on illusion to avoid Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness detection. Facing the siege of Song Qingming and Wang Xian, 2 golden core cultivators, the most powerful illusion magic power on his body was restrained by Song Qingming's powerful spiritual consciousness, and the 9-pattern dragon no longer had the means to turn over. Even though the 9-pattern dragon finally cast a spell to control it and freed its inner elixir from the entanglement of the purple spiritual light, it was seriously injured and had lost most of its combat power at this time, and ultimately failed to break through the cage set by the 5 elements divine light mirror. After another unwilling scream, Song Qingming, holding a golden flying sword, struggled to break the last defensive shield of the 9-pattern dragon, cut off a huge dragon head in front of him, and finally killed this middle-stage giant and demon king outside the Jinshinfang. Seeing that this giant and demon king, who had been causing trouble in the north of Weiguo for hundreds of years, finally died in their hands today, Song Qingming and Wang Xian's faces were also full of surprise. After the two put away the inner elixir of the 9-pattern dragon and the magic weapon on it, Song Qingming's hand moved with a spiritual light, and then he put away the 5 elements divine light mirror that had been arranged outside. Then, the huge body of the 9-pattern dragon that was dozens of feet long fell directly from the sky, shaking the bodies of many monsters and monks who were still fighting nearby. Many low-level monsters that were preparing to come to support were blocked by the golden wind halfway. Even if they tried their best to come to help regardless of their own sacrifices, they still couldn't get close to the side. At this moment, seeing the body of the 9-pattern dragon suddenly fall from the sky, they were immediately shocked and hurriedly turned around and fled to the back. Many second-level monsters in front began to flee, which immediately affected some of the nearby monster armies and became chaotic. Low-level monsters have weak intelligence, and without the leadership of high-level monster kings, they can only fight on their own and even kill each other. Seeing that the monster army on the scene had begun to lose control, Song Qingming and Wang Xian immediately stepped forward to command the Golden Mountain Square monk army to counterattack the monster army in front of them with all their strength. The strength of this army of monsters was not much different from that of the human cultivators. At this moment, facing the attack led by 2 giant and cultivators, led by several late-stage foundation-building monsters, they quickly began to retreat and turned around to retreat to the north. The monsters have retreated, we finally won. As the many monsters on the scene began to retreat on a large scale, many human cultivators who were fighting with them suddenly smiled and began to chase after the retreating monster army. Faced with this rare opportunity to make merit, many cultivators of Jinshinfang did not dare to miss it casually, and immediately rushed forward to chase, fearing that they would miss this rare opportunity on the battlefield. This time, they finally repelled the monster army, and Song Qingming did not try too much to stop everyone from chasing these fleeing monsters. After helping everyone chase and kill for more than 10 miles, Song Qingming gave a few words to Song Zuanfeng, who was in charge of the law enforcement team, and then he and Wang Xian returned to the corpse of 9-pattern dragon on the east side of the battlefield and began to collect the monster materials from this giant and monster king. In this battle, although the monks of Jinshinfang won a great victory over the monster army, they also paid a lot of price. At this time, in addition to the corpses of various monsters, many corpses of human monks were lying on the battlefield. Most of the monks who went to chase the monsters have not returned yet. Those who were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield were the monks of the law enforcement team who had been on standby in the rear. Since the last time he trained in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, Song Qingming has not killed a monster king above the giant stage for a long time. This time, he killed the 9-pattern dragon, a giant and middle-stage monster king, so smoothly, which was still somewhat beyond Song Qingming's expectations. The 9-pattern dragon was very difficult to deal with its magical power of illusion. After receiving the scimitar magic weapon bestowed by the Black Dragon Demon King, its strength was not very weak among the middle-stage giant and demon kings. If it had not met Song Qingming, whose magical power was no less than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level and who knew it very well, it would have been difficult to keep it even if other middle-stage giant and cultivators from the Xiaoyao sect were here. However, it was unlucky for the demon to choose to drive the army of demon beasts to attack the Jinshinfang alone and run into Song Qingming, who restrained its magical power. After stripping off the most valuable horns and skins from the 9-pattern dragon, Song Qingming broke its body with a sword and searched inside the 9-pattern dragon. He accidentally found a blue sphere. "Husband, what is this thing?" Seeing that the spiritual energy emanating from the blue sphere in Song Qingming's hand was not low, Wang Xian hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "This thing seems to be the gallbladder of a 9-pattern dragon. I didn't expect that this guy has a good 3rd-level material in his body. This thing is more suitable for alchemy, so I'll give it to you." After picking up the blue dragon gallbladder and carefully examining it, Song Qingming responded with a smile on his face, and wanted to give the blue dragon gallbladder in his hand to Wang Xian. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the spirit beast bag on Song Qingming's waist. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly put the blue dragon gallbladder in his hand into Wang Xian's hand and cast a spell to open the spirit beast bag on his waist. As soon as the spirit beast bag was opened, A red shadow flew out from it and came to Song Qingming's shoulder. It was the spirit beast ice and fire dragon that he had cultivated for many years. Didn't you just give me a few spiritual fruits a few days ago? What are you doing for no reason? The ice and fire dragon that had just run out of the spirit beast's bag did not pay attention to Song Qingming, who was talking in its ear. After quickly scanning the surroundings, his eyes quickly locked on the blue dragon gallbladder in Wang Xian's hand. Before Song Qingming could finish his words, the ice and fire dragon had already leaped and quickly flew to Wang Xian's shoulder, then quickly climbed along Wang Xian's arm to the blue dragon gall in her hand, and swallowed the entire dragon gall into his mouth. Well, who told you to swallow this thing? Spit it out quickly. Seeing the ice and fire dragon suddenly swallow the precious material that can be used for alchemy, Song Qingming, who reacted, immediately showed a bit of displeasure on his face, and opened his mouth to scold it. Since this ice and fire dragon was hatched, it has been following Song Qingming for these years. He has been feeding it all the way to the middle stage of foundation building. The value of the spiritual objects that Song Qingming has spent on the ice and fire dragon in the past few decades is estimated to be 10,000 or 20,000 spiritual stones, and he has never treated it badly. Unexpectedly, this guy is getting bolder and bolder, and even dares to snatch the blue dragon gall that he gave to Wang Xian. After hearing Song Qingming's scolding, the ice and fire dragon was a little scared and immediately shrunk its head to the side, but it was still reluctant to spit out the blue dragon gall in its mouth. Seeing that the ice and fire dragon dared to resist his order, Song Qingming's face changed, and he was furious. He raised one hand and prepared to cast a spell to teach this bold spirit beast a lesson. Husband, forget it. Seeing that it likes this thing so much, it should be helpful for its practice. Although this dragon gall can be used for alchemy, it is not the main ingredient of any high-level elixir, and it is not a precious thing. It may not be of great use to me to make alchemy, and it doesn't matter if I give it to it. Just when Song Qingming was about to teach the ice and fire dragon a lesson, Wang Xian smiled and raised her hand to stop him, and returned the ice and fire dragon in her hand to Song Qingming. After hearing Wang Xian speak for it, Song Qingming was silent for a moment, then he put down his raised right hand and took the ice fire dragon that looked at him with a bit of fear. At this time, the ice fire dragon that had swallowed a blue dragon gall of the 9-pattern dragon had some changes in its aura, as if it was refining the dragon gall in its body. Seeing this, Song Qingming didn't say anything more. After glaring at it, he put it directly into the spirit beast's bag on his waist. After the two of them dealt with the materials on the 9-pattern dragon, they didn't stay on the battlefield for long and returned directly to the cave to the west of the market. The battle to chase the monsters in front lasted from the afternoon to dusk. Seeing that the dim sky had darkened, the many Jinshan Fang monks who had chased hundreds of miles away let go of the panicked monsters and turned back to Jinshan Fang. In the battle outside the Jinshan Fang, under the leadership of Song Qingming and Wang Xian, not only did they kill the cunning 9-pattern dragon in the middle stage of the Jinden, but they also destroyed more than 1,000 first and second level low-level monsters. After just over a day, the monks of the Jinshan Fang defeated the invading monster army in one battle, which can be said to be an unprecedented victory. After the victorious monks returned to the market, their faces were filled with joy after the victory. From the preparations for the war a few months ago to now, no one expected that they, who had been prepared for a long-term battle with the monsters, would be able to repel this wave of fierce attacks from the monsters so quickly. Chapter 675, Support the Yunfeng and Fight Back Against the Monsters. 5 days later, in the meeting hall of Jinshan Fang, Song Qingming, who was sitting alone at the head, carefully looked at the battle report in his hand. Nearly 40 foundation building monks were standing below, most of whom were from Jinshan Fang who had participated in the battle with the monsters a few days ago. When Song Qingming turned to the last page about the losses of the Jinshan Fang monks in this battle, his face, which was originally a little happy, suddenly became a little solemn. Although Jinshan Fang won a great victory in this battle and defeated and severely damaged the monster army, it also suffered a lot of losses. 4 foundation building monks died on the spot, and nearly 300 Qi Refining monks were also lost. Many monks were injured in this battle and returned to the rear to recuperate. Wang Xian also injured her lungs in the previous battle with 9-pattern dragon alone, and is still in seclusion to heal her wounds. Although the Song family did not lose any foundation building cultivators in this battle, they also lost more than 30 people. Among them, Song Zuan King, a family elder who was at the second level of foundation building, was seriously injured in this battle and has been arranged to be sent back to the family's Funiu Mountain for treatment. Looking at the list of cultivators who had died in the battle, although it was not the first time he had seen these, Song Qingming still felt a little uneasy. Among these people, there were descendants and juniors he had met, and there were also vassals who had visited him. A few days ago, they were still standing in this hall with a smile, but now they were all cold names. However, after experiencing so many cruel things, although Song Qingming was touched in his heart, he was able to adjust his mentality quickly. After closing the war merit book in his hand, Song Qingming looked up at the people sitting there and smiled again. In this battle, you all performed well. When the merits of the law enforcement team are counted, I will report this to the sect and record the merits for you all. For those who have made outstanding contributions on the battlefield, a merit awarding meeting will be arranged in 10 days, and I will personally distribute the rewards to everyone at that time. In addition, a portion of the spiritual stones for the compensation of the monks who died in the battle can be distributed first. Each family can arrange people to go directly to the treasury to collect them. You must personally inquire about this matter, and do not withhold the merits of the compensation for the victims of the vassal family. Otherwise, once it is found out on the future, it must be handled according to the rules of the sect. Don't be careless. Thank you for the reward, ancestor. We will keep it in mind. According to the detailed statistics after the war, in this battle, the monks of Jinshanfang, in addition to the Demon King 9 pattern dragon killed by Song Qingming and others, also killed a total of 26 second-level demon beasts and 1,386 first-level demon beasts. After processing and collecting, the materials on these demon beasts have now filled the treasury of Jinshanfang. According to the previous rules, although these spoils of war will eventually be transported back to the sect, Song Qingming has the right to take out some of the monster materials first, which will be used to provide relief to the dead and reward those who work hard on the battlefield. In this Jinshanfang battle, Song Qingming was very satisfied with the performance of these monks under his command. When he and Wang Xian failed to kill the 9 pattern dragon to determine the outcome of the battlefield, facing the fierce army of monsters, few people dared to retreat on the battlefield, and they all showed their blood to defend their land and homes. Now that it has finally taken so much effort to defeat the monster army, Song Qingming naturally does not want these monks who are looking forward to the reward to wait too long, and directly announced the holding of the Good Deeds Conference. Hearing that the reward conference is about to be held, the faces of the people present are also excited. Compared to 100 years ago, when it took more than half a year and dozens of battles to defeat the demon beast army with the White Lion Demon King, this time, the monks of Jinshanfang defeated the demon beast army in less than a month. They did not expect to celebrate and receive rewards at the beginning. Although the demon beast army led by 9 pattern flood dragon was defeated in one battle, it does not mean that the demon beast turmoil that swept across the entire northern Wei state has ended now. However, it is definitely a very exciting thing for all the monks guarding Jinshanfang to have such a good beginning. As Song Qingming expected, after killing the leading Demon King 9 pattern flood dragon, for a period of time, only a few scattered demon beasts in the north went south to harass, and there were no more large-scale demon beast armies. 10 days later, Jinshanfang also held a reward meeting as scheduled. This time, not only did Song Qingming personally preside over the conference, but Wang Xian, who was in seclusion to heal his wounds, also came out of seclusion to the conference site to encourage and reward the monks who had made meritorious contributions on the battlefield. In this great battle with the army of monsters, the best performers were naturally the monks with the highest cultivation in the late stage of foundation building. Among them, Song Yuanli, Wang Meng and other 5 people all had the record of killing a level 2 monster or above alone, and each received a reward of a level 2 upper grade magic weapon. The second was Song Yuan Hao, headed by a dozen foundation building monks who performed well on the battlefield and cooperated to kill level 2 monsters. Each of them was rewarded with a level 2 middle grade magic weapon. Although their military exploits were not as dazzling as those of the previous few, their heroic performance on the battlefield was not much worse than theirs. In addition to these foundation building monks, there were dozens of Qi Refining monks who had outstanding military exploits on the battlefield, and they were also rewarded with magic weapons or other spiritual objects such as talismans. These spiritual objects used for rewards were all obtained by Song Qingming from the surrounding foundation building families or the market with the captured monster materials. Many of them came from the Song family and the Qianfan controlled by them. For this reason, the Song family also exchanged a lot of monster materials from the Jinshanfang treasury and transported them back to Funiu Mountain. After the reward meeting, Song Qingming and Wang Xian had just returned to the cave house when a ray of light suddenly flew from the sky and landed in a small courtyard in the middle of the market. After a while, Song Yuanli, who was holding a sound transmission note from Guiyang Mountain, hurried to the outside of Song Qingming's cave house and sent a sound transmission note inside. Seventh uncle, there is a message from the sect. Song Qingming, who was drinking tea and chatting with Wang Xian, received Song Yuanli's sound transmission and hurriedly called him into his cave house after receiving it. He took the sound transmission note from him. After the victory of the Jinshanfang over the monster army, seeing that the monster army here no longer dared to move south on a large scale, Song Qingming sent a message to inform the General Affairs Hall of the sect of the situation here, and asked them about the details of the war in other places of Uyghur. Although he had repelled a monster army, Song Qingming knew very well that this monster turmoil was far from over and it would definitely not be so easy to get through. In case the war in other places was not going well, they should also be ready to go to support at any time. Hearing Song Yuanli say that the sect had received news, Song Qingming's expression immediately became a little serious. After opening the sound transmission note sent by Song Min and taking a closer look, Song Qingming's face gradually became solemn, and his brows also wrinkled slightly, full of worry. Husband, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Qi Mountain and Tixin Fort? Seeing that something was wrong with Song Qingming's face, Wang Xian, who was sitting next to him, immediately asked. Song Qingming heard this and put away the sound transmission talisman in his hand, shook his head and replied, it's not that there are problems in those two places, but the trouble is in Jianfang. According to the sect's message, in addition to the team led by the Demon King Ma Ling himself, there are also 18 Demon Kings coming at once near Jianfang. Now the sect is in a state of emergency, and even junior sister Su and senior brother Chen have rushed to the front line of Jianfang for support. What? 18 Demon Kings? How could Funiu Mountain send out so many Demon Kings at once? Is this new Demon King crazy? They came out in full force to attack Jianfang. Aren't they afraid that their old nest will be occupied by other demon forces? Hearing from Song Qingming that 18 Demon Kings came to Jianfang at once, Wang Xian's face suddenly showed an incredible shock. There are about a dozen Demon Kings living near Funiu Mountain, plus those Demon Kings who came south from the northern border during the Demon Beast turmoil. Generally, when the Demon Beast turmoil occurs, there are only more than 20 Demon Kings in the north of Uyghur. When the Golden Feather Demon King was still around, every time there was a riot of demon beasts, although many demon beasts from the Golden Feather Mountain would go south to attack the human territory, they never came out in full force, and at least a group of Demon Kings would be left behind to guard the sacred mountains under their command. If we say that there were 18 Demon Kings on the Jianfang side at the same time, then together with the Demon Kings responsible for containing the three places of Golden Mountain, Toyin Mountain and Iron Immortal Fort, the total number of Demon Kings would be almost more than 20. With so many Demon Kings going south to besiege Jianfang at the same time, the Demon Beast army under the command of Golden Feather Mountain could indeed be considered to have come out in full force. The Xiaoyao sect stationed in Jianfang, plus Chen Zuixin and Su Ziyin who went to support, had only 7 giant cultivators at most. In the situation where the unyielding cultivators of both sides were restraining each other and could not intervene, even if the 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect had the mountain protection formation of Jianfang behind them, it would be difficult for them to hold out for too long in the face of the full-scale siege of 18 Demon Kings. Therefore, this message came to Song Qingming. In addition to explaining the specific situation of several other places in Uyghur, it also asked for help from him, hoping that Song Qingming would quickly go to Jianfang to support the sect to protect this market. Tuyin Mountain was restrained by the young Demon King in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Guangling's Henren and Zhang Rong could only barely resist the opponent together, and there was no way to withdraw their strength to support Jianfang. In addition to the Iron Fairy Fort guarded by Zhao Menglian and Hu Qingyan, 3 Demon Kings also came this time. Although these Demon Kings could not attack the Iron Fairy Fort for a while, Zhao Menglian and his team were also unable to withdraw. Only in Jinshanfang, which was somewhat despised by the monsters, Song Qingming unexpectedly killed the 9-patterned dragon and quickly repelled the monster army, which gave Xiaoyao sect a lot of hope and hurriedly sent a message to ask him to go to Jianfang for support. After learning that the frontline Qi was in danger, Song Qingming did not dare to delay too much, and returned to Funiu Mountain with Wang Xian. Now that the 9-patterned dragon has been killed by Song Qingming and Wang Xian, the monsters in the north of Jinshanfang are no longer a big deal, and there is a level 3 mountain protection formation. As long as Song Yuanli and his men can be more cautious, even if they encounter 1 or 2 ordinary monster kings, the thousands of cultivators inside can defend the formation for half a day and wait for the support of the sect. After returning to Funiu Mountain, seeing that Song Qingming was still in seclusion and had not come out, Song Qingming left a letter for her, and immediately went to Guiyang Mountain with Wang Xian, and took the sect's teleportation formation directly to the front line of Jianfang. After Song Qingming and his wife arrived in the market, the Xiaoyao sect people who were resisting the attack of the monster army in the market were also very excited and relieved to hear the news. On the second day, the Grand Elder Li Mufeng gathered all the Jiandan elders in Jianfang in the meeting hall, preparing to organize a counterattack against the monsters, and first repel the continuous attacks of the monster army outside on the mountain protection formation of the market. In addition to the leading Maling Monster King, the monster army that came to besiege Jianfang this time, there were more than 20,000 monsters, including more than 500 second-level monsters in the foundation building period, and as many as 18 Jiandan monster kings who could influence the battlefield situation. In Jianfang, although Xiaoyao sect has gathered most of the sect's power here, there are less than 200 foundation building cultivators in the market, plus Song Qingming and his wife who came to support. There are also only 9 Jiandan cultivators. Even if those scattered cultivators who have settled in Jianfang for many years are added to help guard the market, the overall strength of Xiaoyao sect is only about half of the monster army, and the gap in strength between the two sides is still very obvious. More than half a month ago, the Demon King Maling led so many demon beasts to Jianfang and almost caught Xiaoyao sect off guard. Fortunately, the sect's supreme elder Li Mufeng had already stationed in Jianfang in advance, and with a powerful third-level top-grade mountain protection formation in the market, he barely blocked the first wave of fierce attacks by the demon beasts. After discovering that the demon beast army had come out in full force to besiege Jianfang, Li Mufeng hurriedly transferred all the remaining mobile forces left in the sect to the Jianfang front line at any time, and only then did he barely stabilize the current situation. However, although Xiaoyao sect defended Jianfang, the demon beast army is now so powerful that they can only rely on the mountain protection formation to defend and have no ability to repel the siege of the demon beasts. For more than half a month, the Jianfang mountain protection formation has been attacked by the monster army. Although there is no problem at present, it will not last long if it does not find a way to repel the fierce attack of the monster army. In the thousands of years of history of Xiaoyao sect, the last time it encountered such a large-scale monster army heading south was when the Golden Feather Monster Emperor led the invading monster army more than 1,000 years ago. In that battle more than 1,000 years ago, the reason why Xiaoyao sect was able to successfully repel the Golden Feather Monster Emperor's powerful attack was not only because of the support of the monks of Pei State in the south, which had a good relationship with it. It was mainly because the former Yuanying Supreme Elder Daoxun's Henrin had powerful magical powers and defeated the leading Golden Feather Monster Emperor several times in the battle, which forced the monsters to withdraw and sign an alliance with a human race. Faced with the overwhelming attack of monsters in the north, Xiaoyao sect, which was already unable to bear the pressure, had also sent letters to neighboring friendly countries for help. However, now the entire northern border is in turmoil with monsters, and the surrounding countries also have their own troubles to deal with. It will certainly be difficult for Xiaoyao sect to wait for reinforcements from other sects in a short time. If they want to defend Jianfang, they still need to rely on their own strength. In the past half-month, Xiaoyao sect's Grand Elder Li Mufeng has also fought several battles with a Maling Demon King who led the monsters. Both sides are mid-stage Yuanying cultivators, and Li Mufeng has not been able to gain any advantage from the Maling Demon King. Now that the Yuanying cultivators of both sides are evenly matched, Xiaoyao sect wants to interrupt the monster army's attack on the Jianfang mountain protection formation and temporarily resolve this crisis. It can only rely on Song Qingming and other Jiandan elders of the sect. According to the information currently available to Xiaoyao sect, there are a total of 18 monster kings who are attacking the mountain protection formation outside Jianfang. They lead a group of monster armies and attack the Jianfang mountain protection formation from the north, east, and west. There are 6 demon kings in each direction, and they are all powerful late giant and great demon kings. Because the power of the demon beasts far exceeds that of Xiaoyao sect, no matter which direction Bai Yuxin and his men attacked from in the previous few times, they failed to defeat the enemy and were forced back by the demon kings coming from the other 2 directions. They could only return to the mountain protection formation in Fangxi without success. This time, with the addition of Song Qingming and the other 2, Xiaoyao sect, which has increased the power of giant and cultivators, finally has a chance to break the current crisis. Although Xiaoyao sect failed to repel the siege of the demon beast army in the previous few counterattacks, it also explored a lot of useful information. There are 2 late giant and great demon kings in the north and west of Gianfang, but the 6 demon kings who are responsible for commanding the demon beast army in the east of Fangxi are slightly weaker, and there is only 1 late giant and great demon king among them. Therefore, Xiaoyao sect also chose this side as the direction of this counterattack. As long as they could catch the enemy by surprise and severely injure or kill 1 or 2 demon kings before the other 2 demon beast armies could react, they would surely be able to dampen the enemy's spirit and force the demon beast army to temporarily stop the siege from all sides, thus alleviating the pressure on the mountain protection formation in the market town. After everyone discussed it, on the second day, Li Mufang took the initiative to rush out from the north of the market town and once again fought a great battle with the Malin demon king. While many demon beasts in the north were distracted by the battle between the 2 unyielding cultivators, Bai Yuxin led Song Qingming and others to quietly gather on the east side of Gianfang. The 6 demon kings who were commanding the demon beast army to attack the mountain protection formation did not notice the movements of the Xiaoyao sect cultivators in the market town, and were still taking turns to cast spells to attack the market town formation. While the 2 weaker demon kings were attacking the formation, the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin, gave an order, and the 9 giant and elders of the Xiaoyao sect quickly rushed out of the mountain protection formation and headed straight for the 2 demon kings who were casting spells. Seeing so many giant and cultivators rushing towards them, the 2 demon kings, who were only at the early stage of giantin, were startled and stopped casting spells and turned around to retreat quickly. Demon King, where are you going? Seeing that the 2 demon kings wanted to escape, Bai Yuxin, who had been prepared, shouted angrily. A flash of white light appeared under his feet, and his body shape changed several times, and he had already caught up with one of the slower white bull demon kings not far behind. Bai Yuxin's face was calm. With the power in his hand, he released a silver whip to tie up one of the hind legs of the white bull demon king, forcing it to stop in midair. Seeing this, another green python demon king not far away immediately turned back to help, wanting to help his companion white bull demon king out of trouble. However, as a giant and peak cultivator, Bai Yuxin faced 2 giant and early stage demon kings alone, and there was no pressure at all. He suppressed the 2 demon kings in just a few rounds. When Song Qingming and others attacked, thousands of cultivators in the market had already cooperated to fight out of the mountain protection formation and began to contain the low-level monsters below. Located above the city wall of the market, many second-level flying cloud crossbows and a more powerful spiritual light cannon that had gathered here in advance also began to attack the monsters below. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, the monster army that had just begun to recklessly besiege the market formation was a little unresponsive for a while, but in a short moment, nearly 200 monsters were lost. HMPH. Xiaoyao sect master, you don't have to be so arrogant, wait for me to meet you. Just when Bai Yuxin had just caught up with the 2 monsters white bull demon king, 4 escape lights had already flown from the horizon not far away. Among them, the one who had already arrived nearby was the Golden Tiger Demon King, who led the monster army on the east side of the market. The Golden Tiger Demon King had come to Funiu Mountain from the northern border with the Ink Dragon Demon King not long ago. This demon had followed the Ink Dragon Demon King for many years and had gained his trust. In addition, the Golden Tiger Demon King had already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, and its fighting skills were not much worse than Bai Yuxin's, which was why it could lead a large army of demon beasts alone. Seeing that the Golden Tiger Demon King had already killed her with a sharp claw, Bai Yuxin did not dare to be careless and was about to turn around to resist, but a swordlight had already stopped her and blocked the attack of the Golden Tiger Demon King. Senior Sister Bai, you concentrate on dealing with these 2 demon beasts, and leave these demon kings to me. At the same time, among the people of Xiaoyao sect, Chen Zuixin and Song Qingming, who had the fastest escape speed, had also rushed to the battlefield and stopped the Golden Tiger Demon King, who wanted to come up to help. Seeing that Song Qingming and the other two had stopped the most difficult Golden Tiger Demon King, Bai Yuxin felt relieved and began to concentrate on dealing with the two Demon Kings in front of him. Soon, the Xiaoyao sect and the other 4 Demon Kings arrived at the battlefield one after another, and many giant and monks from both the human and demon races immediately started a very fierce melee. For a while, all kinds of spiritual lights and sparks flew in the sky above the battlefield, and many unlucky demon beasts that did not have time to escape were affected by the battle of these giant and monks and lost their lives. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.